couldn't be for his poodle inside of his house. And he also had trail cameras that was facing toward the woods that separated our house from his, which was very awkward. But, you know, I didn't get a chance to talk to him because he passed away, and I kind of regret, you know, not ever having the opportunity. But I do know that he often, for years, I thought the man was like kind of like off his rocker because he would always burn leaves in the woods, and he kept his woods like very, very spotless. Like every single day, he burned leaves, and after leaf pile after stick pile, and I'm like, what is he like doing? You can literally see, you know, 50 yards behind his house, and the trees is just like, I would see it when I was coming up our road, and I was like, this is just weird. He's got, like, you can, it just, there's a lot of brush here, like, and our woods get very thick in the summer, you know, and it was just cleared out all the way to his house, and I'm like, why is he, you know, burning, like, all these leaves and all these sticks? Like, I thought the man just was maybe lonely or just, you know, maybe had a problem or something, like, you know, OCD or something. And now I'm wondering if it's because of, you know, all this stuff happening. And I know I'm talking your head off, but
right.
there's another thing too that I was going to tell you that's weird. We have no houses to our right besides, you know, the one that I told you that the neighbor passed away. That's the woods separate. To the left, there's 2 houses before you get to the field, and which both of them used to be my grandmother's houses before they were sold. My grandmother passed away. Well, my grandfather passed away, and my mother and father built her a house beside of our house on our property, and then she passed away. But they were both sold. But anyway, a young girl had moved in during when all this stuff started happening, the yelling, you know, just everything, like a chain of events started happening. She was a young girl, and her husband had moved in because it's a 1-bedroom house with 1 bathroom. And they had bought the house, moved in, and she come down here one day, and she was like, have you had anything going on at your house? And I'm like, you know, I didn't want to really tell her, you know, all the things that we had been experiencing. I thought she'd think we were crazy. But I'm like, well, you know, kind of, but not, you know, like a whole lot. You know, I was just kind of like lying to her about it. And she's like, I'm like, well, what's going on? And she's like, well, that there's a utility closet that's in her carport. And I know this because my grandmother's house was. But she's like, something broke into our utility closet last night. And she's like, it took everything in that closet and set it out in our driveway. But she's like, whoever done it didn't take anything. And I'm like, really? And she's like, yeah. She's like, something come in the closet, and she's like, it was just so weird. She's like, it drug our grill out. It drug, I think it was like some car cleaning stuff they had in there and just different things, and set it out in her driveway, and nothing was missing. And I was like, okay, I was like, I don't know. I was like, but we'll keep an eye out. You know, that's weird. And it didn't dawn on me, but we were sitting outside at night. I'm thinking, I hope she don't think that we done it, because we didn't, you know. But right after that happened, our garage, we have a 2-car garage that has garage doors, and something came in there, and we had a Scott's feeder with some feed in it, and we had a dresser in there where we had a yard sale, but we put the dresser back in there, and something come in there and had picked the cedar up that had the seed in it, grass seed, and slung it. And it had landed on top of the dresser, and all the seed was just everywhere. I mean, it just, like something come through there and just tore our garage up. But, you know, it's so weird because we don't think we heard. I didn't hear anything out of the ordinary, that's strange. Like, you think you would hear something, you know what I mean?
Right.
I do know that she said another incident after that, and they have eventually got cameras too, but she was sleeping with her husband in the bed one night, and she works at a dentist's office, but she was asleep, and she said, you know, they keep all their lights off at night in their house, which I don't, but they do. And she said that something was like making noise so loud that it woke her and her husband up. And so he got his shotgun out, and he was going to go to the garage, to see, or the where they were hearing the noise from, to that door to see, who was out there. They thought somebody was out there in their garage area. And he said he seen a shadow of like a human figure, but when he turned the light on, there was nothing there. But she said it scared her so bad because, they were dead asleep and heard that. And, I started going on. At that point, I kind of, like, told her, more of, like, what was going on around here. But she kind of looked at me like I was crazy, to be honest with you, which I wouldn't expect a different reaction because I would probably think the same thing, too. But, I mean, it's just kind of, you kind of don't know what to do at that point. You're kind of like, well, but I didn't tell her, like, everything, but, I mean, it's just, I kind of, told her that we've had a lot of stuff going on, too, but she's moved out. It's just her husband there now, so I don't know what's going on with them. Like, I got to a point in time where, like, we just kind of didn't talk anymore.
All right.
She kind of, like, looked at me and my husband kind of, like, funny, like, after, I don't know. I really don't know how to explain, you know what I mean? But obviously we were outside more than her. I mean, we're older than her, too. I'm 40, my husband's 43, and she's like 21, 22 years old. So it probably scared her, even mention anything. But if she had stuff like that going on, I don't know how I would feel either because I know that I was terrified after all this stuff was going on here. But, yeah, there's just been so much, and there's a lot of things that I probably am, like, really not remembering to, like, bring up or missing, but it's just been a whole bunch of stuff happening, and it's not really went away. There's been things that's obviously changed. It just kind of, like, seemed to go from one degree to another thing. But, aside everything else, like, you would think that things will be a little bit different, but there's really not a whole lot of difference here. I kind of come to terms with myself. I know this sounds weird because it's not really the typical reaction of like a human, but I was like, well, if something was going to kill us or, whatever, they could have already did whatever to us, you know what I mean? However, I use my better sense of judgment. Like, I don't really go outside in the dark like a whole lot at all. There's a lot of things I can't do now that I used to do, like go hiking without being terrified, like around this area at least. I can't really sit outside at night without enjoy myself without having to worry about something happening because I don't know if and when it will happen again. Because definitely whatever happened before was totally unexpected. There's just, it has put a damper on, like, things I enjoy, but, as far as, like, we don't really sit outside as much as we used to, or even I try to, like, I don't want to say leave everything alone, but I don't really I'm not really interested or curious enough to really, like, want to, like, go on nightly rides to the field to see what something is anymore, There is we do see a lot of UFO or UAP activity around here. And when I say that, we do see a lot of that because we take our dogs out, the inside dogs out at nighttime to use the bathroom. But when I say that, there's things that's like clearly not airplanes. They don't have flashing lights. Well, there's some that kind of do. But
what does your animals? Do they react to any of this stuff that you just spent the last little bit? What's the reaction to what, and how do they react?
My outside dogs, my outside dogs are weird. Like, they kind of like, when something's going on because they kind of like stay in their box. And if I go outside on a normal night to try to check on them, they usually, like, when they know that I'm outside or our floodlight comes on, they'll come out their box or they'll, stand up to look at us and wag their tail. But there are certain nights where they will not move at all. And even if you have a flashlight, we have a really expensive flashlight, two of them, too, that are really bright. I forgot how many lumens they are. But now our inside dogs, we go outside, and there's some nights where it feels like, I can't describe it. It's like your ears feel like they're going to pop, like kind of like you're under pressure or something like that, your ears do, or you'll hear like a high ringing noise. It's almost like, it's just like, if your ears were ringing, that happens. It's just an awkward feeling. But I know our dogs, we walk them on leashes, our inside dogs, and we have been out there like numerous nights, and it's all according to like, it changes nightly. But both of them, one is a pit bull, and he's a pretty big dog, and another one is a English pointer, about the size of a Dalmatian. But they both like kind of hunch down and just kind of like stare like they're scared to death of whatever. They could be looking across the road at the woods. They won't want to follow you at all. Like if you try to walk to like a location for them to use the bathroom, they don't want to follow you. And I try to like, let them, I try to watch for their body language. You know what I mean? I know that sounds crazy, but I try to like watch for what they're doing, because they're obviously probably can see or hear things that I can't. And, but when you shine a flashlight, we've seen a lot of like eye shine before, in the woods, but there's some nights where they're looking at it looks like they're at a dead stare, like a dead stare or something. But when you shine a light, there's nothing there. But it's just like they're terrified. And, they kind of like do what they got to do and come back in. But, there's some nights where they're just like statues just standing there. But they definitely, whatever is around, it plays an effect on their behavior, at nighttime here. And it feels like a lot of stuff that does happen, it happens more at night than it does during the day, by far. I don't know if, that has any, is related to what's going on, but I do know that to me, it seems like more happens at night than during the day.
Wow.
It's just...
I got a question, a couple questions. Do you smell anything different, like a bad, foul odor or anything when you see these eye shines, or when you suspect there's something cryptid outside your house?
We've smelled, I don't know if they're related to whatever's there, but we've smelled something like death here. We've smelled, things that smell like mildew, like if you have like a lot of mildew on something, it just smells like mildew, or like a really strong skunk odor, like a skunk spray, but it could have been a skunk. I don't know. I'm just saying, but there's a lot of like smells here. This place is really humid here. It's kind of like, I guess you would say, the lower elevation. If there's like a mountainous terrain, it's kind of like at the bottom, kind of in a way, but it's really humid, and here in like things like that. But yeah, there's a lot of haze here, like in the country area, so a lot of times like odors will travel in the air, so you don't really know exactly where things are coming from. But there's a lot of weird smells, like, here all the time. But I do know I have photos of, back to that mutilation with that cow, that was kind of creepy, that where I was watching you on there. We were watching that video, but where that field is, where I was talking about earlier, up our road, where it is now, there is now, like, it's farming for, like, crop growing. And then I told you that thing had come out of the sky there, and then also when I was a child, in the UFO in that area. But there is a, like, adjacent property, like, there's a dirt path that goes alongside of that field, and there's a property that butts up to it. There's a persimmon tree in there, but it's fenced in with barbed wire, and they used to have llamas there. And then after the llamas, there was horses, and they had goats and 2 horses there. And I would go up there, like, walking sometimes and, like, cross the fence, and I would get the persimmons that were falling from the tree in the fall. And anyway, my husband was up there one day, and he was walking, and the goats that were in there were all dead. Like, he has pictures of them, and none of them had anything, because, he was military police, like I said, in the Marine Corps, but he looked for signs of, like, maybe somebody shooting them, somebody killing them. There was no evidence of, like, any wounds. He's got pictures of them. And oddly, like, the way their legs were facing, like, one goat was laying with its legs facing, like, flat on its side, with its legs facing to the right. The very next goat was laying flat on its side with its legs facing to the left. And, like, a weird pattern like that. And there was, like, 5 of these things. And there was one billy. So out of the 5 goats, there was a billy goat, and he was huge. They weren't miniature goats. But they were all dead, and then one or two of them had, like, orange spray paint on it. Like, if somebody took a can of spray paint and just, like, sprayed, like, 2 dots of orange on it. And he took pictures. Well, we went to, because that's the back side of the pasture, I guess, would, you know, you would say would be where, you know, the access road is beside the field. So we went out to the main road and we were in an attempt to find the house of these owners of these goats. And we did. And this girl come out. She was like a mid-aged lady, and we were like, do you know your goats are dead? And she just kind of looked at us very weird, just weird looking. And she's like, yeah, I'm aware. And she was really quiet about it. She's like, I think she said my lab had got a hold of them. And we pulled out of there, and we were like, are you serious right now? Like, there's no way that a lab would take down, like, 5, like, huge goats. When I say goats, they're, like, weigh 200 or 300 pounds. Like, there's just no, they're not even, like, vicious animals.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what exactly happened to those goats, but it's very weird how they all, like, none of their eyes were missing, none of their body parts were missing. They were all just laying there dead, like, no wounds, anything. That was the weirdest thing. Like, but then I was like, well, maybe the crazy lady, maybe she, like, poisoned them or something. But then, you know, you're thinking, well, how does she drag them up there and line them up like that? It was just so weird.
That is weird. So how many times did you see this?
That had happened, and then one of the horses had died at the same pasture, same area. And my husband's seen both of them. Like, you know, he has pictures. We called the animal control one time, thinking, you know, something like foul play was going on possibly. And of course, we remained anonymous. But I mean, I was assumed they would went and talked to somebody there, but I don't really know. You know, what happened to them or anything like that, but it's just kind of, you know, and to think back, like, I don't know whatever happened to the llamas that were there or anything else that they've had previously, you know, so, like, it doesn't really neighbor our house, that property, it just neighbors, like, the field back there, the back side of that pasture. And my husband just happened to walk up one day and see all those goats laying there, and he's like, comes back and he's like, look what happened at that field. And I was like, that's weird, because right next to where that happened in that persimmon tree where they were laying is that tree that we seen that big infrared light come down from the sky that night and just dissipate. And that's just, I don't know, like, but she really looked at us weird that day. Like, she was either hiding something. And I know for a fact that a lab's not going to kill goats like that. They're just not. I mean, goats are pretty, you know, they can stand their ground when it comes to certain things.
If they weigh that, was it 300 or 400 pounds, you would think that they would definitely be able to defend themselves at least.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So, I don't really know as far as what's going on here, or, you know, like I said, my dog's playing with his toy. Like I said, when all this stuff started happening, you know, I was scared for my kid's life. I didn't know what was here. I was like, you know, thinking it might have been a bear. I was kind of like really in a state of like disbelief, or like there has to be a logical explanation for this. You know, not that I'm crazy, like normal, like has to be a logical explanation, like something that's normal. And then like I had no option at that point in time to, like, you know, after I pretty much canceled everything else out, like to say, you know, there's something here besides, you know, stuff that I'm used to. Mm-hmm. And something's definitely going on. And because it's like we were being terrorized kind of in a way. And I was like, then, you know, now who do I trust? You know, I didn't want people down here, like, you know, wandering our property, you know, researching all this stuff going on. You know, it's something you have to really think about, because if you don't make, you know, like a really quick decision without thinking it through, I just felt like it could turn bad or make something worse. I didn't want to piss whatever is here off because people were coming around, or just say, like, have people, like, here and just be exposed all over, like, the place, you know, somebody knowing where I live at, or, you know, it can probably attract people that you don't want around. And then I thought, well, then, you know, you have the other side of it. Well, what if there is something here and then somebody knows about it that's higher up than, you know, me, and it's government related, and, you know, I have them knocking on my door, you know what I mean? So there was just like a whole lot of stuff going on. And then in the meantime, all I wanted to do was, like, my children to be protected. That was my main, you know, thing, was my kids. And like I said, we just couldn't pack our stuff and just leave, you know. Mm-hmm. That costs money. So it's, you know, we've learned to live here, but I'm very precautious now. And like I said, I just use my better sense of judgment doing things when I didn't used to think that way. Like I'm careful, and I just kind of know, like, where and where not to go, and when and where not to be, or, you know, that's just what I do now. So, you know, nothing's really bothered us that, you know, we know of at the current time, like, not as it was like it was before with them, you know, knocking on the house and trying to lure my children outside. That was the worst. So
I can imagine. So did your kids actually want to go outside, or curiosity or anything like that?
I had to. My kids, you know, teenagers are hard to, like, well, they were a little bit younger. I have a 13, 14, and 18-year-old now, but they were younger then. But they don't listen a lot of times, you know, even if it's something that's, you know, normal. You say don't do it, they'll do the opposite. But I had to try to figure out how I was going to tell my children, like, there's something here. Like, you know, it's not normal, it's not cool, like, there's something going on. And I had to eventually, you know, break down and tell them, you know, what was going on, but I didn't want to scare the life out of them either. But, yeah, they're very precautious. Like, my older ones, as, you know, like I said, when things started escalating and they were more aware, my middle one has seen eyes in his room at night, and he sleeps on the couch now in the living room. He won't sleep in his room anymore. My daughter has had a bunch of stuff happen in her room. She said that one night when she was younger, she said that she called them angels, had lifted her off her bed and, like, just gently laid her back down. And I, you know, tried to have her describe, like, what they look like to me. She said that she'd seen this thing near her closet door that looked really sad. It kind of was like, had its knees up to its head, like its head resting on its knees, like in a sitting position. And she said it looked really sad, but it was like white in color. And she said it had like a cone-shaped head or something, but it was, you know, went to a point. But she said it looked really sad. She's like, almost sad enough for me to go up and say, you know, what's wrong with you? But she's like, I was also scared. But she's like, then I wasn't scared. And they were both in there. They were all three in my daughter's room one day when they were younger. And so they had seen, like, and this is before a lot of stuff really started kicking off here. But they had all seen this little thing. They were under their bunk bed, and the very bottom it had the trundle pulled out. So it was, in the daytime, it was dark under there, but they were all, like, sitting underneath the trundle, where the trundle would, like, usually roll and go in. And they said there was this white thing that looked like a small tornado, is what it looked like, that it went around and touched, like, every one of my kids, like, their leg, and went out of the room. Like, you know, I guess it stayed near the floor, but it kind of swirled around and, like, touched their legs and then went out of the room. And every one of them, like, witnessed it and felt it. And, I was like, that's weird. So they've had, a lot of things, but they're not in, my oldest one has had, like, what he thinks, what they would call sleep paralysis, but I'm not really sure what it is, really. I don't really think that's what it is, to be honest with you, but it's where you can kind of, like, see and hear things around you, but you can't move or speak.
Yeah, that's sleep paralysis.
He's had that happen a lot, but he said that he's seen, like, dark hooded figures, like, near his closet. He says he used to, like, kind of fight, to try to wake up from it, but now he just lets it happen. But I've had the same thing happen to me. My husband and myself had it happen to us at the same time, simultaneously one night. So that's happened here. When my son was younger, my oldest one, I didn't live here. I moved out away from home and then come back when my mother was sick with MS, but to take care of her. But when I was, my oldest one was younger, my other two weren't born yet. Whenever he was in kindergarten, they put him on ADHD medication, and I took him off of it. And the reason why is because he was seeing, like, Indian heads in our hallway bathroom, which, it's my mother and father's, was their house, but he was seeing Indian heads in the bathroom, in the mirror, and then in my dad's room, and or the master bedroom now. But I don't know. I thought that he was maybe, like, having hallucinations off of it. So I had him re-screened for ADHD, and come to find out he was not ADHD. So I don't really know if it was contributed from, the medication, or if it was something here he actually seen, or, what it was. So, but I do know that, like I said, my kids, they don't really go outside at nighttime at all. And it's, they just don't have an urge to go outside here. There's really nothing out here but wooded areas, around our house, and it's pitch dark. So besides we have a light that we had put up, a pole light in our front yard, but that's all that's around here. So,
wow.
But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's some weird stuff.
So what's the history of the land that your house is built on? Have you researched that?
I've tried to figure it out. My mother, years ago, she tried to say that the house was built near Indian burial grounds, but she's not really, she wasn't really for sure about it. I didn't really even honestly get into details with her about it, or I'm not even really sure if she was, kidding or serious at that point. But I do know that there is what we have as our building was a old 4-room house that used to be across the road from our house back when this house was built in 79, and it was put, my dad had asked the guy who owned the property that, the house was sitting on, if he could have it for a building, and the guy was like, sure. So my dad, when he built this house back in 79, he had that 4-room house moved over to our property and put on cinder blocks, and it was built back in the late 1800s. That house was, and I do know that the guy who bought the property that's across the street, that's pretty much woodland. There was like a feud with him and another guy years ago over the name of this road. One guy wanted to be, I guess, named after him. The other one wanted to be named after him. And they had like a little dispute over it, and the guy never would sell. He still hasn't sold any of the property across the street from our house, the woodland. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why he's hanging on to it, because you can't really, it's kind of illegal to hunt there because there's houses nearby. It's not really prime to build on, because it's kind of like on a hillside, very rocky. It's not really a good location to build, so I'm not really sure why he won't let that go, the land. I know that people have tried to buy, like a half an acre or an acre or 2 acres, and he will not sell. Like, he will not sell for, to anybody.
Right. Wow. That's impressive.
So, I just really don't know, like, a whole lot. We've tried to look up or, do research, and I just can't really find a whole lot, on this area. So, with our actual location or house is on.
When is the last time you had any kind of abnormal event happen at your place?
Let's see. It's been about, I'm trying to think how many days ago it was. That old house, the same old house, there is electricity that goes to that house, but there's a fuse box in the front that you can flip on and off, and it has the old screw-in fuses on it.
Oh yeah.
And we have it just for basically like, to house like our lawnmower, and with the ramp in the back, and then the front's got boxes and things like that. That stuff that household items that we saved. And anyway, we were in the backyard and of our house, and we noticed that the back light in that room, that there's each room has like I guess we would say a single fixture place where you would screw a bulb in the ceiling. I guess is what you call them, just a single fixture, and that's just for lighting in each room. And those, as far as I know, my husband and myself have tried to get those back to work for I couldn't tell you how long, and they would never work. They had the pull chains.
Mm-hmm.
All those fixtures do, like where you pull chain, and the chain's actually gone on that far left room. And it's a 4-room house, so it's the far left room, the room the lawnmower's in, which is the back right side room, and all of them are actually missing except there's one that's broken off about an inch in the front. But anyway, I looked over and I was like, that light was on, and I'm like, it scared my husband. He was like, what in the world? We're looking around like, okay, why is there a light on in the back of that house, or the building? So he thought there might have been somebody in there snooping around because, things were getting bad with the economy and everything, just we didn't know what was going on, but he didn't see anybody in there, and we just kind of like shut the whole breaker off because recently we had changed the fuses in it because the lights weren't working. We couldn't get any of the lights to work in there, and the bulb that was screwed into that ceiling fixture is an old kind of like spiral shaped bulb that's in there, but it was on, and we've never had been able to get that light on, which is very weird. And back to the light bulb thing, this may sound very strange, but where that orb thing was that my husband had followed that night or was going to follow that I took him to, and all that stuff happened with the time loss and everything, there was a huge, massive pile of light bulbs that were intact. They were not smoked up, not burnt out, just looked to be like new, they have the LEDs now that are like kind of plastic like, but like just like a regular standard light bulb will be, like a 40 or 60 watt bulb. Mm-hmm. And we have pictures of it, but there was I don't know why all these bulbs were there, but there was like 20 bulbs just sitting there. And we would find golf balls like all around like this area, like places where you would never think golf balls would be at. It was so weird, in the woods, just, golf balls. And I was like, there has to be something to do with golf balls and light bulbs. I don't know what it is, but it's just like where you would never think golf balls would be at. There would be trails of golf balls or the light bulb thing. And then we have seen, like, to me, I know this sounds crazy, but quartz rocks, like at the base of trees. We would find, like, a lot of blue objects, like the color blue, like whatever, maybe lurking around like the color blue or something, because there was always, like, blue pieces of fabric. I did speak to someone who was in the cryptozoology for that, but they were, I started finding shoes, like 1 or 2 shoes in the woods, and it was kind of like creepy because I thought to myself, why is there like shoes, just like in the woods, like kind of like in the, you know, just sitting there. I know that sounds crazy, but there was just kind of like, I'd find shoes that were like under the soil, or like they were sitting on top of the soil. And, you know, that was very weird. I found a pair of little kids' cheerleading shoes in our wood line, like a pair of shoes for like a little girl that's cheerleading shoes. And I don't know how they got there. But there was my neighbor. She had blue cloth. Like one day it was like blue mesh, like a football jersey kind of mesh. There was a trail of blue football mesh fabric all the way through her backyard, and a big, like, long trail from the wood line through her backyard back into the wood line of like blue fabric. It's just like there's sort of being like similarities in like some of these things, like the light bulbs, the golf balls, and the blue fabric and the blue stuff. And I don't know why. I don't know. There's been a lot of structures we've seen here, and when I say structures, like it's really similar to stuff you would probably see on like Colorado Bigfoot or something. Like they were like clear structures, not just a few sticks here and there. You know, like pretty big structures. Mm-hmm. So there's just a whole lot. I mean, it's just not just one thing, you know. So I don't really know if like things are, like I said, are connected. Like if UFOs and like the Bigfoot, Dogman thing, paranormal, all connected, or if, you know.
So what would you say is the creatures that are around your property? The one that was, pushed your door in and smacked the side of your house. Is it a Bigfoot? Is it a Dogman?
I don't know. I don't know if they're, the howls that we've heard they sound canine. The growl that we heard sound like a demonic beast, like something that unworldly, like I can't even describe, like something, I don't know, that you're probably seeing in Africa, but with like evil intent. So, and then the things we have on the camera that look like apes, they're not even that big. Like they're not even, like there was one like big one that was sitting there, you can see it's, kind of large, but the other things are about 4 foot tall, wasn't they, Kurt? Like 4 foot, 3, 4 foot? Yeah, the ones that jumped. Yeah, they were like 2 to 4 feet. So I don't know what they were. And then the things with the red glowing eyes that field, I'm thinking they're like, maybe like, like aliens or something. I don't know what they were. I don't know. It's like I said, it's just like a whole, you start to wonder if like, it's the paranormal side of it, the UAP side of it, and then you have, all this other stuff going on and trying to make everything like make sense. Mm-hmm. And I don't really know what they are, if it's like a whole array of things, just because there's like something here, like a portal, or just something weird here that's some type of anomaly. I don't know if it's, one thing or something I'm missing, or I really don't know. But clearly that video we have is like, it's so, with those things like running, those monkey-looking things, you can definitely see them. There's no, like, discrepancy where you're like, oh, I'm not sure if that's it. No. You can seriously see these things. It is the weirdest-looking thing. There was somebody that had a video, I don't know where it was, California or something, that they were, I think, on a hike or something, and they caught something to that degree, and I think it was on the news, actually. And the guy seen it in the tree, and it was really fast, and it was, about the same height, everything. And, but there was one of those, and they try to say it may have been an escaped monkey from like a local or a zoo around the area, may have been, but they weren't for certain. And there was nothing else like the story went dead. It's like the video footage she has looks very similar to what we have on video, but they're just more of them, what we have.
When you saw the eye shine, what color was the eye shine, or was it always on video?
No, we've seen blue, we've seen like an amber color a lot. We've seen blue, and we've seen like a red, and we've seen ones that change, like almost like it's amber, then it goes red, or like it just changes color. We've seen a blue and a green before, but the two we had seen, I don't want to jump off topic, but anyway, but yeah, we've seen some that are blue, like straight eye shine without, that dew. Now we have seen a lot of eyes that just were illuminated, which is very strange. That you wouldn't even, if we thought they were eye shining until we took the flashlight down and you could still see them shining. And then we're like, so we've seen that. And this is another thing that's weird. That same place where those things were running, my husband and myself were out. Like, I was on my front porch one day, and my daughter and my husband were outside washing the car, and there was a tree that literally waved left or right at that same location where we got those things on video running across the screen. But it looked like a big, tall tree. When I say tall, like 30 to 40 foot in the air, just waving back and forth. And there was two that fell when my husband was out here by himself across from our house in the woods, just like he was out there. He's seen the trees just moving, and then they just fell, like back to back. Things like that. Now, I'm not trying to jump off topic, but it just reminded me of those things happening. Mm-hmm. But like I said, I don't really know. And that's the creepiest part, not knowing what these things are or what they are.
That message that was written on the side of your house, and you tried to debunk it totally. What did it say? Help me or help us? Or
it said help us. Okay. Yeah, help us. And at that point, I didn't try to write notes back to it, nothing like that of that nature. At that point in time, I was terrified for my life. I was like, I don't know what's out here, but I don't care nothing about what you're wanting or what's going on or anything else. But I kind of wish I would have, if I don't know, it sounds stupid to say, but I wish I could figure out what's going on. Mm-hmm. Or what they do want, or whatever's going on. I don't know. I know that sounds nuts.
So,
but
how did they write it? What was the medium that they wrote it in? Was it chalk, mud, what?
No, it was just like a scratch mark, like if something took a nail and used a good amount of pressure and then engraved it into our wood paneling of our house. It was just scratched in.
Is it still out there?
It's still there.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we've even painted over it, and you can still see it some. But because it's deep. I mean, it's a deep scratch. So that's, but I did take a picture of it. But that handprint is it's still there on our foundation, on the brick, because it was like clay, but the handprint's weird, like the thumb of whatever did that. The handprint kind of looks short and fat, like the palm looks kind of fat and wide, and the thumb is really, really small compared to all the other fingers. I guess the fingers will be, the handprint's about the size of my hand if you do a size comparison. Mm-hmm. But the fingers are, the thumb is significantly shorter than the rest of the fingers on whatever that was that done that. There's just a huge...
Let me ask you a couple of questions about your general area. So if there are Bigfoot or Dogmen or whatever it is, or both running around your area, what is there locally that is naturally there to feed something like that?
Oh, there's a lot of wildlife here. There's deer, galore. Mm-hmm. We have deer. We have ponds. There's a lot of ponds that are naturally, I guess you would say, stocked, that are runoffs from farmland. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of farmland here that vegetation grows on, but there's of course, whenever my husband taught me this, but I didn't realize this how it worked, but whenever geese and stuff fly over, they can carry eggs from their feet to one pond to the other. So they're stocked with bass, things like that.
Okay.
But there is abundance in deer. There's a lot of wildlife around here, lots. I mean,
Okay.
squirrels, rabbit. I mean, I'm not sure if someone was to want to live off the land, you could definitely do it, even a human.
You mentioned
So,
something about maybe having near Indian land. Are there any like Indian burial mounds or anything like that?
yeah, there's a lot of stuff around here. Like, there's stuff from the Civil War, like locations around here that are just, I guess, historical landmarks. There's mile markers that have things about, like, old mills and, things like that that's historical with the Civil War. And there's just a lot of stuff around here that, would be Native American, Indian related. So, or
So
American Indian.
So you got paranormal, you got UFO, whatever that is, that's floating around your tree lines and the orbs and stuff, and then you got all this cryptid stuff. Wow. So why do you stay? Why do you guys stay there if it's so haunted? So whatever.
I don't really know. It's just so weird. Like, because I wanted to leave. Like, and there's times where, like, I kind of do, but then I feel, I don't know. I just feel like I think a part of it is because it's my childhood home and I've lived here since I was small.
Mm-hmm.
And then all this stuff kind of started happening, and it's like I kind of want to, don't want to let go. My dad is 81, and I'm still taking care of him, and so I can't really leave him because he's not in really good health. And we can't just pack up and leave either. But, there's just, and even if he did pass away, I don't know if I would want to, you don't really want to sell a property that kind of you grew up at, and nothing, like I said, you get kind of like to a point to where it's, I don't know, I know this sounds weird, but like you don't want to, it's like I don't want to miss stuff either. Like I'm thinking, well, whatever's there, obviously I've probably maybe been around since I was small. And, if you can't go back or, you know what I mean, you'll wonder if you're going to miss it or miss. And there's nothing, like, exciting about it, really. There's not. It's kind of like eerie, scary. But, and nothing's happened to us, but I really don't understand, to be honest with you. I don't have a logical explanation for that. It's just a good question. I've even wondered myself, like, well, if we leave or whatever, or, how am I going to feel about that, or if I can ever go back. I don't know. I know that sounds very weird to say, or very just not normal to say, but, I often wonder, like, maybe whatever's here, like, there's just a reason, and maybe, like, humans just don't know, or maybe that they've been there for, like, ever, and I don't know how to explain it, I guess. I know that sounds crazy, but I don't.
So here's an interesting question from Miss Nobody in Florida. Does it feel like home there?
Yeah, it does. I mean,
Okay.
I've always been able to do this when I come home. This place has a certain scent to it, and I'm telling you, it's the truth. And it's so weird. I remember when I was younger and we would go to the beach, which was like 3 hours away from here, Myrtle Beach, and I could be dead asleep. I can go with my eyes closed right now to, like, just say 30 to 45 minutes away from here, and I know when I'm home because there's a certain smell to this property, to this location. As soon as you bottom the hill on the main road to turn right on our road, there's a smell to the air, and it smells like home. Like, it just, I can't describe that.
Yeah. Okay.
But I remember when I was a kid, like, I could do the same thing. I could just smell that I was around the house. Like, I'd be asleep in the back seat. We'd be on a beach trip home, and, like, as soon as we pulled in, like, I knew I was home. I, like, woke up, like, I can just tell that I'm here. It does feel like home, but it kind of, like, it's not the same as far as, like, I would never be able to, like, walk out around here, and it's probably going to apply to everywhere, but especially here where I know there's something, because I'm not an overthinker either, but and feel safe anymore, just like hiking or, you know, when I was a teenager, we used to camp and things like that. Nothing bothered me when we were younger. I can't recall seeing anything crazy or anything happening. But I don't think I could ever do that again, as far as, like, being outside at nighttime, no matter where I am, but especially here. Even with a weapon, I really don't think, like, I know for a fact if I had a gun or my husband was armed, we were both armed, I would not feel safe around here because, one, I do not know what I'm up against. I don't know what they are, what it is, if it's something I could even kill, which is a problem, a concern. And then, you know, that's the issue. Like, I don't know what they're capable of, what it is, if it can be killed, if it's a flesh and blood creature, if it's something that's not.
Have they been aggressive, violent, anything other than that? Well, that's not really violent. Help us.
That growl, I don't know what that growl was, but it really sounded. It was. That growl was something trying to. It was definitely putting off a threat. Like, you know, like it wanted us to feel threatened. Like, really. It wasn't anything nice at all. It was like something from the gates of hell, whatever the growl does. I can't. And my husband's not. I feel like I'm speaking for him. He's sitting right here beside me, but he's not the scared individual that would be like, oh, you know, or, you know, but it terrified him and me both. Mm-hmm. I have never, you know, when you watch movies, you're like horror movies, or and I'm not even really a horror movie watcher, but when you see people that, you know, kind of fall and they fall when they're running, and then can't speak and crying and can't even get out of a sentence because they're terrified, that's how it was, literally. That was, I have never been more scared in my life, ever than that. And I can't even describe what that, do you want to explain what that growl sounded like? Hang on, I'm going to put you on speaker so he can explain it.
Sure.
Hang on. Go ahead.
A growl across the road?
Yeah.
I don't know, like it's a mix between a lion, like as loud as a lion roars. I mean, I worked at a zoo for a little while, and they had a male lion, and he would sit there and roar like every morning, and you could feel it in your chest even if you're like 50 to 100 yards away. And whatever growled that night, I had a machete in my hand, and like I just ran instantly because it was like so deep and loud, and it wasn't a bear. Like, bears make a totally different noise. I mean, whatever it was, you can feel it in your body, like, in this instant fear. And, like, she was behind me about 20 feet, and, like, we both, like, ran instantly, like, not even thinking. Like, and she even fell, like, when we got to the top of the driveway. And, I mean, I've never heard nothing like that ever, and I've hunted my whole life, been in the woods everywhere, Colorado, all over Pennsylvania. And I just never, ever heard the sound like that and felt nothing like with that intensity. And yeah. We have on audio, too. One night, she went in the house. I sat on the porch that night. It was just real nice out. And she went inside, and I had a hearing app with a portable speaker. And I had my phone, like, about 10 feet in a tree where it wired off, and I could barely get the phone up there. And, like, I could barely reach. And it picks up some sounds, like, around and stuff, and we listened to the speaker. Well, she went in the house for something, and I heard something. This is when there was still woods on the right side of our house, and now they're building a house there. But I heard something coming through the woods, like, just making all kinds of ruckus. And, I mean, I've heard deer before a million times. But anyway, like, I didn't see nothing, and on the hearing app, I heard something like puffing, like really hard breathing, and like I came in the house really quick, like, and shut the door, and I'm like, listen to this, and whatever it was like right under this phone, and we're looking where the phone's at. It was lit up and everything, and could not see what it was. And at that time, there used to be an owl that used to come here, and like it would just look at you, like, and let you get within like 10 feet of it and just look at you. And that night, that owl kept landing, like, to the right on where we have bird feeders, and it would sit there and it would take off. And you can hear it on the hearing app where it would take off. You hear the bird feeders, like, rock. But this thing, like, came and was breathing, like, so, like, deep. You can just hear its lungs, and it would make this weird high-pitched, like, snort kind of, but not like a deer. It was like a yell and like a snort mix.
I wonder if it's possible to play like 2 or 3 recordings of it. Like I probably could pull it up.
Okay, if you'd like to. Got a question for you guys. Don from the chat wants to know what were you doing when you heard that growl or growls, and was there a weapon around?
I had a machete in my hand.
Yeah, we were okay. That was during the time where that orb was. And he kept looking at it. It had been there for, like I said, 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, it was there for a couple of days. I thought it was somebody with like their cell phone light on or like a lantern, and that's what it looked like from far, because it kind of had that color, like maybe of a phone, but not to the really bright white. It was kind of a more yellowish light. It wasn't orange. It was between like a yellow and a white, and it wasn't super bright, but you can see it clearly, and it was like a couple feet off.
It looked the size of a basketball.
And like I just kept wondering, like, is that somebody down in our woods? And that's not like typically where anybody would be anyway. But like we were walking down, because I kept looking. I was going to walk down to see to get a better look, and I had a spotlight, and I could not get a good like beam of light onto that light or around it to see, so I was curious, and she kept walking down behind me, and she actually had her back to me looking up in the sky over our house at a thing in the sky.
Yeah.
She's like, as soon as that thing, that other thing, it used to like make the weirdest yells, and it does it about once a month, and it's not a dog. If it's a dog, it's seriously like the size of a bear. Just the loudness and the tone. It's not like any coyote, wolf, or dog that I've ever heard. And we know every dog in this general whole area. And it seems like it does it about once a month, that it'll make these weird yells like for about 5-6 days in a row. And that thing was over there yelling. And she went to say, I can't get this thing on video, that thing in the sky over the house. And as soon as she said that, whatever was in front of me, it was like probably only 20 feet in front of me across the road. And it literally, like, I didn't even have to think. Like, just my reaction was like turn around and run.
And what was so scary about it, like, he wasn't even out of our driveway. Like, he was about, I would say, because I had watched him, and he was standing at the edge of our driveway looking at that ball of light down the road in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, to me, it was like something was there, like just like curiosity kills the cat, that kind of saying, like just knowing that like he was intrigued by it and just wanted to pull him in down there. And I was like determined, like, okay, you're not walking down there, whatever. But he was wanting to try to, get video footage of that light, but, he couldn't really get good focus on it because it was moving, like, at a constant, it looked from where we were at, and this thing was, like, 200 yards away, that it was just kind of like, there, but moving slightly. But if you look through, like, your camera or anything, like, it was, like, at a constant, like, rotation, moving in, like, circular motions or, like, up and down, back and forth, like, floating. And he was determined to, like, see what that was. And, there was nights where he, thought he was recording this thing and it wouldn't record, but he does have it on video, some of it. But he was doing that, and he was in our driveway. I was up near the well house, so I was about 10 foot from him, up in our driveway. And I looked around at the sky, and I was on live that night because I went live. I don't know what it was about going live, but, like, I ended up, like I said, creating, like, a private, closed group on my Facebook. I didn't want anybody from around my area to know, you know, I had a group open. I didn't want anybody, like, being able to join my group and not having permission. Like, they literally had to send me a friend request and request to join that group, or I had to request them to join because it was totally private.
Mm-hmm.
But I had, like, 20 people in there that, you know, believed in Bigfoot and things like that. And I know they were really trustworthy people, and I would go live, like, every night and just, you know, they didn't know where I lived, didn't know my location, they knew what state I lived in, that's it. I didn't give out details of anything like that, but I would go in there, and I just felt more secure knowing that there was somebody there to witness it if something happened to me. I know that sounds bizarre, but all I literally said was I was on live, I lifted the phone up, and I said, for some reason, I cannot get these things on video because I could see this thing in the sky with my eyes, but I could not get it to, you know, show up on the camera, on the phone, where they could see anything. And as soon as I said that, the thing growled, and it was like a monster. I mean, I can't even, like, it, when it growled, it ended up like it, you know, it was just like a roar, like just like intensive, like whole body vibration roar. And then, like, as it was, like, I guess exhaling, it was just kind of like what a tiger or a lion would do. There's a term for that, but I can't just think of it right now off the top of my head. It's not a purr. It's where their voice kind of like, oh, like that kind of like keeps rolling on, like they just like, yeah, rattles.
Okay.
But
did you feel it in your chest or anything, you know, when it growled?
Our whole body, like our whole body. I mean, you would think, when I turned around, you would think that, like, whatever was there would be right behind you. Like, I thought that it was just like an instantaneous. As soon as I heard it, like, my whole body vibrated, and I turned around to my right just I guess out of instinct to see, like, what was there. And I ran. And I didn't see anything because I thought that whatever this, I guess just out of human instinct, that this thing was going to be right behind me. And I ran. And then my husband, where our sidewalk lot is, we have a concrete sidewalk and a patio that goes into we have a gravel drive that goes into our garage. And our gravel driveway is not but like it's about 60 foot long. And as soon as we got to that pad, I stopped and I folded over and I was crying and I could not even speak. I'm like, what was that? And I couldn't even talk. I'm going to see if you can, I don't know if you can hear these recordings, if you can.
Okay.
Let me know.
All right.
If it's too loud, then you can,
the dog barking in the background, our dog bark.
There's one dog that's kind of barking a little bit in the background, is our dog, like my husband said. And there's the thing that's howling. That's the thing that he was saying that does it kind of consistent.
But you can hear this thing breathe and make these weird voices.
Holy cow.
it's sometimes. Okay, I'm stopping playing.
Wow. So if you
that was just like one incident of like, I mean, there was this thing in there that was like just massive. That's only that thing that growled at us that night.
So
and then there was that thing that yells.
Yeah. So were you holding the recorder, or was this a recorder you left out?
No, that was just a telephone. We had that sitting in our Bradford pear tree, like in the front of the house, which is about, like, my husband had it sitting in a branch that kind of veed off in the very front of the house beside of our bird feeder. And we had that. It was just a telephone sitting there, and then we had it Bluetoothed to our YouTube Boom, which is a regular speaker. And I had walked inside to get a coffee. And one of my frappuccinos, my iced coffees, and like before I could get outside, he was in the house. And you're still on speakerphone, by the way. So that's when he was explaining to you that like he was outside and that he heard something. Tell him again so you know exactly that you heard something.
Oh, yeah, we used to, like I said, we used to have about 1 acre or 2 acres of woods on the right side until the next house that they cut down last July, and they just built a new house there. But anyway, I was out there waiting for her to come back, and it was pretty quiet that night. And I heard something rustling through the woods, and I didn't see nothing to the right of me. And we have pretty good lighting out there. We have 2 like 100-watt lights on our porch and our post light by the driveway, and it's black. Other than that, we have a street light in our yard, actually. Like, other than that, it's pitch black. And I heard something come like really fast, like, and I looked to my right, didn't see nothing, and on the speaker that was picking up the sounds from my phone, the phone was like the microphone, like I can hear something like breathing, like panting, huffing, and I hurried up and stepped in the house, and I usually don't do that. And when I came inside, I was looking through the little window beside the door, and I was hit record, and whatever it was, like, sound like it got right up underneath and was, like, trying to get the phone or something,
Yeah,
but I could not see whatever it was. Like, the front yard's lit up. And
like, it's so weird because, like, we were sitting there, and, like, we were in the front room of the house, and we're looking out there where that phone was at in that tree, and the only thing that kept happening was this owl. It was the weirdest thing. This owl was a barn owl, kept coming up like nightly out there, and it would land on that bird feeder beside that tree where the phone was sitting, and I could literally almost walk like 6 to 8 foot away from this owl, and he would just sit there and look at me, and he wouldn't fly away or anything. But he would fly off and come back, and he started coming around, and I thought, well, I even got video of this owl too. But Kurt was out there, but he come in, and we're sitting here listening to this on the speaker because, we have Bluetooth our phone and the speaker together. The phone was out there, the speaker was in our hands in the house, and we could hear this thing, and it sounded like it was trying to get to our phone or pissed because it couldn't stop, I guess, maybe our phone from recording. I don't know what it was doing, but then it sounded like that was fighting with something. Like, you can hear more than one thing, definitely. But the thing that you can hear that's kind of grunting or making the deep, like, grunts, it sounds like it was pissed, like, okay, like, this phone's recording me or something. I don't really know what to think of it.
I don't know, but the phone that was recording the whole time in the tree is actually only, like, maybe 15 feet away from the house. And the woods are, probably another 80 feet one way and another about 50, 60 feet to the right. So, I mean, this is like right in front of our house, like 15 feet off our sidewalk. So it's not even in the woods or anything. Like, so many things happen. We were up at the field. One of the first instances of all this, we was going to go to a Walmart one night. We had our daughter, and she was, I think, 8 at the time. This is like 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, before any of this other crazy stuff happened. We went, and it's a dead-end road. We turned around, came back, and I shined a flashlight, didn't see nothing. Well, it's pretty flat. There's no valleys up there or anything. This big field, and they plant corn and sorghum or whatever, and soybean. This alternates. But anyway, I was just messing around, never thought about anything like this or anything. So I whistled, never do it. I just happened to go, and something whistled instantly back. And I was told my wife, I was like, wow, I can hear an echo. And she's like, what are you talking about, echo? She's like, you can't hear an echo. And I did it again, and then nothing. And then, I just happened to go, I want something like, or a whoop or something like that, and instantly something yelled back, instantly, loud as hell, and our daughter started crying. She's like, go, 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 go. And, this is a place where nobody's going to be camping, no one's going to be at. This was, 8 or 9 o'clock at night, pitch black, and it was, crazy, because, almost instantly, even if a human was there, they couldn't respond fast enough to do that. It was almost instantly. As soon as I yelled, it yelled right back. And she just drove off, and our daughter was crying, and she's like, go, 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 Mom, go. And it just kind of freaked me out. And then all this other stuff, just so much stuff's happened. I mean, I would have to sit down and think, because, I mean, there's been times where we'd go up that field and stop just to look for deer or whatever, because that's originally why we started going up there, because a lot of times I would use a spotlight and look at deer. And then all this other stuff started happening after that. But there's so many times we're up there, and there's another field about a mile away from here, and we'd seen some crazy stuff up there too. But for some reason it looked like car brake lights about maybe 10 feet off the ground. There's the woods start on the other side of this field about 500 yards. And this happened at least 4 or 5 times at that spot that I can remember. And about 10 to 15 feet off the ground of my view, 2 red lights, sometimes 1, would just light up out of nowhere, and they'd be moving like super fast. And you'd see them like lit up, and they'd always go from left to right, lit up, and they would go maybe 30 to 50 yards, and like, but going like 100 miles an hour, like light up, boom, and just kind of like fade out, gone. And nothing could go through them trees like that. I mean, it's just full of trees, big oak trees and everything else. So I don't know what that is. I mean, we see so much stuff. It's just hard, like just talking right now.
There's
but
no explanation because we don't even drink alcohol. That's
no, we don't drink.
Like,
we don't
do
smoke pot,
drugs,
nothing.
We're not
We smoke cigarettes.
We smoke cigarettes. I drink my coffee, but we don't even drink alcohol. And that's the bizarre thing is like we're not. I know I'm not hallucinating, and my husband's not. We're not crazy. Like we're not intoxicated when we're seeing things like this. Anything. It's just. It's very. I don't know how to explain. You know, and when I say, like, I was the one who was, like, when this first started happening, I was like, you know, there was literally, and I have photos, but there was a tunnel. Like, when I say a tunnel, it wasn't just, like, it was, like, a woven tunnel of, like, just, like, if you took like, hundreds of branches and, like, wove them, it was all on the ground, on the sides, like built walls on the ground right beside of our house in the back where that thing yelled. That night we had the dogs out and said, woo, like a guy at a football game hyped up. And I looked around thinking there was a human in my yard, and I realized there wasn't somebody, but it was back there, and it went in and curved around, and there was this thing that like a gigantic, if anybody has ever seen like a hand-woven basket, it looked like a huge nest, like something like an ostrich would sit in, like a nest. And I'm like, it was the weirdest. There was a bag of chicken leg quarters, but there was nothing in the bag like what chicken leg quarters would come in. That used to be like $5 or $6 per bag. That has like the thigh and the leg, that's, you know, one solid piece. That there was like food products that like something was dragging that in that location. But at this time, I was like, you know, I was this person who did not believe in anything but what was like known, you know, or what I knew or seemed logical. Like, I was like, there has to be an explanation. I'm asking my husband, do deer do this? Do bear do this? Do we, you know, mountain lions? Like, and we don't even live in an area that has bear, or there might be black bear a little far west of us, on up in the more mountainous terrain. But, you know, I'm thinking of, like, all possibilities, and I could not, it just would not, nothing I would think of would make any sense. I mean, I had literally no options but to turn to the more, you know, things that was beyond my comfort zone, like, you know, the paranormal, the Bigfoot, you know, Dogman. And when I say Dogman, when I first, my husband laughs now, but, like, I had people messaging me saying, you know, I think you might have, like, a Dogman at your house, because when I was on these lives, people would say, your tree looks like it's alive in your front yard. And I'm like, what the hell are they saying? I'm like, I don't see nothing. But they were sending me screenshots, and I'm like, I don't see anything. But, you know, people were saying, well, maybe you have, I think you have Dogman. And I was like, okay, now, like, I've done turned to Bigfoot, but now you're saying Dogman? Like, that's like, okay, it's getting too far. But now that I look back at things, like, I'm not even really, like, I'm not, you know, opposed to, like, being open-minded anymore because of all that's happened. You know, it's, like, opened my mind to the what-ifs, or, you know, and I'm not, you know, when I was really closed-minded to all this stuff. And
the difference is, like, we don't really want to be, like, known, and
I don't
want people, like, yeah, like, us sharing, like, our stuff, and, but, I mean, like, everything we say, that if we have video for, we say we actually seen it or got video for.
Yeah,
like, I don't care about attention. I'm not one of them people. Like, I totally laughed at her, like, when she started saying about Bigfoot, when all this started happening, and, like, because she didn't believe in none of that either. And I totally was like, all right, okay. I mean, that's a little far-fetched. So she did. She looked at every kind of bear, every signs of bears, signs of mountain lions, and like I know of all. And there's even big claw marks on this tree that we found that we used to walk in the woods. And there's a tree down I found, and it has claw marks on it, but they're not the claw marks of a mountain lion, a bobcat, and they're not wide enough really to be a bear. Like, bears leave really wide gouges, and they're the weirdest scratch marks, and they're probably, I don't know, like maybe 7-8 feet up in the tree. And it just, I've seen bear scrapes on trees like a lot, and I know bobcats make crazy sounds too, but like I said, I'm pretty knowledgeable with the woods. I know almost every animal. I was like a National Geographic nerd growing up, and I know there's birds at night and everything. And like, I wish I knew what makes these sounds and stuff like that. It took a long time for me to be able to walk our dogs in the dark down by where that thing growled, because like that thing was so loud that growled at us. Like, it just, even if you had a gun, like, it probably wouldn't stop it. Even grizzlies are hard to stop. This thing was seriously, like, the audio is hard because what we play is, I played it just off my phone.
Right.
No speaker, nothing. And even that, even if you played it on the speaker, it still does not justify the intensity of the noises that they actually made. They just can't pick up the frequency like you can hear in real life, and the feeling. Even that thing across that was howling in the background, making that weird noise, a lot of times it'll yell so loud you can almost feel it in the air. And I'd like to know what that is. That thing that's like moaning in the background. And it's weird because it's almost once a month it does that. And when it does that, sometimes all the dogs around the whole valley will all start barking out of nowhere. And the dogs around here usually don't bark unless something like happens, but it's so weird because all the dogs will be barking at one time, like going crazy. And it's like somebody like takes a light switch and just shuts them off. They all stop instantly. Like every dog at one time just stops.
It's almost, I'm not sure if they're like in our area or if they are neighboring dogs, because it's almost like they sound like a pack of coyotes or coats. We hear those a lot. I've heard them my whole life. It's almost like a pack of like yiping coyotes, but like when they get to a certain spot and it's directly across from us in these like dense woods, it's almost when they're howling and carrying on. It's like when they stop. It's like he said, it's like taking a light switch and cutting it off. Not one whimpers after it, not one howl after it, nothing. It's just gone. It's strange because it's not natural. I mean, even if dogs howl together or coyote, like a wolf pack or anything, you know, when the alpha or whatever is going on there, you know, when one stops, you'll still hear like some time to time. I mean, it's just like a sudden like gone. I can't describe. It just don't make sense. A lot of things don't make sense around here, but
holy cows, yeah.
I'm not gonna tell you guys where we live, but I'll just say we're in central North Carolina. Uwharrie's like 30 minutes from us.
13.
And I didn't even know Uwharrie had like all these like things going on with Bigfoot and like such a place until she got into all this and then research, and then we see like Uwharrie's like one of the biggest hot spots for like activities with like Bigfoot, UFO, like, and researchers. And I worked with a guy when all this started happening, and I was talking to him just about a couple things that happened, and he was telling me some stuff that happened to him at Uwharrie with people that was out there that looked like military, but I'm pretty sure they're not military because I was military, and they're not really doing what he said they were doing. But anyway, I didn't even want to talk on this thing. I if she called, that's all her. But I was just trying to get my 2 cents.
It kind of feels good to like be able to talk without having to like. I guess
we don't even tell people we know because I don't want to feel like some
crazy.
or like some tweaker like they're twacked out on something or they're psychotic. So
I mean, it's a awful feeling, like kind of like
because I would think somebody's like crazy or just like pulling my leg. Like if somebody just randomly like, oh yeah, this happened to me and all this crazy yell, I'm like, really okay, you need help or.
If I had never experienced this, I would seriously think that, like, if somebody was talking to me, I'd be like, okay, like, but I really, like...
That audio, I would definitely be upgrading whatever I had as a lead projectile thrower.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, I ain't trying to blast all of our business, but the crazy thing is like, we don't even have a firearm in our house, which is we have a 22. What is it? It's a pellet gun, but I mean it's what we got our son 1 year for Christmas.
I have a bunch, but I don't have any.
Yeah, all my husband's guns are up north with his brother, and it's just kind of like, when all this happened, we had like 2 machetes. Of course, we have shovels and things like that, but I mean. And honest to God, like, I even told him, I can go to my brother's house and grab it. We had done that one time. We grabbed, when this was going on, like, the most intense things. I got my brother's shotgun. But even if we were both armed, I really don't think, I'm pretty much certain that I would either not be able to kill these things or it would not stop them or whatever. Like, even if, and I even told him at one point, and I know this sounds nuts, but I'm like, your mind has a lot going on when you hear something that's totally out of the norm. And first, like I had told you, I was scared to, like, for my kids. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what I was up against. I didn't know what was here. I didn't know if I could kill something, if it was going to kill me or my children, if it was going to come in our house, what they're capable of, if they can, I mean, you don't never know. And then I'm like, there's just a whole array of things. And then you're thinking, well, you don't want to cause more attention on yourself. I don't want people walking around my property. Mm-hmm. I don't want, like, the government to be involved. And then you start thinking, well, now, what if you are to pull out a gun? Is it going to piss whatever it is off? And then they're going to come after you with, like, the vengeance, like, 20 deep or, or more, and like, or just even one and make it mad, and it will hurt you. I mean, you don't know what to think because I don't even know, like, exactly, what I'm up against. I don't. And that's what's terrifying. The most terrifying part of it is not knowing exactly, like, having to answer, not knowing what it is for sure. That's the... Or not knowing what it can do. I mean, if it's related to, like, UAPs or UFOs, or if it's, like, coming through a portal, or, I mean, if it can be invincible at times. I mean, you don't know what these things... I mean, I was following, like, I started, like, researching, okay? And I mean, people believe different things about cryptids and things like that.
Right.
But I started researching, and I started looking up this thing called the Bigfoot bioelectric static theory, and it was, like, very, very similar, and not in, I guess, ways that things happened around here. And when I say that, I mean, like, the chain of events that's happened here with, the orbs and, like, possible Bigfoot, the orbs, the UFO stuff, the quartz. But it's called the Bigfoot bioelectric static theory, and that's where, and it's an actual link, and there were scientists that actually performed studies of, there was one scientist, and these were actually scientists that were involved, but they said that these Bigfoot would consume quartz. They would eat them, and then they would rub their feet together in, like, a rapid motion, and it would create, like, electricity. and I think, they had studied these things, but I know that sounds like kind of like it's way different than what some people believe in.
Right.
But with our geological area, like with it being like overabundant in quartz, with there being like, possible maybe like caves or karst systems here, things like that, it all kind of like, and then it just kind of all made sense that they're like kind of like, like they also had to do with quantum physics and like the electromagnetic field, and they said that these things will follow, this is a theory now, the electromagnetic field, the ley lines of the world. So like, and if you look at the ley lines of the actual map of the U.S. or the world, a lot of those ley lines, and they look like asterisks and things like that, and a lot of those things, like I would see similarities in structures, with the ley lines, and it just, I guess just things caught my eye, and I was like, well, but they believe that these things would travel the ley lines, and that they would, maybe travel through portals and things like that, wormholes, portals, things of that nature. And I'm not saying that it's like true, or of course, because it's just a theory, but to be, closely related to what was happening here. And then, like, we just recently started watching the Skinwalker Ranch series with all the anomalies and things going on there.
All right.
And they have a huge shift in their gravity there, a huge shift in, like, certain things that happen, like anomalies that are happening over that property, with, things that are like bending lasers and things like that in the sky, and the UAPs they would see that would just like dissipate into thin air or just disappear. We see a lot of UAPs here, which is unidentified aerial phenomenon, or you can call them UFO things, but they're just like balls of light, and they're like, can be capsule shaped or round, and they're pretty low, and they just kind of like float across the sky and just disappear. I mean, me and my son have seen two of them kind of like going around one another, and then like coming together, and then one of them going straight up and then disappearing. Just things like that. So, and I think that they had a lot of stuff going on at that Skinwalker Ranch. I'm not really for sure exactly how deep it goes. I heard Dark Waters' story on there about I think it was Skinwalker Ranch, or maybe a different one. But, it just seems, to me, and that's just, maybe I'm just in my own headspace, but to know they're blood and flesh kind of seems a little, maybe different, but they could possibly be like blood and flesh creatures, but it just seems like they would travel on a different dimension, like than us, or maybe in, related to something else that's not, that's not worldly to us, what we know. And, what really got me is whenever we had, like I said, we were on live stream, and then I captured them, like, running across my camera, and I heard, and, you can hear before you can see, like, sound travels faster than the eye, if I'm not mistaken, but I heard this thud, and I said, I'm getting out of here, because the thud I heard, and then the feeling, I told, my husband, I was like, I'm getting out of here. Like, I just don't feel right, and I just heard something, and he heard it too. And then when we got home, like I said, I could see those things running across the screen, and I had to slow the camera footage down, and you could clearly see these things jumping and running, look like apes. And there's no, like, questioning about it. You can clearly see them. But you have to slow the camera down to even, and now, mind you, I didn't see nothing with my eyes. And that was what is very unique about it, because, it was almost like I couldn't see, with my eyes, but then the camera picked it up. And it's just things like that led me to believe, with my own personal experience, that it may be something other than just like a living creature that nobody has actually proven to exist. I don't know if that would make sense to anybody, or, if I don't want to, like, you know, try to say that I know everything or nothing, because I obviously don't. But, you know, that's just my, I guess, beliefs, or based on what I've, you know, kind of lived through and dealt with.
So how easily would it get an invite to your Facebook private group?
It depends. Like, I haven't been on there for a while. I've only shared that video with, like, 2 people that I really, really, really trust.
Okay.
But you know, it just, I don't really, I would have to know someone, and I don't want, you know, the betrayal of, like, you know, I don't want somebody, like, if I do share something to somebody and say, okay, and they're, like, doing something with the video feed, or they're, you know, or things like that, you know what I mean? Or, and I have never told anyone, even the people that I've, you know, have talked to about these things, where I live at exactly. I have never shared my location with anybody. I'm even careful of, like, watching for road signs or anything that would even give my location away, because I just don't want the overflow of people. I have to be precautious on, like, all areas. I mean, you don't want to attract people that aren't with good intent either, you know what I mean? So, but I mean, I had thought about it at one point in time, maybe, like, you know, creating a public page, but then again, I have to be very, very careful of what I share. You know, what's private and what's, you know, shared. So, and you really kind of want to, like, if you feel like if you don't cover all the details, then you're not kind of, like, being transparent enough for it to be believable, you know. So
right.
It's a sticky situation, because if I did say, okay, well, I'm going to create a page, or, you know, make my page public or something, then if I don't, you know, cover, like, all the details, then it could be questionable. Well, you know, is she being truthful? Well, you know, let me see pictures, or let me see this. And I don't mind sharing some things. I just have to be careful of what I let, you know, people see, or, you know, so I just don't want a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, I've been through enough, and like I said, right now, like, I'm not dead yet, which is a good thing. So, I mean,
yeah,
I just don't want anything happening as a result of, like, you know, me not being responsible or thinking it through before, you know. So, I just,
wow.
But yeah,
I can see exactly why you do not want anybody around your area, you know, especially if it's just you and your family and whoever knows where you live. You have a lot of people prying around there would probably tick the heck out of whatever it is that you just played a recording with.
I know. That's one of the things that, like I said, the fear of mine, you know, and I don't really know what, you know, somebody would demand information from me for, like, you know, I don't need all the problems, you know what I mean, that could probably happen as a result. And, you know, I mean, anything that's, like, you know, that you have proof of probably isn't going to, you know, sit well with other people, like, and not people that's within the, you know, cryptozoology or that stuff, but other people that don't want people knowing about it, you know what I mean?
All right.
You know, I think a lot of things are covered up. I really do. I think there's a lot of things that they just now recently, you know, declassify things about UAPs or UFOs. It's just secretive stuff, and I just really think that they don't want some things getting out there. Because people are, you know, from birth you're raised, or you're kind of taught to, you know, not think outside the box, and, you know, this is the way life is, and if it's anything else that's you're not familiar with, then it could cause, like, mass panic. I mean, if they said, oh, well, we can confirm that this is a fact, people would start questioning, like, religion, all kinds of stuff. People would just go berserk, you know. It would disrupt everybody and whole perception of life and way of thinking. And I just don't think they want that, you know, like leaders. And, like, maybe a control thing. I don't know.
Wow.
It's just a lot. You know, as a, you know, it's easy for people to say, well, why don't you leave? Or, do this. But no, I don't think anybody realizes unless they're in that position, like, your parents, you've got responsibilities, you've got family, you don't have tons of money that you're paying bills, monthly. You don't have tons of money to pack your stuff and leave out of nowhere, and then you're questioning what's going on. I mean, it's just like nobody really knows until you actually live it, or like, I guess it's, and when you're like cohabitating with these things, it's not like it's not like the same thing as like if somebody was to go pack their bags and say, well, I'm going to go researching at such and such location for research, and because that's what they want to do, and they go camp out or whatever, and they research and they come home. They have a home to go to. When you are at your home and this starts going on, you don't have an outlet. You don't have a way to nowhere to escape to. So you have to kind of learn to adjust in the best way possible, which is really difficult. And you just have to really be sound-minded enough to make the right call and the decisions. Because one mistake could just, things maybe not go the way you want them to. So,
wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This turned out to be a heck of a call. Beth, I appreciate you calling. Yeah.
I didn't want it to be like, I didn't want to do all like, but it's so much to cover, it's really a lot to cover. And I'm probably
all right.
There's a lot that I probably haven't even told you. Like, it's a lot, So, but I'm, it does feel good to get, to talk or to get things out. And, I told my husband, I was like, I'm going to call. I want to call and just, because, I've been, debating on, like, there's a few people I know that do podcasts, but it's just kind of like an iffy thing of, like, telling somebody or whatever. I seen Dark Waters in the chat, and I'm like, I'm going to go on, and just talk for a minute and, tell my stories. And my husband's like, you don't have just one story. We have multiple stories, This is multiple stories, not just one. I'm like, yeah, I get it, but it's still all
something tells
together.
me you haven't even touched it yet. You kind of scraped the surface of it a little bit.
There's a lot. So.
I would love to talk to you again. Maybe do an entire show sometime, or just you.
Okay.
But
all right, that sounds good.
If you could, send me an email, and how I can contact you. You contact me. You got my number, obviously. However you want to do it, and I would love to arrange to do an entire show with you.
All right, that sounds good. So I probably call private, huh?
Yeah, I saw that. But
yeah, and I don't mean to be like that, but I was like, I'm not gonna not right now.
Okay,
So, yeah.
well, I'm totally into being private, absolutely. But if you want to call me and we can kind of arrange something a little bit later, doesn't have to be anytime soon, or it could be as soon as you want to. It's up to you.
Yeah, we can go over it and then figure out, what we're going to do, what we're not, what I wanted not to do and what I do want to do, and go from there. So that sounds good.
All right.
And it's all righty. Well, it's good talking to you.
Well, Beth, thank you so much. I was, I'm like, wow. I'm glad I just let you talk. I'm glad. This is the reason, folks. I allow people to talk. I get a little guff every once in a while, letting people just keep it on, and this is the reason why. Let it get out, let them get off the chest, let it get people talk about what's going on with them. So, Beth, I appreciate it. This is amazing stories you have. I honestly, if I heard that kind of stuff out in my backyard, I would, I don't know. I honestly,
like I said,
yeah.
I'm still like, even if time passes and just say stuff is not that crazily going on at that current time, you kind of like, you always have to remind yourself, or for me, like we only got growled at one time, which was a threat, but
what was your husband saying occurred once a month?
That loud yelling that you heard on the recording, that the real loud howling off in the background, like the constant.
Okay.
That was like that's a once in a month situation.
Oh wow.
Where this thing, it's I don't know, what exactly it is, but I know where it's coming from, and I know that for miles through that wooded area, it's nothing but woodland. There's nothing there but woods. So, but yeah, that's a monthly occurrence.
Are there any cave systems or anything like that through?
Yeah, I think there is. Like there's, like I said, like the terrain here, it's kind of mountainous, and then we live at the very bottom of a valley, and there is like a creek here. It's a decent sized creek, and along that creek, it's, like I said, it has a sandy perimeter. That's what it's kind of like in the creek. It's sand and it's real rocky. And it goes, and there's some rock walls that are like 20 to 40 foot, and it goes around the bends. And if you look on GPS satellite, there's nothing out there but woodland and, mountainous terrain. But it ends up running to a major river that goes all the way west to east in North Carolina. It runs all the way from the mountains all the way to the Cape Fear River Basin, which runs into the ocean. So, I mean, it's a big river, and this creek runs to, and so, I'm pretty sure there is like cave systems or car systems around here. Like I've not been like looking for them, especially now since I've heard this. But near when we used to go walk into that creek, when we used to go walking up there and hiking and stuff like that, and that's I grew up like an outdoor person. Like I love to hike and walk. That's just who I am. But there was areas, on the hillside before that creek area that when you walk, it sounds like hollow ground that you're walking on. Like you can hear like the hollowness to the soil that you're standing on, like when you're walking, like the thumping. It's so weird. So you can definitely tell it's like a hollow surface. It's kind of creepy sounding, honestly, when you're walking on it. But I'm pretty sure the ground's hollow in a lot of places. There's also areas, in that same woods that it looks like, and I don't know if these things can do this or they have to be something that does it, but there's big, gigantic holes that have been dug out, and there's no like soil beside these holes. Like someone has like dug it like by hand and like laid the soil to the side. And when I say big holes, these holes are like 4 foot deep by like maybe 6 foot wide. Like you can lay in them, like you can literally lay your body in them and nobody could ever see you. You could hide in those holes. And I don't know what digs those big holes out. And then there's no trees around it, like where a tree's fallen and it's just, from the roots making the holes. There's no trees around the area. And then there's also areas where there's just mounds of rocks, like, just big mounds of rocks, like where somebody, would, like, have stacked up rocks for like 20 foot, in length or 10 foot length, like piles of rocks. So I don't really know exactly who or what would do that either. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. I don't have any proof or, of what would do that or evidence of what would do that. It just doesn't make sense either. And another thing, too, those holes that are dug out, like, it's just clay, red dirt. There's no leaves in them or, like, any type of, like, brush that's filled them up or, there's no moss that's growing in them or grass that's growing in them. It's very awkward. It's just like mud or clay.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I always thought, well, I don't know if anything hides. I mean, you just think all kinds of weird stuff. But, I mean, I try to look for what makes the most logical sense. But some things just don't make sense. Anyway.
But, Do you want to stay on? I'm going to go ahead and since I'm like an hour and a half overtime, which I'm pleasantly surprised. It was amazing. I actually had a good feeling about tonight with how the show's going to run. Do you want to stay on for just a little bit? Let me finish the sign off on the show, and then I can. Yeah, okay. Well, let me go ahead and I'm going to silence you. I won't be able to hear you at all, but you'll be able to hear me. Okay?
All right.
Okay, and I'll be right with you after I get to the sign off and stuff. Hold on just a second, and then I'll talk to you in just a second, okay?
All right.
All right. All right, folks. Wow, that's Beth from North Carolina that's on the phone. I'm going to try to arrange to have her on for a full show, which I think I about just did a full show with her, but wow is all I can tell you. And Beth, thank you. For those folks that has never been on the show while I'm doing a show, I usually open and close the show with prayer. I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. And then we'll get her going. Lord Jesus Christ, in thy love and mercy, establish a perimeter of protection around all of us, all the listeners, all those who have participated in tonight's show, and those who pray for us and their loved ones. May the holy angels guard us and all our possessions, establishing a perimeter of protection around us, rendering us immune from any kind of demonic influence. Ask that no demonic bondage, door, demonic entity, portal, astral projection, or disembodied spirit may enter the space of 100 yards in all directions of us. I ask that no demons within the vicinity or any that should try to enter here be rendered deaf, dumb, and blind, that thou would strip them of all weapons, armor, power, illusions, and authority, that thou would bind, rebuke, and disable them from communicating or interacting with each other in any way. Remove them, sending them directly to the foot of thy cross, Jesus, Son of the Most High. Dear God, I ask that you send your angels of mercy, healing, and protection, and support to the folks that have requested prayer. Frank Warren, Shellen Aiden, Amanda, and Robert Quigley, Gracie, Julian Jeff, Sharon Guy, Patrick, Brenda, Julie S., Aaron and Erica, Lakea, Razor Wolf's family, Raymond, Tim Tam, Raymond's friend, AJK, Claire Ellis, and Doll for spiritual support. In Jesus Christ's name, I pray. Amen. Folks, go to IamDarkWaters.com. He just redesigned the whole thing over there. It looks. I just actually looked at it while I was on the show just now. Just got the first look-see at it. So if you go to IamDarkWaters.com, subscribe over there, and you'll get a whole heck of a lot of content that you don't get over on YouTube, or you don't get over on the Paranormal Radio app, or wherever. But go over to IamDarkWaters.com. If you want to reach out to me, Sean Graham at IamDarkWaters.com is my new email address, or you can call or text me, 931-994-6917. And folks, I appreciate every one of you. God bless y'all. And catch me over Wednesday on Chasing True Sean G on my YouTube channel. And here on the Paranormal Radio app, same bat time. No, not bat time. I usually do it about 9 p.m. Eastern time, 8 p.m. Central, over there on Chasing the Truth Sean G on Wednesdays. Or whenever I do get a wild hair, I'll just jump on or whatever. But God bless y'all. And keep it between the mayonnaise and the mustard, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you, and I'll see you guys next time. All right, let me go ahead and hit this stop thing, and I'll see you guys later.
When the world turns to sleep, the masters of the night come alive. Dark Waters channel, where storytelling is perfected and the late night is our realm. Our tales are spun with threads of shadow and light, designed to captivate, terrify, and enchant. Rule the night with us, where each story is a masterpiece waiting to be unveiled. Dark Waters channel, the masters of late-night storytelling on YouTube.
Are you fascinated by the unknown, the paranormal, and the unexplained? Do you find yourself drawn to stories of creatures lurking in the shadows and inexplicable encounters with beings beyond our understanding? Look no further than your one-stop shop for all things eerie and inexplicable. We specialize in bringing you the most chilling tales of the unknown, straight from the source. Our team of experienced researchers and storytellers have scoured the globe for the most shocking and awe-inspiring stories of Bigfoot encounters, UFO sightings, ghostly apparitions, and more. But don't just take our word for it. Check out our best-selling book series, Shocking Bigfoot Encounters, on Amazon. With dozens of real-life accounts from eyewitnesses and experts, these books are guaranteed to send shivers down your spine and leave you questioning everything you thought you knew about the world around us. So what are you waiting for? Join the thousands of other curious minds who have already delved into the dark waters of the unknown and discover the truth for yourself at Shocking Bigfoot Encounters on Amazon.
Let me start by saying this. If you are sensitive to racial issues, you're going to need to not listen to what I have to say, because I'm telling you this story from my perspective as a 34-year-old white male who's been working for DirecTV for 5 years in the Chicago area. When I first got this job, I was immediately assigned to the south side of Chicago. Later, only later, did I learn that the last dude quit because he had been robbed at gunpoint 3 times and said, I'm done. I will get another job. Now, my background. I served in the military with all kinds of people. And even though I'm the whitest of the white boys, I fought alongside some of the bravest men I've ever known. And many of them were black. So I have no problem with dealing with the cultural differences between blacks and white. Even with all the events that I'm about to share with you, to this day, I still don't have any issues. I just have a unique understanding of black culture. Not the best shown on TV, but the real black street culture. First day on the job, I have to do an install right off Sherman Park on 54th Street, Black P. Stone's territory. And it was just my luck. My first install was at a freaking drug house. I pull up and watch. The house is popping. People coming in and out of the door every 5 to 10 minutes. So I get my 9mm and my holster, tuck it, hop out. And when I get to the gate, I scream, "Cable guy, I'm coming in." This dude opens the door when I knock, and I'm not bullshitting when I say he's 6'8", 6'9", looks like he needs to be starting for the Chicago Bears. And listen, a man of that size, you just know he's going to have a deep voice. But no, he's got this squeaky, stupid, half-retarded voice, and he says, "You here for the internet?" Trying not to laugh. I say, yeah, that's why I'm here. I gotta pat you down. Dude, as this big mother pat me down, I look through the door, past him, and there's this skinny dude, no shirt on, dreadlocks, smoking weed. And he says, "Yo, if that's the cable guy, man, let him in. You see them got a whole DirecTV shirt on, and there's an entire truck parked outside. What's wrong with you? Let the man in." That kind of is the reason why can't nobody get no cable around here right now, because y'all beef with people, man. Let the man in. And boy, when I tell you, I was so happy that he spoke up when he did, because Big Man was just about to touch my appendix where I was carrying my weapon. For the purpose of the story, we'll call him Skinny. Skinny looks at me and says, "Come on in, but if you tell anyone what you see, we're going to kill you." Now, when I walked inside, this was a for real drug house, about 30,000 cash on the table, weed, coke, chicks taking Molly and putting it in bottles of Benadryl. I look around and say, "Listen, I got to go to the utility pole out back, run a line from there to the house. So I'm going to start outside, then move back inside. That way, y'all can handle y'all business and I'll be out of the way. Is that cool?" I tell Skinny, "Listen, when I need to come back in this house, I'm going to knock on the door 6 times. I don't want there to be no confusion. I don't want no drama. So I'm going to knock 6 times. Skinny looks at me and says, "You one smart white boy. You probably going to be all right around here in this neighborhood." And my reply to him was simple. Listen, man, I hear no evil, see no evil. All I want to do, get my, you understand? So now, I'm outside to the truck, up the utility pole working. I was there about 15 minutes when I hear footsteps below me. Looking down, it's this kid, gotta be 13 to 14 years old, blonde hair, black as midnight. He puts his finger over his mouth and says, "Shh, how many people in that house? I know you just left out of there. How many people in that house?" Now listen, I find myself in a dilemma, because I say when I was in that house, I saw no more than 6 people. 2 of the 6 were women. Now, and looking around, this kid got 5 people with him. And I'm thinking to myself, man, if these get to shooting and I'm up here on this pole, this is going to be a problem. So I lied. My man, I saw 16 people in that house, armed to the teeth. You might want to skip this or come back with more people, because this not going to end good for you at all. The kid looks at me. This 13, 14-year-old kid, who, by the way, is holding an AR-15 rifle, red dot scope, looks at me and says, "Good looking out, white boy." Turns around and they leave. I need you to picture the scene, me suspended 20 feet in the air, them walking away from me, every last one of them armed. And I'm saying to myself, holy, I gotta get this job done and get it over with. So I head back to the house, knock on the front door 6 times. And when big man opens, I walk in and I'm like, look, I need y'all to listen to me. I don't know y'all and y'all don't know me, but I'm here. Some 13-year-old blonde-haired kid was on the backside of the house with 5 other dudes. AR-15s, Mossberg, AK pistols. And they asked me how many people were in this house. This look of pure aggression comes over everyone's face in the room. I said, hold on. Before y'all go off, listen to me. I told them it was 16 people in here. So before you jump on me, I advise you to get on the phone and get as many people here as you can, because that kid seemed real determined. I've seen that look in a man's eyes before. That is a man who's up to no good. Slim looks around the room, then looks back at me and says, "Yeah, that's blinded, little. I thought we killed him about 2 months ago. But you know what, white boy? Good looking out. Don't worry. We're going to be good." Next thing you know, everybody in that room is on their cell phones. So I tell them, look, I got to go back to the truck, then into the attic, drop the lines down the walls. And after that, I'm going to install the sockets and the devices, and I'm out. By the time I got what I needed from the truck, 4 cars pulled up, each carrying 4 people. That's 16 mother going into this house. And by the time I came down out of the attic, finished that job, it was 30-something people between the inside and outside of that freaking house. I'm standing there in the midst of all this marijuana smoke, drugs, guns, and cash. I tell Skinny, listen, man, I'm done. Y'all good to go. Everything is installed. Enjoy your new cable and your new internet. As I'm turning to walk away, I look at him and say, listen, man, y'all be safe, because that looked like it was about to end bad. Before I could walk out of the door, he says, yo, before you go, what's your name? Now, I don't want these dope dealers knowing my real name, so I tell him my friends call me B. He says, listen, B, I'm Skinny Joe. That's my bodyguard, Big Hurt. And if you ever in my hood and you need help, just knock on these doors. I don't give a what it is. You got a flat tire trying to rob you, police chasing you. If I bully your kid at school, knock on my door. Then he takes this wad of money off the table. When I say a wad, it's a fist full of money. Stuffs the money into my pants pocket and says, you're going to accept that because you saved us today. Don't offend me by trying to turn it down. Just take it and go about your business. And if you need me, knock on this door. Listen to me, when I tell you this is crazy, it was crazy, because Big Hurt walks me outside to the door of my truck, takes the keys, opens the door, escorts me into the truck like I'm his freaking date. I sit there for a moment and watch him walk back into the house. And when I finally dig into my pocket and count the money, it's $8,200. Are you listening to me? $8,200. So I call my wife and I tell her what happened, asking her advice as to what I should do, because I felt like I shouldn't be taking these people's money. But my wife, who's not only beautiful, but has a hell of a lot of common sense and a lot of street sense, she says, well, you saved his life and it looks like you made a friend. But what I want you to do is get you out of that neighborhood and get home. We'll talk about the rest of this when you get here. Now, if you listen to this story and you think my first day on the job was eventful, wait until you hear about the third day. Two days after the shootout, my nerves are bad, and I knew it was going to be a bad day. But what I didn't know was how bad it was going to be when I got out of the shower that morning. This particular day, I have 3 install jobs and 1 maintenance job. The first at a small corner store. Now, I won't tell you the name of the store because it's real, and it got real that day. But I get to the store, and the layout is like this. It's a barbershop on the left, store in the middle, and a hair salon on the right. This is a mini strip mall. Now, outside of the store are all types of nefarious characters. Literally, pimps, whores, prostitutes, crackheads. And then there's this other thing. Honestly, at first, I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. But for the purpose of this story, we're going to call it The Thing. This individual is about 6'6" tall, has a red, short sundress on, skin black like midnight, gold hoop earrings, flat-chested, with the biggest booty I ever seen, a blonde wig on, and green contacts. Now, when I pull up and I observe the scene, my eyes are instantly drawn to The Thing. And I'm saying to myself, yo, this has got to be a dude. Look at the muscle structure on this. It's got to be a dude. Now, when I get out of the truck, Thing walks up to me and says, "What you doing around here? You undercover?" And I'm like, "Nah, what are you talking about? I got a job to do." And The Thing replies to me, "I don't believe that. You look like one of them old CIA, FBI, DEA mother. What you need to do is get the from around here with all that law and order and justice bullshit that you got going on." Now, pause. For those of you who don't know anything about black culture, and especially hood black culture, confrontation is a part of living in this community. So you have 2 choices in that situation. You can stray away from the confrontation, and it's literally only going to escalate, or you can meet it with your own form of aggression. I decided to meet it with aggression, saying, "Listen, I don't give a f- what you got going on out here. I got a job to do. Get the f out of my way. Let me go handle my business and do what I need to do." I raised my voice saying, "You do you, I'm gonna do me." You understand? Now, inside the store, I'm talking to the Indian owner, and he's telling me that he thinks the internet is the reason why his surveillance cameras are not working right. I'm trying to explain to him, "No, dude, your cameras are hardwired. They are not using the internet." Now, he and I are arguing back and forth, and he's trying to explain to me that he can't log in from home and look at his business at night. And he's standing there hitting me with the Indian head roll. Don't call me racist. If you know anybody who's a real Indian, when they talk to you, they tend to roll their head. Next thing you know, people come running into the store, stumbling, falling, sliding on the floor, and you hear gunshots. And I ain't talking about one shot. I mean, they are outside letting loose. It sounds like we in Baghdad. Everybody's on the floor. I'm literally crawling over the store owner to get behind the counter. The glass starts to shatter, and I'm like, man, this day ain't even got started yet, and this is happening. Now, I'm ducked down behind the counter, and I hear a crash. I'm not talking about something crashing outside. I'm talking about a vehicle crashing into the store. And when I peek my head up over the counter, I see the big black blonde man. Pause. Let me express to you, I now know for sure this is a man climbing out of the back seat of the Honda Accord with a Desert Eagle. Now, how do I know this is a man? I know because the son of a was not wearing any underwear under that sundress. And he needed to be a porn star. For real. This dude starts shooting and talking. Y'all think y'all could come up here on my block and just take? Hell no. You gotta bring it to get. Listen to me. Can't tell you how many people were outside shooting at this man. But what I can tell you is, this was not scared at all. Because when his magazine runs dry, he ducks back into the car, pulls out a rifle, and goes to shooting again. Yeah, Y'all done picked the wrong block. Listen to me, y'all. I done been in some intense situations in my life. For real. I'm talking about intense military combat. But that was in a foreign country. This type of thing supposed to happen in Chicago. That's supposed to happen in Iraq. And listen to this. When the dust settles, 8 people been shot. Now ask me how many of the people were the ones that was doing the shooting. Not a one. Not one of them got hit. Three days later, I'm over at West Pullman School. Well, not at the school, right across the street from the school. This time I had just pulled up and the drama pops off. Two people are outside in the front lawn across from the school arguing something about a woman. Seemed like one dude had come to another man's house to confront him about his woman. And the woman that actually lived inside of the house with the guy who was being confronted was not making the situation any better. She comes outside and says, Jeff, your ass needs to leave and go on about your business. Now the whole situation, I ain't gonna lie, the whole situation was very entertaining until the guy on the lawn says, I see how this is. I'm coming back, and I'm killing both you. Now, for those of y'all who do not understand this pivotal moment, and I ain't talking about black folks because y'all know that pops off. I'm talking about people with the skin color just like mine. And you may not understand this. When someone says something like that in a heated argument in one of these type hoods, you need to take that very, very seriously. How do I know? Because my dumb ass didn't take it seriously, and I'm about to tell you all about it. Now, instead of leaving, I'm looking at the situation saying to myself, all right, there's no way he about to wild out like this. He right across the street from the school. So I sit there foolishly and I play around on my cell phone. No. I was wrong because he comes back 15 minutes later. I'm going back to my truck from the house that I was working on, and I see him pulling up, hopping out of an old beat up pickup truck, no license plate, walk up to the front door with a shotgun, shoot the lock off, the go inside like he's the SWAT team. Then the screaming starts, and you hear one shotgun blast. Then you hear what sounds like a 9mm shooting 6 shots. He comes stumbling out of the house, rolling into the lawn. And this kid, 15 years old, is chasing him, firing shots. And then the older guy that was arguing with him at first comes outside, and these are all shooting literally across the street from a school. Now, clearly, nobody in this situation ever went to target practice because absolutely nothing got hit. He hops in a truck, drives off, and I'm like, what the? 20 minutes later, the police are on the scene, and they come up to me, I guess because I'm white, and they figure I'm going to talk, and they want me to be a witness and tell them what I saw in the situation. I tell the officer, sir, I have to work in this area every day. I didn't see a damn thing. Whatever happened with those people, and that is their business. The police officer looks at me like he's disappointed. I'm like, yo, dude, you got to be kidding me right now. You really think I'm about to get involved in this? Are you out your mind?
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal.
Look, I told my boss after the last shooting at the damn convenience store, I needed a break from the area. This son of a tried to force me to go right back in there and do more installs. So I told him, look, you can't force me to do. I'm not doing it. It's too dangerous. It's not like I'm trying to quit the job. I just want a few days off so I'm not in that area. Understand, at this point in time, I realized that my boss had never ever been in any kind of situations like the ones that I was finding myself into. But he insists and he keeps pressing and he keeps pushing. So we go to human resources, and human resources is supporting him. So I said, guess what? I call in sick. I got plenty of sick time. I'm not feeling good. I'm not coming in today. That's what happened on Monday. On Tuesday, I'm not feeling good. I'm not coming in. On Wednesday, I call in. Man, I got a fever of 109. I think I need to go to the emergency room. Listen, when I tell you I had to take a week off to get my mind right before I went back to work, I used an entire week of sick leave. And look, when I finally decided to go back to work, the first day was perfect. Not an issue at all. But the very next day, I'm back in the area over there by Skinny, but not really in the area about 5 blocks north of where I was with Skinny, and I run into that little teenager, Blondie. Understand, my heart is racing because it's him and 3 other guys, and every last one of them are printing. Look, for normal men who are into guns and carry a gun, printing means you got a concealed weapon, but you can see it. But for these guys, what I mean by printing is you can tell that they got AR-15s inside their jeans. You can literally see the magazines protruding on the backside of their freaking jeans. Blondie looks at me and says, "Yo, ain't you the white boy from the alley?" Standing there thinking to myself, oh, it's going to go down like this. And I'm like, nah, I don't know you. Where we supposed to know each other from? And he's like, nah, Dad, I remember you. I remember you. Look, good looking out, white boy. Because we was about to run up in that house and we would have got up. I whipped around that block about 30 minutes later and there was about 50, 60 months out there, man. White boy, you might have saved our lives, man. Look, if you ever over in my hood and you need something, holler at me. I really appreciate you, right? Sure enough, my next install is dead smack in the middle of Blondie's little territory. Listen, just in case somebody hears this, I don't mean it in an insulting way. But he does have a smaller portion of territory. However, when I pull up over there, there is a very distinct difference in how things are operating. Over in Skinny's area, it's really business-like. It's quiet. You can tell he's well organized. Over here by Blondie, Lord, it's straight up thug heaven. People smoking weed, shooting dice, playing dominoes. Hell, there was a freaking rap video being filmed on the same block where I was doing the install. When I hop out of my truck, I'm saying, Jesus, take the wheel. Please don't let no crazy stuff pop off. Let me get in and out of here. But true to Blondie's word, I moved all around that house, inside and out. People looked at me, but I didn't have not one issue. But listen to this. As I'm wrapping up and coming out of the house, I noticed this white guy walking down the street. And I know it's tight because I work with them. Super duper liberal. Gentrification minded. He wants to move into the hood and buy a house before the prices skyrocket. But this dumb bastard done bought this house way too early. Not looking at the scene, he's walking down the street with his head down texting, and he's literally on a crash course with the cameraman who's recording the rap video. So I'm like, hey, bro, hey, look, hey. The man lifts his head up for a moment and gives me this look like I'm getting on his nerves. I try to get his attention again and I say, hey, come on over here. But he doesn't even look in my direction. Listen, he keeps walking with his head down in that damn cell phone and literally walks right in front of the camera as they are recording this rap video. You know how in those old Western movies when people walked into the barroom or the tavern, the music would shut off and everybody would freeze and would go quiet? That's what happened on that entire freaking block. The rap music shut off. The cameraman looked at him like he was retarded. And it was about 45 thugs. I mean hardcore thugs pointing guns at the camera while they were recording the video. They all stop and look at this man. And I say to myself, Lord Jesus, he is about. But I say to myself, oh my God. Funny when he told me this, just funny. And I say to myself, Lord Jesus. Hold on. Let me get it back. And I say to myself, Lord Jesus, this boy's about to get mollywopped. Sure enough, next thing you know, the cameraman done pulled the gun, put it to his head. They surrounded the man, and they make him strip down completely naked, fold his clothes, leave them on a curve with his wallet and his cell phone, and tell him to walk back home naked. Now listen to me, as he's stripping down naked, they are taking pictures of this man. He is now looking over at me for help, and I'm saying to myself, no. You, bro, I tried to warn you, bro. You treated me like I was crazy. You looked at me like you didn't give a damn what I had to say. Nope, you brought this all on yourself. And I stand there as he walks in the direction from whence he came, buck naked, headed back down the street. They turn the camera back on and continue the rap video. As I'm sitting there cranking my truck up, I think to myself, this has to be the dumbest son of a on the planet. He might have gotten away with walking down the street, blending in and being completely invisible, had he just paid attention and did not walk in front of the camera. Now, finally, let me say this. Don't take this as being racist, because people are all sensitive. I'm not saying that neighborhoods should be segregated, because I don't believe in that. But what I'm saying is this. If you gonna move into somebody else's neighborhood, pay attention to what the f you doing. Look, 4 days after homeboy walked home naked, covering his family view, I have to go to this training class, right? With the class, they going through the little preliminaries, what's your name, where you from, what area you work in. And as everybody's going around the room telling their areas, they get to me and I tell them, look, I work on the south side. And people start laughing. Now, I ain't really like it at all, because I'm trying to figure out what the hell is so funny, but these dudes is kind of being condescending towards me the whole freaking day. The whole day, taking little shots at me, saying stuff like, well, this install should take you about an hour, but if you're working on the south side, nobody will blame you if you cut a few corners here and there. The more this goes on, I realize that this is some racist. I may be a white boy, I may be from the country, but the one thing I'm not is I ain't racist, and I don't appreciate this. So the instructor's name is Brian. He gets to talking slick again, and I intervene and say, listen, people like you who ain't never been to the hood to the south side, you wouldn't last 10 minutes over there. So I would appreciate if you stop painting people with broad brushes. Everybody in the hood ain't bad, and everybody in the hood ain't good. Just like everybody in this room is not bad, and everybody in this room is not good. Based on your behavior, you're clearly not a good person. Listen, I get pissed off when people do stuff like that, because in the military, when you fight alongside men, yeah, you know the color of their skin and you know their ethnicity, but at the end of the day, that don't matter. We all trying to get home alive. And that's how I met all my people. But this little, clearly he grew up somewhere where he figured he could just judge people based on their looks, and I just wasn't having it. Now, there was a brother in the class named Terrence. Terrence chimes in, and he's like, yeah, I'm black, and I don't even go to the south side. And I tell you what, I'll bet my paycheck, Brian, that you won't last a day on the south side. I'm thinking to myself, well, that's one hell of an idea. Brian, I tell you what, are 2 paychecks against yours that you won't last 48 hours on the south side. Come with me to the south side for 48 hours and do 2 installs, and we'll see if you last. Now, you would think that some vanilla folder white boy who ain't never been nowhere, and we know he ain't never been nowhere, would not take us up on this offer. But no, he's got a point to prove. He goes on talking about how he worked in Long Beach, California, and that the neighborhoods in Southside Chicago can be no worse than the neighborhoods in the LBC. Now listen to me. He's talking in full white boy voice on top of this. There's no way that the neighborhoods in the South Side could be any worse than what I've experienced in the LBC. You crazy. I look at Terrence. Terrence looks at me and says, you done lost your damn mind. We about to get your entire paycheck. Listen, I tell Brian, give me 2 days. I'm going to come by. I'm going to pick you up, and you going to go out with me. But I got a bunch of installs in real bad neighborhoods tomorrow. I'm going to make it easy for you. Give me 2 days, and I'm going to pick you up. The very next day, I head to the south side and pass over there by Blondie. He's nowhere to be found. So I leave word with his people, tell him I need to talk to him, and get to work. Halfway through the day, I'm over there at Popeyes in the drive-thru, and Blondie pulls up on me. He's like, yo, what's up? You okay? You okay? My people said you was looking for me. Something happened? I'm like, nah, Blondie, I just need to talk to you about something, man. He spazzed and said, man, I've been riding around this all day looking for you because you got me thinking something done happened. I'm like, nah, Blondie, I just need to chop it up with you. Let's talk. So I get my food, pull over, and explain to him, I got this racist guy that's going to be on my route with me tomorrow. I got to do 2 installs. They both going to be in your area. I'm going to drop him off at one house, and I'm going to go to the other house. Now listen to me. At this point in time, I didn't really understand what happens when you tell a black person that somebody else is racist, right? Like, I knew that it would alarm Blondie, but I didn't know it would like literally summon some kind of racial demon that will rise up out of his body with wings and turn him into a whole nother individual. This look comes over his face and he's like, what? This gonna come to my hood? What? And I realized in that moment that I need to tone this down because he may just kill this man. And I said, Blondie, listen, I ain't trying to hurt the man. I just want to teach him a lesson. You know what I'm saying? We scare him a little bit. Tell him don't be judging people, blah, blah, blah. I ain't saying we need to drag the man from a truck. I'm not saying we need to do anything like that. I'm just saying I want to teach him a lesson. This look of calm starts to come over Blondie's face, and he hits me with the question. I got you, but what's in this for me? Why should I do this? And I tell him, listen, Blondie, we got a bet. He gonna bet his entire paycheck that he can come to the south side and survive for 2 days down here. This is what I'm gonna do. Listen, we gonna chop his money into thirds, me, you, and my other friend at work, Terrence. So what's in this for you at the end of the day is money. Listen, Blondie agrees to the terms, and I reiterate to him again, dude, I don't want to see this man hurt. I just want you to scare him, man. Please don't hurt this dude. As he's driving away, he looks at me and says, I'll scare the shit out of him, but I can't make you no promises on how he gonna react to what happens to him. Listen, Blondie done pulled off now. I'm sitting there finishing my lunch, and then this other crazy stuff starts to happen. And honestly, this was absolutely fascinating to me because the level of talking that went on in this argument, man, if I could bottle that up, put a label on it, and sell it, I would be a billionaire. So now, the guy that's in a drive-thru has both his driver window and his passenger window down. The girl that's serving him through that window has that window open. He is telling her, look, you have forgotten to give me my french fries. That's all this man says, and he doesn't say it rudely. He says, excuse me, you forgot to give me my fries. Now, understand, the woman's reply was completely off base based on what he said, and this started the most epic freaking argument I personally had ever heard. Because she says, get your broke from around here. You know you didn't order any french fries. He looks at her again and says, I'm telling you, I ordered some fries. They're on my receipt. Here is my receipt. Listen to me. She takes the receipt, looks at it, and says, you cannot write on this receipt with a pen, get your broke out of our line and stop holding it up, or give me the money for the french fries. Now, I don't know if these two people had history, but based on what I was hearing, it seemed as if this had happened before between the two of them. Because the first word that comes out of his mouth after this is, you ugly. If you didn't have all that ching chong dead Chinese woman hair covering your ears, you could hear my order correctly, and I would have my fries. She tries to say something back to him, and he cuts her off again and said, "Woman, you are ugly. You look like your mama made it with a gorilla." She tries to talk again, and he hits her again. "You so ugly, you need to be buried." Now understand, I am sitting there laughing, choking on my food, trying to drink something when he says, "Look at your dirty fingernails. You need to be put in somebody's washing machine. I do not even know why they have your ugly ass at the drive-through window. Nobody wants to see an ugly person like you handing them their food." Now the manager's walking up to the window trying to calm the situation down, and he goes off again. "Look, if the ugly back there that looked like a gorilla with blonde hair would have given me my french fries, I would not be sitting here in this line holding everyone else up. I want you to understand, woman, I am not moving until I get my french fries. Feel free to call the police. Feel free to call whoever you want, but I want my fries. So you got two options. I can give you money for my french fries, or you can give me the fries free for the inconvenience. But either way it go, this line gonna be backed up to the mother street until I get my goddamn gone french fries." Listen, the manager's next words were muffled, but his words were very, very clear. Because he looks at the manager and now says, "You look like something from The Color Purple," and starts quoting the movie, "You told Harpo to beat me." Listen, at this point in time, my stomach is cramping. I'm feeling nauseous, and he just will not stop talking about these women. "You fat, fake, broke Oprah Winfrey looking, give me my french fries. Take this money, or I'm going to sit here, and I'm going to talk about all you inside of this Popeyes, including the gay one standing back there looking like a black broomstick with a wig on." Look, I guess the manager had enough of the foolishness, because she literally takes a bag of fries, throws them into the front seat of his car. He pulls off, and the whole situation goes bye-bye. Listen, when I was in the military, we talked about each other. You know, we snapped on each other here and there, little small things about somebody's nose, their eyes, their lips, you know, their feet. But I ain't never heard nobody go off like I heard this man go off. Anyway, fast forward. The next morning, I have Brian with me, and he's being all proper. And I tell him, "Listen, Brian, you're going to need to drop that whole proper accent and stop acting like you in a corporate boardroom somewhere, because you out here on the streets, and that might get you killed. What you need to do is just be yourself and be who you are. Relate to people on whatever level you can and keep it moving. But don't come out here being pretentious and acting like you own everything, because you're going to get hurt. I'm telling you, don't do that." And based on his response, I knew he wasn't going to listen, and I knew he was going to learn the hard way, because he's like, "I've been in the field for 15 years. I've seen it all, okay? There's nothing that you're going to show me out here that I'm not going to be able to deal with. I've seen everything." You understand what I'm saying to you? There's not much that I'm not going to be able to deal with. Now, the minute we hit the first block of Blondie's hood, kids are on their bikes following us, and they just whistling away, riding around whistling. He looks out the window and says, "Man, what are all these kids whistling for?" I'm thinking to myself, well, I tried to warn you, but you're going to find out real soon. I take him to the house. He gets his equipment, and I'm like, "Look, here's my cell number. If you need me, I'm going to be about 4 blocks away. Give me a call." A few minutes later, I'm at my location. I hop out, get to work. Halfway through my job, I feel my phone vibrating in my pocket. But I'm in the attic in an awkward position, and I can't get my hand to my pocket. So I'm thinking, okay, whoever it is, I'm going to call him back later. But it starts to vibrate again and again and again and again. And now I'm like, damn it. So I climb down from the attic, reach into my pocket, and there's Brian on the phone. And he sounds scared. And I say, "Yo, Brian, what's up? What's going on, man?" He says, "I've been told that I have 10 minutes to leave this neighborhood, and I have wasted 5 of my 10 minutes calling you. I'm going to need you to come get me, and I'm going to need you to come get me right now." I'm like, "Look, Brian, I'll be there in a few minutes. Just chill out, relax." He starts screaming, "You're clearly not listening to me. I'm telling you, I have 5 minutes left, and you need to come get me right now." Listen, at this point in time, I don't know what the hell Blondie said or did to this man, but all I know is he scared the living daylights out of him, because when I get there, he is laying on the ground next to a wall, hiding behind 3 garbage cans. And when I pull up, he runs to the car, hops in, and says, We gotta go, and we gotta go right now. When I try to figure out why he needs to go right now, he tells me that this little blonde-haired kid threatened to kill him and told him that nobody gave him permission to come into his neighborhood and do cable work. There is only one cable guy allowed in his hood, and that was me. Now understand, it took everything inside of me not to laugh, and I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Now, my plan was to head on over to Blondie, introduce the two of them, and make him understand that Blondie is not such a bad guy. So I tell him, look, Brian, let's go talk to this kid and find out what's going on and see if we can square it away. But he's too afraid. He insists that I take him back to the office. And I tell him, I said, you do understand that if we leave this neighborhood right now, we are not going back to the office. We're going straight to your bank, whatever bank you bank with, and we're going to get my money. His reply to me is, I bank with Chase Bank. You can stop by any Chase Bank and I will give you your money. But we need to get the hell out of here right now. So I drive him over to Chase Bank, watch him get out, go into the bank, come back outside with my money, and I drop his scary back off at the office and head back into the neighborhood to finish doing my job. I do those two installs, head on over to Blondie's block and have a conversation with him. The first thing I say is, Blondie, man, I don't know what the hell you did to this dude, but he was scared out of his mind. And that's when I learned how bad he got. Picture the scene. He's outside in the backyard on a ladder, drilling a hole through the house so he can run a wire to the inside. Brian saw Blondie and his boys walking up. He lets them close in on him. He's still on the ladder when they close in on him. And when Blondie presents him with the question, excuse me, who are you and why you're here? He tells him that he's the cable guy and he's here to install cable at this house. And he tells Blondie that frankly, it's none of his business. It's between him and the homeowner. Blondie goes on to tell him that there's only one cable guy that's allowed to work in his hood, and it ain't you, so you need to pack up your and go find the normal cable guy. He climbs down from the ladder, looks him in the eye, and says, I've worked in the LBC, and people like you do not intimidate me. Say that. Lord Jesus, what would make this man say something like this? Next thing you know, guns get pulled. They run his pockets, get his wallet, his driver's license, his personal cell phone, and tell him he's got 10 minutes to get the fuck out of their hood because they're going to the store to get something to drink. And if any of his is still here when they get back in 10 minutes, they're going to kill him. Look, now I'm really feeling bad about the situation. I'm saying, Blondie, man, I thought I asked you not to hurt the man. Blondie says, listen, man, I ain't do nothing to him that nobody going to be able to see. Hit him a couple of times in the chest with that pistol, made him lay it down, took his stuff. He going to be fine. Now, he might have a bruise, but he'll be fine. Tell him rub a little bit of dirt on it. It'll be okay. Now I'm digging in my pocket, right? I'm trying to give Blondie the money that I owe him for doing it. He's looking at me like I'm crazy. Sticks his hands in his pockets and pulls out like $25,000 cash. We talking about a stack of money so tall that it ain't folded. He had to slide it out of his pocket. He tells me, look, hold on to that money because I need it way more than he does, and keep that racist out of his neighborhood.
Froze over, red rover, better get your ass before the snow get colder, for your soul get frozen. Am I supposed to let it go when my hopes get dashed by this bleak weather forecast?
All I wanted were some sunny days, but they never seemed to come to me. Tried to get him out his dungarees, never got past having lunch with me. It's just funny how in some degree funny people seem to reek like CK's other hand that's not touching on the telephone. Keep it bouncing like the hands upon a out like let it go. Singing Elsa touched my testicles.
Damn, why you gotta ruin children's movies for the spectacle?
Papa up on the scene, baby.
Ring, go away. Don't come again or I'll fucking spray some shots into the air like every continent, every day. Gathering the jails, flavor. Give a fuck about the gun laws. This is America. Go out and get more guns today on a discount. With no background checks and bullets free for you by 6 now. And they should take up on an eagle shift.
Now, things have been going well for me on my job. Was it wild? Yeah, it was wild. The most absolutely insane, random, crazy things would happen when I was on the south side. But you know how we human beings are. We adjust. And I started to develop this sixth sense. Like I got to the point to where I can see the situation before it happened. Damn near like I had this hood psychic ability, and I knew when to get the hell on out of the way before some went down. And over time, I started to develop an appreciation for people who lived in the hood like this, because they all had the same psychic ability. Everybody knew when it was time to get the hell out of the way because some drama was about to pop off. It's absolutely amazing once you develop that skill. It's almost as if this antenna pops out of people's head and they read the situation and they say, oh, they about to start shooting. I'm getting in my car and I'm about to leave. Now, the day all this craziness I'm about to tell you about went down was a Friday. I get this assignment, a trouble in an area I've never been before, the Heights. And the minute I pull up, I knew this was going to be because the box that I needed to repair was right on a corner where these cats was hustling and selling dope. So I circled the block, pulled back up and asked them for direction, saying, yo, I'm looking for street. Do you know where it is? This brother walks up to my truck, takes his hat off, revealing that there's literally a chunk of his head missing. He says, listen, this the block you looking for right here. But we out here putting in work. You gonna have to bring your back later. Listen, I'm in a situation here where I'm not about to argue with this man, especially when he got 6 other dudes behind him, all of them looking at me like they're willing to put a bullet in my ass. So I tell him, look, dog, I got other jobs to do, but I'll pass back in a few hours. But I got to tell you, if I don't get this problem taken care of today, my boss is going to be on my, and I'm going to be left with absolutely no choice but to tell him that I can't get access to the box because you guys are out here on the corner hustling. Now that's going to end bad for all of us. And I don't want nothing like that going down because I got to work in this area. I don't want to snitch on you, just like I don't want you hating on me. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit the block, go handle my other jobs. I'll circle back and check back in with you. Out of respect, bro, that's what I'm going to do. But I got to get this done today. They got little old ladies in y'all neighborhood that don't have their cable and they call in the station and my boss is spazzing out. We on the same page, homie? Nah, this dude with this gigantic chunk missing out of his head looks me dead in the eyes and says, yo, I appreciate that. Circle the block back later and I promise you we're going to let you get to work. So I pull off, go around, handle the other work, and I pass back 4 hours later. Pull up, hop out, and I'm ready to get to work. The only problem is the dude with the chunk missing in his head is not there anymore. It's this other cat, and he ain't having it at all. As I walk up to the box, he says, hold us up, white boy, what you doing? I'm like, yo, listen, man, I'm sorry, but I got to get these people their cable back on out here. It's been out for hours. I try to tell him, listen, I was just up here a few hours ago talking to your partner with the hat and the funny looking head, and he told me to come back. So I'm back. Now picture this. The original guy I talked to with the chunk missing out of his head, his body language wasn't aggressive at all. But this dude, his body language is aggressive. And that's when one of the other guys behind him butts in and says, yo, chill. Chunk told him to come back over here and get his job done. The two of them have an agreement. Let that man handle his business. Man, this crazy looks at that dude, reaches in his pants, and draws his gun, saying, this is my time on the block. I'm capped. For the next 12 hours, all you here, every last one of you is going to do what I tell you to do. Then he looks at me and says, and you, white boy, you gonna need to get the from around here. Now listen to me, the entire time he's ranting and raving, going back and forth, he's swinging his gun around, going the fuck. And this white boy not finna draw attention to our block while I'm out here trying to get this money. So white boy, you gonna need to leave or you gonna get a bullet in your head. Look, this situation has gotten to the point to where I'm not comfortable with this at all. I dealt with a lot of crazy mother in the hood, but this dude is going overboard. So I tell him, listen, here's our two options. I could duck off over here, handle my business, or bro, I'm gonna have to call my boss. My boss is gonna call the police. They're gonna come out here, they're gonna clear this block so I can get this job done. Like I told your mans with the chunk missing out of his head, I don't want none of that. All I want to do is do my job. I can get this done in 30, 45 minutes. If y'all just let me handle my business, I'll be gone. Listen, imagine me standing there, my arms up in the air, palms faced out, straight up trying my best to disarm this situation. I tell him, yo, hold on, dog, what's your name? His reply is Leslie. I'm thinking to myself, this standing in front of me, waving a gun around, his name is Leslie. And I'm telling you, it was hard for me not to laugh at that point in time, but I knew if I ran and laughed, this was going to turn into some type of shootout. Now, I don't want to be calling no grown man or woman's name, so I'm like, Leslie, what's your nickname? He says, my nickname is the same as my mother's name, Leslie. Now, I'm telling you, this has the most terrible food of any individual I've met from around the entire world. Now, I'm going through the process of repeating all this that I just said to him all over again, trying to make sure that there's absolutely no other option. Leslie, dude, I just need 30 minutes to handle my business. 30 minutes is all I need. If I don't get them 30 minutes, again, I'm telling you, I gotta go to this truck right now, take out my phone, call my boss, and tell him that I cannot get this trouble fixed because people on the block will not let me get it fixed. It's better if the two of us work together. Y'all just give me the block for 30 minutes and let me handle my business. Leslie, can we do that? Can you just give me 30 minutes to handle my business? Now, the rest of the crew on the block, they all shaking their head in agreement because what I'm saying makes perfect sense. But nope, not Leslie. He starts to go the off again. If Chunk won't come back on this block and let you handle your business during his time on the block as captain, then you gotta deal with Chunk. But as long as I'm out this, as long as Leslie is on the block, you not doing. And again, the same cat who spoke up earlier starts to speaking up again. And he says, yo, Leslie, this don't make no mother sense. This white boy could have been a puss. He could have just straight up called the police, ran us off the block, did his work, and went on about his business. But no, he's being a man. He came at us like a man. He understands what's going on. All he want to do is put in his work and make his paycheck. I don't understand why the f you won't let this happen, Leslie. This don't make no sense. You all up in your head trying to act like you tough. This man just trying to handle his business like we handling our business. Leslie, right now, you are up, and you are up on a level that's going to come back to haunt every last one of us out here. You know, if this block gets shut down, that's your ass. So I don't even understand why you out here doing this. Listen, that back and forth between the two of them only infuriates Leslie even more. And he says, man, for all that, if Amazon won't bring his mother down from his high tower and come to this block and check me, let him come. But as long as I'm here on this mother block, this white boy ain't doing, and he lucky I don't shoot his man. Listen, if you listen to the story, I want you to realize right here, there's nothing else I could do. I done tried to plead with him. I tried to reason with him. His people tried to reason with him. He ain't hearing nothing that nobody got to say. So the only thing left for me was to carry my bag to the truck, call my boss, and tell him what was going on, and wait until the police came, right? Listen to me, I'm picking up my tool bag, and I'm headed back towards my truck. And this is when Leslie up. Because as I'm reaching down to pick up my bag, he points the gun directly at me. Now, when I tell you I didn't do this on purpose, my military training just kicked in. I reach for the weapon, pull down, tap it, rack it, bust him in the face again with the weapon, and he falls to the ground. Now it done got very, very real. And I'm thinking I'm about to have to shoot every last one of these out here because I done bust their boss all in the face. His nose is bleeding. He got a chipped tooth. and I got the gun drawn on him. Scanning the crowd, nobody's moving. They're all looking at me like, man, you need to shoot this stupid. Well, listen to me. I ain't out here trying to be violent because I already know that violence only begets violence. I tried my best not to let this escalate whatsoever. So I tell Leslie, get your off the ground and let's talk about this like men. Because you done pointed a weapon at me and I got every right to kill you, but I ain't out here for this. As he and I are holding this conversation, up rose this blue drop top Bentley GT. And when I tell you the driving this Bentley GT looks like a supermodel, this dude looks like a supermodel. I still have the weapon pointed at Leslie, trying to calm myself down in the situation, when this dude gets out of the car and I realize that he has got to be the baddest from around this area, because everybody immediately started treating him like he was Mufasa in The Lion King. This brother is light-skinned with green eyes, bald-headed, about 6'6", muscular as a mother, and he has tattooed teardrops going down the right side of his face. He looks at me and says, put that gun down. Then he looks at the crowd and tells everyone else, take your guns out and put them all down on the ground. I'm still holding my weapon as I watch the rest of them start pulling weapons out of their pants and laying them on the ground, and I realize that I don't know who this is, but whoever this is has got a whole lot of power. So I put the weapon on the ground. Then I reach inside my pants and take my concealed carry weapon and put it on the ground because I don't want no smoke with whoever this is. Now listen to this gangster that walks right up to me, extends his hand, and introduces himself as Amazon. He says, I have been watching this entire thing transpire. Sir, I would like to tell you that I appreciate the respect that you have shown. But this no good right here is about to make my block hot, so I came here to deal with him. Now listen to me, there's things that you understand about human nature. And looking in this man's eyes, there was literally no soul there whatsoever. I had seen those eyes plenty of times when I was serving in Afghanistan. Men who had taken so many lives that they were just soulless. And those men who behave that way, they have this calm about them. There is nothing, no situation that can rattle them. This is what I was experiencing with this cat Amazon. He looks at Leslie and says, you out here, not my money, with this man when he's showing the proper respect and you are causing problems. Now you could tell by the look on all those guys' faces that they were trying to figure out how the hell he knew what was happening. When he says, yeah, I have eyes everywhere. I see everything you do. And like I done told y'all over and over and over again, this organization is about making money. It's not about violence. It's not about being tough. It's not about murder. It's about money. And y'all are out here up my money. Listen to me. I never caught this other cat's name, but he speaks up again and he says, Amazon, my man, we've been trying to tell him to let this dude handle his business. Everyone on the block is in agreement that this man needs to be able to handle his business. This right here, this your man that you hired, your man is wilding. You put him in charge, he wilding, ain't nothing we can do. Now listen to me, it had already gotten real, but this one went up to the roof and completely jumped the off. Because Amazon says, I'm going to pay $10,000 to the first one who picks up a gun and puts a bullet in Leslie's. Remember when we was kids and you played dodgeball and they had all the balls lined up on the ground? But in order to start the dodgeball game, everybody had to run to the balls, pick them up, turn around, run it, and throw them. That's kind of like how this went down. Because these went to reach and fall and push and scratching to get to a weapon off the ground. And the next thing you know, Leslie had bullets all up in his. I'm falling backwards, rolling, trying to get the away. And Amazon didn't even move. He's standing right next to this man while they are shooting at him. And he didn't even flinch. And listen to this shit. When the shooting was over, he turns around, walks to his car, gets back in, and says, white boy, you got 45 minutes to get your job done. Then he turns to them and says, y'all have 15 minutes to clean up this mess. If he's still alive, take him to the hospital. If he dies, you know what to do. But get this blood off my block and get y'all back to work. Now pause for a second, because I've seen a lot of violence. I really, really have. But the that went down this day completely my head up. Because I watched these dudes get Leslie up off the ground, put him in the back of a car, drive him off, roll out a pressure washer, pressure wash his blood off the ground. After they pressure washed the blood away, I watched them come out with one of those little squirt can containers, squirt the substance on the ground, and then pressure wash it again. Within 10 minutes, you wouldn't have never even known that someone had gotten shot. So the only thing left for me to do was to do my job. I'm there for the next 15 minutes, working on a box, trying to get the cable up, when Chunk walks up on me and says, yo, white boy, I'm gonna need to get a copy of your ID. I tell him again, I don't carry my wallet. All I carry is $20 for lunch, my work ID, my concealed carry weapon, and my office cell phone. These are the only things I keep on me when I'm on the job. Chunk repeats himself again, saying, look, Amazon told me that I need to get some information on you, and I don't want no problems with him, so we gonna have to figure this out. Where is your ID? I tell him, my ID is back at the office in my locker. You are more than welcome to snap a picture of my work ID. I'm everywhere on the south side every day. I don't want no problems with y'all, Chunk. I went out of my way to make sure we don't have any problems. To which this man replies, I realize that. I know this, but I still have to do what I need to do. Let me see their ID. So he's there snapping a picture of my work ID. And I say, man, you know, what's the deal with this Amazon dude? Why do they call him Amazon? And he tells me the most gangster that I've ever heard. He says, we call him Amazon because he's a lot like the company Amazon. He can get you that work anywhere in the United States. And at the same time, if he wants to get you touched, he can get you touched anywhere in the United States. But Amazon is the boss because he don't mind touching you himself. Listen, man, when I tell you I've never fixed any kind of trouble or problem that fast in my life, I've never worked that fast. And true to their word, they vacated the block for the entire time I was there. They scattered in all directions, went across the street and sat on a porch. Some of them went inside the store up the street. Nobody was there but me and Chunk. When I was done, Chunk walked with me back to my truck and was like, yo, dog, if you ever got to come back down here and do some work again, please come over here and talk to one of us first so we don't have no problems, man. Look, I gave him my word that if I was ever anywhere within the vicinity of their area, that I was coming to this block to see them first. Because this here was way beyond anything I get paid to deal with. Now listen to this. At the end of the day, I head back to the office, right? My boss pulls me in and starts chewing my out. He's like, look, you were supposed to get this taken care of in the AM. You didn't get it taken care of until 3 o'clock in the evening. If you don't get your together, we're going to fire you. Man, I'm sitting there across from his desk, leaning back, looking at him like he done lost his mind. I tell you what, if you think you got somebody that can handle this better than me, and you can send their ass into that neighborhood to deal with this better than me, please send them over there and me to another area, because the shit I'm experiencing is not worth $75,000 a year. It's not. So if you have someone better for this job, or anybody in this office, understand at this point in time, I'm getting loud. Any in this office that's willing to carry their ass over there and do what I do, please reassign them and let me get the hell out of there. Send them there for a week. Send them there for 1 day. And let's see if they can do what the I can do. Man, when I tell you I was pissed off. His didn't even care to know the reason why I couldn't get the job done on time. He never asked. So I went on and explained the whole situation to him. And upon completing the explanation as to why I couldn't get the job done in the morning time like he wanted it, he only sat there with his mouth hanging wide open. So I tell him, boss, I think I'm feeling a little bit sick right now. I might need to take a couple of days off. Touching my forehead. Yeah, I think I got a fever. I might be coming down with a cold. And guess what? I get my ass up, walk out of that office, go home, And for the next 3 days, I called in sick. You want to know why? Because I wanted him to send somebody else into that neighborhood so they can all figure out what the hell is going on.
Don't step on the trail. Don't step on the trail. Tempo, tempo. Can you keep up with my tempo? Tempo. Yeah, yeah. Blowing up, C4. I just hit the Mike Jackson on my tiptoes. Oh yeah, now I know we go wherever that wind blows. The endo. Don't step on the trail.
I want you to understand something. To me, people are people. I don't care what your skin color is or your politics is, or I just don't care. I don't care what your gender is. People are people. And I hate to see people get hurt, especially over unnecessary stuff. But that's what I started to experience more and more on a job. Like I told you, after my boss started, I decided to take a couple of sick days. During that time where I took sick days, he tried to send another person into the South Side to handle business, and they were literally ran out within an hour. So now I'm back on a job, and I have a backlog of work because nobody else has the balls to do what I do. Now, sidebar note, because all of the stuff that had went down, and I was the only person that could go in there, before I went back out on a job again, I sat down with my boss and negotiated a raise. I needed more money to do this. Understand, baby, I was feeling unappreciated because nobody else was going into this area. So I told him, hey man, if I'm gonna keep going out here risking my life and risking my limbs for this company, I'm gonna need a little bit more money. Get this, he offers me $10,000 more a year. We're sitting there talking and I tell him, boss, put your hand on the table. He puts his hand on the table. I pick up a pen and I say, boss, how much money would you be willing to pay to guarantee that I cannot stab you in the hand with this pen? To which he replies, well, to me, my hand is priceless. I smile and say, exactly, boss. You asking me to go into this dangerous neighborhood for $10,000 more. A man like me is actually priceless to this organization, especially when you know you can't get nobody else to go in there. Even the black folks won't go into this neighborhood, boss. So I'm priceless. Now, we got two choices. I can get a raise of $25,000, $30,000 and go to work, or I can take all my experience, all my relationships, all the understanding I have of this neighborhood and go to one of your competitors and go work for them and ask them for $120,000, $130,000 because I've been in there when their people were there and they get ran out as well. So we got a choice on our hands, boss. You can pay me more money now and to give me a raise at the beginning of the year, or I can take my skills elsewhere. But what's not going to happen is I'm not going back in there for $10,000. He looks at me and says, listen, I don't want you going anywhere. You're right. You're very valuable to us. Let me do some talking and let me see if I can come back with a number that makes sense. I gently remind him, $10,000, boss, don't make no sense. It doesn't. What makes sense to me is $20,000, $25,000, $30,000 because I'm literally risking my life going to work. He agrees. I get up and I head back to work. Now, like I was saying, because nobody went to work for those couple of days, the jobs were backed up. So I'm bouncing around everywhere. But I saved my last couple of jobs for the area over there around Blondie. I hadn't seen Blondie in a while. I wanted to holler at him. So now I'm over in Blondie's neighborhood, actually on the block where him and his people hang out. I'm up in my bucket truck working on a line when I notice this black sedan pull up on a block. Now, on the other end of the block is Blondie and his crew. They're out there filming another one of their rap videos, bouncing around, dancing. The cameraman is literally in the middle of the street. They're doing what they normally do. Now, this black tinted out vehicle definitely got me nervous. So I'm keeping an eye on it as I'm doing my work. Maybe about 10, 12 minutes pass when I see a cat get out of the back seat of the vehicle, circle around to the trunk, and grab an AK-47. Listen to me, while he's in the trunk, that door is left open, weed smoke is coming all out of the vehicle, and I see that there's at least 2 more people in that backseat of that vehicle. So now I'm like, holy, some crazy stuff about to go down. And the only thing in my mind that could be popping off is they going up the street to over Blondie and them. Now, understand, as cool as me and Blondie was, I don't have Blondie's number in my phone. I don't have no way of calling him and letting him know what's going on. And at the same time, these dudes are close enough to me to where if I start trying to alert him or scream or holler, all they got to do is start shooting at me. So now I find myself in a moral dilemma. Do I try and get down, speed up the block and let them know what's coming? What the f do I do in this situation? Listen, I'm up there debating. What the f should I do? And by the time I decide I'm about to get out this bucket, get in my truck, drive down there and let Blondie and them know that these dudes is coming, they slowly pull off. Now I'm whistling, screaming, waving my hands, doing everything I can do to get their attention. But they're filming a rap video and the music is blasting too loud. So the only thing I could think to do was to draw my weapon and start firing rounds in the air. Now picture the scene. I'm up 25 feet in the air in the bucket. My weapon is pointed to the sky and I empty the magazine. Blam, 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 blam. Understand, my ears are now ringing. The vehicle is speeding down the street. I can see that Blondie and his crew now are focusing in on that vehicle. And then all hell breaks loose on some bombs over Baghdad, people shooting, running, ducking. The cameraman gets ran over. And what I mean by ran over, he's hit by the vehicle, popped up into the air, flips over the hood, lands on the ground behind the vehicle. Cats is falling, running, ducking, sliding. It's going crazy. Now, listen to me. Whoever these dudes was in this vehicle, they was about that life because they speed up, dumping. One guy is hanging out the sunroof, yak, 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 shooting. Listen to this. They hit the corner, turn right, make a U-turn and come back. Yak, 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 yak. Listen to me. I'm up in the looking at this, saying to myself, oh my God, this is wild. Then I watch as that same vehicle speeds by me, up the street, makes a left, and disappears. Now listen to me, when I tell you this was some wild violence, this was some wild, violent, because I get down from my bucket truck, drive down in that direction, and it's blood and skin and people laid out everywhere shot. Everywhere. Now listen to me when I tell you, either Blondie is the luckiest little I've ever met in my life, or he's got a super duper guardian angel, because everybody that was standing around him was shot, except for him. And to be clear with you, there was like 50 dudes on this video set. Blondie was at the front of this crew, right next to the main rapper. All 10 people in the front were shot. Blondie was the only person laying on the ground that wasn't shot. Now listen to me, I know if you listening to me, you ain't never seen no like this, because I went to war and I ain't never seen no like this. People are coming out of their houses. It's this gigantic commotion. People coming out of their houses looking. Dudes literally on the ground crying, screaming for their mamas, asking for Jesus. And Blondie's little mini gets up and starts to walk around the corner away from the scene. So now I'm driving in that direction, pulling up on him. And I say, yo, Blondie, you all right? He says, yeah, man, them just tried to hit us. I was like, dude, I saw them coming. I did everything I could. I started shooting before they got there so I could let you know that they was coming. He says, word, that's what I heard. I was like, yeah, that was me shooting in the air so y'all will pay attention. Blondie's like, bet. I'm going to arm up. We about to go get these right now. And then he walks off. Now understand, here's what I'm trying to relate to you right now. In a normal world, people try and make sure that other people are fine. There's literally people laying on the ground bleeding to death. And under normal circumstances, you tend to those wounded people. That's what we do in the military. Your brother in arms is down. You try and stop the bleeding. You try and save him. But this ain't no military shit. There's no rules and morals to this. Listen to me. Right there in that moment is when I realized I needed to put some barriers between me and Blondie and a lot of these other people out here. Because in my mind, those were your friends. And you should have been there trying to help your friends. And that's how you walked off? If a shot me, man, there's no chance that you would ever help me. So that day, I decided, even though I'm cool with these dudes that I know them, I'm going to make sure I keep my distance under all circumstances, unless I absolutely have to, because their moral structure was completely different than mine. And there was nothing I could do about that. I can't change that person from what they are to what I want them to be. I just have to accept them for who the hell they are.
Is it in my mind? Listen to the signs. Mission of precision, I give vision to the blind. Busy on my line, cause I'm busy on my grind. It could get freaky like Missy when I rhyme. You piss poor hopeless to get more focused than me. Got a Zoe Kravitz, I'm as cold as Lenny. The bravado, Lovato, you hoes is dimmy. There's a wolf in the night, you don't know what's in me. I go wave by wave, I'm stuck in my ways. It's day by day, I'm glitching the matrix. Okay, I'm learning the patience.
Man, I should have known that this conflict was inevitable. When I met Blondie, he was trying to kill Skinny. You know how it is when you know a person, you try and tell yourself and justify in your mind that this person is not the way they seem. That's what I've been doing with both of them, projecting my goodness on them. As it turned out, it was Skinny's crew that tried to kill Blondie. How do I know? Because Skinny himself confronted me about it 3 days later. I'm back over at Popeyes getting lunch when I see Skinny pull up. Ford minivan, baby on board, sign in the back, and he's like, "What up? I haven't seen you around. What you been up to?" I'm like, "Nothing, man, working, trying to survive in these streets. What's up with you?" He says, "Good. Glad to see you safe. So, you remember I told you I owed you a favor, right?" And I'm like, yeah. He says, "Well, consider that debt paid. You warned Blondie the other day that we were coming. My people wanted to hit you right here, right now. But I told them, you saved us, so we gonna save you. But listen, dog, if you ever stick your nose in my business again like that, I don't care where you at. I'm coming to your mother's house. This is life or death out here on these streets for us. You understand? We got to eat and sleep where we. So when I bring out the cleaning supplies and start cleaning up the mess, don't take it upon yourself to bring none of that soft around here. The only way to clean up this mess is with bleach. Wipe it clean, you heard me?" Pause. I'm sitting here debating how to respond to this threat. Understand, Skinny was just that, a little skinny. He wasn't the problem, his crew was. And there was no way that I was going to deal with all of them. So I played weak. You know what, man, you right. I didn't know it was y'all. I just saw a dude I was cool with and some people rolling up. Skinny, I would have did the same thing for you. But listen to me, I understand. I understand exactly where you're coming from. But I need you to understand, Skinny, I'm just trying to survive this just like you. Is there any way the two of y'all can work this out? He looks at me and says, "Yeah, we can work it out if he pays me the money that he owes me." Now, at this point in time, I didn't know anything about the dope business, but that day I learned that Blondie owed Skinny $36,000. You see, Skinny had fronted him some dope, and Blondie went and sold it and said he wasn't paying a dime of the money back. And listen to me, and I would like to sit here and tell you that I was the man and I was able to work out this situation between the two of them. But like I said before, I decided it was time to distance myself from all that. 2 days later, I'm over in Skinny's area working inside a house when shooting starts outside. This time, I'm not emotional at all. I just lay flat on the floor until it's over. Get up and finish doing my work. Now, when I'm finally done with the job, I just so happened to buy the house where I met Skinny. It's yellow tape everywhere, police, murder scene. Remember Big Boy with the funny voice that I first met with Skinny? He's dead, laying there on the sidewalk, blood oozing out of his chest, neck, and arms. And it was right there in that moment that it started to sink into my mind. This place was so violent, it doesn't make any sense to make friends. Because one day they're going to be here, and the next day they're going to be gone. Now, on another level, I started to struggle when I was off work. My wife wanted to go have dinner with this couple, a woman she worked with. We're sitting there at this table. We're sitting there at the table, and they're talking about their first world problems, how their kids are spending too much money on video games, and how the hairstylist made her hair too red. Imagine me. I'm sitting there with a glass of wine in my hand, looking at them thinking, this is this you got a problem with? All the things going on in life and video games and hair color is what you stressed out about? So I decided when it was my turn to talk, I would tell them about my problems. Her husband looks at me and says, "So how are things at work? It's my understanding that you're working in one of those bad neighborhoods." So I lay into him. "Oh, man, work is great. Got a $30,000 a year raise, another $15,000 coming at the end of the year. It's really going awesome. Oh, and today I watched a crackhead give another man head and the alleyway for some drugs. You know, when you're up in those bucket trucks, you get a bird's eye view of everything. After that, I went to a house to work on this lady's cable. Except for they started shooting outside. Bullets came through the window. Poor old black lady fell, trying to get to the ground, busted her mouth wide open. Then after that, I left the house, rode by a murder scene, yellow tape, just like in the movies. Except for there were no reporters, no marchers, no fanfare. Yep, just people trying to live their lives and survive, and other people dying. And then I sarcastically hit him with this. So how was your day, Tim? This look comes across everyone's face at the table, and they realize how trivial the coming out of their mouths actually was. Then, nothing but silence. I took the check, paid, and we went home. This is the point where my wife and I started having issues. Her mind couldn't wrap around the concept of me not being able to leave work at work. But understand, my wife works in an office building writing RFPs. When she pulled into the parking garage and went into the elevator, she knew exactly what to expect every day. As for me, going to work was like a game of Russian roulette. It literally felt like just a matter of time before my luck was going to be up. It's Christmas season and so much has transpired, it's hard to track it all. The drama on the south side, especially during the summer, is bananas. As the cold weather set in, my job got easier in the sense that it was freezing and the thugs moved inside. But there were these occasions where I found myself in a house full of 16-year-old thugs with guns and dope. Things had gotten worse. I think it was the stress from my job, but my wife and I were drifting apart. We had an office Christmas party. Everyone is there with their wives. I walk off for 10 minutes, come back, and my wife is talking to Preston. Now pause. Preston is one of those fake tough guys never served our country, bodybuilder who thinks he's God's gift to the world. And I see him slip his phone number into my wife's hand. Just a little piece of paper. Now I'm watching to see what she does. And instead of dropping it, she tucks it into her purse. Imagine me standing there watching this go down. I'm saying to myself, ain't this a... And when I finally approach the two of them, he starts to shoot this saying, man, I borrowed your beautiful wife for a moment. Let me go now and finish mingling. Listen to me when I tell you, everything inside of me wanted to beat his right then and there. Sure, he had muscles, but men like him, they've never been to war, they've never been to combat, they've never seen any blood. The minute I hit him in his throat and started hammer fisting him in his nose, he would lose it. But the truth of the matter is, this wasn't on him. He took his shot at my wife, and she accepted it. So I played it off like nothing happened. Get home, go to sleep, and then the holidays roll into the New Year's and work starts on its normal schedule. Listen to me when I tell you I never showed any emotions about what happened. I just wanted to see how it played out. It's been over a month since the party, and I noticed my wife has got a new password on her phone now. Red flag number 1. Also, I noticed Preston has been avoiding me. I come into the break room and he leaves. I go into the bathroom when he's in there and he rushes out. I'm like, okay, something's going down. Now I'm pretty sure you're saying to yourself, why is he sharing all of this with us? Because I want you to understand the mindset I was in when the rest of this stuff went down. The day all of this went down, I'm in an area by Chunk. I pull up, get out the truck, looking for him, and can't find him. So I head on into the convenience store and ask the man behind the counter, I'm like, yo, have you seen Chunk? He was like, he was just here, he'll be back in a few minutes. Listen to me, remember, I have a standing agreement with these men. Before I do anything in their area, I'm talking to them first. So I find myself waiting inside this convenience store for the next 30 minutes until Chunk shows back up, and I tell him, listen, I gotta go 2 blocks up the street and handle some business. I just wanted to make sure you and I are cool. Are we cool? He says, yes, we good to go. Go handle your business. Look, it's 16 degrees outside. I'm up in a bucket truck working on adding a new drop to this house. And I see these dudes coming up the block with hoodies on. They stop over there by Chunk, peep their head in the door. He comes outside and they start exchanging words, going back and forth. I could tell by his body language that the 3 of them ain't agreeing on whatever the hell it is they talking about. Then Chunk points directly at me, points at them, starts waving his hands back and forth. And I can't make out everything that he's saying because they're so far away, but I can definitely read enough of his lips to see whether he's saying, leave that man blank, blank, blank. They continue to argue back and forth for like the next 5 minutes, and then Chunk turns around and goes back inside. And now I notice these 2 dudes are making a beeline directly for me. Now, like I told you, I was about 2.5 blocks away from that store. The 2 of them walk the first block on the same side of the street. But when they get to the corner, one crosses over to the other side of the street, and my spidey senses start to kick in. Remember, I'm way up in the bucket truck, and something is saying to me, this is a jack move. Don't let these catch you up here in this bucket. Get your down and get down right now. So now I'm rushing to get the bucket out of the air, and if you ever seen a bucket truck like mine, the bucket itself rests towards the front of the truck. So as the bucket comes down, I climb up over it and slide down the hood of the truck, landing on the ground. And when I peep around the front left-hand side of the truck, which is the opposite side of the street where the guy had just crossed, he's now veering directly towards me, reaching into his pants. But he's still not close enough for me to see exactly what he's reaching for. Now they're about 60 yards away, and I can clearly see that he has a gun in his hand. So with absolutely no hesitation, I dump on him. 3 shots. Bam, bam, bam. The first one, I know for a fact I missed it. The second one hit him in his stomach because he hunched over. The third one, which was supposed to hit him to the mass, hit him in his shoulder because his body jerks and twists around and then falls to the ground. Now, I'm sliding over on the ground, trying to get to the other side of the truck to peep and see where his partner is. This guy is crouched down behind a car, hiding. Next thing you know, this punk just starts shooting blindly. And when I say shooting blindly, I mean he's just shooting blindly. Reaching a gun around the car, pulling the trigger. He don't have no clue on earth what the hell he's shooting at. So now I'm on the right side of my truck, down on one knee, peeking around the front end, waiting to get a shot on him. He's around and stands up. Wham! Wham! One shot for sure hit him in the side of the neck because I saw the blood just gushing and squirting everywhere. Now I noticed Chunk starting to run up the damn street. And I've already fired 5 or 6 of my 9 shots, and I'm like, oh, this was Chunk sending these dudes to get me. So I start popping at him. Bam! 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 Now Chunk is sliding all on the ground, screaming and hollering. Hey, it's me, it's Chunk. Stop shooting, chill, chill. My magazine is now dry. The spare magazine is in the glove compartment of the truck. And so now I'm squatted down trying to figure out how in the hell I'm going to get inside the truck with Chunk running me down. That's when I hear 2 more shots. And peeking over the hood of the truck, I see Chunk standing there in the middle of the street, finishing off the first guy that I shot. And I hear him saying, yo, you need to roll out. You need to roll out. Now imagine me there on the ground for the next 3 to 4 minutes trying to find each and every one of my shell casings. But nah, I'm not like these dudes. I wasn't gonna run. I got back in my bucket and finished doing my job. Listen to me, 45 minutes later, 2 police roll up. 2, only 2. They hop out, take a look at the scene, call the coroner. An hour later, 2 detectives pull up. They start canvassing the area, asking questions, knocking on doors. When they finally get to me, I tell them, man, I just got here. Didn't see anything. The craziest thing was, that was enough for the two of them. They really didn't give a. They could care less how it went down, why it went down, or who even got shot. As for me, understand it took a lot for me to cage the man inside of me, the dark man inside of me that was in war. But at that point in time, he was back. That cold indifference that I don't give a damn what happens, it all came out of his cage that day. And when I got home from work that day, my wife didn't bother to ask how my day was. It was turning bad. And it was going bad extremely fast. You see, most people think the opposite of love is hate. But no, the opposite of love is indifference. She didn't give a damn what was going on with me. That night I found myself sleeping on a sofa. My demons came back, the demons of war. So I prayed and I prayed and I prayed and I prayed, asking God to intercede. The next morning, I'm up cooking breakfast. My wife comes in to get coffee, puts her phone down to get coffee from the pot, and a message from Preston comes through. And that was just the confirmation I needed. She had his number saved in her phone. So I figured there's no better time than now. I pick it up, and when she turns around, I say, "You actually are having an affair with the guy from my job? Seriously? Seriously?" Number one, you should have seen the look on her face. Number two, the excuse that she gave was just lame. She says, no, we're not having an affair. We just text each other. Like I told you, the dark side of me had come out. So I told her, here's what you need to do. Text him and tell him you need a place to stay. And I want you to do it right now. You see, my wife knew that man that was talking to her right there in that moment wasn't the same man that was around 2 or 3 months ago. She knew this was the old man. So she texted him. And you know how there's those 3 dots on your phone when someone's typing back? You see those 3 dots again, do you see him going away? Like he's typing and deleting, typing and deleting. It happens again and again and again. And then finally, there's nothing. So I tell her, stupid, pack you're getting ready to leave my house right now. Now she's pleaded with me, swearing to me that her and Preston have never met in person, that they've done nothing wrong. But I want her to understand something. The only reason why this man was even entertaining her is because he wanted to hurt me. So I go upstairs, pack a bag for her, take it out to her car, put it in her trunk, gently escort her out of the house, hand her car keys, and say, go be with him. Then turn around, go back into the house, and finish my coffee. Now pause, because I know you're saying to yourself, man, you're going way overboard with this behavior based on her just texting this guy. But again, she needed to understand the only reason why Preston even approached her in the first place is because he had this hate and disdain for me. I'm everything that he wants to be, but he was too much of a coward to put his body and his life at risk to go be it. But get this, when I get to work that day, guess who's called in sick? Preston. So I go out and do my work. Head over the blondie section of town, head in the skinny section. I see Skinny, we nod. I'm not in the mood for none of this particular day, so I keep it pushing. That particular day, I ignored everything that happened. Just didn't care. When I get home, she's sitting outside, tears in her eyes, promising me again that nothing happened. She was just flirting. Felt like she needed attention. So we go inside, sit on the sofa. And so I go on to explain to her that while she was neglecting her husband and acting like a selfish child, I told her everything that happened on my job, every freaking minor detail, things that she had no clue that had went down. And I tell her, so while I'm out here risking my life, trying to keep a roof over our heads, you're acting like a teenager. Then I gave her a pillow and a blanket and told her I'll see her in the morning. Went upstairs and went to bed. 2 days later, I'm at work and Preston comes in. Now, I'm sure he's expecting me to say something, but I didn't say nothing, not a word. I'm not about to lose my job because of him and my stupid wife. Not only would I end up being divorced, but I would be divorced with no job. Not going to happen. But I did decide I was going to get Preston. You see, he worked downtown, rich folk area. So instead of me confronting him in the office, I busted my last favor out. Hollered at Blondie. Listen, I know I told y'all that I was going to stop dealing with these dudes. I find Blondie, I give him the number to Preston's truck. And all I say is, yo, Blondie, this dude is trying to mess with my wife. I done told him to back off, but he not listening. Man, I can't lose my job around trying to fight this dude. Is there anything you can do? Now, of course I knew there was something that could be done. I knew it for a fact. Blondie had told me a long time ago that he had a clique down there called the 44 Boys. And I just told him. And so my final words to Blondie were, you handle the situation how you see fit. Get this, that following Monday I'm at work and people are talking about Preston and how he got jumped, got his arm broken, leg broken, and shot in the foot. But get this, after all this that I've been going through, this incident with Preston is now the talk of the office. They want to have weekly and daily safety meetings about the violence in the neighborhoods around Chicago. And I'm like, ain't this now? All of a sudden, now they're concerned? Now, honestly, I should have been upset. I should have been offended. I should have been angry. During those meetings of that week, I should have stood up and stumped on the table and cursed them all out. But I didn't give a f. I had made up in my mind. I'm just going to go get my paycheck, deal with whatever I got to deal with, and keep it pushing. At home that evening, my wife is now scared. For sure, she's scared. I can tell by the look in her eyes, which meant to me that she was still talking to Preston. So I gave her the cold shoulder and left her on the sofa. That night, she came to the bedroom with every text message printed out in her hand between her and Preston, showed them to me, and tried to explain herself. She apologized. I accepted it, but it wasn't the same. I was not the same person. You see, I needed her to pull me back from the edge, but she was too busy playing games, and it was too late. I had already started slipping into darkness.
Yeah. Ooh, why always me? Ooh, like I'm Balotelli. Ooh, why always me? Ooh, like I'm Balotelli. Telly, yeah. Why always me? Ooh, like I'm Balotelli. Ooh, why don't you see? Tryna call you Telly. Yeah. People act like they know me, but you don't really know me. I've been out here on my own. I've been grinding all alone. Yeah, get up at night, we can pour out the wine. I got cash on my mind. Yeah, I don't really mind.
Now my life seemed like it was spiraling out of control. And it's not, but it just feels that way. At work, I gotta keep looking over my shoulder. At home, I gotta look over my shoulder as well. I wouldn't say I was depressed, because I've seen a lot in my life. But I wasn't right mentally. It's a Monday morning, I'm headed to work. When I get to the office, my boss calls me in, closes the door, and he has human resources in there with him. So I'm sitting there, they start the meeting off. That's when the HR person starts talking in these general terms with this soft monotone voice like she's a psychiatrist. Well, you know, this job can be stressful, and it can take a toll on a family. We just wanted to sit down with everyone and let them know that in times like these, the company is here for you. Now pause. I'm thinking this gotta be done lost my mind. The company is a piece of paper. So this piece of paper is here for me and my family. She goes on. As a part of your medical coverage, you can see a psychiatrist without paying any deductible. So we wanted to open the door of communication in you guys in the field and let you know that we're here for you. We understand. That's when she looks me dead in the eye and says, we understand you've been dealing with a lot on the south side. Would you like to talk about it? Would you like us to set up counseling? How can we help you? I'll admit to you, this chick was smooth. I really got to give her that. But I ain't no fool. My reply was simple. I really didn't know that was a part of our healthcare coverage. But I'm doing great. I love my job. The people in the area are amazing. Of course, there's a few bad apples and there's some bad incidents that happen. But for the most part, everyone there is fantastic. The two of them exchange glances, unspoken words. And my boss steps in, presupposing things, saying, you know, times like this, just leaving out of holidays, they're stressful. Combine that with work stress, it's easy to get overwhelmed and make mistakes. You know that feeling of being overwhelmed. Do you feel it? Nope, not at all. In fact, my wife and I are headed out of town this weekend, flying down south to Florida to get away from the cold. Listen, I'm ahead on my install schedules, and Dispatch loves me because I take care of troubles relatively quickly. I don't have any problems at all. Listen, clearly these two wanted me to start saying something, but I gave them absolutely nothing, and then started taking from them, saying, "So how's Preston doing? Is he okay? You know that area he's in is a pretty good one. What's he making, $115,000 a year, I think? I think I overheard him saying that a few weeks ago. Considering how dangerous it is where I'm working, shit, boss, I don't know. I might need to get a bigger raise." This look comes over his face, and I say, "Listen, I know you gave me an extra $15,000, but people are getting shot. And you would have to agree that the area I work in is 3 times more dangerous than anything Preston has ever touched. And like I've said 1,000 times before, boss, my contribution has to be worth a lot to this company." His look comes over my boss' face like, "You son of a..." And then she decides she's going to deflect. "Well, this meeting is not about your pay. It's about the company letting you know we're here to support you if you have any problems." Then she leaves this long pause, like that was supposed to work on me. And I said, "Well, I realize that. And the best way the company can help itself is by helping me and reward my effort and courage for going into that neighborhood. I'm thinking $35,000, $40,000 more a year. You know, I've been getting contacted by headhunters down in Florida. Do they have hurricanes? Yes. But the cost of living is cheap. It's sunny, no snow, less crime, more house for your money." But that's when my boss realizes that this conversation is not going in the direction that he wants it to, and he cuts everything short, saying, "Listen, we can discuss compensation later. As of right now, we just want to make sure you're okay. And moving forward, if you have any issues around this office at all, feel free to come to us, and don't think you have to take care of anything on your own." I couldn't help but laugh walking out of there. The rest of the day was normal, no drama. But then I had to go home. Understand, my wife is trying to get out of the doghouse, and I'm not ready to let her out. She needs to suffer. The next day, I'm back over there on the south side by Chunk. I pull up, and he must have had people looking for me, because no sooner than I turn off my truck, I see him pulling up in the car. It's freaking freezing outside, snowing. And he's like, let me in the truck to sit with you." So I let him in. And he's like, "Yo, that happened the other day was crazy, man. I tried to tell them boys not to with you. I had seen you in action. But you know who people that was, right?" I'm like, "Nah, I'm not sure who they were." He says, "That was Leslie's cousins. They was pissed because he got dealt with. Word on the street was it was your fault that Amazon flipped out on him. But I was telling them dudes, it ain't had nothing to do with you. Their cousin wasn't, and he brought all that down on himself." Listen to me when I say this to you. I had never been this close to a murderer. Sure, I had taken lives for my country, and I've been around other men who've taken lives for their country. But there was nothing exciting to me about taking another man's life. Chunk, on the other hand, was excited about what happened. He felt like that incident created a bond between the two of us. And it didn't. He goes on to say, "The crazy is, I can't believe you didn't even leave the spot, B. Like you plugged them and didn't go nowhere. That's some white privilege shit right there." Listen to me, I tried to explain to Chunk that what I did was self-defense, and had he not got involved in this situation, I would have waited and spoken to the police. But once he got himself involved, I decided the best thing to do was to say absolutely nothing. Understand, we're both sitting in this truck, and I'm trying my best to relay to Chunk that my mindset and his mindset when it comes to violence is completely different, but it's not sinking in. Because he goes on and said, "Listen, I was talking to Amazon. He came up with an idea of how you can get some paper. You see, you drive around all day long in this truck. How about you let us put a few of them things in the back of the truck? You ain't got to do nothing. All you got to do is move around. Our people come take it out of your truck, leave $500 in there. You never touch a thing." Listen, Chunk, that's not my thing. I don't do that. I'm here to do my job, make my money, and go home. That's all I want. He cuts me off saying, "Listen, Amazon is willing to make this worth your while, man. How about we do it for $1,000? Listen, that's good money. We talking about $1,000 every 4 days, man. You do the math. That's a hell of a lot of money. Pause again. I need you to understand. I find myself in another very, very delicate situation. You see, I don't know Chunk. I know him, but I don't know him. I know who Amazon is, but I don't know him. And oftentimes, when you're dealing with people like this, their egos are fragile, and when you decline them, they get angry. But if I don't decline, there's no telling what this will lead to. So sternly, I say again, Chunk, you good peoples, man, and I really appreciate you, and more than anything, I appreciate what you did. But listen, that's not for me. I don't live that life. I don't want nothing to do with that life. And I want to make that clear with you. No disrespect, but I don't want nothing to do with that life. He sits there, staring at me straight in the eyes for about 10 seconds, then says, look, I understand, but at least let me give you this for taking care of Leslie's. Please let me do something for you, because Leslie was a problem. He pulls out this wad of 20s, puts it in my hand, hops out the truck, and then pulls off. And as he's driving away, I count the money, and it adds up to $2,200. Friday morning rolls around. My boss calls me into his office, and it's like, listen, I need you to level with me. Did you have anything to do with what happened to Preston? Listen, guys, I'm no fool. I'm not answering that question. So I hit him with my own question. Wait, what are you trying to say to me right now? Sitting at the desk, both elbows pressed down on the table, his head falls into his hands, and he says, so you don't know? Oh my God, you don't know. Well, according to Preston, him and your wife had a little tiss going on, and he believes that you sent some thugs to hurt him. Now he's looking up at me, trying to read the emotions on my face, so I fake him. Hands over my open mouth, shoulders hunched forward, body leaning in. I say, wait, are you telling me my wife was cheating on me? I made sure my voice cracked at the end of that sentence. Now his head literally drops and hits the desk. And he says, oh my God, you didn't know. I'm so sorry you had to learn about it this way. But we have to figure out what's going on. The police are getting involved. Now listen, inside I'm steaming, pissed off. I wanted to flip that desk over, take the phone, smash him across his head. Because now I know that my family's business has been a talk of the office. Now, looking back on it, it's probably what I should have done, because it would have made me feel a lot better. But instead, I began to have this outer body experience. And what I mean by that is that it was almost as if some other part of my brain took over. It saw the situation for what it was and knew how to deal with it. I turned my back to him, walking over to the window, staring out over the city, and tears began to roll down my face, saying, so you mean to tell me everyone in this office knew that Preston was sleeping with my wife, except for me? I stand there staring out of the window for a moment, then begin to pace back and forth in front of his desk, saying, listen, I didn't have anything to do with what happened to Preston. I didn't know that my wife was cheating on me with him. And then, for you to call me in here and accuse me of doing him something, even though under the circumstances I have every right to do something to him, I would never do that. But you know what I want you to do for me? I want you to get human resources in here right now. Because now I understand that the two of you knew about this earlier in the week when you met with me. You could have told me about this then, but you waited until now, and I want an explanation as to why that was done. He picks up the phone, calls human resources, and I was standing there waiting for human resources to come. I look at him and saying, how many other men's wives has Preston slept with in this office? Do you know? Because according to you, he singled me out as the culprit, but he's running around sleeping with married women? There's no telling who is pissed off at Preston and how many other married men want to whoop his. Listen, as the word is coming out of my mouth, in walks the human resources woman, and I light into her saying, and you with all this, the company is here to help. So you knew at the beginning of the week that I was being accused by Preston of bringing physical harm to him because he was sleeping with my wife, and that is why you offered to help me get psychiatric counseling, but you wouldn't even tell me that he had been sleeping with my wife? What kind of company is this? Now that I had the two of them in the room together, that's when I really went off. I don't care whose son-in-law he is, whose dick he's sucking, whose uncle, sister's cousin, brother, dog he knows. I want Preston fired. You have no clue how many other employees' wives this man is screwing. Things are completely out of control. You two tried to cover it up, and then it all falls down on me? Like I'm the guilty party? When he's the one running around having inappropriate relationships, not only with married women, but women in this office? Oh yeah, don't act like the two of you don't know about that. So, I don't know whose dick Preston is sucking, but Preston needs to go. And I tell you what, if you thought I was angry, if you thought I was upset, if you thought I personally did something to bring bodily harm to that man, let me tell you something. If I come back in this office and I see him, I'm going to show you what I'm capable of doing. And I'm not shooting him in the mud. You understand? That's when a woman from Human Resources chimes in and says, we suspect that Preston has been involved in 3 or more inappropriate relationships in this office. And now, in light of what you just disclosed, we're definitely going to have to do something about this. Looking at my boss, tears are in his eyes as he says, listen, I'm sorry, man. I wish I would have told you. I'm sorry. Then I storm out of the room to the elevator, down to the garage, and get to my truck. And I sit there laughing for the next 15 minutes and get back to work. Now get this, 3 days later, Preston is not fired, but he's offered another job, same company, in another state. My boss gives me $30,000 more on my salary. Now, all I needed to do was to get my house in order. So my wife and I schedule counseling, and I get back to work. And that following Thursday morning was a Thursday morning I would never forget. I'm out in the area by Skinny, and notice 6 unmarked SUVs rolling around, public license plates, black on black tinted SUVs, and I'm like, this got to be the ATF or the FBI. Understand, I'm headed to do a job when all of them come zipping past me, making a quick left, and I remember thinking, man, them boys finna jump out on somebody, and I swear to God, whoever they gonna get is in some serious trouble. Never in a million years did I think it was Skinny. But as I turn left behind them, 2 vehicles make a quick right turn, cutting up the alley, and the other 2 literally drive up on Skinny's front yard. They jump out, stack up, and go. Now remember what Skinny told me. He told me I needed to mind my damn business. So I kept on driving. What was happening to him in that moment was none of my business. But by the time I got to the stop sign at the end of that block, you could hear the shooting. And I'll admit to you, I liked Skinny. He was cool. Part of me really felt bad about that situation. But again, he told me it was none of my damn business. Now get this, later that day, I run into Blondie. His little skipping around, jumping up and down, excited, happy. I never seen such a big smile on his face. He's like, yo, you heard the news? Somebody done dropped a dime on that Skinny. Smiling from ear to ear. I say to him, now I wonder who would do something like that. Blondie shrugs his shoulders, smiles, and says, man, I have absolutely no clue who would hate that man so much that they would call the police on him. Then gives me a pound and walks away. Now, as far as I was concerned, Skinny had threatened me, and that was a threat that needed to be removed. Blondie, on the other hand, he and I had a good relationship. But even that relationship was one that would soon be tested. relationship troubles.
I'm an open book for you. Time aside, I could move with pride, I could live a lie, but I rather try. See, it's hard to tell in this universe if using verses to get pretty girls is really worth it, or was it cursing me? Man, I gave heartache and hard dick to basic hoes who seem to want to help me through my hardships. I parlayed the hard days with mermaids and Sade, but now that's just blasé since you in my passe. A snack temporary, but girl, you my entree. You Badu, I'm Andre. I love when you ranche. I love when you sweet too. These other see-through, these wanna be you, but they don't do what we do. I bleed through this open book.
So like I said, my wife and I started counseling, and it didn't really go as planned. You see, I let her pick the counselor. We end up in front of this feminist moron. It starts off like this. Skinny white girl, about 22 years old, short skirt, boobs partially out. And she says, before we get started, I need to make sure that you guys are actually here to try and work out your issues in this relationship. And with that said, she looks at my wife and says, you start. My wife starts by saying how I've changed, that she wanted me to be the man she married, the funny, loving man who everybody loved, that her friends felt unwelcomed around me. And she goes on to talk about how she's afraid around me, at times because I seem cold and distant. The counselor looks at me and says, do you feel like you're cold and distant? Now, frankly, I was sitting there offended. I didn't come here to talk about my feelings, more about facts. How we get through what happened to the two of us. So I verbalized it saying, I know women like to talk about feelings, but let's start with facts. The reason why she is in this doghouse with me is because she was sending pictures of her to my coworker. And the fact that she didn't start this conversation with that makes it worse and leads me to believe that this whole counseling is not going to work. She, the counselor, tries to cut me off and says, well, how does that make you feel? My response, how do you think it makes me feel? My wife decided to inch her way into having sex with another man. The counselor cuts me off mid-sentence and says, well, sexting is technically not cheating. And I'm like, what? I look at her and say, see, this is not going to work because you're just as thrown off as she is. No, they didn't have intercourse. But she definitely, given the right opportunity, would have slipped and fell all over his dick. She just didn't have the chance. And then the counselor replies by saying, so you have trust issues. Now I'm rolling my eyes. My feet are ready to walk out on their own. My blood pressure is rising. I say, how about we start with you asking her why she felt the need to be a Pornhub model for another man? How about we start there? You see, I'm not the one who's cheating. She is. Again, the counselor cuts me off and says, we have to be careful with our words. She did not cheat. She made a mistake. Listen, that's when I click out. Take out my phone and snap a picture of the counselor and say, did I mistakenly just take a picture of your overly exposed breast? I stand up, walk around to the side of her desk, hold the phone directly over her breast and take another picture and say, was that a mistake as well? What the f are we talking about here right now? She didn't make a mistake. She made a decision. And if we can't start with truth, then I don't know if this relationship is going to be moving forward. Now her eyes are big. My wife's eyes are damn near popping out of her head. And I said, listen, we got two choices here right now. We can have a real conversation about how to repair this relationship. Or I can leave and you two can sit here and talk about unicorns and lollipops. That's up to y'all. I think I got my point across. Because she looks at my wife and says, well, why did you do it? What made you take those actions? My wife responds by saying she felt alone and like she needed attention. Well, why didn't you communicate that to your husband? That's when my wife shrugs her shoulders and says, I don't know. Well, do you believe you were being selfish? Yes. I cut them off and say, listen, I can get over the pictures. What I cannot accept is my wife not taking responsibility for her actions. That right there doesn't work for me at all. Again, the counselor cuts me off saying, listen, she's here with you right now discussing the problem. You're going to have to work on letting some things go. And the two of you need to agree that you're going to get past this. She looks directly in my eyes, points to me, and says, you are going to have to give a little in this equation. Here's what I want y'all to do. I'm I want y'all to take a trip out of town. I don't care where you go, Miami, New York, anywhere. Get away from the city and reconnect. Can we at least agree on you guys doing that before you make any drastic decisions? So my wife and I agree, and a week later, the two of us are headed to San Diego. Well, La Jolla, California, boutique hotel right on the beach. Things are going well. We're getting along, having fun for the first 2 days. Then she wants to have dinner at a fancy restaurant. I had so much cash money stashed away from what they gave me in the streets. It wasn't a problem. We get dressed, hop in an Uber, and when we get there, it's real fine dining. I kind of felt out of place. You know how it is? You go to one of those places that's so fancy you worry about being able to pay for an expensive meal, even though you know you got enough money in your pocket? That's what this place was like. We have a seat, order wine. The conversation is going well. My wife admits that she never had intentions on sleeping with Preston. She just wanted me to pay attention to her. And I explained to her what was going on with me at that point in time was I was stressed from dealing with all that at my job. The appetizers come, crab cocktails, and now we're laughing, ordering another bottle of wine. When the waiter comes over and says, "Sir, your meal has been comped. It's on the house." The two of us look at each other like, "What?" "Sir, one of the partners in the restaurant has decided to comp your meal. Might I suggest some of the finer things on our menu since it's all on the house?" My wife looks at me, then looks at the waiter and says, "Excuse me, who is the owner of this restaurant that so graciously decided to give us a free meal?" He points to a booth at the back of the restaurant, and I can see this light-skinned black guy sitting there. He smiles, nods his head, and I'm like, "Babe, I'll be right back." Now understand, emotionally, I'm grateful, but I'm absolutely sure that this person has mistaken me for someone else. As I approach the table, I'm thinking, man, this dude looks familiar. And when I get 5 feet away, I realize it's Amazon. There's no tattoos on his face, but I'm spewed and smiles. And I'm just speechless. He goes on to say, "Why don't you and your wife come over and join us? We could use some company." My immediate response was no. Listen, we're here working on something as a couple, and I just really need to spend some time with her alone. Just then, my wife walks up behind me and says, "Sir, thank you so much. We really appreciate your generous gesture. However, where do you know my husband from?" And he says, "We kinda, sorta, maybe work in the same area. I just invited your husband to join me and my woman, but he's being a little standoffish." I follow up by saying, "Babe, this is Amazon, the guy I told you about." Her eyes get huge, and she takes a step back, hiding her body behind me. He says, "I see your husband has told you the worst about me. But trust me, I'm a civil man. I'm just in an uncivilized line of work. Guys, I insist that you join us." Now my mind is racing. How do I deal with this? Do I tell this man no and risk getting on his bad side? Or do I say yes and risk saying something that will piss him off either way? I decide that it's best that we have a seat. And what happens next is one of the most entertaining nights of my life. We laughed, talked about sports, movies, politics. There was no subject that went untouched. He started telling me stories about when he met Dave Chappelle backstage at one of his concerts. Dave asked him for some weed, and instead of giving him a small bag, he gave him an entire duffel bag. That's when Dave Chappelle, the Dave Chappelle, went on stage and started telling jokes about him. Dave Chappelle goes on stage and says, "I just wanted a little weed before the show. You know, something to take the nerves off. Knock out the jitters. I met a backstage named Amazon. Yeah, this name is Amazon. Understand, I'm looking to roll me a joint, brings me a duffel bag of weed. I look in the bag, look at him, look in the bag, look at him, and say, nigga, this is enough to get my black for distribution. How much is this weed gonna cost me?" And the nigga Amazon tells me it's free. "Oh, free? You ain't gay, is you? 'Cause I'm not giving you my for no weed, man. You can keep that nigga." And he sounded just like Dave Chappelle. My wife and I are crying, laughing. We get drunk as a skunk, full as a tick. He pays the bill. When it's time for us to go our separate ways, he tells my wife, "Listen, your husband is a good man, and you're lucky to have a man like him. If you're having problems, just polish the knob, baby, and make it right." His lady chimes in saying, "Yeah, nothing like a little sloppy head to make problems go away." We leave, get back to the hotel, and I'll be damned, my wife went crazy. We wake up the next morning, hungover, laughing, get some breakfast, chill the next few days. By the time we get back to Chi-Town, things have improved dramatically. The next day I'm scheduled to go to work. My wife is up early. When I get to the kitchen, she has a gift wrapped for me on the counter. She says, I ordered this over 2 weeks ago, and I know it's crazy, but you probably should wear it. Also, I'm looking for a job in Florida. I think we should move. Your job is way too dangerous, and I don't want to lose you. Opening the box, it's a bulletproof vest. And truly, it was the perfect gift for what I was dealing with. We kissed, and I headed back to work. When I got to the office, everyone had this strange look on their face, like they had seen a ghost. I noted it, but kept moving. On the streets, it felt weird in Skinny's area without him. Understand, I knew what to expect when he was around. And of course, I had 3 installs in that area in one day. But it was quiet. That afternoon, I went over by Blondie, and he was absolutely nowhere to be found. Truthfully, I felt relieved. Things seemed to be looking up. But then came hump day. My boss catches me before I get out of the office and is like, today, you're doing some training. I need you to train Preston's replacement. Son of a... And behind him is this dude that literally looks like Napoleon Dynamite. Big glasses on, looked like he could see into the future. Stupid hair. He's like 6'6", skinny, not a working muscle in his body. My boss has this frown on his face and he says, you're the top dog, you're making all the money, so now you're going to do all the training. Think of it as adding value to the company. And if that wasn't enough, my first install of the day was over there by Blondie. I'm driving, hoping and praying that his crew is chilling, that they went out late last night, had too much to drink, and are sleeping in. But nope, hell no. They were outside, all 30 of them in the middle of the street, filming another rap video. Napoleon is scared because this house is on the same block where they're shooting a video, except for it's 6 houses down on the other side of the crowd. And that wasn't all. The street that they decided to do this video on was a dead-end street. And we literally have to drive through the video shoot to get to the house. So I pull up, stop, and wait for them to cut in the filming. Napoleon looks over at me and says, why are we just sitting here? And I tried to explain to this man that we're showing them the proper respect. We got all the time in the world. We're going to let them do what they're doing. When they take a break, we'll pull up and drive through. But this idiot, this fool, this buffoon reaches over and blows the horn. I'm like, hell no. Have you lost your freaking mind? The music stops. All of them look in our direction, and they start to move towards the truck. 30 dudes all coming in our direction. Now, Napoleon Dynamite is scared, so I jump out of the truck and say, what's up, fellas? My bad, I hit the horn by mistake. When they realize it's me, 2/3 of them turn around and go the other way, but Blondie keeps walking. All the while, looking at Napoleon through the windshield, and he says, what's up, homie? Gives me a pound. Who's this cat you got with you? I'm like, man, he's a new guy, a nobody, I'm training him. Now picture the scene. Some of them are maneuvering to the passenger side of the vehicle. Inside, Napoleon is scrambling to lock the doors. But one of them says, yo, your man's over here. He ain't gonna make it out here on these streets as a cable guy. Look, you need to get him back into the office before he does something stupid and get the 2 of y'all hurt. I get real close to Blondie. We hold a little conversation. I'm asking him how he doing, how things going. And I say, listen, man, I need to go ahead and get up the block and get this work done. You mind if I drive through right now? He says, sure, go ahead. So we drive to the house, and before we get out of the vehicle, I tell him, listen, when you're in a black neighborhood, respect goes a long, long way. Treat people like you want to be treated, and you can survive and make allies. But if you come around here acting stupid, you might mess around and get a bullet in your head. It's important that you listen to me. Understand, Mr. Know-It-All, he's scared out of his mind right now, and he's all ears. We get out, I raise the bucket to inspect the drop to the house, and sure enough, the wires are old and shredded. Literally the perfect first job for Napoleon. He climbs up and gets to work. And I'm talking him through it from the ground. Then we head inside to the house and do the troubleshooting. Understand, this had to be one of the worst houses I'd ever been in. It was raised, holes in the floor, stuff hoarded everywhere. And what I found real hard to understand was, this house had a 50-inch flat screen TV and cable. but they was living with holes in the floors. I'm over at the box, checking it out. Napoleon Dynamite is standing right there at the door, halfway in, halfway out, acting like he's a germaphobe, when I hear a single gunshot. Immediately, I think to myself, okay, they down there doing a video shoot, and it was an accidental discharge. But then, you hear sirens and gunfire. Napoleon turns his stupid around and runs out of the house. I'm standing there thinking, Lord Jesus, this man is an idiot. So imagine me now, I'm climbing over boxes, knocking over magazines, and I step on a box of adult diapers. My foot goes into the box, I'm stumbling, trying to kick this box off my foot, and when I get to the door, this fool is literally running to the end of a dead-end street. Cats is out there running in all directions, shooting at the police. I'm yelling at him to get down, get down. And it looks to me like this man has never run before in his life, because he ran with his back straight, wrists bent, flopping all over the place, and his knees were going way too high, which made him damn near run in place. I'm standing there behind cover thinking to myself, if this dummy gets shot on his first day of field training, ain't no telling what the hell is going to happen. So now I'm racing out of the door after him, still trying to kick off the box of adult diapers. After the first few steps, it falls off. I run him down, grab him, pulling him to the right, and we hide in between two houses. For the next 3 to 5 minutes, there is a shootout. A couple of dudes come running past us, jumping the fence, going to the next street over. And then it goes quiet. When I look at him, there are tears in his eyes, and he done pissed his pants. And I'm like, okay, this is enough. I'm calling it a day. So now we're peeking around the corner, making sure it's safe to go to the truck, and I realized that in all that shoot, nobody got hit. Not a police officer nor a criminal. Now, as we're walking back to the house, I notice the cover is on my bucket, but I think nothing of it. Head inside, tell a homeowner, listen, I'm done for the day, your cable is working, you just need to do a hard reset on your box, you're good to go. I explained to them how to do that hard reset, and we're out of the door. Now, we're in a truck, start to pull off, and a cop stop us. Take us out of the truck, sit us down on the curb, and I'm playing it cool, telling the officer, listen, I was right up the street doing an install. I haven't seen anything, I just want to go home. They asked if we had weapons, and I said yes, I have a weapon in my truck. Napoleon is sitting there on the curb, smelling like piss. The police are kind of being digbags, and I understand it, because they just been shot at. It takes another 30 minutes before they let us go. We drive to the end of the block, make a left, and when we're halfway down the block, I hear this screaming, pull over, bro. Understand, I'm thinking my mind is playing tricks on me, till Napoleon says, you hear that, right? So I pull over a few blocks later, and Blondie emerges from the covered bucket, and I'm like, Lord Jesus, what are you doing? Listen to me, I've never seen Blondie in such a panic. He says, listen, can't be around here, man, I need your help. I need you to take me up the street. It's about 7 miles to my other spot. Understand, I'm standing there with Napoleon. Another dilemma is on my hands. Leave Blondie here, and God knows how that will play out. But also, it was against company policy to allow any non-employees in the vehicle. Now, normally, I wouldn't think twice about giving Blondie a ride anywhere. But normally, I don't have no witnesses with me either. Nonetheless, I decide it's best to give Blondie a ride. Back inside the truck, I tell Napoleon, look, dude, you cannot talk about this. This is some streets. The company policies don't cover this type of stuff. Sometimes those company policies have to go out of the window. He just looks at me, says nothing. 30 minutes later, we're back at the office, and my gut is telling me, this dude is going to crack. This dude is going to crack. Sure enough, my boss notices we're back in the office early, and my boss says, well, what kind of crazy incident do you have to report to me today? Because you're back in this office way too early. Revelations.
Watch me, caught up in the light, I'm falling. Tripping to the night, I'm all in. Drifting in your tide, we're flawless. I can't help but think about it all night. Really take a dozen nights to let go. This feeling is swift like a river running to you. It made me go.
And this is how the conversation goes. Sir, nothing abnormal for the neighborhood. It was a shootout between a bunch of criminals and the police. So my boss goes through his normal line of questions with me. Anyone get hit or die? I'm like, no. Do y'all two have to deal with the cops as witnesses or anything like that? Come on, lay it on me. I said, no, sir, it's all good. Did you finish the job? Yeah, I finished the job. Okay, well, fill out the report and get back to me. Listen to me. I'm standing up, walking out of the room. Napoleon, who has been sitting there silently the entire time, breaks and says, I have piss all over my pants. I was caught in the crossfire of cops and robbers, then harassed by the cops, and he says this in the whitest way possible. I discovered that one of his homies is in a bucket hiding in the back of the truck from the police. And then he makes us an accessory after the fact by giving him a ride to his other dope house, where there are 15 thugs hanging outside with guns. It's not okay. Not by a long shot. Understand, my body is halfway out of my boss's door, and I'm like, holy, I know he just didn't tell all of the business. Sit down, my boss says. Do you want to fill me in on everything that he's just said? So I tell my boss everything, starting off with the fact that had Napoleon been all alone, he would have gotten murdered within the first hour because he blew the horn at a rap video shoot. Then I tell him the only reason he didn't get murdered is because I knew the guys and their boss. Looking at Napoleon, I say, since you want to tell all the business, bro, let's explain how you got piss all over your pants. So I tell my boss about him running outside while they're shooting and how I had to go outside and get him. My boss sits up in his chair with this confused look on his face and says, wait, you went outside when you knew they were shooting? Then I explained to him that I had to grab him, pull him on the side of a house out of the line of fire while he peed his pants. After that, I had to talk down the angry police. And I tell him, yes, boss, one of the gang members who's a don on the street hid in a bucket truck. I had no choice but to take him where he needed to go. Why? Because I need him. I need him to access that area of town and do my job with no problems. Imagine the scene. Now, we're both sitting in front of my boss's desk. He's leaned back in his chair. He looks at me and says, well, me. I'm going to need you to put all that in the report. But leave the part about criminal hitchhiker out of the report, please. I go on to spend the rest of that day writing that report, catching up on paperwork. At 5 p.m., my boss forwards me an email. It's Napoleon's report that he's already submitted, CCing Human Resources on that email. Clicking the PDF and reading it, this dirty son of a left the part about Blondie in his report. So now I'm back in my boss's office. He's on the phone with Human Resources saying, listen, it happens, and disciplinary actions are at my discretion. I choose to take no action considering the circumstances. Then he slams the phone down, hanging up. Looking at me, my boss says, I know there are things that happen out there on those streets that are on a need-to-know basis. But I need you to understand something. I need to know about all the things that happen when it has the potential to cost this company money. Listen to me, I want you to be careful. There's a lot going on in this company right now. Most of those things you don't need to know. But this time, I gotta tell you something. Now get this.
He goes on to tell me that it was not his idea to put Napoleon in the field. He says he wouldn't have never even hired that stiff-necked, big glasses wearing freak. He was dumped in his lap, the son of a friend who knows the regional vice president. Then he goes on to tell me that human resources has looked at my salary and they think they can get 2 people for the salary that they're paying me. Sitting back in his chair, hands up in the air, he says, I tried to tell them only you can go into that area. And somehow, that right there was picked. Now, son, don't underestimate him. He looks stupid as hell, but someone had to coach him into sending that email to HR, because I sure enough didn't. The words that come out of my boss's mouth, combined with the stress on his face, painted a clear picture for me as to what was going on behind the scenes. He said, listen to me. If this guy keeps on acting up like this, we're going to have to find a way to get rid of him for both of our sakes. Because if he keeps maneuvering like this, bypassing and going around me, it's going to be a major problem. My response? Simple. Boss, I have just the person for him to meet. Trust me, when I'm through with him, he'll be scared out of his mind. But listen to me, things did not go the way either of us thought. Because Napoleon was weird, yes, but he had one hell of a tactical mind helping him. Because 3 days later, my boss gets an email request from him asking to have another employee do the training. In that email, he cites the violence on the South Side and my handling of the situation with Blondie. Then carbon copies me, my boss, and my boss's boss. Now, my direct boss is pissed. So pissed that he wants to meet me in the parking garage. The man is literally texting me while I'm on the toilet from his personal phone, and I'm saying to myself, now I can't even take it in peace on this job. When I get downstairs, he's sitting in the passenger seat of my truck with a hard hat on and gloves, saying, I'm going into the field with you today. Listen, I'm confused at what the hell is going on. I say, listen, boss, that's a terrible idea. That I deal with is not for you. That's when he cuts me off and says, look, I'm going to do a performance evaluation and have it on record before one is requested. This is starting to turn into a paper trail game. So I'm covering both of our. Now let's go. When we get into the area, dispatch kicks out 4 jobs, 2 in Amazon's area, 1 in Skinny's area, and another in a section of the South Side I had never been. So I tell my boss, listen, we got 3 good locations and a possible show. I take out my phone and show him the territory map that I had created with the names of people that I knew and start to break it all down for him. I tell him, see, over here, this is Skinny's area. It used to be real wild, but now it's quiet because he was raided by the ATF or the FBI about a month or 2 ago. Not sure who did it. I'm still not sure what agency it was, so that job is going to be easy. I show him, down here, it's Amazon's territory, and it's forever expanding. He and I had dinner during my vacation, so we're good in this area. If we stump our toe the wrong way, they will help. Now, this area over here, word on the streets is that it's ran by an old head gangster named Punch. I heard about him, but never ran into him. So I explained to him my philosophy that I like to tackle the most difficult parts of the job early in the morning because most of the thugs are asleep. So we need to head over to Punch's area. That's when my boss sits back, smiles at me, and says, clearly, you know what you're doing. Let's go. When we get into the area, it's incredibly, supremely ghetto. We're talking about babies in Pampers staring at you out of the window, then coming, opening the front door, and walking outside on their own. And the dope house on this block was so easy to spot because these fools literally had a line outside of the door. My boss looks around at the situation that we're riding through and says, you know, these people didn't always live like this. When I was a kid, black folks had real families, fathers with their children, jobs in factories. They had land and farms. My parents would buy food from a black family. Now look at this mess. And you know what? They started moving into cities. Women got on welfare. That kept the men out of houses. And with no men around, the boys became emotional and violent. Tears literally began to well up in my boss's eyes. And you want to know what the worst part is? it'll never change, because this government sees them not as people, but as votes, as robots, that as long as they're kept in this condition, they can count on them to vote the way they want to. So truthfully, black people are still slaves, and the few who get free, like the ones I know, are shunned. Listen to me, when I'm sitting there in complete and utter shock, I never knew my boss had this type of understanding of the black community. But that day, I learned. He came up working in Watts, California. Yeah, Watts. Rodney King getting beat down by the police. Watts riots, California. My boss goes on to tell me that the reason why he liked me was because I was a lot like him. He said, you're a man that sees people for what they are and deal with the situations the right way. You don't see a person as you want them to be, but you see them as they are. When we get to the house where we're supposed to do the install, the front yard is gated with a gigantic pit bull. This massive dog is barking. There's a weight bench on the front lawn, and my boss says, this is a strongman house. Hops out of the truck before me, walks straight up to the gate. This pit bull is snarling and barking. He gets down on all fours and starts talking to the dog. Good guard dog. Good dog. Presses his hand against the fence, and I'll be damned, this dog starts licking his hand. Good boy. Good boy. Then this man pulls a piece of beef jerky from his shirt pocket, gives it to the dog, and as he's doing that, this muscle-bound comes out of the front door and says, hey, what are you feeding my dog? Listen to me when I tell you, this man was Incredible Hulk big. My boss completely ignores his question, saying, oh my God, those trap muscles on you are huge, bro. Listen to me. It was like in that moment, that gigantic, huge chunk of muscular man, his mind melted in the putty. Because the next thing my boss says is, you know that behind the back row is the only way to get the top of that muscle like that. You ain't no weightlifter. You a bodybuilder. Now that is science. You're a scientist. Man, next thing you know, him and this guy are standing over the weight bench talking. The dog is sniffing and licking his hands. I'm standing there outside the gate like, what the just happened? Turns out this homeowner was super freaking cool. His nickname was Blocker Blocker, an old head. He goes on to tell us that he tries his best to keep these youngsters on the block in check. That he started off in the same way, living that life. Did prison time. Came back to the community to try and help out. And he was one of the only community activists that actually lived in the hood. Listen to me. We're inside, talking, fixing his problem, when he says, look, y'all got to be careful out here. Lots of these kids have no direction. They some real thugs. On my block, I keep them in check. But a few blocks over, it's a whole nother world. That area over there is controlled by a dude named Punch. And he stays on that. They around there shooting at the park, doing stupid stuff, getting innocent people hurt. Listen to me, I didn't know this side of my boss. He lifts his shirt showing a concealed revolver, saying, oh, trust me, big man, I didn't leave home without my problem solved. Let's just hope that for the next 20 minutes, we can all have some peace, you know what I mean? Again, I didn't know my boss was this personable. By the time we're leaving that man's house, he's made both of us smoothies and is thanking us as he walks us out of the door to our truck. Back in the truck, I'm shocked. My boss, the real deal. Listen to me, on our way over to Amazon's territory, he says, listen to me, on our way over to Amazon's territory, he looks at me and says, what do you think is the best way to get rid of him? Referring to the Napoleon Dynamite lookalike. I say, listen, let him continue doing the training with whoever he's doing the training with. But as soon as he's done, I just need you to get him over here by me for a week or two. And I'm going to have someone scare the living hell out of him. As my boss sits there inquiring about who, I explained to him that that's on a need-to-know basis, and it's best if he didn't know exactly who was going to do what. Listen to me, when we get to Amazon's area, as soon as I'm in the bucket, Chunk pulls up. And he's like, yo, my dude, what's happening? I'm like, nothing. Everything good. He looks at me, looks at my boss, and says, yo, I need to holler at you when you alone. Next time you come down here, make sure you see me. Then he pulls off. I go on to tell my boss about Chunk, Amazon, the shooting, everything that happened in this area. He looks at me with this angry look on his face saying, you didn't tell me all this was going on. And I remind him again that some things are on a need-to-know basis. And that was some stuff that he didn't need to know. But listen to me. Overall, that was one of my best days I've ever had on that job. The two of us worked till 8 p.m., telling stories, laughing, even went back over by Blocker to return his cups from the smoothies. When we finally get back in the garage, it's 8:30. He says, you know that thing you were talking to me about Florida and those headhunters? I'm like, yeah. He says, well, you know, they're always looking for new people. Then turns and walks back into the building. I go back to the truck, gather my stuff, head upstairs for a minute, and I see him in his office. And I see him in his office on the computer smiling. Listen, things around that office go quiet for the next few months. My home life is back in order. And the streets, they're the streets. They ain't changing too much. However, during that time period, something happened unbeknownst to me. Amazon expanded his territory so far that he was way over there where Skinny used to be. Because I'm over there in Skinny's old territory, working. When Chunk pulls up saying, white boy, ain't you supposed to check in when you in one of my areas? Turning, looking over my shoulder, he's there, arm leaning out the window, this big old smile on his face. I'm like, listen, you a long way from home, ain't you? He's like, nah, this is home now, my man. That's what I was trying to tell you the last time I saw you, but you had that cat with you. Imagine the scene. I'm standing there leaning on his car. He's hanging out of the window. We're talking, and I notice Blondie and his crew coming around the side of one of the houses. And I whisper, yo, Chunk, you might need to roll out. This little dude right here is trouble. Chunk looks up at me and says, who, these little? I'm like, yeah, they some little gorillas for real, man. You might want to roll out. But nope. Chunk opens the door, climbs out of the car, and says, let's see. Now I'm like, oh. I'm patting on my chest, making sure I got my vest on. I knew I had it on, but I'm panicking because I know both these dudes is shooters. Blondie walks up to me and says, yo, cable guy, who's your friend? You know, talking through his teeth. And before I can say a word, Chunk says, I'm Chunk, little nigga. Who is you? I'm standing there thinking to myself, holy, this is getting off to a bad start, and it's going left fast. So now I'm trying to interject. I'm like, yo, Blondie, this is my man Chunk. We met further down south by the church. Chunk, this my man Blondie. Remember I told you about the dude at my job that was trying to screw my wife? Well, this is Blondie that took care of that. Chunk starts to laugh and says, oh, okay, so this the little dude that took care of that for you. Now I'm thinking I done smoothed everything over, right? But nope, that's when Blondie says, y'all church boys been taking over everything around here. But what I don't understand is how come keep rolling over to y'all. Y'all not coming up here and taking mine. I'll die for mine. Then out comes the guns. Listen to me, I've explained to you over and over, when you're in the hood, these type of situations tend to escalate quickly. But this one was escalating way more quicker than I ever thought it should. And I was way too close for comfort. But listen to me, it was in that moment when I understood why Chunk was Amazon's man on the street. Because he starts laughing. I mean, hunched over at the waist laughing, saying, little nigga, anyone can be touched. It's not about you touching me. It's about what happens after you touch me. Now he's standing straight up, looking all of them in the eyes and says, your mama, your cousins, your sisters, your uncles, you with me, your dogs and your cousins' dogs, all gonna die. Listen to me, that's when Chunk takes off his hat, showing the missing part of his head, and he says, besides, look, I'm tired of looking like this anyway. So you could do what you gonna do, little man, or I can make you a proposition. All the work you can handle. Understand, little nigga, we in 3 states. We don't need to eat away at your pockets. We just need a steady stream. Y'all boys out here trying to make waterfalls. Waterfalls? Waterfalls? Little nigga, waterfalls is noisy. We want more of a little babbling brook. money slowly flowing in. Clean it and then put it back to work. Listen to me. If y'all wouldn't get with us, you'll own restaurants, bars, strip malls, beach houses. Or you can kill me now and your whole family, all your crew, your friends. They're all going to end up in an acid bath, baby. It's your choice. Now pause. Since I've been out here in these streets on the south side, I've heard some gangster talk. But this was the most gangster I've ever heard somebody say. Blondie looks at me, looks at Chunk, and says, Cable Guy, this telling the truth? I tell him, Blondie, listen, all I can tell you is what I've experienced. I'm on vacation with my wife in La Jolla, California, and I run into his boss. His boss owned the restaurant that we were having dinner in. I tell him, that's real, Blondie, I'm not lying to you. Listen to me, I've never been that nervous in my life. But the guns get put away, and Blondie says, so how do we start? And Chunk's response was super simple. We start by you taking a ride with me. Next thing you know, the two of them are pulling off into the sunset, and I'm left standing there thinking to myself, Jesus, that could have went so far left, it would have been insane. After that, I take the next 3 days off for me and my wife to chill. Turn on the news, and there's this crazy shootout in that area. I'm literally standing there staring at the TV when my wife walks over and turns it off saying, baby, I found a job in Florida and I think we should go. Understand, I remembered her telling me she was looking for a job in Florida, but I didn't realize that she had gotten so far. Listen, I'm caught off guard. She can tell. This look of disappointment comes over her face and I say, hold on, baby. That's awesome. But how do you suppose we handle my employment situation? Babe, I'm not a man that can sit at home and do nothing. You know that will drive me crazy. My wife says, listen, just let me accept the job. I'll push the start date back as far as I can. And in that time period, you can work on finding something down in the area of Florida. Understand, my wife was right about my job being dangerous. And I go on and explain to her that my commitment is to us as a couple. So now I'm digging through drawers, looking for business cards, trying to find those headhunters. I find one, and a few days later, I give him a call. This guy goes on to tell me that it's funny, I'm the second guy from Chi-Town in the cable industry that's called him looking for a job down south, and goes on to say, give him about a week or so, he'll make some calls and figure out the lay of the land. But understand, now I'm feeling awful. I'm literally job hunting. My boss has been breaking his neck trying to help me, and part of me likes my job. As chaotic and dangerous as it is, it's kind of fun. If I move down to Florida, it's probably nothing but doing installs for fake boob, thirsty housewives. So I find myself perplexed as I'm heading into work. And when I get down to my truck, my boss is inside the truck sitting there waiting for me. And he says, listen, tomorrow our little friend is going to be in your area in a truck alone. And I haven't been keeping you in the loop on everything, but it turns out they're not training him to replace you, but they're training him to replace me. You see, he needs to have 1 year's worth of street field experience in order to qualify for this job. I'm working on things on my end, but I need a little help on your end. Under the circumstances, I'm like, sure, boss, no problem. I'll do what needs to be done. Now, normally when I start my day, I get my assignments from dispatch and just ignore the rest of the talk that goes on. But now I'm paying attention to every word from dispatch. And Napoleon gets assigned a job back over in the area by Blocka. Listen to me. There was nothing I could make happen over there. Blocka was a cool dude. He wasn't about none of that drama. So I found myself waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Damn it, I'm on my own.
Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. Countdown, levitate. Going up, elevate. Watch me demonstrate.
Listen to me, there was nothing I can do over there by Blocker Blocker. And over the next few days, I swear, Napoleon just skirted all around the danger zone, never getting too close to where my people actually were. So I decided to send trouble his way. Literally. I headed to Blondie's area, tracked him down. Who, by the way, at this point in time, had been shot in the leg. A bullet ricocheted off the ground, hitting him during that gunfight that was on the news. Turned out, that was him and Chunk cleaning out the skinny loyalists in the area and running them off. Now, normally, Blondie would have did the dirty work for me. But my man was immobile. And it was at this point that he introduces me to a dude named Trouble. He goes on to tell Trouble that I'm his guy, saved his life, and whatever I needed, Trouble should do. So now, I'm sitting in my truck explaining the situation to Trouble, and the dude seems slow. Like retard slow. Maybe it was the blank stare on his face or the way his lips kind of twisted on the side, but turns out that Trouble was a hood genius. And I quickly understand why everybody called him Trouble. Because he boiled my situation down like this. So you got old boy, this weirdo with the red hair, trying to get your boss's spot. Essentially, he trying to take your connect, but you can't murk him and kill him because he got a bigger connect. Is that what's going on with you? So you need to either run him or you need to expose him. Bet, I tell you what, I say we do both. I got you. Only problem is how I'm supposed to know where he at when he there. That's when I tell Trouble I'll let him know based on dispatch exactly where Napoleon is. He goes on to tell me that's cool, but he don't be outside before 10 a.m. He has to fix his grandma her grits and eggs, but after 10, he's out here in these streets. Then he goes on to explain to me his unique style of texting, a code language that was absolutely genius. You could hold a regular conversation and no one would ever have a clue as to how you were giving instructions to the next person. If the FBI actually had the text message in hand, they would never know what was truly being said. Listen to me. Over the next few weeks, Trouble literally terrorizes Napoleon. Kids throwing rocks at his windshield. People reporting him for bad driving. They slashed his tires at 5 o'clock in the evening, and when the sun went down, 10, 15 thugs surrounded him. Back at the office, you could see it was mentally taking a toll on him. One morning, my boss pulls me to the side and whispers in my ear, "You know I'm catching flack behind this little redhead bastard not being able to hold his own in the streets, right? Man, it's not looking good for the home team at all." Get this, that following day, I come to work and my boss has resigned. I'm like, mother, and it's one of them bland resignation emails like, "I would like to thank the company and my team for their years of support. Together, we accomplished a lot. I will miss you all as I move forward to this new phase in my life." Pisses me all the way the off. He could have said something to me, shoot me a text, call me, do something, give me some kind of warning. So now, I'm in the garage blowing up his personal cell phone and he ain't answering it. I'm like, you left me in this all by myself. When I head back upstairs, it's turmoil. Everybody looks confused. Napoleon, it's I in his office. But Lord Jesus, you will never believe the following day who steps off the elevator that morning. Preston Lambert. Yes, you heard me. They hired Preston to replace my boss. This had to be the most crazy, nepotistic I'd ever see go down in any office place. He comes strolling in the door, walking with the same HR lady who made the decision to move him on. And the woman has this look on her face that like, what the look on her face? She makes the gesture with her fingers to her eyes, pointing to me and then pointing to him like, watch out for Preston. Understand, my blood pressure is boiling, having a panic attack, pissed, confused. So I go to the garage, sit in the truck, call my wife at work, and tell her the great news. She literally falls silent on the phone, saying, oh my God. Preston is like the gift that just keeps on giving. But listen to me, this is where my wife begins to behave like the woman that I married. She says, listen, stay cool. He's going to try and get a rise out of you, and he'll try and do it publicly. But don't bite no matter what he does or no matter what he says. Wait until the two of you are alone, then let him have it, baby. Worst case scenario, honey, is you lose the job. We move to Florida. No big deal. But don't let him get the best of you. I'm sitting in the truck pissed off, and I say, yeah, babe, I understand, but I really don't like this. She says, honey, understand. Worst case scenario for us is that you lose the job and that we move on. Worst case scenario for him is that you lose your temper and you beat his brains in. So I need you to stay cool and calm, because if it goes in the wrong direction, now I'm going to be bailing you out of jail, baby. And I don't have no money to be bailing you out of jail. Just stay focused, baby. It's going to be all right. I'm sorry. I know a lot of this is my fault, but you can handle this. Remember, he never touched me. Remember that. I'm yours. No matter what he says, he never touched me. Heading back upstairs, I walk in on him holding his first team meeting, and he digs straight into me, trying to embarrass me. I'm so glad you could take time out of your busy schedule to join us, with this stupid smile on his face. Then he proceeds to talk about my old boss. The old guard, he called himself a stiff and rigid boss. But me, I'm going to play it fast and loose. Around here, we're going to kick it into high gear. Some of you are going to have to work weekends. And I know, you guys want to be home with your beautiful wives and children. But I made a commitment when I took this job. The commitment is to production, efficiency, and outcome. Listen to me, this mother meathead in the first 10 minutes pissed off 80% of his team. And it was right there in that moment that I realized I needed to carry my ass down the floor. Now things begin to fall apart.
Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Countdown, levitate. Going up, elevate. Watch me demonstrate. On time, never late. I grind, celebrate. No pump, fake, hesitate. I've been scoring every day. Champagne Perrier. Since 9-3, been in the box now, stepping.
So I head back out into the field, texting trouble, but there's no response. Then I call a headhunter, and he says there were 2 job posts in Pensacola, Florida. One of them was taken, and the other one was withdrawn. Sorry to inform you, but I have nothing else at the moment. But if I get anything anywhere in Florida, I'll call you as soon as possible. That feeling hits. You know the feeling when you know it punches me, bing, dead in the chest. For the rest of that week, I'm on pins and needles, waiting on Preston to start some. Out there on the job, I bump into Chuck, and he can tell something is wrong with me. He starts to inquire, and I tell him. But from Chunk Street perspective, the situation was really, really simple. He says, listen, You know it's gonna be some either way it go. So why you gonna sit around here and be terrified, man? Man, that. Find an excuse to go in there, file a report, do whatever you gotta do, but go check his temperature and see where his head is. Right now, you see, you all up in your head making up, dog. For all you know, your boss got a gay bodybuilding lover who's cheating on him. You don't know what's going on. But I tell you what's dangerous. What's dangerous is you living inside of your head. You need to find out what's happening, and you need to find out what's happening right now. Understand, Chunk is spazzing out in the middle of the street. He says, talk this through with me. Tell me what's got to happen for you to be forced to hold a conversation with him. I said, well, you know, any incident has to be reported directly to him. Chunk says, well, what the hell is an incident? Define incident for me. I tell him, anything that involves lost or stolen company property is considered an incident. Then he walks around to his car, gets his handgun, and shoots my windshield. Is that an incident? Said Chunk with a smile on his face. Then he shoots again. Oops, looks like you got two mother incidents. He continues to spaz out. Man, listen, this tried to your old lady, and he got you shook because he your boss? Dog, come on now, you better than that. The worst this man can do is fire you. And truth be told, you already had him touched out here in these streets. So truthfully, he more scared of you than you are him. He just running around acting tough. You the one being a loup right now. Then Chunk hops into his car, rolls his eyes at me, and speeds off. I call dispatch and tell them that my truck was hit in a drive-by shooting. They call off the rest of my jobs for the day, and I head back into the office to file a report. However, when I get there, Preston is gone. So I write my report, email it to him, and tell him I need a meeting in the morning. Now get this, the following morning, I'm a few minutes late for work. It rarely happens, but it happened. Got caught in traffic. When I get there, his secretary says, Preston is looking for you. And from the minute I walk into the office, I knew this was going to be some. He has a pen and pad out. And he says, you're late. Make sure you put that on your timesheet. In that moment, I'm thinking to myself, it's about to go down. So I spit right back at him. I'll make sure I put it on my timesheet. Also, I'm going to put the extra time that I spent out there in the field. It should balance it off. He goes on to say, so what happened with your truck? One of your thugs turned against you? In my head, I hear my wife's voice saying, don't let it happen publicly. Make sure it's in private. Behind me, his office door is still open. And I say, listen, boss, it's a delicate situation. Do you mind if I close the door? He nods. I close it. And then I say, actually, it was a friend of mine who shot the truck. You know, he was a little worried about me. Didn't like the fact that I was stressed out and aggravated. He felt it was better if you and I talk in private, so I'm here to talk. So you're admitting right now that you purposely damaged company property? I'm like, nah, that's not what I said. I didn't shoot the truck. Somebody else shot the truck. But he did it in order for me and you to have an opportunity to talk in private. Now pause, ladies and gentlemen, because any logical man would understand right now in this moment the threat that's posed to him. But Preston didn't get it. He was emotional, and I realized right then and there, sitting in front of him, how weak he was. Because he starts to squirm in his chair, reaches for his cell phone, and I realize that he's about to record the conversation. So I said, listen, you tried to f my wife, and I tried to get you fired. He cuts me off saying, no, you got me shot in the foot. I said, nah, I didn't have nothing to do with that. You was in the wrong place at the wrong time, my man. I would never do anything like that to you. They knew my name. I know you had something to do with it, but I just can't prove it. Then I get reassigned to a whole nother state because of you. So guess what? I'm the boss now. You won't have this job for long if I can help it. Again, I'm sitting there looking at him, realizing he's emotional because he's scared. I simply say, look, we should get past the past. That's what I would like to do. I want to work with you moving forward. Is there any kind of way we can move past our past? Just stares at me with this cold look in his eyes. And I said, well, you're the boss. I can only play by your rules. He looks me dead in the eyes and says, correct. And these are my fucking rules. You're getting written up for the damages to the truck. I said, you sure you want to go this route? Makes no sense considering. And then I lift my leg up, pointing to my foot. And he explodes again. Are you threatening me? Are you in here right now threatening your boss? Remaining calm, I say, no. But you're scaring the hell out of me. Veins popping all out of the side of your neck. Man, you're a huge guy. I'm little. Please calm down. I don't feel comfortable with you being angry like this. Understand, I know by now that he's hit the record button. But what he never knew was I was recording the whole time as well. He excuses me. I get up, leave, go back to my desk, and I'm sitting there waiting because I already know that he's going to human resources. No doubt about it. Sure enough, 2 hours later, I get a call from HR to go down to the same lady's office who's been involved in this from the beginning. And the first words that come out of her mouth are, "You gotta be careful. Preston said that you're threatening him and he recorded your conversation." Understanding that I have the upper hand, I tell her, "Hey, let's hear it." She plays the conversation and it's been edited. He took out the part where I was asking him for us to move past our issues and the part where I denied having him shot. So I started laughing. I'm talking about hardcore Santa Claus jolly giggling. And she says, "You bastard, you recorded him, didn't you?" I take out my phone, play the entire conversation. She's sitting there with her hand on her chin listening, saying, "Ain't this a dirty low-down son of a..." The woman takes the paperwork on her desk, tears it up, throws it away, and we talk for a few minutes about my old boss. She says, "You know he took another job. He saw the writing on the wall." And I told her I had been reaching out to him, but he wouldn't answer. And that's what pissed me off. Then she breaks it down for me. She says, "He's an old man, darling. He's been with this company for a long time. Everything that he had was tied into the company. His office phone and his personal phone. He's not ignoring you. I have both of his phones right here in my drawer." Now, when I get back to my desk, I notice there's a red light flashing on my phone, thinking it's probably a threatening voicemail from Preston. I ignore it, get another truck, and head back into the field. Now, I'm out there texting Trouble to meet me, and when I pull up, he's like, "Yo, you ready for the grand finale? Park your truck and take a ride with me." He and I head directly over to where Napoleon was. And I'm like, "Trouble, how in the hell do you know where this man is?" He says, "Man, I've been put a tracker on his truck, and we have been screwing with him everywhere he goes. When he's sitting in traffic, there are thugs next to him. As soon as he leaves the parking garage, we are harassing him. This has been fun." We're sitting there in his car, and he says, "Watch this." Pulls out his phone, sends a text message. A few minutes later, an unmarked car pulls up. Police hop out, walk up to Napoleon, and they start to talk. You can see in his body language that he's confused. They open one of the toolboxes on the back of his truck and pull out a package and a wad of money. Now, Trouble starts rolling down the window with this proud look on his face and says, this right here, this is the best part. You need to hear this." And you can hear Napoleon saying, "That's not mine. I don't know where that came from, but that's not mine. Get off me. Get off me. What are you doing? You can't arrest me. I didn't do anything wrong." I kind of felt sorry for the dude. He looked tired and worn down. They had did a number on him. Trouble, sitting there smiling, says, "He ain't finna be in no major trouble, dude. Relax. He's a first-time offender. He probably lawyer up, fight it, walk away with probation. Either way it goes, he ain't your problem no more. You smell me?" Then we pull off and head back to my truck. I take a moment to ask Trouble, "Where in the hell did you learn to think this way?" His reply is, "Playing chess. His grandpa, before he died, taught him how to play chess. Told him that playing chess would keep him alive because it would give him an advantage over everybody else in the hood because he would know how to think." Trouble goes on saying, "And that's what I do, baby. I play chess with people. Blind is my boy. We came up together. And anytime he need me to play the game, I play the game for him, like what happened with Skinny." Looking at him, "Son of a, that was you that did that to Skinny?" "Yep, that was me. But you know this Amazon cat that you got us hooked up with? Now he's one hell of a chess player. Told Blinded we had to get with him. Understand, I'm waiting right now to get my intro to this dude so I can show him my skills." Understand this about Trouble. When he was passionate and he was talking about what he loved to do, he was so animated. He said, "I use my mind and other people's energy to make things happen." These dudes out here running around, shooting guns, murdering children. You don't have to do none of that. None of that, baby. You just gotta outthink the next person. Man, the average street dude out here damn near kill himself if you give him a reason to. After that conversation, I call dispatch, let them know I'm back out in the field. They give me one job, and then I head home to talk to my wife. Over dinner, I explained to her that this is not going to end well. I let her hear the conversation between me and Preston, and she says, listen, honey, he's real emotional. That means he's scared. Just let him keep making mistakes. The next day I get to work and the office is all in a buzz about what happened to the golden boy Napoleon Dynamite. People are afraid, talking about it's not even worth it to work the job. The employees are becoming demoralized. Everyone but me. I'm chilling, sitting at my desk, and decide to check my messages. And there's two. I listened to the first one, and it's from Preston saying he requested a meeting with HR about my behavior. This fool still doesn't realize that I recorded him. So I emailed him asking a date and time, and he responds saying, right now. So now the two of us head back down to the HR lady's office, and it's her and her supervisor, the head of the entire HR department. No sooner than we sit in the chairs, Preston goes in on how I threatened him, and he recorded it and wants to know what they're going to do about it. I say nothing. I'm sitting back, chilling and waiting. He goes on, insinuating that the reason he got shot, the reason Napoleon was arrested, and all the troubles around the office was my fault. Now, if we're being honest, it was my fault. But I'm not being honest in this situation. And I tell him, listen, I'm just a cable guy. I'm not some kind of drug pen, guys. I don't know what he's talking about. Understand the situation that we're sitting in. He's highly emotional. And these two people were way too calm. When he's done ranting and raving, they look at me and say, well, what do you have to say about this? My reply is very simple. He's a liar, and his track record at this company speaks for itself. The scrutiny should not be on me, it should be on him. Preston, who at this point in time I really believe had to be on steroids, rages again and says, I'm your supervisor and you threaten me. That's why we're here at Human Resources, because you are going to get fired. Understand, the woman sitting there has only said a few words, and the head of Human Resources is sitting there looking at both of us. That's when he says, you know, there's a few things in this world I hate. I hate oysters. My wife loves to eat them. Raw, nasty stuff.
I have never understood the obsession people have with Dogman. As an eyewitness myself, I don't think it's entertaining in any way, shape, or form. It's downright terrifying. And when you add in the fact that if you decide to share your encounter, you will come under the scrutiny of hundreds of people, there is truly no incentive to even talk about it. When I reached out to James, my primary concern was the safety of my wife and young son. The concern was not from dealing with Dogmen, but the people, the crazy people who take this to the extreme. So let me say this. I'm sharing this with you not because I care what you think or if you believe I'm credible. And I totally agree with James that credibility in this little thing is fluid and based on opinions and not fact. However, I worked in law enforcement for 22 years, retired, and bought my dream home. The town I'm in is not rural. It's on the outskirts of a major city here in Arkansas. However, our land butts up to a river and a national forest. At the time I was purchasing it, I was thinking that it would make for good hunting, fishing, and hiking. Never did I think that I was literally buying trouble. We closed on the land and started the process of building our home, and all was well with no signs of anything strange. While the home was being built, my wife and I stayed in our 2-bedroom house, which was closer to the city but outside the danger zone for the criminals and gangs here in Arkansas. Life was fantastic for us. I felt like I was truly a blessed man. Fast forward, we move into the new house, and the first freaky thing that happens is one night I'm in the kitchen. To paint a picture for you, the wall facing outside when you are in our kitchen is all glass, with these huge sliding doors. I'm in the kitchen and I see what looks like a full-blown Indian man walking across the backside of our house dressed in tribal garments. This guy has no shirt on and a war bonnet, feathers and all. He has leather pants on, and he is barefoot, just walking in plain sight. So, I rush outside, and when I get close, he just vanished before my eyes like smoke, drifting away. That was the first strange thing that I saw, then it just got progressively worse. What was strange was that at first all the activity seemed like it was focused on me. To give you a timeline, for the first year it was just weird stuff that I personally was witnessing. For example, one night I'm out back prepping the riding mower in the shed, when I hear what sounds like men running up on the shed. You could hear them talking, and you could hear the footsteps coming in my direction. So I grab a sledgehammer and head out the front door of the shed, and there is no one around me. What made that night extra spooky was the fog that rolled in at the same time I started hearing them. It came from the woods, no wind blowing at all, just this dense fog low to the ground. And then the hair stands up all over my body and the fear kicks in, the adrenaline starts to pump. My body is sensing danger. I'm all too familiar with that sensation. It's the same feeling you get when you have a car pulled over at 2 a.m. and there are 3 passengers. The plates come back with warrants and you just know this is dangerous. You know that feeling, that sense of danger. That is what I felt in that moment. So, I decide that I'm going inside for the night. Not out of fear, but out of caution. It was a few days after hearing those men running outside and not seeing anything at all that I started to experience stuff inside the house. Again, my wife was experiencing nothing. It was just me. Looking back on it all, after talking to Dark Waters, it makes sense that I was the initial target. As he explained to me, when it comes to spiritual attacks, Mark chapter 3, verse 27 in the Bible is how they start. No man can enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he will first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house. Back then, I had no clue that this presence was in the process of trying to bind me into fear so that it could take over my house. I was just going along with life. Next, my wife and son are away at her mother's house, and I decide to watch TV and sleep on the sofa. Well, I fall asleep and I feel like I'm moving. When I open my eyes, the sofa has been moved 10 feet across the carpet. I can see the drag marks on the carpet, and now I'm starting to freak out. There is no one home with me, and the house is big, 5,700 square feet, so I'm thinking, okay, an intruder. Wait, pause. To be clear, I'm telling myself it was an intruder because if it was not, then I had a larger problem. I remember getting my shotgun and clearing my house room by room and finding nothing. No one is there. Again, when I say now that I was being targeted intentionally, I am saying this in hindsight. During that time period, I had no clue what was going on. It was just overwhelming. I felt like I was going crazy, so much so that I decided not to tell my wife about what was going on. It was better in my mind that she not see me that way. You may be asking yourself, what do you mean? Well, frankly, like a crazy person who was losing his mind, seeing, hearing, and experiencing invisible things. This, what I call paranormal activity, goes on for over a year. Then all of a sudden, the real stuff kicks in. Pause right here. Let me say this. When you have been under a barrage of supernatural encounters and you finally detect something physical, it's a release. I know that doesn't make any sense to you, but imagine for a moment you're in my shoes. There is nothing to actually fight. Nothing you can shoot, stab, or kill. It's just invisible forces. I had no clue when the physical activity started that things were only about to get worse, way worse. The first sighting, and to be clear, I had no clue what I was looking at in that moment, was a set of giant eyes. That morning I'd gone to the store, and on the way I dropped my wife and son off at her best friend's house for a play date. Well, I come home and I see that Indian again. This time, he is standing in the tree line looking at me. What stood out to me the most was the darkness in that area. Of course, there is shade in the trees as the leaves block out the sun. But this was different. It was more like a black void that he was standing inside of, and directly behind him was this set of eyes, just above his right shoulder in that darkness. He stood 7 feet tall, and these eyes were 10 feet in the air. All I saw were those eyes, and they were terrifying. This was the point where the eyeshine started day and night, and this was the point where my wife started to take notice. She woke me up one night and said that she had gone downstairs to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and when she looked through the glass, there were giant eyes staring at her from the woods. Stop. Pause. This was, in a sense, refreshing to finally have her see something strange and weird, but at the same time I was perplexed. What did it mean? Why all of a sudden was my wife seeing this when all along she had seen nothing? This goes on for a month, us both seeing these eyes watching us day and night, and it gets to the point where I need answers. The footsteps, the Indian, the eyes, I needed to find something out about it, or find a way to deal with it. So I head up the road and start knocking on doors and talking to neighbors. The first person is a woman, Elizabeth, she told me to call her Liz, a sweet little black lady, 82 years old. Her husband died a few years prior, and her grandson was living with her. Looking at him, he seemed like the loser type, staying with grandma, stealing money out of her purse. We sit down and talk, and she tells me that she loved the new house and would have come down to introduce herself, but she has trouble getting around. We get to talking, and she lays it on hard, and next thing I know, Liz has me outside changing light bulbs on her floodlights. I came to her house to get information, and the woman put me to work. Nonetheless, I was happy to help, and that is when I noticed something that opened the door to what I really wanted to know. Liz had floodlights on the back side of her property, but they faced both the woods and her house. When I asked her about it, she said, "You will think I'm crazy." I tell her, "No, I won't. Try me. Why do you light up the woods?" Liz, and I quote her words, says, "There is an old evil in these woods, older than men, older than this town, this city, this nation. There are old spirits and old evils in these woods. My husband Frank was able to hold them off, but since he is gone, all that keeps them back is the lights. They hate that light on them." Imagine the scene. I'm standing there looking into this woman's eyes. You know how it is to look into the eyes of an elderly person. Their eyes tell a story. In her eyes, I saw pain, fear, but also this strength. Like iron or steel, like nothing was going to scare her. When I told her I think I have seen the evil you speak of and told her about the Indian, she laughed and said, "That's one of them ghosts, them spirits. They are just lost. They ain't gonna harm you. They will try and scare you, though." Liz goes on to explain to me that I can come back anytime I need to talk, but she might ask me to do some work because her grandson doesn't help much. When I ask her about the eyeshine, her whole demeanor changes and she says, "Now that is the old evil. They come around to test the hearts of men. They tested Frank, tried him good. Every day and night they would come. Every day and night my Frank would meet them head on, showed them no fear even when they showed themselves to him. He never backed down, not once." As she is talking, her grandson interrupts and starts to talk over her, saying that his grandmother Liz was old and didn't know what she was talking about. Liz, quick as a whip, the words flew off her tongue like an arrow. "Shut your lazy ass down and shut up. If you knew what your grandfather faced, you would piss your pants, boy. Go inside." He looks angry, like he wanted to do something, but turns and walks into the house. As he is walking away, she says, "You're gonna find out what your grandfather dealt with when I'm dead and gone, and you are alone in this house. They will test you too. They're gonna test your manhood and your spirit. You just wait." She then turns to me and asks, "You got a Bible?" I say, "Yes, I have one." She says, "Start praying Psalms 91 every morning. Go outside and read it aloud. That will give you some peace for a while, but these things will show themselves to you. They have the right to try and make you afraid. Do you understand?" I'm looking at her, and I know I have a look of confusion on my face because I say, "No, I don't." She says, "You always have a choice who you're gonna fear in this life, son. Are you gonna fear God or something else?" Liz says, "I'm tired of standing. Can you help me back into the house?" I take her inside and help her sit down in the reclining chair. Then she says, "Come back anytime. I'm going to take a little nap." I leave, and on the walk back home, the conversation plays over in my mind. Her words echoed, "They're going to test you." Little did I know that test would come later that night. Now, when you think of a test, what comes to mind? Probably a sighting, you know. They jump out of the bushes or tree line. That's what I thought Liz meant when she said they were going to test you. Well, I'm here to tell you that any preconceived notions as to what they can and will do should be thrown out the window. Understand, these things are not robots programmed to move a particular way. They don't care what we as humans think about them. They just are. This was the first lesson I learned that night. Imagine the scene. It's 10:30 p.m. My son is in bed asleep. My wife and I are in the process of snuggling, talking about her father who was struggling with prostate problems, when we hear this tink, tink, tink sound like metal tapping on glass. You know how it is when it's dark in your house at night. You sit up in bed, moving your head, tuning into the direction the sound is coming from. We realize that it's coming from downstairs, and my wife calls it. She says it sounds like someone is tapping on the glass doors downstairs. This fear comes over her, and all the color drains out of her face. As a husband, there's something about your wife being brought into fear. Those of you married understand what I'm saying. It makes your blood boil, knowing that she is afraid of something or someone, that they have put fear inside of her. This was the first night that I was actually angry about what was going on. So I get up, get the shotgun, and as I head down the steps, I resolve in my mind that no matter what I see, person, ghost, monster, I'm shooting it. Imagine the scene. I come down the stairs, turn right, all the lights are off inside the house. So looking out those glass doors, I can see clearly. The floodlights are on outside. Listen, this really messed me up. Looking out that door, it's Liz. Well, this thing looked like Elizabeth, my neighbor. However, she is old. We're talking about can't walk up a flight of steps, old. This thing, and thing is the word I will use because no human moves like this, is right up on the glass, tapping, and then it steps backward in this freaky jerking motion. What threw me off was that anatomically all human motion starts with our legs. No matter what you do, if you intend to move in a direction, your feet and legs move first. This thing's motion started with its upper body. When it backed away from the glass, it threw its arms backward. Then its legs went back, one at a time. It was almost like something that had never been human pretending to be human. Anyway, it backed away to the middle of the yard, and then, I know this sounds crazy, it starts to pull its flesh off. Stop. Pause right here again. I want to inject something here. When you find yourself in a situation like this, it's not like in a movie. There is no audience watching you. There is no background scary music. There is nothing. Just the insane stuff that is unfolding before your eyes. I told you I had decided I was shooting, and when the flesh started coming off, I opened the door and hit it with a blast of that Mossberg, and things go flying through the air and hit the ground. Oh shit, I say. That's your ass now. I fire another shot. Now it's crawling, trying to get to the tree line, and this is when it just becomes too much for me to handle. Imagine a humanoid figure that took on the appearance of an elderly black woman, crawling on its belly away from you. Its skin is peeling, so the black skin is peeling off, revealing this pale white flesh. The hair, female hair, is peeling away from the head. In that moment, it seemed like it was in fear of me. I felt empowered. It's crawling ahead of me about 25 feet when the legs bend up over the body to where the shoulders are, the hands press down and lift the body up, and now the head is looking at me. This thing smiles, the most devilish smile I have ever seen, and then scrambles off into the darkness. I'm standing there in shock at what I just experienced, and start to back away, keeping my ease on the woods, when I hear this sound. The closest thing that I have found is the howler monkey. It had the same depth but not the same range of sounds. When that noise started, it was like my body itself started to give way. I'm not sure if it was too much for me to handle or what, but my legs got weak and I turned and ran into the house. Now, mind you, this entire time I had no idea my wife was behind me, looking on as all of this unfolded. It had never crossed my mind, and I saw her when I went back into the house, but I wasn't seeing her at the same time. I'm not sure I can make that make sense to you. I was in shock. Now, inside with the door closed and locked, I just stood there. I remember her talking to me, but not what she said. I remember the smell of the gunpowder from the shotgun. It was all becoming a blur, yet still clear. I remember walking over to the sofa, sitting down, and then I was out. Woke up the next morning feeling like I was in a car wreck. My wife had made coffee, and she says we need to talk about what happened last night. She goes on to talk about how much she loves me, and I'm confused. Like, for real, I'm like, I know you saw that. Listen, when my wife goes on to explain what she saw, it really, pardon my language, but we are all adults. Well, it really messed with my head. My wife went on to explain to me that what she saw outside the window was not only the old black woman, but along the wood line were these Indians dressed with feathered hats. They had spears and machetes, and as I was facing off with that thing, they were chanting, "Do you not hear that sound?" I explained to her that I heard nothing at all. She continued, saying it was almost as if they were watching the combat. They were smiling, and when that thing morphed and twisted its body and ran into the woods, they watched and celebrated as it ran. Then they all faded away. She described it like grains of sand being blown away. Listen, that was the first test, and frankly, looking back on it, that was nothing compared to what was to come. Let me talk to the men listening right now. Have you ever felt weak? I don't mean physically tired, not muscles and bones. I mean like your inner man is weak, like your soul has become weak. That's what I felt like when I went back to see Liz. I was drained to my soul. And when I knocked on her door, she opened it and said, "Come on in, son. I heard you down there shooting. Imagine it's been a rough few days." As she turned her back, letting me inside the house, seconds later, she poured me a glass of lemonade and started to cook. Then she said, "You know, when Frank had to deal with these things for days afterward, he would be tired." He described it as being tired unto death, like death had touched him in some way and started to drain his life out of him. It took me a while to realize that when he dealt with that stuff, he would stop eating, and it took even longer to understand why he lost his appetite. She paused, looked up from the skillet where she was scrambling eggs and cooking sausage at the same time, and said, "I used to think the appetite was scared right out of him. Then I noticed that every time they came, and he confronted them, he started to fast. Go without food for days. He didn't even realize it because it was his spirit man recharging for the next fight. I would make him food, and he would vomit at the smell of it until we figured out that when he was in that state, we needed to pray. 3 days, no food, he would pray, and when the time was over, he would be stronger, more vibrant than before. It was like he was in training. My husband would pace outside around the house like he was looking for a fight. Days would pass and nothing, then they would come and he would confront them outside. Strange things would happen. Tree roots would come alive, the east wind would blow, knocking him off his feet, 60 miles per hour winds, only hitting him, never the house. Then the wolves would come. They always came on the east wind. Dogs of hell is what I call them, but he would stand his ground, never back down, even as they closed in on him. Then one day, guess what? He figured out that they should be scared of him, and that turned into him believing it, and then I started to believe it as well. Well, when we figured that out, the bigger ones came. 14-foot-tall monsters, wolves, yeah, they were mad. But by then, so much had happened that my husband and I knew that God was protecting us. It didn't matter what they did. He would just go on about his business. I'm not talking about church and religion stuff. I'm talking about the power of God, Jesus walking on water power. Once my husband figured it all out, he would walk right into the woods with them and they would not do him a thing. You know how it is when old folks talk. You can tell they are reliving what they are telling you. She stopped talking and plated the food and said, "Now, I need you to eat. and I need you to bring your wife with you the next time you come. We should talk." Then Liz touched me on my shoulder, and when I tell you, I have never felt anything like that. It was like an electrical shock wave hit my body. I felt like a car battery that had been just jumped after sitting in the cold. It felt like the room became brighter, the food smelled better. To this day, I cannot explain it. What I knew in that moment was that she had tapped into the power of God. I just didn't know how much she had done so, nor did I understand that Liz was going to play such an important role in the next 3 years of my life and my family's life. I have never understood the obsession people have with Dogman. As an eyewitness myself, I don't think it's entertaining in any way, shape, or form. It's downright terrifying. And when you add in the fact that if you decide to share your encounter, you will come under the scrutiny of hundreds of people, there is truly no incentive to even talk about it. When I reached out to James, my primary concern was the safety of my wife and young son. The concern was not from dealing with Dogmen, but the people, the crazy people who take this to the extreme. So let me say this. I'm sharing this with you not because I care what you think or if you believe I'm credible. And I totally agree with James that credibility in this little thing is fluid and based on opinions and not fact. However, I worked in law enforcement for 22 years, retired, and bought my dream home. The town I'm in is not rural. It's on the outskirts of a major city here in Arkansas. However, our land butts up to a river and a national forest. At the time I was purchasing it, I was thinking that it would make for good hunting, fishing, and hiking. Never did I think that I was literally buying trouble. We closed on the land and started the process of building our home, and all was well with no signs of anything strange. While the home was being built, my wife and I stayed in our 2-bedroom house, which was closer to the city but outside the danger zone for the criminals and gangs here in Arkansas. Life was fantastic for us. I felt like I was truly a blessed man. Fast forward, we move into the new house, and the first freaky thing that happens is one night I'm in the kitchen. To paint a picture for you, the wall facing outside when you are in our kitchen is all glass, with these huge sliding doors. I'm in the kitchen and I see what looks like a full-blown Indian man walking across the backside of our house dressed in tribal garments. This guy has no shirt on and a war bonnet, feathers and all. He has leather pants on and he is barefoot, just walking in plain sight. So I rush outside, and when I get close, he just vanished before my eyes like smoke, drifting away. That was the first strange thing that I saw, then it just got progressively worse. What was strange was that at first all the activity seemed like it was focused on me. To give you a timeline, for the first year it was just weird stuff that I personally was witnessing. For example, one night I'm out back prepping the riding mower in the shed, when I hear what sounds like men running up on the shed. You could hear them talking and you could hear the footsteps coming in my direction. So I grab a sledgehammer and head out the front door of the shed, and there is no one around me. What made that night extra spooky was the fog that rolled in at the same time I started hearing them. It came from the woods, no wind blowing at all, just this dense fog low to the ground. And then the hair stands up all over my body and the fear kicks in, the adrenaline starts to pump. My body is sensing danger. I'm all too familiar with that sensation. It's the same feeling you get when you have a car pulled over at 2 a.m. and there are 3 passengers. The plates come back with warrants and you just know this is dangerous. You know that feeling, that sense of danger. That is what I felt in that moment. So, I decide that I'm going inside for the night. Not out of fear, but out of caution. It was a few days after hearing those men running outside and not seeing anything at all that I started to experience stuff inside the house. Again, my wife was experiencing nothing. It was just me. Looking back on it all, after talking to Dark Waters, it makes sense that I was the initial target. As he explained to me, when it comes to spiritual attacks, Mark chapter 3, verse 27 in the Bible is how they start. No man can enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he will first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house. Back then, I had no clue that this presence was in the process of trying to bind me into fear so that it could take over my house. I was just going along with life. Next, my wife and son are away at her mother's house, and I decide to watch TV and sleep on the sofa. Well, I fall asleep and I feel like I'm moving. When I open my eyes, the sofa has been moved 10 feet across the carpet. I can see the drag marks on the carpet, and now I'm starting to freak out. There is no one home with me, and the house is big, 5,700 square feet, so I'm thinking, okay, an intruder. Wait, pause. To be clear, I'm telling myself it was an intruder because if it was not, then I had a larger problem. I remember getting my shotgun and clearing my house room by room and finding nothing. No one is there. Again, when I say now that I was being targeted intentionally, I am saying this in hindsight. During that time period, I had no clue what was going on. It was just overwhelming. I felt like I was going crazy, so much so that I decided not to tell my wife about what was going on. It was better in my mind that she not see me that way. You may be asking yourself, what do you mean? Well, frankly, like a crazy person who was losing his mind, seeing, hearing, and experiencing invisible things. This, what I call paranormal activity, goes on for over a year. Then all of a sudden, the real stuff kicks in. Pause right here. Let me say this. When you have been under a barrage of supernatural encounters and you finally detect something physical, it's a release. I know that doesn't make any sense to you, but imagine for a moment you're in my shoes. There is nothing to actually fight. Nothing you can shoot, stab, or kill. It's just invisible forces. I had no clue when the physical activity started that things were only about to get worse, way worse. The first sighting, and to be clear, I had no clue what I was looking at in that moment, was a set of giant eyes. That morning I'd gone to the store, and on the way I dropped my wife and son off at her best friend's house for a play date. Well, I come home and I see that Indian again. This time, he is standing in the tree line looking at me. What stood out to me the most was the darkness in that area. Of course, there is shade in the trees as the leaves block out the sun. But this was different. It was more like a black void that he was standing inside of, and directly behind him was this set of eyes, just above his right shoulder in that darkness. He stood 7 feet tall, and these eyes were 10 feet in the air. All I saw were those eyes, and they were terrifying. This was the point where the eyeshine started day and night, and this was the point where my wife started to take notice. She woke me up one night and said that she had gone downstairs to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and when she looked through the glass, there were giant eyes staring at her from the woods. Stop. Pause. This was, in a sense, refreshing to finally have her see something strange and weird, but at the same time I was perplexed. What did it mean? Why all of a sudden was my wife seeing this when all along she had seen nothing? This goes on for a month, us both seeing these eyes watching us day and night, and it gets to the point where I need answers. The footsteps, the Indian, the eyes, I needed to find something out about it, or find a way to deal with it. So I head up the road and start knocking on doors and talking to neighbors. The first person is a woman, Elizabeth, she told me to call her Liz, a sweet little black lady, 82 years old. Her husband died a few years prior, and her grandson was living with her. Looking at him, he seemed like the loser type, staying with grandma, stealing money out of her purse. We sit down and talk, and she tells me that she loved the new house and would have come down to introduce herself, but she has trouble getting around. We get to talking, and she lays it on hard, and next thing I know, Liz has me outside changing light bulbs on her floodlights. I came to her house to get information, and the woman put me to work. Nonetheless, I was happy to help, and that is when I noticed something that opened the door to what I really wanted to know. Liz had floodlights on the back side of her property, but they faced both the woods and her house. When I asked her about it, she said, "You will think I'm crazy." I tell her, "No, I won't. Try me. Why do you light up the woods?" Liz, and I quote her words, says, "There is an old evil in these woods, older than men, older than this town, this city, this nation. There are old spirits and old evils in these woods. My husband Frank was able to hold them off, but since he is gone, all that keeps them back is the lights. They hate that light on them." Imagine the scene. I'm standing there looking into this woman's eyes. You know how it is to look into the eyes of an elderly person. Their eyes tell a story. In her eyes, I saw pain, fear, but also this strength. Like iron or steel, like nothing was going to scare her. When I told her I think I have seen the evil you speak of and told her about the Indian, she laughed and said, "That's one of them ghosts, them spirits. They are just lost. They ain't gonna harm you. They will try and scare you, though." Liz goes on to explain to me that I can come back anytime I need to talk, but she might ask me to do some work because her grandson doesn't help much. When I ask her about the eye shine, her whole demeanor changes and she says, "Now that is the old evil. They come around to test the hearts of men. They tested Frank, tried him good. Every day and night they would come. Every day and night my Frank would meet them head on, showed them no fear even when they showed themselves to him. He never backed down, not once." As she is talking, her grandson interrupts and starts to talk over her, saying that his grandmother Liz was old and didn't know what she was talking about. Liz, quick as a whip, the words flew off her tongue like an arrow. "Shut your lazy ass down and shut up. If you knew what your grandfather faced, you would piss your pants, boy. Go inside." He looks angry, like he wanted to do something, but turns and walks into the house. As he is walking away, she says, "You're gonna find out what your grandfather dealt with when I'm dead and gone, and you are alone in this house. They will test you too. They're gonna test your manhood and your spirit. You just wait." She then turns to me and asks, "You got a Bible?" I say, "Yes, I have one." She says, "Start praying Psalms 91 every morning. Go outside and read it aloud. That will give you some peace for a while, but these things will show themselves to you. They have the right to try and make you afraid. Do you understand?" I'm looking at her, and I know I have a look of confusion on my face because I say, "No, I don't." She says, "You always have a choice who you're gonna fear in this life, son. Are you gonna fear God or something else?" Liz says, "I'm tired of standing. Can you help me back into the house?" I take her inside and help her sit down in the reclining chair. Then she says, "Come back anytime. I'm gonna take a little nap." I leave, and on the walk back home, the conversation plays over in my mind. Her words echoed, "They're gonna test you." Little did I know that test would come later that night. Now, when you think of a test, what comes to mind? Probably a sighting, you know. They jump out of the bushes or tree line. That's what I thought Liz meant when she said they were going to test you. Well, I'm here to tell you that any preconceived notions as to what they can and will do should be thrown out the window. Understand these things are not robots programmed to move a particular way. They don't care what we as humans think about them. They just are. This was the first lesson I learned that night. Imagine the scene. It's 10:30 p.m. My son is in bed asleep. My wife and I are in the process of snuggling, talking about her father who was struggling with prostate problems, when we hear this tink, tink, tink sound like metal tapping on glass. You know how it is when it's dark in your house at night. You sit up in bed, moving your head. tuning into the direction the sound is coming from. We realize that it's coming from downstairs, and my wife calls it. She says it sounds like someone is tapping on the glass doors downstairs. This fear comes over her, and all the color drains out of her face. As a husband, there's something about your wife being brought into fear. Those of you married understand what I'm saying. It makes your blood boil, knowing that she is afraid of something or someone, that they have put fear inside of her. This was the first night that I was actually angry about what was going on. So I get up, get the shotgun, and as I head down the steps, I resolve in my mind that no matter what I see, person, ghost, monster, I'm shooting it. Imagine the scene. I come down the stairs, turn right, all the lights are off inside the house. So looking out those glass doors, I can see clearly. The floodlights are on outside. Listen, this really messed me up. Looking out that door, it's Liz. Well, this thing looked like Elizabeth, my neighbor. However, she is old. We're talking about can't walk up a flight of steps, old. This thing, and thing is the word I will use because no human moves like this, is right up on the glass, tapping, and then it steps backward in this freaky jerking motion. What threw me off was that anatomically all human motion starts with our legs. No matter what you do, if you intend to move in a direction, your feet and legs move first. This thing's motion started with its upper body. When it backed away from the glass, it threw its arms backward. Then its legs went back, one at a time. It was almost like something that had never been human pretending to be human. Anyway, it backed away to the middle of the yard, and then, I know this sounds crazy, it starts to pull its flesh off. Stop. Pause right here again. I want to inject something here. When you find yourself in a situation like this, it's not like in a movie. There is no audience watching you. There is no background scary music. There is nothing. Just the insane stuff that is unfolding before your eyes. I told you I had decided I was shooting, and when the flesh started coming off, I opened the door and hit it with a blast of that Mossberg, and things go flying through the air and hit the ground. Oh shit, I say. That's your ass now. I fire another shot. Now it's crawling, trying to get to the tree line, and this is when it just becomes too much for me to handle. Imagine a humanoid figure that took on the appearance of an elderly black woman, crawling on its belly away from you. Its skin is peeling, so the black skin is peeling off, revealing this pale white flesh. The hair, female hair, is peeling away from the head. In that moment, it seemed like it was in fear of me. I felt empowered. It's crawling ahead of me about 25 feet when the legs bend up over the body to where the shoulders are, the hands press down and lift the body up, and now the head is looking at me. This thing smiles, the most devilish smile I have ever seen, and then scrambles off into the darkness. I'm standing there in shock at what I just experienced, and start to back away, keeping my ease on the woods, when I hear this sound. The closest thing that I have found is the howler monkey. It had the same depth but not the same range of sounds. When that noise started, it was like my body itself started to give way. I'm not sure if it was too much for me to handle or what, but my legs got weak and I turned and ran into the house. Now mind you, this entire time I had no idea my wife was behind me, looking on as all of this unfolded. It had never crossed my mind, and I saw her when I went back into the house, but I wasn't seeing her at the same time. I'm not sure I can make that make sense to you. I was in shock. Now, inside with the door closed and locked, I just stood there. I remember her talking to me, but not what she said. I remember the smell of the gunpowder from the shotgun. It was all becoming a blur, yet still clear. I remember walking over to the sofa, sitting down, and then I was out. Woke up the next morning feeling like I was in a car wreck. My wife had made coffee, and she says we need to talk about what happened last night. She goes on to talk about how much she loves me, and I'm confused. Like, for real, I'm like, I know you saw that. Listen, when my wife goes on to explain what she saw, it really, pardon my language, but we are all adults. Well, it really messed with my head. My wife went on to explain to me that what she saw outside the window was not only the old black woman, but along the wood line were these Indians dressed with feathered hats. They had spears and machetes, and as I was facing off with that thing, they were chanting, "Do you not hear that sound?" I explained to her that I heard nothing at all. She continued, saying it was almost as if they were watching the combat. They were smiling, and when that thing morphed and twisted its body and ran into the woods, they watched and celebrated as it ran. Then they all faded away. She described it like grains of sand being blown away. Listen, that was the first test, and frankly, looking back on it, that was nothing compared to what was to come. Let me talk to the men listening right now. Have you ever felt weak? I don't mean physically tired, not muscles and bones. I mean like your inner man is weak, like your soul has become weak. That's what I felt like when I went back to see Liz. I was drained to my soul. And when I knocked on her door, she opened it and said, "Come on in, son. I heard you down there shooting. Imagine it's been a rough few days." As she turned her back, letting me inside the house, seconds later, she poured me a glass of lemonade and started to cook. Then she said, "You know, when Frank had to deal with these things for days afterward, he would be tired." He described it as being tired unto death, like death had touched him in some way and started to drain his life out of him. It took me a while to realize that when he dealt with that stuff, he would stop eating, and it took even longer to understand why he lost his appetite. She paused, looked up from the skillet where she was scrambling eggs and cooking sausage at the same time, and said, "I used to think the appetite was scared right out of him. Then I noticed that every time they came, and he confronted them, he started to fast. Go without food for days. He didn't even realize it because it was his spirit man recharging for the next fight. I would make him food, and he would vomit at the smell of it until we figured out that when he was in that state, we needed to pray. 3 days, no food, he would pray, and when the time was over, he would be stronger, more vibrant than before. It was like he was in training. My husband would pace outside around the house like he was looking for a fight. Days would pass and nothing, then they would come and he would confront them outside. Strange things would happen. Tree roots would come alive, the east wind would blow, knocking him off his feet, 60 miles per hour winds, only hitting him, never the house. Then the wolves would come. They always came on the east wind. Dogs of hell is what I call them, but he would stand his ground, never back down, even as they closed in on him. Then one day, guess what? He figured out that they should be scared of him, and that turned into him believing it, and then I started to believe it as well. Well, when we figured that out, the bigger ones came. 14-foot-tall monsters, wolves, yeah, they were mad. But by then, so much had happened that my husband and I knew that God was protecting us. It didn't matter what they did. He would just go on about his business. I'm not talking about church and religion stuff. I'm talking about the power of God, Jesus walking on water power. Once my husband figured it all out, he would walk right into the woods with them and they would not do him a thing. You know how it is when old folks talk. You can tell they are reliving what they are telling you. She stopped talking and plated the food and said, "Now, I need you to eat, and I need you to bring your wife with you the next time you come. We should talk." Then Liz touched me on my shoulder, and when I tell you I have never felt anything like that. It was like an electrical shock wave hit my body. I felt like a car battery that had been just jumped after sitting in the cold. It felt like the room became brighter, the food smelled better. To this day, I cannot explain it. What I knew in that moment was that she had tapped into the power of God. I just didn't know how much she had done so, nor did I understand that Liz was going to play such an important role in the next 3 years of my life and my family's life. Over the next 30 days, things were quiet, almost as if we were given a reprieve, a break from all the craziness. During that time, my wife and son spent a lot of time with Liz, and she asked me to mentor her grandson. She told me about his life. His father, her son-in-law, was arrested for attempt murder of the man who tried to rape his mother, her daughter. This happened in Little Rock. His father gets arrested for attempted murder. Then her daughter was overcome with what she called a spirit of guilt. Her eyes watered as she explained it all. She prayed, tried to pray that spirit off of her, but her daughter wouldn't let it go. Yas, short for Yasmina, just couldn't accept the fact that she couldn't have done anything different to prevent that wicked man from trying to rape her. Then one day, she saw him out on the streets, free, and her husband in prison. So she went to the car, got a gun, and shot him in the head in broad daylight, mafia style, walked right up behind him. Then she went home to be with her son and waited. When the police came, they took her, leaving the grandson with her and Frank. Well, I started to spend time with her grandson, and you could tell he was yearning for male attention, just someone to talk to. Now he had to get over the fact that I was white and that I was an ex-cop. However, after we got past that point, he and I hit it off well. That's when he opened up one day. We were at my house in the back. He was helping me with the lawnmower when he said, "You know what? I think these things in the woods, they want you to treat them like they are the boss, you know? They all seem the same to me. They want us humans to be afraid and fall down shaking in front of them, and when we don't, it confuses them." Warren went on to tell me this story about when he was 14 years old, and he and his grandfather went into the woods looking for their dog. The dog had been barking all morning, broke the chain, and took off into the woods. His grandpa, Frank, loved that dog, so they went looking. According to Warren, they walked for miles before they found him, and when they did, he was hiding inside a downed tree trunk. He said Frank knew where the dog was because they followed the growling and commotion coming from the woods. They could hear the dog barking and the sound of the chain. When they got there, they realized these creatures had chased the dog inside the log and had been rolling the log around. He said that's when Frank got angry, commanded them to show themselves. He said the leaf litter started to move, and it was like these creatures came out of the earth itself, and two of these big brown wolves stood there less than 30 yards away. Frank told them they had no right to mess with his dog, that they were legally in violation, and then he commanded them to leave. One turned and walked away, but the other just stood there looking, staring at him like it wanted to kill him. According to Warren, this was the most intense standoff he had ever been involved in. They just looked at each other for minutes before Frank said, "Get going before I call for backup." The wolf looked up towards the sky and then turned and walked away. When I asked him what he meant by backup, Warren said he never really understood it, but his grandpa told him that there were angels that would come if he called for them. When I asked him if he ever saw one, he said no. However, he did say he witnessed what looked like flashes of lights going through the woods when Grandpa would go out at night to confront them. Warren described it as lightning that went horizontally, burning trees and all. The next day, he took me to the trees on the backside of their property and showed me the trees he talked about. This was an entire set of trees still alive with holes through the middle of them. If you looked through the first, you could see where this energy hit and went straight through each of them, looking from one hole to the next. This was one of the strangest things I'd ever seen. Over the next few days, a sense of peace began to settle in as my wife and Liz grew closer, and my wife and I had more time to ourselves since Liz would babysit our son. She said it was important that the two of us keep a strong relationship. I can't recall the exact day, but it was early August when the activity started again. This time it was different. It was explosive. Have you ever seen trees swaying in the wind? How the treetops move with the wind? Well, imagine seeing them move back and forth without any wind and without any sound. That's what started to happen in the daytime, trees swinging in the woods behind the house with no wind and no sound. It was as if the trees were dancing, but it was when the sun went down that the really weird stuff started to happen. I could feel it in the air. It felt like a storm was approaching, but there were no storm clouds and no wind. Yet the air was electric, filled with this static, and I could sense that something was coming. What made it worse was this urging to go outside and face it. You know that feeling guys get when your bladder is full, how you feel swollen. It's not so much pain, but an aching to urinate. That's the same feeling I had in my gut, an aching feeling, as if something had to come out. It started early, around 8 p.m., when I heard my name being called from outside. It sounded like a man calling me, but the tone was authoritative, like a father calling a son. Come outside right now." When I got outside, no one was there. To be clear, there was no person there, but something was. As I'm standing there, this light starts to move in the trees. It looked like a cell phone light, just a square, rectangular light, darting back and forth as if it were searching. Then it gets to this spot and brightens up, illuminating the entire area almost like a spotlight. This was the first time I saw one of the wolves. It was crouched low to the ground, moving in my direction like a lion stalking prey. What was even weirder was that it seemed unaware of the fact that it was completely lit up. It just kept stalking and moving slowly, its eyes locked on me. It was in that moment that I knew it saw me as prey. I'm not sure why I said this, but the words just came out. I can see you. It stopped moving and looked around as if it understood what I was saying. Then it started again. I said, I can see you. I don't know what you think is going to happen, but in a few minutes, I'm going back inside to get my shotgun and I'm going to shoot you in the face. Listen, this thing stops and slowly stands up. Watching this smooth motion, I understood how they could sneak up on people. There was no sound whatsoever as it moved. Now it's standing, every bit of 8 feet tall, looking directly at me. I think it realized that I could see it. Again, it's oblivious to the bright light suspended above it, and I'm looking at this thing in its eyes. Then it growls. This was different from the sound I heard before. This growl was like a spear. I felt it hit my body. It growled, then waited, and I said, Look, I can see you. Stay right there. I'll be back. As I started to back up towards the house, it felt like I was walking in water. Every motion was heavy and laborious. I grabbed the shotgun and walked back right up to the wood line, now 15 yards away from me. It wasn't until I raised the shotgun and pointed it directly at this thing's head that it realized I could actually see it. It looked at the shotgun, then at my eyes, and a look of confusion came over its face like, this one is different, and then it turned and walked away. I want to be clear, it did not flee like it was afraid of me. It gave me its back and walked off, as if to say, I dare you to do something humane. After that night, I believe I was now fully on their radar, because we all went through this intense period of being watched. Now, this is the craziest part about the months I called the watching hours. It didn't matter where we were. By we, I mean my wife and I. If there was a patch of woods, brush, or trees, they were there. How that happens, I have no clue. But what I can tell you is this. When these things watch you, you can feel it. And they don't hide the fact that they are watching you. That was the most confusing thing about it all. Until Liz explained it to me one evening. She and Warren were at the house for dinner, and I asked her if she had ever seen the wolves watching her and Frank when they were not at home. She laughed and said, oh yes, they studied us like we were their homework. Looking for weaknesses is what they do. They studied Frank and me for over a year. Then they made their move. Yes, it was all about Frank, though. Everything was designed to scare my poor Frank. What they didn't know was all they did was piss him off even more. That led to a fire. He tried to burn them out of their home because they tried to run us out of ours. The worst part about all the watching was that it felt like they had all the time in the world, like time was on their side. And they knew it. We had stuff we needed to do, burdens of just being human, the busyness of life. But for these creatures, we were their business. I will say this, during that time period it was relatively peaceful. Not much craziness happened, at least to any of us. However, there was a period when all hell broke loose in the woods. Warren called it the rumble in the woods. I remember that day. Our families had reached the point where we had keys to each other's houses. It was 9 a.m. Saturday morning, and I heard the front door open and Warren's voice saying, hey, you guys awake? 30 minutes later, we were outside in the back by the woods, and he said, listen, they will be fighting soon. All I heard was what sounded like birds singing, but the singing was off. According to Warren, whenever you hear those sounds, the fake bird sounds, it's the Bigfoot moving through the area. He said that Frank explained to him that this is when the fighting always starts. I'm standing there confused when he says, let's go see. I'm like, see what? See if they have been fighting yet. Now pause, I want you to understand at this point, I had seen so much I was desensitized to almost anything. So we went into the woods and he explains to me that we are looking for signs where the game has stampeded and left the area. It was at this point that I learned how much of a true menace Warren actually was. Because we are walking through the woods, and this is way before I understood what the signs of Bigfoot were in the woods, like the tree structures, the twisted limbs. And Warren is just messing with stuff. He walks over to these 3 trees that were neatly arranged and says, "See this? It's a Bigfoot marker to let the wolves know they are here and not to come any further." Then he gets a running start and rams into it, knocking it over. Looks at me and says, "That will help get the party started." We move further and come to this trail. He stops, looks, and says, "Oh, they have been hunting over here already. The wolves are not going to like this." Then he walks over and shows me this blind right off the trail, an ambush spot, less than 5 feet from the trail, filled with wax myrtle plants. He picks up a handful of that and starts to walk up the trail. As we are walking, just casually talking, he says, "We might want to step off this trail. Sounds like something is coming." He pulls me to the side, and we stand there. I can hear movements off in the distance, and it closes on us in seconds. And it's deer. They are hauling ass. 25 in a row, leaping and bounding. You know it's some weird stuff happening when a deer runs past you and looks at you like you're crazy, like Bambi from a cartoon, like, "Stupid human, don't you see us running?" You might want to run. Now remember, I told you Warren is a menace. After these deer pass, he says, "Seems like they are all hunting." He turns around, goes back to that blind, and crawls in and comes out with these wet leaves that smelled to me like 15 gallons of urine. He just starts to toss them all over the trail. Then he looks at me with this mischievous grin and says, "Well, there will be no more flushing game down this trail, so they will have to switch to their ground game and hunt at night. This is the main trail in this area. Now they will all have to hunt together at night until it starts to rain." Listen, we got back to my house and Warren starts to set lawn chairs out in the backyard. My wife and I are like, "Yeah, what are you doing?" He says, "No worries, y'all go do what needs to be done. I'm just preparing for later tonight." He has gone to the shed and gotten a little table, gets bottles of water, sets up this comfortable area, then says, "I'll come back later tonight." My wife is like, "Warren, we are not going to be up late tonight messing around with those things." He just looks and says, "I know you don't want to be up, but you kind of don't have a choice." Then he leaves the house. Fast forward to 7 p.m. We were having dinner when Warren knocks and comes in through the front door sitting down at the table. He and my wife start talking, and he's visibly excited. She asks, "Warren, what is about to happen?" And he replies, "Trust me, you don't want to go to sleep. You have to hear this." We finish dinner and he takes her outside, showing her the comfortable spot he had set up for her, complete with a lawn chair, pillow, and blanket. By this time, Warren had started treating my wife like the mother he never had, and he was very protective of her. At the same time, he would listen to what she said and follow it. It was like having an older son that didn't live in the house, so now we were all outside just talking when we start to hear those birds again. They were bird sounds, but too deep to be birds, and Warren says they are hunting. He goes on to explain the sounds, and it was like we were given a key to a secret language of the woods. When the fake birds started, all other normal sounds of the woods stopped. No crickets, nothing. Warren says, "Okay, it's just a matter of time before it starts because there's no way they can all hunt in the same area." He reminisces about the last time they all fought. The woods looked like a tornado hit. Then he changes the subject and starts to talk about this book he and my wife were both reading. She had introduced him to Resurrection Bay, a book about a deaf detective. My wife tried to get me to read it, but I just couldn't get into it. Like, how are you going to solve a crime when you can't hear? It was just too much for me. Picture the scene. The two of them are geeking out about the book, and I'm getting up because now my wife, who wanted to go to bed, asks for a glass of wine. I'm thinking, well, I'll be damned. The two nerds are having a book club meeting. When I get to the back door, it starts, This yell, man, it sounds like a blowhorn going off. Warren says that's a sentinel telling the rest he spotted something dangerous. Then you hear this whooping from all over the place, and he's giving us a play-by-play. They're sounding off now, letting each other know where they are. Then it goes quiet, dead silent, for like 5 minutes. I go inside, get the wine, come back out, and sit down. Now my wife is all into it, asking, why is it quiet? Warren explains it's kind of a standoff. They're giving each other a chance to leave. There have been times this happened and then nothing else. Other times, all hell breaks loose. It was like nature, all of nature, was waiting for a response, and when it came, it sounded like a T-Rex dinosaur responded from way off in the distance. Then it was on. Growling, whooping, trees breaking off in the distance. Then we started to hear stuff near us moving, coming down the ridge to the west of us, and Warren said, "Now the big boys are coming. Cover your ears." Listen, there is this growl that converts to a scream, then to a roar, all in the same breath. And for the next 4 days, when the sun went down, it sounded like a war was happening in the woods and hills behind us. There was no sleeping during that period. There would be these brief pauses in the action where you'd fall asleep for a few hours, and then it would sound like a tree was being ripped in half and thrown. This entire time, we had another neighbor who was super standoffish. Frankly, he was weird and rubbed me the wrong way. Never spoke, but always was eyeing my wife. Warren said he never liked the man ever since he was a kid. Our meeting him was almost as violent as the fighting going on in the woods. Make a mental note right now that I am speaking in hindsight, defined by me as knowing and understanding Gordon better now than I did at the time of these incidents. The day I met him, I got a call from Liz asking me to come up to her house. She said Warren was about to get the gun and start shooting. I'm thinking Warren is having problems with something in the woods, but when I get up to her house, I see a 65-year-old man beating on the front door. Skinny, he weighed about 165 pounds, soaking wet. He had a long gray beard and was wearing one of those blue traditional Greek fisherman's hats. Imagine the scene as I'm pulling up to the front door of Liz's house. He is now pacing back and forth on the front porch screaming, "I know you did it. I know you did it. Come outside, you little son of a bitch." Now I'm outside of my truck, walking up to the porch, and Gordon's attention turns to me. He explodes off the porch, doing what in that moment looked like a double overhand chopping motion. I guess his plan was to chop me on top of the head. My natural reaction was to sidestep and toss him, and he goes bouncing across the ground on his face, grass and mud, all in his mouth and teeth. I'm not sure if you have ever seen a man get even more angry when he realizes that you just made a fool of him. Having plenty of time being a cop, it would just be me and someone one-on-one. The first time you put them down, they can write it off as you got lucky, so they come again. The second time is more ferocious than the first. They lie to themselves. Well, Gordon comes at me again. This time, he pulls out a knife, and as he lunges towards me, I grab his hand, trying to get control of the knife, and can't. So I foot sweep him and toss him to the ground and run for my weapon in the truck. As I'm running to the truck, the front door opens, and it's Warren, and he shoots right at the ground where Gordon is. Old, slightly rusted shotgun, and he says, "Now, Mr. Gordon, I know you're upset, but if you get up and attack my dad, I'm gonna have to kill you." Pause right here and understand this was the first time I realized that Warren, who is 18 years old now, considers me his dad. Gordon looks at him and says, "Your daddy is in prison where you belong. You know those things came over and killed all my dogs, my chickens, and my hogs. They never get to going crazy like this unless you or your granddaddy goes out into the woods and messes with them." Warren breaks the shotgun and loads 2 more shells and says, Now you're talking about my dead granddaddy. Say one more word and I am going to prison. Looking at the kids, I just knew he was serious. It was during the silence that Liz comes out the door and says, "Gordon, you know you're wrong for coming to our house like that. I know you miss Frank, but you can't be doing these kinds of things, Gordon, or we are going to have to call the law on you or worse." Gordon stands up and tears start to flow. I mean a river. And he says, "Those things, they took it all, killed everything, Liz. What am I going to do? Stop and pause right here and listen." As this all unfolded right in front of me, I started to realize something. These people were all bonded, united in the trauma they experienced at the hands of the things in these woods. Because she takes the shotgun from Warren and tells everyone to come inside the house. Now, we are all sitting at the table and Gordon apologizes to me. It was looking in his eyes right then and there that I saw it. He was bipolar, being an ex-cop. It's this look people have in their eyes. It's like right behind their eyes there's a fire raging and the right words are the gasoline. Well, we are sitting down and he starts to explain that he had spent yesterday picking up body parts of his dogs and his chickens and his hogs, and it's just too much for him to do alone. Then he talks about how they were his food source and his companion ever since his wife died of cancer, and he breaks down crying again. "I can't do this alone," he says. Then he turns to Warren and apologizes, saying, "I came here for your help and I insulted you. I'm sorry, Warren. I've known you since you were a little boy." With the situation now in hand, Liz says, "Now, Gordon, remember the first time this happened. Your livestock insurance covered those animals. You still got that. And you see this light turn on inside his head." He says, "Yes, I still have it, but you know, my wife was the one who handled all that stuff. I'm not that good of a reader at all." That's when Liz volunteers me and Warren to help Gordon. It was also during this time period when I learned why Gordon was eyeing my wife. Imagine the scene. We head over to Gordon's place. I'm not sure if you have been able to gather much about the terrain, but Liz's house was uphill. Gordon was a lot like me, downhill on the other side of their property, except he was further back off in the woods. In fact, he was uncomfortably deep in the woods to me. At least Liz and I could get to the road without traveling through the woods. Not so for Gordon. When we got to his house, it looked normal until you go inside. Once inside, he had 2 sets of doors. A standard door that looked normal, but inside, behind that, was another door frame with these metal doors. Looking around the house, there were metal shutters inside the house with metal latches that would support them. Then I saw the picture of his wife. Her name was Melanie. And when I tell you my wife looked like her younger sister, I realized that all those times he drove by in his truck staring. He was not being a perv, he was thinking about his wife. He walks us quickly through the house and out the back door, and when we walk out that door, the stench of death is everywhere. Looking around, it was nothing but death. Animal parts thrown all over the place like Michael Myers had stopped over for a party. Black garbage bags full of chicken, hog, and dog parts. It was crazy, and this was the first time I ever saw the level of destruction that these creatures from the woods were capable of. Sheer savagery. This was not done for food. This was done in spite. You understand? This was done because they could. They wanted to. Warren says, "You know, it's going to take a hard rain for this stench to go away, right? But let's get this over with." So we all start the task of picking up the remains, and it's over 50 chickens, 10 hogs, and 5 of his dogs. The dogs were the worst. Lungs ripped out, skin peeled off. It was sad. Warren wanted to burn it, but Gordon told him the last time they used the policy they had to call the insurance company first to make sure they didn't need pictures or anything like that. Now Gordon is looking at me and says, "Will you call them?" So we head inside, leaving Warren out there in the carnage, and call the company. Well, the first person I talked to just doesn't seem right. The man came across as if he was already aggravated, so I decide not to give him the information but to ask him questions. I pretend that I have a bunch of livestock and that I am experiencing wild animal attacks, and ask him what coverage he would recommend. He says he is in claims and not sales, but I tell him then he knows what the company would pay for. So he is the perfect person to talk to. It was during that conversation that I learned the dogs were not covered, nor the chickens, only the swine. Also, there was a limit to the amount that this company paid with the mortality clauses, and they needed a special rider to cover wild animal attacks. By the time we hung up the phone, I was dazed, saying, "There is no way they are going to cover this." Well, Gordon gets up and walks over to the kitchen, opens the cabinet, and takes out this binder. It has tabs and everything, opens to insurance, and notes written by his wife. "Gordon, or whoever is helping him take care of this is our livestock mortality policy. It covers up to $75,000 in case of fire, wind, and freeze. However, we have the rider that covers up to $50,000 if our animals are killed. Call this number, give them this policy number, and tell them you have pictures of the kills and will mail them to them. They won't ask many questions, have not in the past." So I follow the instructions and pretend to be Gordon, and everything goes smoothly. The woman on the phone says she needs us to email her pictures of the livestock, just to confirm that it was a wild animal attack. Now you can hear her reading the script, and she says, "Wait, there is a note here in the system from the last claim. There will be no adjuster visiting the site." She hesitates for a second and stops reading out loud. Then she says, "Was there an incident where an adjuster was injured on your property, Mr. Gordon?" And he shakes his head, remembering I'm pretending to be him. She says, "Okay, sir, that is all I need. I will process your claims based on what's here in the system. Do you still have 87 swine on your property and 3 cattle and 2 horses?" Then Gordon looks at me. I'm like, "Yes." She says, "Great, thanks, I will be in touch soon," and hangs up the phone. Off the phone, I ask Gordon what the woman was talking about, and he says that happened long ago. I say, "Gordon, what happened?" And he starts to walk away, heading outside. So I follow him, insisting, "What happened to the adjuster?" He replies, "I don't want to talk about that." As we go back and forth, Warren chimes in while he is holding the paw of one of the dogs and says, "You mean that crazy man who tried to prove that you and Miss Melanie were lying and went missing?" Warren starts to laugh. He was the dumbest city boy I have. If you travel all the way from sunny California and people tell you there are monsters in the woods, why in the hell would you go into the woods? I mean, look around, look at this. He picks up a half-gnawed-on chick and says, "How do you fake this for insurance fraud?" Gordon goes quiet for a solid 15 minutes. Then he just starts talking about him and Melanie, his wife, and how they met. She was a liberal girl from Austin, Texas. You know how city girls can be. They think the whole world owes them something. That was my Melanie. Then add to that her father being a big-time lawyer. Yes, we were like night and day. When she decided I was the one for her and decided to abandon that city, her parents lost it. Her friends turned their backs on her. It was just me and her, so when we got this house, it was a true victory for us. Warren, you were just a little kid back then. Liz and Melanie used to take turns babysitting you. In fact, you were here the night it all started. The very first night they came and took everything from us, you were right there in the living room with Melanie playing with a red ball. I remember it like it was yesterday. Back then, we had this shaggy, soft rug. You were lying on your back, tossing that ball in the air, when we heard the pigs start squealing, the worst sound I have ever heard. The sound of a painful death filled with fear. Then the sound of flesh being torn like paper bags. Melanie grabbed you and covered your ears as I went out the back door with a flashlight, only to see something that a man should not have to see. Monsters. Real wolf-like monsters, killing everything. This was a pack of 9 in total. 2 had attacked my dogs. I had 7 dogs back then, and those dogs didn't stand a chance. The rest were slaughtering everything. I'm standing there in shock, knowing I have Melanie and Warren in the house with me, and if they came to the house, there was nothing I could do. So we put you in the truck and left, Warren. We went up to Frank's place. I'm ashamed to say it. But we hid from them. The entire time, Frank was saying he and I needed to go down there and command them to leave, and if they didn't, we could kill them. But I was afraid, and Frank said it was my land, my choice. Then the adjuster came, the entire time he was talking, looking over at Warren like he remembered anything he was saying, and Warren was looking at me like, I was a kid. I don't remember any of this. Gordon goes on to explain that, firstly, the adjuster insisted they leave the property as it was until he arrived to see for himself, or else the claim would not be paid. Imagine a mess 3 times worse than what we had just cleaned, sitting there for 2 weeks in the summer heat. Then when this fool finally came to town, he looked around and said he couldn't tell if it was a wild animal attack. Gordon explains that he wanted to kill the guy right there and bury him on his land. However, Melanie had been reading the policy and challenged him, and the guy took it personally. He said he needed evidence of the wild animals. Gordon recounts how the adjuster planned to go into the woods himself to look for evidence. He says that when he warned the guy it was a bad idea, the man essentially backed him and Melanie into a corner, creating a conundrum. If there really was a wild animal, why wouldn't they let him search the property for evidence day or night? According to him, if they didn't allow it, it meant they were hiding something. It was Melanie who pointed out that, according to the contract, he had the right to inspect the property for 48 hours. However, she insisted that he call his company and speak to his boss. So Gordon, Melanie, Frank, and Mr. Satcher called his boss in California to explain the situation. Satcher's boss was confused as to why he needed to be informed, and Frank explained it straightforwardly. There are wild animals, and then there are animals that are wild. These are the latter and not the former, sir. We just want to make it clear that if something goes wrong, it will not have anything to do with us. We will be calling the sheriff as well to let him know. Satcher's boss seemed distracted and distant but agreed, and then just hung up. Frank told Satcher, "Listen, I will go with you so you can see what did this and I can get you back out of there safely." Satcher just laughed at Frank's warning, boasting about his years of experience facing mountain lions, bears, cougars, and other wildlife. Despite Frank's repeated assertions that these were not ordinary wild animals, but rather animals that act wild, Satcher didn't listen. 2 days later, he went onto the backside of Gordon's property and was never seen again. However, every night his screams for help could be heard, yet he remained unseen. The sheriff and others were involved in the search, but they found nothing, not a trace. And still, at night, his cries of "Help, help me," echoed through the area. Frank believed it wasn't Satcher, but one of the creatures trying to lure people into the woods. As I listened to this story, my hair started to stand on end. It was insane, but it happened. When I asked Liz about it, she confirmed that, yep, poor Mr. Satcher. They took him, took his body and his voice. She speculated on how many people that man's voice had led to their deaths over the years. There are things in these woods that change skin, steal voices. They look human, but they are far from it. Liz explains that people often misuse the term skinwalkers, not understanding its true meaning. To walk in human skin refers to something far more sinister than simply wearing animal skins. She suggests asking Gordon for more details, as he has more experience with these beings. They would often come to him disguised as Melanie. She recounts how Gordon, while drunk one night, accidentally let one of these creatures into his house. He and Frank had to confront it, but it wouldn't die easily. It's frustrating when someone has all the answers to your questions but refuses to talk. That was the case with Gordon until my wife spoke with him. Then he began to open up about everything. He shared that for about 60 days after his wife's funeral, he thought he was losing his mind. He would hear her voice calling him from the woods, but something always felt off, as if his gut was telling him it wasn't her. So he ignored it and often sought company with Frank and Liz, especially when he felt lonely. One night, with Frank, Liz, and Warren in Little Rock, Gordon went to a bar for some drinks. One drink led to another, and soon he was driving home, drunk. He sat on his sofa thinking about Melanie and how much he missed her, eventually falling asleep. Around 4 a.m., he woke up to the sound of someone pounding on the back door and calling his name. Gordon describes the disorienting sensation of waking up still drunk, blurred vision, the overpowering smell of bile, and muffled hearing. In this state, he flung open the back door and, confronted with what he believed to be another one of those creatures, yelled, "What the fuck do you monsters want now?" Gordon, having already lost everything, opened the door to find no one there. In his frustration and grief, He stepped outside and cursed loudly, proclaiming that the tormentors would never find peace and would roam the woods until they died. Then he turned back to go into his house, leaving the door open behind him. He was halfway to the sofa when he heard his name. Turning around, he saw Melanie standing at the threshold. She said, "Aren't you going to welcome me home, Gordon? Let me in." Gordon knew instantly it wasn't his Melanie. The skin was peeling by the ear. Despite recognizing this, his longing for her was so strong that he invited her in. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the creature accelerated in a blink and was upon him, choking him. Gordon found himself in a desperate struggle, made worse by the creature mimicking his deceased wife's voice, pleading, "You're hurting me, Gordon," causing him to hesitate. Imagine the horror of beating something that looks like your dead wife with an iron skillet until it flees the house. That's what Gordon endured. When he finally talked to Frank, they both had to fight it off, engaging in a 3-night battle. Each time, the creature's skin regenerated to look just like Melanie. The emotional torture of repeatedly killing his wife was unbearable until they discovered that fire was the key. This revelation happened by accident. Trapped against the wall with his grill, with Frank knocked out on the ground, Gordon was being choked by the creature. It threatened to send him to be with his wife, and in a moment of instinct, he grabbed lighter fluid and squirted it in the creature's face. The terror on its face was evident, and when Gordon reached for the lighter, the creature stopped choking him and struggled to prevent him from lighting it. That was when Gordon realized that fire could kill it. After a tense struggle over the lighter, he managed to set its face ablaze. The creature panicked, running in circles. Gordon doused it with more lighter fluid, causing its entire body to catch fire before it ran into the woods, never to be seen again. Are you still there? Hello? Remember, I encountered the same thing and had no clue what I was dealing with. It all made sense now why it presented itself as Elizabeth. Then the winter months rolled around, bringing quiet. I despised the winter because it felt like we were suspended in limbo, knowing that when the weather changed, it would all start again. It was always in the back of our minds that they would return when the conditions were right. The winter months seemed like they would never end at times. It was during this time that I felt myself starting to get depressed. Now, to be clear, I have never been a man to even believe in depression. I mean clinical depression like one would be diagnosed with. The depression I mean is like these thoughts constantly bombarding my head. Not suicide or anything like that. Things like I would worry about my son and him growing up around this stuff and how it would affect him. That transformed and morphed into dreams about my son being left alone in the house with these things outside. Those dreams turned into nightmares where these things in the woods would kill my wife and son. Vivid nightmares. The worst of them was just this loup. I would wake up, it was nighttime, roll over, and my wife was not there, but the bed was wet. However, the room was pitch black, and I would get up and turn on the light, and the power was out. I would be walking barefoot down the hallway to the closet, and I remember the carpet being soaking wet. When I got to the closet and turned on the flashlight, there was blood on my feet. Shining the light, there was blood everywhere, drag marks from my wife's side of the bed. And when I followed the marks, they met with another set of drag marks, went downstairs and out the back door. When I got outside, the trail led into the woods. And when I followed that trail, I would find pieces and parts of my family along the trail. I would wake up in the dream and be back in darkness thinking I was awake for real, reach over for my wife and feel the wetness again. Understand this was happening every night to the point that I only knew I was awake when I reached over and felt my wife's body. After suffering this for a week, I mentioned it to Gordon. I was over helping him fix a fence post. He says, "Oh, those nightmares are the worst, man. Do you know what it means?" He asks. I'm like, I have no clue what it means. He says that Frank told him that when the spirits can't get you afraid in the natural realm, they work on you in the dream realms. They disturb your sleep, plant seeds in your mind, and eventually in your body while you sleep. If you're listening to this story, understand I was confused. This made zero sense to me. However, what I knew was that everything else I saw and experienced was real, so there was no way that what he said was a lie. There was no incentive for him to lie to me. So I asked, "What did you do?" He said, "I learned how to pray." Well, Frank taught me how to pray. You know, most people before they go to bed, their prayers are still childish, like when we did when we were kids. I started to pray like this: Father God in heaven, I acknowledge you and your Son Jesus as the author and creator of all realms of existence and universes. Father, your word says in "When you lie down, you will not be afraid. When you lie down, your sleep will be sweet." So, Father, I hold you to your words, Father, and I expect to not be afraid by anything from any realms or dimension. And Father, I thank you for the promise of sweet sleep, and I claim it in the name of Jesus. He looks at me and smiles and says, then I would go to sleep, and if anything crazy happened, I would be mad, and then pray that God's angels attack it. It took a long time for me to get to that point and to actually believe it. The key is, you have to move past just believing the words. You have to know that it's true, that God cannot lie, so what he says he does, in fact, it's already done. Stop right here and let me say this. Gordon didn't strike me as a religious man, and back then I didn't know the difference between a religious man and a man with a relationship with God. I said, "You know, Gordon, I never thought of you as the church-going religious type." He cuts his eyes at me and gives me this look and says, "Religions can change, God does not. I have a relationship with God and his Christ. That is a huge difference." Frank taught me that. This was the first time I came to understand that a relationship with God was possible. Gordon went on to talk about what Frank would pontificate on daily, about how the closer you were to God, the more power he gave you access to. Then he told me a story about how he saw Frank make it stop raining. Gordon said that there were times when the area around his house would flood. He and Melanie had only been living in the house for 3 years when a torrential rainstorm came, raining for 5 days in a row. The water started to rise in the creek behind the property, and it kept rising. Liz had Frank drive over to check on them because she had a bad feeling. When he got there, the water was rising, and there was nothing they could do. Frank said it looked like it was going to end badly and started to hum this song. Then he took off his socks and shoes and walked out into the rain, talking to the clouds. He said, "Hear ye the words of one of the sons of God, a priest according to Jesus Christ. Mighty clouds, shut your bottles of water and spare this land. This I decree and declare in the name of Christ Jesus." Then he turned and came inside, went into the bathroom to dry his face, clean his feet, put his socks and shoes back on, and started to talk about football. They were sitting there talking, and 15 minutes later it stopped raining. Then the sun came out. According to Gordon, you could hear the thunder off in the distance. It did not rain in that area for more days. The waters receded, which didn't make sense to Gordon or Melanie because the creek was fed by water further north where it was still raining. Over the next few months, the dreams died down, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was going on with Liz. However, when I asked her how she was feeling, she always said she was fine. It was during one of these conversations that I realized that Liz was truly having issues. She never really said it, but it was what she started talking about. One evening she said, "I have been teaching your wife everything I know about how to deal with what's in these woods. I wish Frank was here to teach you, but I have something I need you to understand. However, you have to be ready to understand these things." I said, "Yes, I'm ready." Liz began talking about the realms of existence that we are protected from, that this protection comes from God. She said anyone who says that God does not exist and Jesus is not real is a damn fool, and that one should never waste time with them. She also said that anyone who claims that God has different names and it makes him a different God is a fool as well. Then she started teaching me the names of God, explaining that each name is a level of intimacy with him. Liz explained that I had already reached a level of intimacy that I was not aware of and she needed me to understand. She explained to me the name Jehovah Shalom and said, "Even though you live with all this crazy stuff, you still find a way to have peace. Right? Your wife and you are not fighting, bills are paid, you're healthy. Understand that truly is God's peace that you are living in. It's like a bubble. Most people would have packed up and run away after seeing what you have. But nope, you are still here when you go out to face down whatever decides to come out of the woods. You are interacting with him in so many ways. He is your Ebenezer, your stone of help in battle. He is your strong tower. He is your light that shines in darkness." As Liz went on to explain what I had already experienced, it brought me to tears. Part of me believed that I faced these things myself, and instantly I was ashamed. She explained to me that the God of heaven is always with you, and when you realize that, you become more powerful than you can ever imagine. When he stops being something off in the distance, he becomes the one that you sit and talk to, and he will answer back. Over the next few months, Liz basically took me to school on everything that was, is, and will be of God. Then she started to tell me how Frank did the things he did, how he was so confident that he knew those things would work. She said Frank understood the ordinances of heaven. I can't teach you them all because they were taught to him directly by God over the years we lived here. I would watch him walk outside and talk to nature. A patch of dead grass, Frank would command it to grow in the name of Jesus Christ. Then he would watch, come running to me excited about the grass growing. He walked with God through the woods, winter, spring, summer, or fall, and he would just talk. Every time he came out, he had something new. You need to start walking with God, do you understand? I looked at Liz and said, "How do I do that?" She said, "By believing that he is with you at all times." Frank would do it early in the mornings, be gone sometimes the entire day. However, I knew where he was. Try it sometime. Let me know how it goes. 2 days later, I decided to go for a walk in the woods. To be clear, the only other time I had ventured into these woods was with Warren, and we all know what that led to. However, I got up, put on my jacket, boots, and as I walked out the door, I said, "Lord, I believe you are walking with me. Can we talk?" And I just headed out into the woods. It was quiet out, the sun was just coming up, everything was dead from the cold weather, and I was about 300 yards into the woods when I thought I needed to go get my shotgun. As that thought popped into my head, a voice inside my head said, "If we are going to walk together, you need to trust that nothing can harm you when you are with me." Stop, pause, and let me say this. When you experience that, you think you are crazy, I mean really crazy. It's a struggle, and after going through that struggle, I realized why it's like that. Nonetheless, I decided to keep walking, and again it was quiet. Still as I walked, I was just talking out loud and asking God why these things were here. I mean, I thought this was supposed to be my dream home, and it was. Now I'm in a battle, and for what I don't even know. Imagine the scene. I'm just walking along and talking, not fussing, but expressing myself and how I feel about the situation. This goes on for I don't know how long, and I look around and realize that I might just be lost. At first I didn't panic because I could see my tracks, so I started to backtrack and I was just talking away. I'm not hearing anything back, but it felt so good just to talk to God, so I did it. As I'm walking along following my own tracks, there comes this point where they disappear. The ground looks fresh, like I never walked in that direction. I mean, there is a footprint, and then there is nothing. So I'm like, okay, here we go with the weird stuff. So I keep walking, and then the entire area does not look the same. Now I know I had gone in this direction for sure. The footprints led this way, but man, it does not look the same. Well, I'm walking along, and that voice in my head, God says, "Tell the earth to stop hiding your path." I walk along for a few more minutes, roaming, lost, and finally, out of frustration, I say out loud, "Earth, stop hiding my path." I stand there and look around, and over to my left, I see my footprints again. I'm dumbfounded. Then what happened next was freaking. I start to walk in the direction of my own footprints, and up ahead is this shadow, 12 feet tall, broad daylight, just standing there right in the path, and the voice says, "Keep walking." I stop and I'm looking, and the voice says, "I said keep walking." So now I'm walking, timidly, and it gets bigger, 12 feet to 14 to 15 feet, and it gets wider. So I stop again, and God says, "Walk, don't be afraid." So I keep walking, and it gets wider to the point where it just looks like a wall of darkness in front of me. I'm now standing right in front of this darkness, and he says, "All shadows have doors, tell it to return and close the door." Now I'm thinking I'm crazy, like really losing it, but this shadow is here, and I say, "Return, shadow, to the door you came from and close it behind you." Seconds pass, and nothing. Now, I didn't hear this, I just remember Liz saying that Jesus was the Christ, and that is why his name had all power. So I say it again. In the name of Christ Jesus, return to your door, shadow, and close it, never to come again. Listen, when I tell you it was like that darkness folded in on itself, you know how you fold a piece of paper over and over again until it gets small. That is what it did. I'm standing there in shock and amazement. That evening, I went to see Liz and told her what happened, and in her words, she said she was proud. Then the weather changed, and Warren made a decision that, quite frankly, was immature and childish, but I understood why. Warren's entire life was dictated by his experiences. No one other than the other kids around perceived him as normal. So when he finally got a girlfriend and she urged him to have a party at his house, I can see why he wanted to do it despite the danger. However, when I tell you that ended badly, it ended horribly badly. The first time I met Amanda, she struck me as being a little bit selfish, you know, the kind of girl that most guys fall for the first time around. Clingy, needy. I say this because there just came a time period where Warren was not around like he used to be. When I would ask where he was always at Amanda's place or with her and her friends. Not a big deal in my book. It happens to every boy as he becomes a man. He finds a girl and the two of them start to prioritize their time over family. However, I did notice that she didn't care much for being around any of us. She always wanted to pull him away from his support structure, and that gave me pause. Understand that a person who loves you wants to know your family. They want to understand where you come from. A person using you, well, they just need you. Fast forward, Gordon and Liz are heading to Pine Bluff for the weekend. She had a childhood friend whose son was a coach for one of the historically black colleges and universities, and he was getting an award. He insisted that his Auntie Liz be there, so Gordon was taking her there. The two of them would go to the ceremony and catch the football game, then head back on Monday morning. Now let me say this, I didn't know anything about the party being planned. Hell, I'm not sure there was much of a plan. All I know is that Saturday night around 8 p.m., all was quiet. And then the cars started coming. 5 at first, then 15, then 20. Next thing I knew, the entire road was full of cars and teenagers. Hell, it seemed every kid for 75 miles was at that house. Music blasting, and the minute I walked outside, I could feel it. Something was mad, pissed off, and this was not going to be good at all. So I rode up to the house, and it was chaos. Kids all over the front yard, parked on the lawn, drinking and acting a fool. I had never seen any of these kids in my life. I worked my way inside, and Warren was nowhere to be found, but that little heifer of a girlfriend of his, Amanda, was right there in the living room. I asked her where Warren was, and she said he was feeling sick and went to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom and found him vomiting in the toilet. I said to Warren, "You know these kids can't be here. What are you doing?" He looked up and said, "It's cool. As long as no one goes in the back, they will be fine." We explained that to them. I told him, "Clean yourself up and get out here and get rid of these kids before something bad happens, son. And do it now." This look came over his face, you know, that look your kid gets when they know they've messed it up, and he said, "Why can't I just be normal? Have some friends over, it's not fair." Looking at him, I understood I really did, but hell, life is not fair. I told him as much. That life is not fair, and you can't run from things by trying to be like everyone else. As the two of us were going back and forth, I heard Amanda saying, "Oh my God, look how much space is back here." And I knew in that moment that she was going out on the backside of the house. I grabbed Warren and we headed out the door, only to discover kids piling out the back door and into the open field. Listen, I didn't know what would happen, but I knew it would be something terrible. We stepped outside and told the kids they needed to go back into the house, but they wouldn't listen. Kids being kids, it took about 30 minutes before we could corral them and get them back into the house and then out the front door. This party wasn't going to stop, so I called the law. I told them what was going on and where, and that they needed to come before someone got hurt. 5 minutes later, 4 sheriff cars pulled up and helped disperse the crowd. The sheriff at the time was absolutely pissed with Warren. He grabbed him by the shirt and said, "Now, son, you know you can't have these kids around here. You know how dangerous it is." Warren knew good and well how bad the situation could turn out, but he was longing for the attention of his peers. He wasn't disrespectful at all, and we stood there while everyone dispersed. Well, the cars left, and we noticed that there were 3 cars still remaining. One was the car that Amanda and her best friend came in, and the other 2 cars no one knew who drove them. It was right then and there I got this sinking feeling in my stomach. I knew it, somehow I just knew it. 5 of them had gone into the woods. When the realization hit that they were missing, there was no considering anything else other than that they had gone into the woods. So, we headed to the backside of the house, and this was when Amanda came to realize that what people heard about these woods was true, because we were back there. The sheriff was coming up with a plan of action when she looked into the woods and said she saw her grandmother. Stop, pause, understand that her grandmother was dead. Looking in that direction, I didn't see a thing, and neither did anyone else. It was dead quiet outside, and that silence was broken by the telephone ringing inside the house. Warren was now trying to explain to Amanda that whatever she was seeing was not her grandmother, and I'm going inside to get the phone. When I answered, it was my wife telling me that there were 2 boys at the back door, scared out of their minds. I told her to hold them there, and I'm on my way. So now I'm racing out of the house to my truck and back down to my place. When I get there, these 2 young men are laying on the ground, having panic attacks, hyperventilating. I ask them what is wrong, and they tell me that they went into the woods, and then they don't know what happened. Now, one of the sheriffs is coming through my back door, and he takes over, talking to them. It takes him 5 minutes to get them to give us the first clue of what happened. They heard about the place and just wanted to see, so they went into the woods, and according to them, they only went 50 yards in. They could still see the light of the house, and then it just went dark. Looking around, they were lost. So they decided to walk in, holding hands, and then they heard growling and laughter. Voices coming from the trees saying, "You have been found wanting." One kid says, "I was holding her hand and she was yanked away from me." That is how we found out a girl had gone into the woods with them. But wait, it gets even more crazy. We now knew we needed to get into the woods as fast as possible, so I grabbed my shotgun and flashlight and went. The sheriff circled back and regrouped with everyone else, and they went in from Liz's house. Now I'm alone, walking. The further I get away from the house, the worse the feeling gets, like I'm working my way into enemy territory. And that's when I hear, "Is someone there?" It's a male voice. Shining my light, it's this kid up in a tree, way up in a tree. I say, son, get down, we have to go right now. He just shakes his head no and points. I shine the light in the direction he is pointing, and standing there less than 50 feet away is this freaking wolf standing on its hind legs, massive shoulders, and it's looking at me with this look of anger on its face like I just caused it a problem. You are not taking these kids, I say. Do you hear me? It looks up at the kid and then back at me, and now I have the shotgun pointed at it. It looks at the gun and grins like, what is that going to do to me? And this fear starts to hit me. When I say it hit me, it's like I get punched in the chest with fear, and it's trying to drill its way into my body. I know this is going to sound crazy, but it was like it projected that fear right at my heart. In that moment, I knew it. I felt it, and I refused to be afraid. Now, refusal to be afraid and feeling fear are two different things. There was a reason to feel fear. It was dark, this is a monster, but being made afraid was a choice, and I knew that. So I looked at it and said, you have until I count to 3 to leave and find those other kids and bring them back to this spot, or I will empty every bullet in this gun and call for every angel in heaven to chase after you and give you no rest ever. That grin stops and it has this serious look, like it's contemplating what to do, and then it takes one step and I hear it running off. What was crazy about the situation was it seemed brighter out when it was gone, like its presence was blocking out the light itself. Looking back up to the tree, the boy was climbing down. When I asked him about his friends, he said, everyone separated, one was taken. So, I worked my way back to the house with him, and then went back into the woods again. This time, it felt different. It felt like that darkness, that enemy territory was no longer there. So I pressed further and further, searching, looking. Stop and listen to what I'm about to say to you next. I'm positive no one has ever shared this with you. As I walked along, I heard that voice saying in my head, she is in the earth. She is in the earth. I had no clue what that meant at the time, never heard anything like it, but off in the distance I see flashlights, and it's the sheriff. Warren is with them, and he has this look of guilt on his face. They tell me they found the other boy, but there is still a girl missing, and I ask Warren what it means that she's in the earth. This look comes across his face, and he takes off running through the woods, screaming, follow me. Understand? Now it's just me and Warren running at full speed. Now, I'm not sure if you have ever run in the woods at night, but it is not pleasant at all. There are branches smashing into your face and your shins take a beating as you move along. And we are running for like 10 minutes at full speed when I see the lights from Liz's house in the distance, and then we take a sharp right towards the creek. We go across the creek and up a hill. Now, my legs are burning as we go uphill, and then the light from where Warren was running disappears. He was 15 feet ahead of me, and now he is gone. I take a few more steps, and I'm sliding downwards. Ahead of me, I see Warren's light when I reach the bottom. It's not a cave, it's more like a mound of earth. You can see the roots of trees above, and Warren is now searching, digging in the dirt, moving earth around. He says, help me dig, she is here somewhere. So now I'm on my hands and knees, digging, looking, searching, when he says, I got her. Sure enough, I shine the light, and he is pulling this girl from the soil. She is bare-chested and has dirt all in her face, ease, hair, and she is barely breathing. We then have to drag her back out of this hole, a process that seemed like it took forever. The air was rank and had the stench of death. When we finally get her outside, it was like the open air revived her because she looks at us with eyes wide as baseballs and starts to scramble away, stands up, and takes off running and screaming. Warren has to literally tackle this girl to stop her from running back into the woods, and she is fighting for her life, kicking, punching, biting him. You can tell that this girl had been through it. He is holding her down, and I shine the light on my face and say, hey, we are trying to help you. Only then did she stop, and it was like instantly there was this emotional dump. She starts to cry and scream. Then she realizes she is bare-chested and starts to cover herself. I take off my shirt and give it to her, and we walk her back to Liz's house. It took days for the girl to talk. When I tell you she was mute as they questioned her, it was like the person that was inside her body retreated and hid away until it was safe to come out. That was just the start of the ramifications of the bad decision that Warren made. The woods came alive after that. There was no turning them back off. It was something that we were going to have to deal with. So we did, to the best of our ability. Then her parents tried to have her press charges. The sheriff came over to talk to me about it, and his exact words were, "Who and what are we going to arrest?" That was when I heard the story of what happened to her. Her name is Jewel, and when I learned what happened to her, it made my blood boil. The first time I met Amanda, she struck me as being a little bit selfish, you know, the kind of girl that most guys fall for the first time around. Clingy, needy. I say this because there just came a time period where Warren was not around like he used to be. When I would ask where he was always at Amanda's place or with her and her friends. Not a big deal in my book. It happens to every boy as he becomes a man. He finds a girl and the two of them start to prioritize their time over family. However, I did notice that she didn't care much for being around any of us. She always wanted to pull him away from his support structure, and that gave me pause. Understand that a person who loves you wants to know your family. They want to understand where you come from. A person using you, well, they just need you. Fast forward, Gordon and Liz are heading to Pine Bluff for the weekend. She had a childhood friend whose son was a coach for one of the historically black colleges and universities, and he was getting an award. He insisted that his Auntie Liz be there, so Gordon was taking her there. The two of them would go to the ceremony and catch the football game, then head back on Monday morning. Now let me say this, I didn't know anything about the party being planned. Hell, I'm not sure there was much of a plan. All I know is that Saturday night around 8 p.m., all was quiet. And then the cars started coming. 5 at first, then 15, then 20. Next thing I knew, the entire road was full of cars and teenagers. Hell, it seemed every kid for 75 miles was at that house. Music blasting, and the minute I walked outside, I could feel it. Something was mad, pissed off, and this was not going to be good at all. So I rode up to the house, and it was chaos. Kids all over the front yard, parked on the lawn, drinking and acting a fool. I had never seen any of these kids in my life. I worked my way inside, and Warren was nowhere to be found, but that little heifer of a girlfriend of his, Amanda, was right there in the living room. I asked her where Warren was, and she said he was feeling sick and went to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom and found him vomiting in the toilet. I said to Warren, "You know these kids can't be here. What are you doing?" He looked up and said, "It's cool. As long as no one goes in the back, they will be fine." We explained that to them. I told him, "Clean yourself up and get out here and get rid of these kids before something bad happens, son. And do it now." This look came over his face, you know, that look your kid gets when they know they've messed it up, and he said, "Why can't I just be normal? Have some friends over, it's not fair." Looking at him, I understood I really did, but hell, life is not fair. I told him as much. That life is not fair, and you can't run from things by trying to be like everyone else. As the two of us were going back and forth, I heard Amanda saying, "Oh my God, look how much space is back here." And I knew in that moment that she was going out on the backside of the house. I grabbed Warren and we headed out the door, only to discover kids piling out the back door and into the open field. Listen, I didn't know what would happen, but I knew it would be something terrible. We stepped outside and told the kids they needed to go back into the house, but they wouldn't listen. Kids being kids, it took about 30 minutes before we could corral them and get them back into the house and then out the front door. This party wasn't going to stop, so I called the law. I told them what was going on and where, and that they needed to come before someone got hurt. 5 minutes later, 4 sheriff cars pulled up and helped disperse the crowd. The sheriff at the time was absolutely pissed with Warren. He grabbed him by the shirt and said, "Now, son, you know you can't have these kids around here. You know how dangerous it is." Warren knew good and well how bad the situation could turn out, but he was longing for the attention of his peers. He wasn't disrespectful at all, and we stood there while everyone dispersed. Well, the cars left, and we noticed that there were 3 cars still remaining. One was the car that Amanda and her best friend came in, and the other 2 cars no one knew who drove them. It was right then and there I got this sinking feeling in my stomach. I knew it, somehow I just knew it. 5 of them had gone into the woods. When the realization hit that they were missing, there was no considering anything else other than that they had gone into the woods. So, we headed to the backside of the house, and this was when Amanda came to realize that what people heard about these woods was true, because we were back there. The sheriff was coming up with a plan of action when she looked into the woods and said she saw her grandmother. Stop, pause, understand that her grandmother was dead. Looking in that direction, I didn't see a thing, and neither did anyone else. It was dead quiet outside, and that silence was broken by the telephone ringing inside the house. Warren was now trying to explain to Amanda that whatever she was seeing was not her grandmother, and I'm going inside to get the phone. When I answered, it was my wife telling me that there were 2 boys at the back door, scared out of their minds. I told her to hold them there, and I'm on my way. So now I'm racing out of the house to my truck and back down to my place. When I get there, these 2 young men are laying on the ground, having panic attacks, hyperventilating. I ask them what is wrong, and they tell me that they went into the woods, and then they don't know what happened. Now, one of the sheriffs is coming through my back door, and he takes over, talking to them. It takes him 5 minutes to get them to give us the first clue of what happened. They heard about the place and just wanted to see, so they went into the woods, and according to them, they only went 50 yards in. They could still see the light of the house, and then it just went dark. Looking around, they were lost. So they decided to walk in, holding hands, and then they heard growling and laughter. Voices coming from the trees saying, "You have been found wanting." One kid says, "I was holding her hand and she was yanked away from me." That is how we found out a girl had gone into the woods with them. But wait, it gets even more crazy. We now knew we needed to get into the woods as fast as possible, so I grabbed my shotgun and flashlight and went. The sheriff circled back and regrouped with everyone else, and they went in from Liz's house. Now I'm alone, walking. The further I get away from the house, the worse the feeling gets, like I'm working my way into enemy territory. And that's when I hear, "Is someone there?" It's a male voice. Shining my light, it's this kid up in a tree, way up in a tree. I say, "Son, get down, we have to go right now." He just shakes his head no and points. I shine the light in the direction he is pointing, and standing there less than 50 feet away is this freaking wolf standing on its hind legs, massive shoulders, and it's looking at me with this look of anger on its face like I just caused it a problem. "You are not taking these kids," I say. "Do you hear me?" It looks up at the kid and then back at me, and now I have the shotgun pointed at it. It looks at the gun and grins like, "What is that going to do to me?" And this fear starts to hit me. When I say it hit me, it's like I get punched in the chest with fear, and it's trying to drill its way into my body. I know this is going to sound crazy, but it was like it projected that fear right at my heart. In that moment, I knew it. I felt it, and I refused to be afraid. Now, refusal to be afraid and feeling fear are 2 different things. There was a reason to feel fear. It was dark, this is a monster, but being made afraid was a choice, and I knew that. So I looked at it and said, "You have until I count to 3 to leave and find those other kids and bring them back to this spot, or I will empty every bullet in this gun and call for every angel in heaven to chase after you and give you no rest ever. That grin stops, and it has this serious look, like it's contemplating what to do, and then it takes one step and I hear it running off. What was crazy about the situation was it seemed brighter out when it was gone, like its presence was blocking out the light itself. Looking back up to the tree, the boy was climbing down. When I asked him about his friends, he said, "Everyone separated, one was taken." So, I worked my way back to the house with him, and then went back into the woods again. This time, it felt different. It felt like that darkness, that enemy territory, was no longer there. So I pressed further and further, searching, looking. Stop and listen to what I'm about to say to you next. I'm positive no one has ever shared this with you. As I walked along, I heard that voice saying in my head, "She is in the earth. She is in the earth." I had no clue what that meant at the time, never heard anything like it, but off in the distance I see flashlights, and it's the sheriff. Warren is with them, and he has this look of guilt on his face. They tell me they found the other boy, but there is still a girl missing, and I ask Warren what it means that she's in the earth. This look comes across his face, and he takes off running through the woods, screaming, "Follow me." Understand? Now it's just me and Warren running at full speed. Now, I'm not sure if you have ever run in the woods at night, but it is not pleasant at all. There are branches smashing into your face, and your shins take a beating as you move along. And we are running for like 10 minutes at full speed, when I see the lights from Liz's house in the distance, and then we take a sharp right towards the creek. We go across the creek and up a hill. Now, my legs are burning as we go uphill, and then the light from where Warren was running disappears. He was 15 feet ahead of me, and now he is gone. I take a few more steps, and I'm sliding downwards. Ahead of me, I see Warren's light when I reach the bottom. It's not a cave, it's more like a mound of earth. You can see the roots of trees above, and Warren is now searching, digging in the dirt, moving earth around. He says, "Help me dig. She is here somewhere." So now I'm on my hands and knees, digging, looking, searching, when he says, "I got her." Sure enough, I shine the light, and he is pulling this girl from the soil. She is bare-chested and has dirt all in her face, ease, hair, and she is barely breathing. We then have to drag her back out of this hole, a process that seemed like it took forever. The air was rank and had the stench of death. When we finally get her outside, it was like the open air revived her, because she looks at us with eyes wide as baseballs and starts to scramble away, stands up, and takes off running and screaming. Warren has to literally tackle this girl to stop her from running back into the woods, and she is fighting for her life, kicking, punching, biting him. You can tell that this girl had been through it. He is holding her down, and I shine the light on my face and say, "Hey, we are trying to help you." Only then did she stop, and it was like instantly there was this emotional dump. She starts to cry and scream. Then she realizes she is bare-chested and starts to cover herself. I take off my shirt and give it to her, and we walk her back to Liz's house. It took days for the girl to talk. When I tell you she was mute as they questioned her, it was like the person that was inside her body retreated and hid away until it was safe to come out. That was just the start of the ramifications of the bad decision that Warren made. The woods came alive after that. There was no turning them back off. It was something that we were going to have to deal with. So we did, to the best of our ability. Then her parents tried to have her press charges. The sheriff came over to talk to me about it, and his exact words were, "Who and what are we going to arrest?" That was when I heard the story of what happened to her. Her name is Jewel, and when I learned what happened to her, it made my blood boil. It turns out that when everyone went into the woods, she was the only one apprehensive about it. According to her, 15 yards in, she knew it was evil back there. She saw what looked like 100 shadows moving among the trees, darting back and forth. She told them that after 45 feet she wanted to go back. They literally grabbed her by the hand and pulled her into the woods. 50 yards in, she could see the darkness closing in from all sides. Then there was silence and darkness. The laughter, that's when they all realized something was wrong. So they started to make their way back, but darkness closed in. She described it like a wall of darkness. Then she heard talking, and when she looked at her friends, their eyes were glowing red. They all just ran off into the darkness. She felt herself being pulled, yanked violently away, and up into the air. Seconds later, she felt hands all over her body, touching her in private places as she floated through the trees, swinging wildly up and down. Then she was dropped from what felt like 20 feet in the air, and when she stood up, she was topless. Looking around, it was dark. She had no clue where she was, so she started walking in the direction she thought she heard talking. As she walked along, something pulled her by her hair, yanking her backward to the ground and started dragging her. She said at first she was afraid, but she knew she needed to fight. So she turned and twisted to get a look at what it was, and it didn't look human. She described it as having peeling human flesh, but beneath this, pale, hard skin. She described the process of hitting one of its legs with the other, tripping it, then crawling towards it and beating it with a rock. She couldn't get to the upper body, so she hit it as hard as she could in the waist, hips, and legs. According to Jewel, it started to bleed. She could feel the moisture from it. Then she was snatched again, this time by something stronger, hit in the head, and all she remembered was me shining the light in her face. The sheriff had her take a medical examination after Jewel said she felt like she'd been violated, and she was. I'm sure you are wondering how this all played out. It didn't go well. You see, her parents didn't believe the story. It turned out that they had their own ideas of what happened. That someone in the woods did this to her, a person. The sheriff was involved, and he even explained what he saw and encountered. But her dad insisted that someone had violated his daughter. It was a few weeks after the situation that he popped up at Liz's house looking for answers, angry, hurt, and confused. The man was on the edge of going nuclear, and it was understandable. Warren called me to come up to the house. Initially, he blamed Warren, for having the party in the first place. Warren agreed and apologized, saying, "Sir, I'm sorry, I never imagined that anyone would get hurt." As he stood there, I noticed he was printing, had a gun under his shirt. So I tell him, "Listen, I'm not sure what you came here to do, what you expect to accomplish, but this is not the way. There are things in those woods that cannot be explained." As all this conversation is going on, Liz is over in the corner, mumbling to herself, and all of a sudden she says, "This is not like what happened to your sister. I see it now. You were a kid then. There was no way you could have protected her. Honey, you have been carrying that weight your entire life. That is not fair. The man who did that to her is dead. God took him when you asked him to." She stands up and walks over to him, touches him on his shoulder, and hugs him. Listen, I don't know if you have ever seen a person experience a word of knowledge from God. That was my first time. I watched what looked like years of shame and anger fall off that man because he starts to cry, and snot comes out of his eyes, his ears, his nose. As she hugs him, he hyperventilates and falls to his knees, crying uncontrollably for 15 minutes. Liz somehow gets down on the floor with him and holds him, a complete stranger. She looks up at us and waves us off. An hour later, Liz calls for me and Warren. We were out back talking, and she says, "Now, I have explained to Norman here what is back there in the woods, and he wants retribution. He has a right to it. However, he can't do it. Take him there, and he is going to read what I wrote down for him to read. Then y'all leave." Okay. Looking at Norman, the poor guy was a mess. Clothes all messed up, hair a mess, but he was determined to go deal with it. So we walk into the woods, and he pulls out a piece of paper and starts to read. I speak these words from my exalted body, standing in heavenly places with my Savior Christ Jesus. I bind every principality, power, rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. In the name of Jesus Christ, you shall not touch my family or my bloodline. According to God's word, you shall not come nigh to my dwelling. I petition for warring angels of the Lord to strike down whatever touched my child. As these words come out of his mouth, the tears start to flow again. He struggles for a moment, and then he says, "Lo, children are a heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. Lord, something wicked has touched your heritage and your reward. I ask that you, the mighty man of war, make war and strike down what had done so. I ask this in the name of Jesus Christ." Listen, I knew in that moment something was about to happen. You could feel it. We head back to the house, and we are about to go inside. And Norman says, "I think I'm supposed to be outside alone for a second. I'll be fine." We leave him at the back door and go inside to get some water, and then thunder, the loudest thunder I have ever heard. I want to be clear that there were no storm clouds in the sky, but after that thunder it rained for 2 days, and we saw the most miraculous lightning in the sky I have ever seen. That was the first time I saw the lightning that Warren told me about. Lightnings that went horizontally back and forth through the woods, darting around trees, slicing through them. It was an amazing sight. Norman took a liking to Warren, and the next thing I knew, Jewel and Warren were a thing. Then tragedy struck, shaking us all to our cores as Warren called me one Saturday morning and said that Liz would not wake up. We called the ambulance and rushed to the house only to find her dead, smiling from ear to ear. She had her hand resting on the open Bible, open to a highlighted section, Nehemiah 9:6. "You alone are the Lord. You have made the heavens, the heaven of heavens with all their host, the earth and all that is on it, the seas and all that is in them. You give life to all of them, and the heavenly host bows down before you." Have you ever been happy and sad at the same time? It's the juxtaposition of the feeling that made these days so difficult. I was thankful, yet hurt. Happy, yet sad. However, through it all, I had peace knowing where Liz was. No doubt in anyone's mind when it came to her. Then the funeral came, and it was massive. People from all over the place. Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, all descended on our little town for Liz. The stories that came afterward, pastors she would pray for on the phone, who had accidentally dialed her phone number, and she told them God wanted her to talk to them. Hardcore gangsters from Shreveport that tried to rob her, and she told them what she saw around them, and they dropped their guns when they saw 15-foot tall angels. Then she gave them money anyway and made them promise to call and talk to her. You never really know a person's life until they die. It is in that moment that the rich tapestry of the events is laid before our eyes for all to see. The days after the death of Liz were surreal. You know how it is to go to a person's house expecting to see them. I knew she was dead, but I still wanted to see her, still expected to see her. I guess in time it goes away, but it was a long time before it went away for me. Then the clearing of the house started, and Warren struggled. Lord, did my kids struggle with it all. I remember him coming over one night and just sitting there talking to me, saying how he had no one left. It was just him all on his own, and as he was talking, I noticed what looked like a shadow dark behind him. And in that moment, I knew it was more than just the loss of Liz. This was an attack, a spiritual attack. I started to ask him a few questions like, has he been feeling heavy or afraid? And he says yes. Right then and there, I rebuke it in the name of Jesus, and I bind that wicked spirit trying to kill him. I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but that is the end goal of all demonic spirits, for you to die in sin and join them in hell. Warren, in that moment, realized what was going on with him. He went into tears and said, "Dad, I'm not sure what to do." I told him, "Son, no worries. I will help you." Over the next week, it seemed like everything around us was mourning. I remember the birds, quails, 50 of them, landed on Liz's house. I remember looking at them and thinking that these animals are paying their respects. I didn't realize how right I was until one evening I'm there with Warren and Jewel. I went out the back door and was just standing there. When I looked out into the woods in the dark places, the places where there was no light shining, I could see eye shine all over the place, green eye shine. It was just there, looking at the house. I didn't feel like I was in danger. In fact, I felt great sadness. It was overwhelming, and it was right then and there in that moment that I realized Liz meant something to what was in those woods. She represented more than just a woman. Liz was a peacekeeper. How do I know that? Because a week later, it's Friday night, I'm in bed, and it sounds like a T-Rex is outside in the woods. This roaring goes on for over an hour, like there was a challenge being offered. Now I'm outside in the backyard listening when I see those Indians again. It was when I saw them, I knew there was about to be a fight somewhere in the woods. One of them looks at me and then walks into the woods. There is another one just standing there, looking at me, staring. So much so that I say, "What do you want?" But it just stays there staring and looking. Again, I hear this roar and I'm like, "Whoa, what in the hell is going on?" I got something roaring in the woods and this dude over here is looking at me like I owe him money. So I decide to go inside and get a bottle of water. As I'm walking in the door, the voice in my head, which I now know is God, says, "So when are you going to pray and deal with that?" Pause right here and let me say this. Understanding the voice of God was a challenge. Why? Because I had to learn that it is possible for other things to speak to you in your head as well. When God gave us dominion and authority, every spirit knew and understood that if they wanted to participate in the realm of the earth, they needed a partner that was human. So they try to force themselves on you with negative thoughts to bring you into fear. If I were to tell you the kinds of things I faced to hear God's voice, it would intimidate you. However, instead, I'm going to share with you a cheat code. God is His Word, and when you study His Word, then you will know who is speaking to you. You do this by knowing not necessarily what God is, but more so what He is not. Example, God is not the author of confusion, so if you find yourself having confusing thoughts, that is not God. The best way to know what God is and what He is not, you have to study His Word. His Word is His Son. Hence, as you study, you get to know Jesus. What you will then understand is that warfare will happen no matter what. There is no escaping it. You cannot hide. You have to deal with it. If not, someone else in your family will have to deal with it. I'm sorry, let me get back to the story. So God says, when are you going to pray about this? And I'm thinking, what am I supposed to do with these things fighting in the woods? They clearly have an issue with each other. What am I supposed to do? Then nothing, radio silence. I get the bottle of water and go back outside and sit down. I'm not sure if you have ever heard a Bigfoot, I mean an alpha male Bigfoot roar, but there is nothing like that sound. It cannot be mistaken. As that Bigfoot is responding, the Lord says, "Son, you need to stop this before it starts." As I'm there thinking up, Warren walks around the side of the house and he says, "Dad, I'm not sure what is going on, but they don't act this way. Something is crazy." I ask him if this has happened before, out of the blue, and he says yes, when his grandpa died. I ask, "What did Liz do?" He says he doesn't know. He remembers her walking outside, but he didn't go. Again, I pray, but I don't know what to pray, and then I hear, "Coward." Oh, it's clear as day, coward. As that is being said, I see those Indians starting to manifest in the woods all around, and Warren is like, "What the hell is going on?" Again I hear "coward," then I hear "speak." So I just start to pray, "Father, I come before you asking for assistance with what is going on around me right now. I don't even know what to say, but I turn my tongue over to you. You speak to what is there and bring it to heal." Now it was at this point where I can honestly say I do not remember what came out of my mouth. I do remember zooming past the Indians that were standing there. Like my spirit was taken out of my body, I remember looking back and seeing Warren below me, standing next to my body with his hand on my shoulder. Then just light. The brightest light I have ever seen, light that felt like it burned, and me saying, "Oh, it hurts." Then I saw this ruin. It was like a stone building on top of the hills in the woods. It was being rebuilt and then destroyed at the same time. Each brick that was placed was crushed as it was put in place. Then there came this fist that smashes this ruin, and by ruin, I mean it was a stone building. It was smashed into dust, fine powder. Then, just like that, I was standing next to Warren when I opened my eyes. It felt like I had been hit by a truck. Looking at him, he had this look on his face like, "What in the hell is going on?" In that moment, I hear what sounds like trees parting and moving and look towards the woods, and back off in the distance like 20 feet in the air are these eyes looking down on me and Warren. These eyes are glowing on their own like freaking flashlights, and it was like something as tall as the trees, moving them and looking at us. The freakiest thing that happened, it was like whatever it was wanted us to see its eyes, because seconds later you hear trees bending and the eyes are gone. Then that roar happens again, like a freaking T-Rex, and nothing, just silence. After that I remember Warren helping me inside to the sofa and saying, "I will stay with you," and then him calling my wife. When I woke up, there was blood on my shirt, and when I asked Warren, who was sleeping in the recliner, what happened, he said, "Honestly, I don't know, but you need to sleep," but I was hungry. Looking at the clock, it was 4 a.m., and I was starving. So I went into the kitchen and made a sandwich. Warren went back to sleep. I went to check on my wife, and she was out cold. So I go back outside and sit and eat my sandwich. And again, I hear the trees moving, and look in the distance and see those same large eyes. Eyes so big they look like two green floodlights 12 feet apart. And then God says, "Son, you binded them. They are looking for you to let them leave before the sun rises. Tell them to go in peace." So I say, go in peace and stop this madness. Now, I don't know how else to describe this, but have you seen where companies use ship anchor chains to clear the woods? They connect the chains to 2 bulldozers, then they pull the chains, knocking down everything in between. That is what it sounded like when these 2 things left. It sounded like everything in the area broke, ripped, and torn into pieces. When the sun came up, I was wide awake, so I went into the woods to see. Listen, it was not until then that I realized they were way closer than I thought. 95 yards into those woods were 2 trails of destruction, like 2 freaking bulldozers took off straight in opposite directions. That was the day I came to realize that they were not afraid of me. I was nothing, but they were afraid of the Spirit of God in me. An even more important lesson was that being a coward was unacceptable in God's kingdom. I mean, completely unacceptable. There is one thing we fear in the kingdom of heaven, and that is the King himself. Let me stop right here and give you an opportunity to join the kingdom. It's simple and it's private between you and God. Just repeat after me. Jesus Christ, come into my heart. I invite you in. Give me your renewed mind. I believe you died for my sins, and I accept you as my Savior. Now back to my story. Over the next few days, there was this peace in the woods that was amazing. It felt like everything dark had been pushed back. That was the beginning of what I call the time of dominion over the woods. I started to take longer walks in the woods and learn even more from God. It was amazing, the lessons that I was taught. It was a season of peace. Warren and Jewel became closer, and her father Norman would come over and hang out with me. I learned more about him and his childhood. I asked him how things had been around the house, and he said ever since he was with Liz, His life had been amazing. There was so much peace that it took me a while to realize that Gordon had not been around. My wife was the one who brought it to my attention. She said, "Honey, where is Gordon? I called for him, and he is not answering." So I headed over to his place, and his truck was there, but no answer, so I went around to the side of the house, got his spare key, and went inside. There was no sign of Gordon. What I mean is, it was like he had not been home. However, there were no cell phones back in those days, so I had to wait. When I tell you I was going to Gordon's house every morning, I went to his house every morning looking for him for a week, then I got worried. I started praying with my wife, and the next day we got a phone call, and it was Gordon. He said he was down in Louisiana fishing and hunting. He was excited, saying he had booked a little airboat fishing and hunting tour, and that he was sorry he didn't tell anyone. Well, you can imagine how concerned we were about him, considering everything that was going on. But I was fine just knowing that he was all right. Another day passes, and he calls me again. This time it's 8:30, and you can hear fear in his voice. "Stop right here. I need you to understand there was no internet, no cell phones, nothing in those days. We had no clue that these creatures were anywhere other than in our woods. We thought it was an isolated occurrence." Well, Gordon says that the cabin he and the other two guys are in is not in the swamps of Louisiana, but on the outskirts, and that he had to walk over to the main little restaurant to call me. I ask what's wrong, and he says he is seeing eyeshine like what we see back at home here. I can tell that Gordon is afraid and in the process of being made completely afraid. My response is, "So, what's the problem? You have dealt with this before." And Gordon explains, "Yes, I have, on my land. This is not my land. I'm not sure if this will work here." As he is talking, you hear a woman saying, "You can't tie up our phone all night. We have customers calling in to make orders, honey." He says, "I just need a few more minutes." Then he says he is not sure what to do, and frankly, I wasn't sure either. I say, "Listen, maybe you and the guys should just leave." He says, "I suggested that, but they think it's just hogs and coyotes in the woods. I didn't drive myself, so I'm stuck here." He asks if I can come to get him. I talk to my wife and ask her what she thinks, and she says I should go get him. Listen, we are talking about an 8-hour drive. However, I got on the road. Little did I know, while I was racing to Phoenix, Louisiana, they were under siege from these things in Louisiana. Imagine leaving your house at 10 p.m. with the mindset that you are going to drive through the night until the sun comes up. Now, add in the fact that your bedtime is 9:30 p.m. and you never stay up past midnight. Well, that is what I was facing. I carried my shotgun with me and my Bible, figured that would be about all I needed. No extra clothes, no extra underwear, just me and the open road. Things went well until about 2:45 a.m. I'm on Highway 67 just south of Winfield, Louisiana. I'm driving the speed limit when I see this cop behind me with his lights on. At first I'm thinking, okay, this is a trooper and there is an emergency, so he is gonna come speeding past me. Right? Well, wrong. He gets right up on my tail and pulls me over, jumps out of the car, moving fast, flashlight in hand, shining it inside my truck. Then he bangs on the window and demands that I get out. Now, I'm not sure what kind of emotional roller coaster this guy is on. Being a former cop, I understand that we are all just men. For all I knew, he just found out his wife was sleeping with his brother and his dog has cancer. What I did know was that we were all alone on the side of the road and it was 3 a.m. Prime time for some crazy stuff to happen and one of us loses our lives. So I roll the window down, smile and say, "Hey officer, what can I do for you?" That is when I get a good look at his eyes, and there is this look of panic and anger. He says, "Sir, please step out." I tell him I'm a retired cop, and I have done nothing that requires me to step out of my vehicle. Now he is shining the light at the bed of my truck, and he says, "Sir, please step out of the vehicle." He nods his head, motioning toward the back of the truck, and I notice he has his hand on his weapon. So I step out, and he pulls me to the front of the truck, and I'm expecting him to pat me down. Instead, he starts to whisper. He says, "Sir, I pulled you over because I'm not sure what I saw in the back of your truck, but it was freaky and weird. I can't explain it to you. I need to have a closer look." It was right there. In that moment, I was shown something. Call it a vision, call it whatever you want. But it was a spider jumping from one part of a web to another. And as he walked away, God spoke and said, "Stop him." "Sir," I said, "1 second. I don't think you should check it alone. I have my shotgun. We will go together." He said I could come with him, but he didn't want me with the shotgun, so we went, circled around the driver's side of my truck, headed to the back. Then we didn't have these hard-top covers like people do today. We had the soft-top truck bed covers, and as we are moving, he shines the light, and that soft black cloth cover is moving. As he shifts that light around, we notice it has a slit in it like it's been cut open with a knife, in an arching motion. You know how in those movies they have those jump scare scenes that make you almost poop your pants? It was lining up to be one of those moments for the two of us, but this was way worse than any movie. Because this long, skinny, pale forearm comes out of that slit. And the craziest thing was the closer it got to the wrist, the wider and bigger things got. The wrist was wide, and the hands were wide, and the fingers were long and thick. The forearm is so long that this thing is feeling around, reaching over the side of the bed of the truck, like it's searching. The two of us look at each other, and he signals, "Yeah, you better get that shotgun." So I tiptoe open the door, grab the shotgun. We were in the process of signaling what we were going to do to make sure that we would not be in a crossfire when, not if, but when, we started shooting. When this thing comes tearing through the fabric. Listen, I have seen a lot. I mean, a lot of terrifying, pardon my language, stuff in the woods. But this was something I had never seen. From the trunk emerges a gaunt, pale, humanoid creature, almost translucent with these deep, sunken eyes. But it hung from the bones as if it had this flexibility. It's hard to explain. But what was most terrifying was its head was upside down. It had these sunken-in black eyes. It's looking at us, and its mouth is moving up and down like it's talking, and its teeth are making this clacking noise, a chatter. Then it leaps, while looking down at us, off and at an angle, landing 25 feet to the right off the edge of the tree line next to the road, and then blends in with the trees. Understand by blending in, I mean it's there, the light is on it, and then it blends in right in front of us and disappears. When I tell you that the cop looks at me with this look of fear unlike anything I have ever seen, it was like his heart was about to stop beating. This man was no more than 26 years old. His face was turning blue. It was like he was experiencing heart failure. He stumbles back towards his car, and he is just looking at me. I say, "Are you okay?" And he says, "I don't know what I just saw." Listen, then this cop walks around to his car, gets in the vehicle, and leaves me standing there on the side of the road in the darkness. I'm like, okay, I'm getting the hell out of here. We're going to pause right here, and let me explain something to you, or better yet, let me ask you a question. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where it seems like all hell is breaking loose on all sides? I mean, in every aspect of your life, things are going wrong. Your health, your finances, your relationships. It's an attack on your life, I mean that definitively. I had no clue that what was taking place at this moment was one of the worst attacks my family and I would ever experience. By family, I mean everyone you have heard me speak of in this story. However, this was the launch of an attack unlike anything I have ever seen. While I was on the side of the road, Gordon was under siege, and if that was not bad enough, back home, my wife was calling Warren to come to the house because something was beating on the back door. When she went to take a look, it looked exactly like what I had just encountered. However, in that moment, I didn't know that was going on, and she had no way of contacting me. Down in the swamps of Louisiana, Gordon was wide awake, He had already vehemently expressed his desire to leave, and the other 2 men thought he was going crazy. That was until the walking on the roof of the cabin started. We are talking about the swamps of Louisiana, raised cabins on stilts 12 feet in the air, making the rooftops 30 feet above the ground. It was when that walking, the sound of wood bending, started that they decided that something might be going on and all met up in the living room. Gordon told them the best thing to do was to wait and leave at sunrise, and even then, there was no way to guarantee they would be safe. However, most men, those who have never seen strange things, underestimate the danger of the supernatural. Call it arrogance, call it pride, I call it stupidity. Well, that combination reared its ugly head, and William, the man who drove them down there, decided to go outside with a rifle. Imagine for a moment the front door opens to pitch blackness, and according to Gordon, he knew it was a huge problem when the light from the flashlight scanned the water. Alligators' eyes glow red at night, this bright red. Well, when that light shines over the swamp, there are 15 alligators in the water, some on the left and others on the right. However, in between are 3 sets of eyes glowing this amber yellow. Gordon knew right then in that moment they were in major trouble. What made it worse was these bright red eyes of the gators were all looking at the amber eyes, and the amber eyes were looking right at the front door. There was a swath of land, about 50 feet before the water's edge, just enough for the steps to be placed. Those amber eyes were 20 yards away from the water's edge. Gordon told me that he knew this was a setup. So I tell William to come back inside. There was this porch, and you know how when there is a covered porch, there is an edge of the roof, right? Well, Williams is walking towards that edge of the covered porch, and you can hear something is above. So Gordon grabs him and pulls him back, and William starts to tussle with him, calling him crazy. This goes on for a few seconds, Gordon staying close to the entrance to the door, when you hear this splash of water. Gordon said they heard and felt this thing jump from the roof. He was not sure if the earth gave way when it landed on the ground, but all he knew at that moment was something jumped from the roof and hit the water. When he shone his light, he saw its back, black fur, and this giant hump. That was enough, and he said, "Screw it." Ran inside to the room he had, closed the door, and he started praying. He said it took a moment for the other 2 guys to comprehend what they were seeing. But when they did, he said the sounds they made, these men, those sounds of fear were unlike anything he ever heard. Then there was a slamming of the door and the furniture moving and just all this commotion. Gordon said he knew the only thing that could help them was God. Now here is the weird thing, according to Gordon. He was praying, his adrenaline was pumping, fear raging, and then the next thing he knew, he was asleep. Woke up the next morning on the floor, back hurting, feet numb, below hurting, and when he walked out of the room, the other 2 men looked like they had been rode hard and hung up wet. They just looked at him and said, "How could you sleep through that, all that growling and splashing?" According to Gordon, he heard nothing. They took Gordon up to the local store and left him there. He said the fear on these 2 men was so intense that they could barely speak. When I finally arrived, he was at a small diner having coffee. He tells me this entire story of what happened, and he is laughing as he explains. When he was praying, he said, "Lord, I can't take this. I don't want to die like this. I feel so much fear. I just wish I could go to sleep and you fast forward to when it's time for me to go home." He is laughing and says that's exactly what happened. Little did I know that while Gordon and I were okay, my wife, son, and Warren were under siege in a way I would have never imagined was possible. Little did I know that while Gordon and I were having coffee, my son was lost in the woods. The night before, my wife had called Warren over because something was beating on the back door. Warren described the scene like this. He said it was a struggle to stay standing, like a force was pulling it back away from the house, and that it would eventually be pulled back to the woods. It would get a running start, and you could see it struggling to move forward like it was fighting an invisible wind. He said it was crazy, and at first he was afraid looking at this 7-foot-tall creature. When the fear hit him, he decided that he was not going to give in. He asked my wife for the shotgun, loaded it, opened the back door to go out. And as he crossed the threshold, he felt what was like an invisible giant hand on his chest holding him back. He pressed forward and was pushed back, and the door closed on its own. Now, he and my wife stood there looking as this thing struggled and was forced right back to the edge of the wood line. It was like it was being held there, and then the door opened on its own. Now, to be clear, I have a giant sliding glass door. This door slides open on its own, and Warren said in that moment this rage came over him. It was like he was soaked in anger. It was in his bones, in his chest. His feet were burning. And he just ran out the door, screaming, ran as fast as he could, raised that shotgun, and started shooting. When the first shot hit, a chunk of flesh flew off its shoulder, and he said this look of fear came across its face like it didn't expect to be hurt. So he shot again, this time in the leg, and the entire leg flies off, and it falls to the ground and starts to crawl away. Warren said all he saw in that moment was red in his peripherals, like he was looking through goggles with red paint on them. He said it was dark back there, but he could clearly see this thing, and he shot it in the back, exploding pieces of it all over the place, and it was still moving. He fired again, hitting it in the head, and then it stops, turns, starts to walk back to the house, and he sees out of the corner of his eye the Indian that I had been seeing, and he says this anger wells up again inside of him, and he says, "I rebuke you, wicked spirit. In the name of Jesus Christ, our lives are not for your entertainment," and it turns into a ball of light and folds in on itself. Then he goes back inside, and the second he crosses the threshold, all the anger is gone, but his body feels like it's been connected to a 9,000-watt generator, and he knew he was not sleeping that night. The house settled down, and when the sun comes up, he falls asleep on the sofa, only to be awakened by my wife panicking at 8:15, asking where my son is. Stop, pause, I want you to realize something. I have not mentioned the name of my wife or my son. That is done intentionally, and I think I should warn you, starting at this moment. I have watched how people behave in this field, the creators, some of the listeners. Their immoral behavior, the downright devilish acts that you people, talking to the ones who behave that way, that behavior is appalling. So, I will say this to you right now, you may be able to find where we are and you have free will to come. However, if any of you show up, or talk about my family, or attack us in any way, especially if you leave where you are to come here, I will view it as God's judgment against you. I will take your life and send you to meet him, because in my mind, he brought you here for judgment. Back to the story, my wife is in a full panic, and Warren is awakened to her screaming for my son. When his eyesight clears up, he notices that the back door is open. She explains to him that when she woke up and went to his room, he was not there. When she came down, the door was open. However, it wasn't wide open. It was slid just enough for a child to get out. Now, mind you, I have no clue what is going on, and there is no way to reach me. So Warren and my wife venture into the woods. This was my wife's first time being in the woods, something I didn't let her do. The Bible says we as men are to cover and protect our wives. Under the circumstances, she and I had an agreement the only time she was ever to go into those woods was if it was an extreme emergency, and this qualified as such. She told me that the second she stepped foot into the woods, she heard grunting like things were talking to each other, things she could not see, and it was terrifying. But she was not leaving our son in the woods alone. The two of them walked for 20 minutes, calling his name, gripped in panic before she remembered something that Liz told her. Liz said that the love of a wife and a mother conquers all things, and that love covers a multitude of sins. So she stopped, took her shoes off, and stood still, Warren was still in a full panic, and she prayed, saying, "Father, I'm not sure what happened to my son, where he is, or if something has taken him, but I trust you fully. I trust your love for me and our family. So I will not be brought into doubt about his safety. I refuse to be brought into fear. Father, I ask, according to your word, where you say to make our petitions and requests known to the Lord. Father, I ask that you have these woods return my son safely to us." She said it was right then and there, with their eyes closed. She could see him walking with this tall man, 12 feet tall. She knew in that moment it was an angel with him. The man looked at her, and his eyes shined like fire, raised his hand and motioned for her to come. So she walked, and as she was walking, Warren was freaking out. "Where are you going? We need to go this way." She calmly looked at him and said, "He is fine, Warren, and he is this way." They walked for another 300 yards and saw him standing there, talking to what looked like a tree. I mean, he was having a full-on conversation with this tree, asking, "So, how long have you been here?" When he spotted his mom, he took off running. Warren told me they ran to him, and when he looked back up, the tree that he was talking to was not there. He said it freaked him all the way out. When they got him back to the house, nothing was wrong with him, not even a scratch, and he just told them about the adventure he had in the woods. Earlier, he thought he heard his mom calling him to come outside, so he went. Then he heard her voice in the woods, so he went. But once he got in the woods, this tall man stopped him. He went on to describe this man as having pretty eyes, and that the man told him it was not his mother. But he did not listen, so he kept walking, and the man followed him. He said he got to where the creek is, and then the voice calling him changed. He said it sounded scary, so he started to run. And the man told him not to run, just walk with him, and he would protect him, so he walked with him, and the voice went away, and they talked about the woods. Then he excitedly said, "He showed me that there are monkeys in the woods, Mom." Well, he showed me the young ones. They are big, but are babies. They are not human, but they are not bad. He told me that the young ones know me and watch me when I go outside. Then he asked if I wanted to see something cool. I told him yes, and he made a tree open its eyes. Excitedly, he said, "Mom, do you know that trees can sing and that the grass can sing?" It was amazing. They all started to sing. Then he told me you were looking for me and that you were afraid and worried and that we needed to walk back, but we were far away and he would get us back fast. I was talking to him, then looked over, and there you were. My son goes on to tell my wife how much he loved her, and the entire time, according to Warren, he was sitting there with his head about to explode. So when I finally got home, this is the story that I was met with. Part of me was angry, but the other part of me was so grateful that my son was okay. When I asked him the man's name, he said that he didn't have a name. He told him to call him a servant. Then he says, "Daddy, what's a servant? Is it a slave?" "No, son, not this guy. He was no slave. He was an angel." The look that came across my son's face was priceless. Over the next few days, I would catch him talking to himself, or so I thought, and when I asked, he said he was talking to the servant. I wanted to make sure that it was not a wicked spirit or something trying to deceive my son. So I turned on some of that old-school gospel music that Liz used to play, turned it up real loud, and my son starts dancing around the house and clapping. And I ask what he is doing, and he says, "Servant and him are dancing." I turn off the music, leave the room, and come back, and he is still dancing. And I say, "Son, the music is off." And he says, "No, it's not. I can hear it, and the servant wants you to know that he understands why you put it on and that you should play it outside sometimes and see what happens." In that moment, I was thrown aback, but I decided to try it. I took the speaker. Back then, they had these thin wires and carried it outside and turned on the gospel music and just played it and came inside. Went to the bathroom. Was talking about just a quick glimpse. Went to the bathroom. When I came back out, I got a glimpse of the man he was talking about, just a quick glimpse, and it freaked me out because he was looking at me, smiling, and he looked like a grown-up version of my son, except he was the perfect specimen, slender but muscular. It was amazing. This was the start of my son having encounters in the woods and the beginning of the woods, keying in and focusing on him. Warren calls it the targeting of the next generation. He took it personally, remembering the things he experienced when he was a little boy. This only brought my 2 sons closer, and indeed they would need to be close because I was about to go through a bout with sickness. When I say that I was about to face a bout of sickness, I would like you to understand that this came from nowhere. I was healthy, no blood pressure issues, no heart problems, nothing abnormal at all. Then one day, I just felt sick. It was like I was walking in water and mud. Every movement was labored. The first few days, I figured I needed some rest. So I just took it easy, but then it only got worse. So much so that I went to the doctor, and they ran a bunch of tests but found nothing abnormal. It was like my body was being toyed with. Fatigue, overall weakness. Things I had never felt in my life, and I'm not talking about due to stress or old age. It was like my body was breaking down at a rapid pace. The juxtaposition was my son was becoming more and more active and wanted to be outside more. During this time period, I thanked the Lord for Warren. The 2 of them would spend a lot of time together. As much as I wanted to teach my son about what was in those woods, the duty fell to Warren, and he was up for the task. Stop right here, pause, and let me say this to you. What I would later learn is that what I was going through was called my body being afflicted. This was something I learned during my conversations with James. You know him as Dark Waters. I think I need to explain something to you about the agreement that he signed to get this story to you. The reason why this story is being read by a computer is because I have dictated each and every word. These are my words, and this computer is replacing my voice. Granted, he is the most talented storyteller there is on YouTube, but I wanted complete control over details about my family for our safety. So, when I say this, it's me talking, not him. There are men of God, and then there are godly men. James is a godly man. That means that the Spirit of God lives inside of him and functions through him. How do I know this? Because over the years, I have met many men like him. Men who have been tamed by God. Warriors, fighters, vicious individuals that God has taken residence inside of them and made them anew. I want to thank him publicly for the amount of leverage he has given me in sharing this story and say this to the Christian audience. I have watched him be persecuted for being a Christian online, watched people lie about him, steal from him, do everything to destroy him, and in the face of it all, the Lord has blessed him. This too is a form of affliction, and Jesus said that it would happen to those who believed in him. Now I say all of that to say this. In Psalms 34:19, it says, "Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of them all." So you see, persecutions and afflictions, know and understand where the deliverance from it comes. It comes from the Lord. Now back to the story. So while I was dealing with health problems, the 2 of them, Warren and my son, were off into the woods on these adventures. The first adventure that I can remember was when Warren told me that my son had taken him to where the baby monkeys lived. Warren told me that the boy just walked into the woods and was moving around like he had a map in his head. They worked their way up this hill, and at the top was a plateau, 75 yards across. He said my son just sat down on the ground and said, "They will be back. Let's give them some time." Within 15 minutes, he said he heard what sounded like birds making noises, but the bird sounds were slightly off and breathy. Then my son stood up and starts to look around. Warren says he then sees what looked like something from Planet of the Apes, peeping from behind a tree. And my son just waves and then it hides. This game of hide-and-seek goes on with multiple ape-looking creatures until they hear a heavy grunt off in the distance. He looks at Warren and says, "Well, playtime's up, the adults are coming back, we need to go." So the 2 of them leave. As they are working their way back, Warren asks him how he knows about those things, and he explains that Servant taught him. So he asks if Servant told him anything about the wolves, the big one, and he says yes. My son tells him that not all the wolves are bad, but they all do have bad things that talk to them in their ears. Sometimes those bad things can get them to do bad things. He says it's best just to stay away from them, but the monkeys, bad things talk to them too, but they don't listen as much as the wolves do. The way Warren described the conversation was straightforward and matter-of-fact, like the kid knew what he was saying was true, no hint of doubt. Then there came a stormy night when I realized that my son had learned a lot more than I could have ever conceived. I was going through this phase of my affliction where body parts were just not working the way they should. For example, there were days when my legs were so weak I could not walk. The next morning I would wake up and walk fine. Then there were other days where it was my right arm. Well, that entire day, it was my legs that were just exhibiting crazy weakness, pain. I could barely walk. When at 1 a.m., it's storming outside, and I hear this growling outside. And I already know the wolves, not sure why they are here. They had been quiet, no activity at all. I was wondering why they would come. When I hear the door to our bedroom opening, and my son walks in and says, "Daddy, I need to use your window." This kid walks over to the window, opens it, and says, "Why are you listening to those bad things? Return to your home. Go. You don't belong here." He closes the window, climbs in bed with me and my wife, and goes to sleep, and all the noise stops, and I just lay there in tears, crying, trying to be silent. Do you know what it feels like to be helpless? And your son, a child, stands up and faces things that most men would find terrifying. It was such a mix of emotions. I was proud, but I was ashamed and angry because it was my job to protect this family and because I was not able to. That was a night where I was almost broken, and doubt came in. You know, like, God, why is this happening to me? I didn't want any of this. However, I caught myself and realized what had just happened was wonderful. I was not going to let something weigh me down and make me feel bad, so I closed my eyes and rested. Not slept, just rested. The next morning, we woke late, 11 a.m. It was like everyone was in a slumber except my son. He was already up and moving around. School started in a few days, and he was trying to have as much fun before he had to go, so he and Warren went back into the woods again. It was when he went off to school that I really realized my son was being followed by the things here in the woods, both good and bad. It was the third day of school. He said they were playing football at recess, and one of the kids went over into the woods to get the football after another kid kicked it and came out saying there were a bunch of monkeys in the woods looking at them. This would be a recurring theme when it came to him, them growing up watching him and him acknowledging their presence. Fast forward a year, and I'm still dealing with sickness, the only way to describe it, and no one knows what is going on. One day I'm reading the Bible and I stumble across that scripture about affliction, and I just say, "Lord, your word says you will deliver me from them all. Why haven't you kept your word?" In that moment, I hear, "I am my word. Have you asked me according to my word?" I realize in that moment I prayed, sure, asked for help, but never did I support that prayer with what he said. So I say, "Lord, according to your word, you will deliver me from all affliction, and I hold you to your word, Lord, deliver me." 2 days later, I felt like the old me. It was amazing. And it was great to be back to myself again, because things were only going to get more interesting when we found out that Jewel was pregnant. The beginning of the testing of the next generation was both amazing and terrifying. When we learned that Jewel was pregnant, I started praying for her and the baby, and those prayers were needed. The first thing we did was make sure the two of them got married. I called over Norman and had a conversation. He was excited, but felt the same way, that the two of them needed to be married before the eyes of God. So we spoke to Warren, and he was in full agreement. And he and Jewel wanted to, so we called one of the local pastors. Warren got a ring and they got married, and Jewel moved into the house. Then the crazy stuff started with Jewel. At first it was dreams that she was going to have a miscarriage. She would wake up in the middle of the night afraid, and this was in the first trimester. These attacks only escalated as the pregnancy progressed, this fear, intense fear and anxiety raging in her. I remember Warren and my wife talking, and he told her that she would spend more time with Jewel. The two of them started talking and hanging out, praying over the baby. This helped, but then something in the woods decided to visit. This was the first time I had ever seen or heard of something like this. Stop, and I want you to know something. These spirits work in teams of two. The spirit of fear opens the door to confusion. I believe that it was this fear that she was constantly being bombarded with that started all of this confusion that happened next. The day this thing came out of the woods, we were all having lunch together, Jewel and her father, me, my wife, my son, and Warren. The days had been going well, then all of a sudden it was like confusion came flying in. Jewel was in the kitchen, and her father was joking with her, and she got offended, saying, "I can never do anything right for you." She got offended, and then he got offended. The two of them started to argue out of the blue, and next thing I knew, Warren was jumping into the mix. I was standing there confused because he was just joking, and then it hits me. This is an attack. So I just start to pray out loud. Lord, I rebuke the spirit of confusion from this household, bind it, and cast it to the dry places according to your word. This I decree and declare in the name of Jesus Christ. It was like they were all broken from a spell because it stops. There is this silence, then it was awkward. This silence was there for a few minutes, and then my son broke it by saying, "I'm hungry. Can I have some chips?" Later that evening, just as the sun was going down, is when this thing came out of the woods. We were all sitting around watching TV. We hear this screaming. I mean, it sounds like a woman screaming, and you could feel it. The presence coming from the woods. We get up and go to the back door and go outside, and it sounds like a woman is being murdered. When we looked, it was a woman who looked exactly like Jewel, except she was off. She was pregnant, but her belly was dragging across the ground like she had multiple babies inside her belly. We are standing there looking like, what the F is this? And Jewel starts to freak out and hyperventilate and starts to black out. Warren catches her and takes her back inside the house, and her father and I stay outside. I wanted to get the shotgun and kill it, but something told me not to. It was not my place, so I looked over at their father and told him, "You need to rebuke this. It's a physical manifestation of the miscarriage of your grandchild." It was in that moment that Norman starts to walk towards this thing, and you can see that it was surprised. It was almost like it got a memo that it was time for it to show up, and it was late and didn't realize that the environment was not right for its appearance. Because as Norman walks forward, it slows down and starts to look around, like it's not just seeing him, but he is seeing something walking with him. Then Norman says, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. You will not have my grandchild, and I cast you away to a dry place on another continent. And I bind you from entering any human body or animal body to return. I assign 2 warring angels to chase you and fight you, and I blot out your evil prophecy against my family." I'm not sure if you have ever seen a portal open, but they look like flashes of light. There is a flash of light, and then it closes. It was a crazy encounter, and over the next 6 months, she didn't have anything strange happen. In fact, when the baby came, they named him after his grandfather. That baby was anointed and consecrated to the Lord the minute the blood was wiped from his body, and as soon as he was put in his mother's arms. Things calmed down for a few months, and all was good. Then Gordon was back on deck for trouble. He calls me one night and says that the wolves are on his property again, and that he needed help. I'm still not sure why, but they love to mess with Gordon. This time they were just showing themselves to him in the day and night, trying to bring him into fear. Based on the sound of his voice, it was starting to work. When I got there, I asked how long it had been going on, and he told me it was going on 2 weeks, and they have been getting closer and closer. Mind you, it's nighttime, and he and I went outside, with the understanding of what my son disclosed to me, that these things were hearing from wicked spirits. So I tell Gordon, listen, tell them not to listen. He says, to what? I said, this is your property. You have to tell them not to listen to those spirits and bind those evil spirits from traveling onto your property with them. So he says, I bind you wicked spirits from entering this property. Then this is when it got crazy. This was the first and only time I saw these things behave that way. They came out of the woods into the open and showed themselves. It was 12 of them. They stood there where we could see them, and then they turned and walked away. They didn't hide themselves in any way whatsoever. I personally have come to believe that we were going through the process of taking dominion of these woods from the spirits that had been running amok for years, decades, and probably centuries. That is what I felt was happening. I will give you an example of why. A few days later, we are at home, and my son says that a servant wants to show us something in the woods. So we go into the woods, and he is just walking along, and you can hear this grunting and huffing. He looks and says hello, and keeps walking. Then I realize we are being shadowed as we are walking through the woods. He looks at me and says, that is their parents. They are just walking with us, Dad. We keep walking, and they do, and then it stops, and my son says, okay. The servant is saying that we are getting close, and we turn right and start to go up this hill, and remember those ruins I told you about. Well, there are these stones that are there, and I know that this is the place from that vision. My son's servant is telling me this is where it all started and that you need to know it. Then my son walks off and says he sees one of the little wolves and starts talking to the bushes and asks where its parents are. Then I see the bushes move and this giant wolf head comes out, and I'm like, son, move away from that thing. I start to head in that direction, and he reaches out his hand and it licks his. I'm flabbergasted by what I'm seeing. Then it pulls its head back into the bushes, and then my son says, okay, that is all the servant wanted you to see. Let's go home. So we head back home. That was the start of the wolves visiting my property, just looking. Nothing aggressive or crazy. They were just there.
Vibrate before Yahweh Elohim. There is a courtesy that they understand. One of such courtesies is the courtesy of reverence. Another courtesy of standing before a spirit that is holy is the courtesy of honor. Another courtesy is a courtesy of expectation. If your heart is not full of expectation, you will walk past where creatures of glory are walking through, and you will not connect with the energies of Zion. We are ascending the mountains of God. Those are not songs. They are chants of war. They are summons into heights of glory. They are not songs, brothers and sisters. Only men that make it to the top of the mountain will command the armies of God. They are certain that we not make it to the top. Life will not make so much meaning on ground. Hi, hi, hey, hey, ah, ah, hey, hey, ah. So you reign, you ancient Zion's king, Kadosh, Kadosh, you are mighty on your throne. You reign, you reign, you reign, you reign, you ancient Zion's king, Kadosh, Kadosh, you are mighty.
entered into a time where things seemed to level out around the area. I mean, there was a presence of wolves and Bigfoot, yes. However, it was as if they had peace. I came to believe and understand that this was due to us partnering with God to subdue the territory. Then things started to change again when someone bought the property across the road from me and began to clear the land. I remember it like yesterday. These crews came out with construction equipment, bulldozers, to clear the land, and they started working fast. In days, they had cleared the land, and then they started leveling it. The foreman on the job, Eric, came over and knocked on the door, and he was a gentleman. He said, "Sir, I know over the next few months there will be a lot of traffic in this area, and I want you to know that if for any reason there is damage done to your property, we are fully insured. We plan to put a modular house here, and eventually we will be bringing out a crane to set it on its foundation. I will coordinate with you when that day comes. I just wanted to introduce myself." I was impressed by him, and he went on to tell me that he had plans to develop in this area 5 more houses. In that moment, I thought to tell him that was a bad idea, but I didn't want to sound crazy. However, I did tell him, "Listen, Eric, I would not sink too much money into this land all at once. Take it slow and let things come to you. These are tough lands, and I hate to see you have problems." This look came across his face, and I think he took it more as a threat than a warning. However, I'm not sure how you warn someone about monsters and demons. You know, that is a conversation that has to start after they come to understand what is in these woods. It didn't take long for things to escalate, not long at all. About 2 weeks in, they left their equipment out there, and in the middle of the night, it sounded like a freaking car accident was happening. I looked out the front window and you could see one of those bulldozers rolling like a freaking tumbleweed across that cleared land. And what made it worse was the trailer that they used to bring it to the construction site. The wheels were laying in the middle of the road, and I knew in that moment that this construction was going to be a major problem. The following morning at 8 a.m., there was a knock at the door. It was not Eric, it was one of his guys, and he was pissed. I understood, and he was asking what happened, and I told him I did not know. He accused me of doing something, and in that moment, I didn't know what to say. "How do you explain what happened?" I just told him, "I'm sorry, but I had nothing to do with it." An hour later, Eric knocks on the door, and he is more diplomatic about it. He says, "Sir, do you have any clue who was here and did this?" I say, "Eric, it was not a person that did that. Who do you know that can do something like that? Rip the wheels off the trailer." The look on his face was strange as he grappled with what was being said. He looked at me with this blank look and said, "I don't understand?" I tell him, "I know you don't." I tell Eric, "I know you don't understand, but just don't leave equipment here overnight. It's not a good idea." He is just standing there trying to comprehend what I'm saying, and then he turns and walks away without a word. That entire day was spent salvaging the trailer and getting the bulldozer flipped over. The next day I wake up and see trees and logs on the cleared lot, roots and all. So I walk out there and look, and I want to be clear with you. These trees and logs are not from the immediate area. They are thrown all around, some of them driven into the ground. Imagine seeing a 15-foot log driven into the ground like a pile driver was used. I'm standing there in amazement when Eric pulls up, gets out of the truck, and says, "What the freak is going on?" Listen, I have seen something since I lived here, but this was crazy. There are 3 of these that made a triangle. Now Eric is mad, I mean pissed, but I don't know what to tell him. He just stands there and looks silently. So I go back to the house, and they spend that day removing all the logs from the plot of land. That evening, he knocks on the door and asks if we can talk. I say sure, and he comes inside and starts to ask questions. I'm doing my best to work him into understanding the bad decision he made to buy the property when my son comes into the room. He is listening, and you know how kids are. He says, "The things in the woods are not going to let you build on that land. They don't know you." Then he walks off. The look on Eric's face is even more crazy than before. He says, "What is he talking about?" And I start to tell him our story, the same story you have heard. I get about 10 minutes in, and he looks at me like I'm crazy and says this makes no sense. He excuses himself and leaves, and then makes a huge mistake. 2 days later, he comes out with a witch. He knocks on the door and tells me that he has a solution to the problem, and when I looked at her, immediately I knew she was a witch. As he is talking, I tell him, "Listen, don't give that witch dominion over your land. You have dominion, don't hand it over." She looks at me with this look of anger, and I tell her, "You know exactly what I'm talking about." She says, "That is his choice." I warn him again. I say, "Eric, you don't know me or anything about this place, neither does she." As I'm talking, she starts to back away, looking like she is scared, and she keeps going back and back until she is in the road. I say, "Eric, you are making a mistake. I can explain to you what needs to be done, but this is a mistake." He does not listen, so I close the door and watch through the window as they cross the street, and she sprinkles some stuff all around the property. 3 days pass and there is nothing. They are not digging a foundation and preparing to lay the slab. You know how you lay the wood frame, and rebar for the foundation, right? They do all of that, and that night it rains. At 4 a.m., it sounds like World War VII outside. It wakes my entire house up and we look outside, but it's dark over there, but it sounds like stuff hitting the trees. This goes on for about 30 minutes, and when the sun comes up, the rebar has been ripped out and is up in the tops of trees, and there are logs driven into the ground right where the foundation was. I already know this dude is going to freak out. When he gets there, I tell my wife if he knocks not to answer the door. Sure enough, he knocks, and we ignore it. He had made his decision, and it was his choice. Later that day, the witch shows up again, and the window is open, and I hear them talking, and she tells Eric that I'm a sorcerer. Stop right here and let me explain something to you, those who are children of darkness. Lying is a part of their religion. They lie boldly, even when lying makes no sense. I'm listening, and I walk outside and call for Eric, and I say, "Eric, I want you to listen to me. I heard what this woman has told you, and it is a lie. I warned you. But let me ask you a question. Do you believe in Jesus? Do you go to church?" He says, "Yes." I ask him, "Then why did you turn to a witch instead of God?" And he looks at me like I'm crazy. He had no answer. Then I turn to her and say, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ." She looks at me and turns and walks away. Over the next month, Eric and this woman came back and forth, and every time she came, it got worse. I would just ignore Eric and his issues, and when I prayed, God said he will come when he figures out what is going on. Well, I don't know if it was his idea or her idea, but Eric decided to park his truck in the middle of the lot and stay there overnight. I remember coming home and seeing him sitting there as the sun went down and thinking, "Dude, you are in for a rude awakening." Sure enough, it happened, but this time it started early, 9 p.m. I'm just getting out of the shower and I hear what sounds like another car accident. I didn't even get a chance to get to the bedroom before he was beating on the front door, and when I opened it, I knew Eric now understood what was going on. He tries to barge his way into my house, and I stop him, putting my foot behind the door. "Stop right here and let me teach you something. Anyone who has come into agreement with a witch, you should never come into agreement with them if you are Christian. You open yourself to their consequences, and you darn sure don't let them in your house." So I go outside. He is in full panic, and when I look over, his Ford truck is flipped over on its side. Taking a closer look at him, he is bleeding from the back of his head. Again, he insists that I let him in, and I say no, I will take him to the hospital, but he isn't coming into my house. So we get in my truck, and I ride him over to the hospital, and he is in a daze. I get him to the emergency room and leave him. His truck sits there for 2 days before he returns and has it flipped back over. Then he comes to talk and tell me what he saw. He said he was sitting in the truck and he thought he saw something move in the trees. So he turned on the headlight, and when the tree line lit up, it was nothing but golden Aishin in the woods. Then he says, "You know how you see something moving out of the corner of your eyes?" I say yes. He says, "That's how fast it happened." There was motion out of the corner of his eyes, and the next thing he knew, his truck was flipped on its side and being pushed sideways and down into the earth. Then he asks the million-dollar question, "What is going on out here, and what do I do?" Over the next few days, I explained to Eric what he has gotten himself into, and at first I thought he understood. But you know what they say? A hard head makes a soft behind. Because he comes back out with the witch again. Now, mind you, it has been over 2 months, and all he has successfully done is clear the land. Everything else is sabotaged. When I see the two of them, I go inside and watch TV. I never thought that what happened next could happen. It was crazy. So you will understand about a mile up the road is where the creek crosses over. It runs behind Gordon's house. There is a little bridge over the road, so that means the creek is a mile away from this man's land. Well, I wake up and the whole thing is flooded underwater, and I'm like, this is new. I got to go see this. So I head to the bridge where the creek is and listen. The water that was flowing through the creek, if you stand on the bridge and look to the left, it flows for about 45 yards and then it drops into this hole in the ground and dries up. Somehow, these things had diverted the water underground and to Eric's property, and I'm standing there like, okay, this is wild. When I'm walking in the woods next to the creek, it's dry, so I go back to try and find where the water is coming from on his land, and I can't get back in there. I knew this was going to be it for Eric. This was too much for me, but again, hard heads make sorry behinds. Now you would think that after me explaining to Eric what was going on and him seeing for himself, he would reconsider. You know, take a moment to reflect on what has happened and come up with a new plan. However, pride kicked in, and man, when I tell you that he decided he was going to go to war with the creatures in the woods, he did. Eric bought even more land, mind you. He has not been able to build a house yet, but he sinks more money into the project. This was done at the advice of the witch he was seeking wise counsel from, and what I will say is this. That was the worst decision that this man probably has ever made in his life. It was at this point, when 6 bulldozers came in, that I knew Eric didn't stand a chance. We are all at my house having dinner, Gordon and I are talking, and he is asking me why I didn't explain things to Eric, and I tell him I did, gave it that good old Boy Scouts try, and he wouldn't listen. That is when Gordon shares with me what has been going on at his house, that it has been silent, quiet as a Baptist church on Saturday morning. He says, when the woods go quiet like that, it is not a good sign. We all knew he was right, but what could we do? This point right here is where I first encountered the dream walker, that witch, walking into my dreams and interrogating me. Stop right here for a moment, and let me teach you something that I learned the hard way. The dream realm is real, very real, as I have told you before, but I didn't know that a person could come into your dreams. One night I'm asleep, and I'm having this dream that my family and I are sitting at the dinner table talking. But there is this other person there in the conversation. It's a female, and I can't see her face, but she is asking all these questions. One I remember clearly was, have you seen an altar in the woods? I remember answering the question in the dream and waking up at 4 a.m. feeling like I was violated, then going right back to sleep and into the same dream, where I was being asked questions, and then I said, I'm not telling you anything else, and the person gets up and walks out of the house. This goes on for about 3 more nights until I talk to Warren, and he says his dreams have been crazy, people asking him questions, people he does not know. Then it is confirmed by Gordon that he is experiencing the same thing. We are all sitting around talking one day when Warren excuses himself and says he will be right back. He's gone for 30 minutes and comes back with Frank's diary and starts to read about the dream realm. And he said, I knew I had heard of this before. Grandpa used to have people come in his dreams once in a while. Some would share information with him. Others would try and get information. That is when I learned the true meaning of the wheat and the tares in the Bible. Matthew 13:24-30. Another parable he put forth to them, saying, The kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. But when the grain had sprouted and produced a crop, then the tares also appeared. So the servants of the owner came and said to him, Sir, did you not sow good seed in your field? How then does it have tares? He said to them, An enemy has done this. The servants said to him, Do you want us then to go and gather them up? But he said, No, lest while you gather up the tares, you also uproot the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest, and at the time of harvest I will say to the reapers, First gather together the tares and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. Frank had meticulous notes on this scripture that explained that we are God's field, our body, spirit, and soul, that God is always planting in his field. However, there are those who come along at night and plant alongside what the Lord had planted in our life. He goes on to explain that when Adam was with God, the dream realm is where he communicated with him what he could not during the daytime. But when Adam fell, all of creation fell with him, opening the entire creation to the influences of darkness, including the dreams of man. Frank furthermore explained that sleep is only for men. Angels don't sleep, spirits don't sleep. They rest, and that God never sleeps or slumbers. That sleep is only for the world of men, including animals. Frank laid out how he stopped people from dream walking, and it was all in that scripture, a true understanding of what was being said. It was angels coming to the Lord, informing him that tares were planted, and that the Lord gave specific instruction to tear up the tares, bind them, and burn them. That the tares were demonic programs sown into our body, soul, and spirit, waiting on a day to manifest in our lives. Also, that the enemy could be a person, a spirit, or a fallen angel. So we must ask the Lord to reap the harvest early and separate the wheat from the tares and burn the tares and arrest the enemy. We are all there looking at each other after he reads this and are like, wow, that is wild. However, we prayed right then and there in that moment. And when I tell you that it was like electricity flowing in our bones, it was crazy. That night, I went to sleep, and it was the most peaceful dreams I had ever had. The next day, Eric is back, and they are clearing more land, something that we all knew would stir up everything in the woods. That is exactly what happened. He decided to hire a security crew to guard the property at night. That only lasted for 2 nights. The first night, it sounded like a zoo outside. All the noise coming from that side of the road where his property was. But the second night is when the gunfire started, small arms, but they started shooting. My family and I spent time on the floor trying not to get shot. That shooting lasted about 15 minutes. Then you can hear the trucks starting up and peeling out down the road. The next morning, Eric is back, and at this point, he is not speaking to me anymore. He just gives these evil glances like I'm the reason he has problems. However, at this point, it was his problem, not mine. They continue to clear the land, and it just gets worse. Over the next few days, an entire bulldozer disappears. Now, you explain to me how an entire bulldozer goes missing. The thing was dragged off into the woods. That was the most amazing thing I have ever seen. This goes on back and forth, him taking land and them destroying his equipment. One day he tells me that he has lost over $500,000 in equipment. I simply say, Eric, you need to leave it alone. It will only get worse. He looks at me, and again that pride kicks in and says, I have never started a job and didn't make money. I will not lose to some monster in the woods. Eric was serious because the next day there was a crew of hunters that came out. 6 men went out into those woods with rifles, and I knew that we would not hear from those men again. Imagine for days those men's trucks were parked right out on the road and never came back. I'm not sure where they were from, but after 4 days, their trucks were loaded on the back of 2 trucks and taken away. Never heard or seen from them since then. The next time I saw Eric, he looked down and dejected. He tells me he is having problems with the bank. From there, it only went downhill for Eric. Part of me felt sorry for him, but at the same time, it was his decision to make. Years later, that land still sits untouched, undeveloped. The last I heard about Eric, he went bankrupt. I never really ventured into the woods across the road from my house. Hell, I had my hands full with everything that was going on behind me. Then, after years, Warren and I decided to take a walk in those woods. The two of us are just walking along, talking about how crazy things had been, the death of Liz, the birth of little Frank, all the stuff that happened. In that moment, I realized that Warren had become a man. Although he was left with a good amount of money, he was managing it and his family well. I was proud of him. We walked for about 35 minutes before we started to hear what sounded like metal clacking together, but the sound was coming from above our heads. We looked at each other and turned around to start to leave. We were on our way back, and this noise was just constant, and it was forcing us to look up and around, and I noticed that the wind was blowing in the trees, but it was weird. We didn't feel any wind on the ground. We kept walking, and it was like we left the sound behind, but you could still hear it. Warren says he wants to go back and see what it was, because it doesn't make sense to him. I vote against it, and we go home. Well, the next day, about 12 noon, Warren shows up and tells me, "You've got to see this," and tells me to follow him back into those woods. Now there is no noise at all. Then when we get in that area, the noise starts again. He says, "Look up at the tree." When I look up, it's two pieces of metal hung on a rope, and this rope is going from tree branch to tree branch, and you can see that it's being tugged. This is when I learned that there were little people in these woods. Because we follow that rope, and the next thing I know, 2 hours have passed, and we did not walk for 2 hours. Hell, we did walk for over 300 yards, but it took 2 hours, and I was tired. When I realized what was happening, we turned around, and that is when I saw one of them. Listen, have you ever seen something and did a double take? I mean, look at it twice. That is what I did. Right next to a tree was this little greenish being, and it was just looking at us and smiling, showing its yellow and black teeth. I tap Warren and tell him to look, and he is like, "What the hell is that?" Then it vanished right before our eyes. Now, what was crazy is that everything else in these woods brought on fear. This thing just brought on confusion. I mean, like stumbling words, trouble thinking confusion. Over the next few days, I just felt off. My words were not clear, my thoughts were not clear. It was pure insanity. And when I talked to Warren, he was dealing with the same thing. What we all encountered next was so different that it took a while for us to even figure it out. What I'm talking about are the tricks that started to happen around the property. I now know why they call little people tricksters. The first thing that starts to happen to me is stuff just goes missing. We aren't talking about little stuff. My entire shotgun is gone from under the bed. I ask my wife and son. No one has seen it. Then keys that I always hang right next to the door, missing, gone. I find them later inside the microwave. Then my son comes to me one day and says that a servant has told him we have little people around the house, that they are spirits that love to mess with stuff. That same day, a lamp goes missing and we find it outside in the shed. Now, while this was going on at my house, the stuff happening to Warren and Jewel was a bit more scary. Jewel was complaining about diapers going missing and random stuff that she needed for little Frank, just disappearing. Then it escalated to one night she wakes up to check on little Frank, who was in the room with them, and finds the cover over his head and him struggling. She had a bad feeling like something was in the room, so she sat on the edge of the bed and watched in the dark, and something from under the bed grabbed her ankle and pulled. That woke Warren up, and while he was looking under the bed, something pulled little Frank from one end of his crib to the other, and after that they started praying. It stopped, but in their house, these little people were targeting little Frank so much that they would not leave him in the room alone. This went on for a few days before Jewel showed up and asked if she could stay with us, signaling that it was a major problem. So Gordon and I go up to Warren's place and talk to him, and Gordon lays out all he knows about the little people. He asks when we encountered them. Did we bring anything back from their area? And I said no. Gordon goes on to explain, by anything he means a blade of grass, soil on the bottom of our shoes, anything at all. That is the day Gordon talked about territorial spirits, and that is what little people were. That when you enter their territory, it's their domain. If you bring anything back, you have agreed to them retrieving it from your territory. In other words, you have opened a door. Gordon tells us this story about when he was in his early 20s, he met a native girl, started dating her, and the girl's dad didn't like it at all. You know how things were back then. Racially, it was a no-no. Well, the girl had 4 brothers. One of them was a little more or less traditional than the others, and when they went on a date, that brother and his girlfriend joined them. They went to this burger joint and had a great time. Well, when he takes everyone home, one of the other brothers comes out and talks for a while and then hands him this quarter, tells him it's a token of appreciation for taking care of his sister and making sure nothing bad happened to her. Gordon said in that moment, both his girlfriend and the other brother who was hanging out with them looked strange, and as he went to the car, his girlfriend asked him to give the quarter to her as a gift. He told her no, he appreciated it and kept the quarter. Well, Gordon leaves, heads to the gas station, pulls up to the pump, gets out of the car, leaving the keys in the ignition, and walks inside to pay, and when he comes back out, his keys are gone. The car is there, keys are gone, all of them. He checks his pockets, checks the floor, checks everywhere, but nope, nowhere. That started a series of events that affected his entire family. His father, his mother, stuff that just didn't make sense until one day it affected his girlfriend. She wanted to go out to dinner, so she came over to the house early that day, brought her purse, put it on the sofa. Her father had given her money that morning, but it was the money for all the bills in the house. I was supposed to take her to the bank at 2 p.m. We got to my house at 1:33 p.m. Well, she put her purse on our table. It's just me and her in the house. We go into the kitchen to get a glass of water, and I go to the bathroom to pee. The plan was to get right back in the car and go to the bank. As I'm relieving myself, I hear her fussing and screaming, saying, "Give me my purse back." When I come out of the bathroom, she is talking to the room, looking around. Her purse is gone. That is when she loses it and tells me what her brother did, saying the only way to get that purse back is to destroy the quarter that her brother gave me. Stop. Pause. Listen. My mind didn't interpret the words. All I heard was that this entire time stuff has been going wrong. She knew why and didn't tell me, and I was pissed and I let her have it. She starts to cry and begs me to find the quarter or else her father would be mad. It was all the money they had. Well, the problem was I had a lot of quarters. Hell, I had a mason jar full of spare change, and I knew for a fact that I put that quarter in that jar. So now we are taking every coin from that jar and drilling holes in them, trying to destroy them. This goes on for an hour. Then all of a sudden she says, "I think we got it." We go back inside and look, and her purse is right there on the table. After that, we had a long conversation about what had just happened. She explained to me that her brother did it. That is why she tried to take it, because she knew what he was doing. She tried to help, in her own words. However, that was it for the two of us. That is when Warren realized that he did take something from the woods. He had taken a small piece of metal from the woods. He goes home, takes it, and throws it back across the road into the woods. Then Gordon questions me about whether I had taken anything from the woods, and I told him I had taken nothing. He suggests that I throw away the shoes that I wore into the woods, and I say, "Damn, I'm not throwing a good pair of shoes away." And I decided to just pray and cast them out. Never had another problem. The following day, I wake up to a bunch of fancy cars on the road, and Eric is back. Now let me say this. To me, that was the dumbest man I had ever met. Turns out he has a group of investors that he is trying to pawn this land off on. As I come outside to look, I see Eric walks up and whispers to me, "Listen, don't screw this up for me." I tell him that it's a bad idea, but he does the deal anyway. And the next thing you know, there are signs on the property, "New homes coming soon." Well, sure enough, in a few weeks they had a foundation and were framing the house and things were going fast. Next thing I know, they got an entire house buttoned up, and I'm frankly surprised based on everything that had happened. Well, they have that home as a model home, and I go over and meet the investors myself. Turns out, one of the investors is a man named Pastor Hines. Well, we get to talking, and I congratulate him on the house, and he says that the land was bad, but he dedicated it to the Lord and took dominion over that land. I tell him, "Sir, you have no clue how bad it is here." He goes on to explain to me that the Holy Spirit told him, also gave him the design for the house itself. He walks me through and shows me this small room, and he explains that every house he builds has a prayer closet. That was why his business was successful. Every house that he builds is dedicated to the Lord, whether the buyer is Christian or heathen, it doesn't matter. The Lord has a place in every house. Well, as construction went on, Pastor Hines and I got closer, and when I tell you this man knew things that he should not have known, it was crazy. One day he comes to the house, knocks on the door, and says, "I know now why the Lord had me buy this land. I saw it in a dream. You people have been subduing this darkness on your own. Can I come in?" He comes into the house, and my son comes running out of his room, and he says, "Hello." Pastor Hines is looking around and says, "This house is amazing." But he was not talking about in the natural realm. He says, "Yes, it's nice, but if you could see your house in the spirit realm, you would really be amazed." He starts to describe these things he sees. He says, "You have flaming swords that swing in circles on your ceiling and all the windows." In that moment, it was like he was hallucinating. He just starts walking around my house and goes out the back door and stands there looking and says, "Holy cow, there is a hedge that goes all the way into the woods. This is amazing." He asks if I have an altar. I tell him I have a place where I pray. He says, "Great, I will be back with a gift for you." We talk for a little while and then he leaves. A few days pass and he comes back and brings me this anointing oil and asks for my permission to anoint the house and pray. I let him. And when I tell you that it was like my house got brighter, the lights seemed brighter in the house. Well, Pastor Hines took a liking to my son, and we ended up going to his church, all of us. They built out all their houses, and then it was crazy because the house just sat there. It seemed like nobody wanted to buy it. Weeks went by and there was absolutely zero activity at the newly built houses. Now a person seemed interested. One Sunday after church, I was talking with Pastor Hines and he said, "Do you mind if I come over this evening? We need to talk." I agreed and headed home. My wife and I got the place together for Pastor Hines' arrival. We were expecting him at 5 p.m., and when 5 p.m. rolled around, there was nothing. By 5:30, still nothing. By 6 p.m., we figured he was not coming at all. Something must have happened, so we went on about our business. At 6:30, there was a knock at our back door. Looking out, it was Pastor Hines. We opened the door and he smiled and apologized for being late, but told us that the Lord took him into the woods on a little tour. He came inside, sat down, and started talking about church at first, a few of the things going on. Then he started to talk about the houses and said, "Listen, I believe that Eric, the guy who sold me the land, was a Satanist." Pastor Hines went on to explain that Satanists love to pose as Christians. However, they are wicked. He said, "I'm trying to figure out what they have done to this land. So, I wanted to ask you some questions to help." Immediately, I told him about the witch and what Eric was doing, and, get this, it turns out that Eric was working with them and the church on projects for years. They had no clue that the guy they were buying land from, a consultant who was consorting with witches, The look on Pastor Hines' face was a mixture of surprise and anger. Then he said, "Tell me exactly what happened." So I went through all the events with him, everything that happened. How the witch would not come on our property, how the men came out and went missing, how the bulldozer was flipped. Pastor Hines looked at me as if I were crazy. Then he said, "We need to go into the woods." Now stop right here and let me say this. There are men of God, and then there are men who have the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit, and power. Pastor Hines was a man who had the Holy Spirit plus power. Because we got out and went out the front door, walked across the street, past the house, uphill, and into the woods. Listen, the sun was going down, and you know how, when you go into the woods before sundown, it's already dark in the woods. Well, we entered and started walking, and it was like he was being guided because he said, "Turn this way." We walked for about 45 yards into the woods, and he said, "It's here, look around." Well, we were now looking on the ground at the leaf litter, and it was too dark to see anything. Then the wind blew, and you could hear sticks clanking in the trees. Looking up, there was just enough light to see these structures hanging from the trees, tied up with ropes, circles, triangles, hexagons, and pentagons. They were 20 feet up in the air, and he started to climb the tree in the dark. I said, "Pastor Hines, you're too old to climb the tree. Let me do it." But this man kept climbing. I said, "Sir, get down." He climbed all the way up in the tree, in the dark, and untied those things. They came crashing to the ground. Then this man climbed down. Listen, his foot never slipped, nothing. And he asked me to pick these things up and help him carry them out of the woods. We got back to the road and he said, "Listen, do you have some gas?" I said, "Yes, I went to get gas from the shed." We got the gas and we burned those things right there on the side of the road. As they were burning, he started to pray, asking God that as these tokens of witchcraft burn, so does the altar of the witch that created them. Then he says, "Good evening," and walks up to his car and leaves. Listen, 2 days later, they have an open house and there are nearly 35 people out there. Weeks later, those houses are selling like hotcakes, and Pastor Hines is back negotiating to buy more land. He comes over and sits with me and my wife and says, "Have you been watching the news?" I tell him, "No, we don't watch much TV." He says, "Well, there was a house fire a few days ago. I was at home having dinner with my wife when it hit the news. The Lord said that it was the witch's house burning down." Then he goes on to explain that he called Eric and made small talk with him for a few minutes. And Eric was still pretending, talking to him about other projects that they could work on through his nonprofit, how he had some other land that he would happily sell to him. Pastor Hines asks, "So how is your friend doing?" Eric goes silent, and Pastor continues, "Your friend, the witch that put a spell on my land to make it invisible to buyers." Again, Eric is silent. Then he says, "Listen, son, now you know that what you did was wrong, but it was not just wrong against me, it was you wronging my God. I know her house burnt down, and I want you to know that every dollar you made by deceit will leave you. It's his money that you got. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ, and you will no longer do any business with this church or any company associated with it." Now, for the record, Pastor Hines was connected to a large group of Christian businessmen that spanned the entire state. So went Eric's connections that he managed to gather from Pastor Hines. Everything was fantastic for a while. I think 2 years passed before anything strange happened again. We had new neighbors. Things were going well. Then some of the neighbors' kids went into the woods behind my house. Twin boys, I call them kids, but they were teenagers, Scott and Bryce. These two were pretty well-built boys, 6 foot tall, athletic, handsome young men. Well, I'm coming home and see the two of them venturing off into the woods from the road. So I pull over, jump out, and tell them, "Listen, don't go back up in these woods. It's dangerous." Well, they look at me and nod their heads and just keep going. In that moment, I knew it was going to be a problem. I just didn't know what type of problem it would be. A few hours pass and I see them come out of the woods, and it looks like they are arguing with each other. I figure it's brothers being brothers. Think nothing of it. In my mind, they were fine because they made it out of the woods. Well, it was maybe a week or so when Pastor Hines comes over, knocks on the door, and says he needs to talk. Have you ever been in a situation where a person is kind of talking around a point? That was the situation I was in. Pastor Hines was trying to get to something, but it was like he was beating around the bush, asking questions about had anyone ever went into the woods and didn't come out the same. I say to him, Pastor, just talk straight to me. What's going on? That is when he tells me he believes that one of the kids is possessed. Has anyone ever encountered spirits in those woods that could possess a person? And the answer is yes. I go again to tell him more about what we have seen, about the Native American spirits that would stand and watch, and this look comes over his face and he says, "Come with me." We leave my house, cross the road, and go up to the door of the house where the twins lived. Well, he opens the door and we go inside, and there is this smoke in the air, like someone is burning incense, but way too much of it. Looking around, it looked like a madhouse, clothes all over the place. The kitchen was trash, dishes all in the sink, flies everywhere. We are talking about a brand new house, and this woman is on the sofa crying. Pastor Hines introduces me to her. Her name is Andrea. The look on her face was sheer terror. He says, Andrea's husband is in Japan on business, and her 2 sons are behaving strangely. I just want someone with me for this. So we go down the hallway, and they have holes in the walls like someone was punching holes in them. And we get to the first bedroom. The door is cracked, and it's a complete mess. The mattress and box spring are off the bed. There is half-eaten chicken on the floor. It's crazy town in this room. There is scribbling and writing on the wall, and he opens the door, and this kid is laying on the floor looking up at the ceiling, smiling, and he says, "Bryce, it's Pastor Hines. I came to check on you." The boy looks over with this evil smile on his face, and then this voice comes out saying, "Sorry, Pastor, Bryce is resting right now. He can't talk to you." Then he looks at me and says, "The warrior has come. That is what we call you, God's warrior. What business do you have with me? This is not your house." Then this thing tells me to leave. I understand I am standing there, flabbergasted, trying to figure out what is going on, and that is when I hear God say he is possessed. Look around the room. He took something from the woods. As I start looking and Pastor Hines starts to talk to him, he says, "Now, Bryce, I know you are there. You're going to have to resist this thing." Well, it starts laughing, and it was like I could feel that Pastor Hines got pissed off because he says, "I bind your tongue in the name of Jesus Christ. Be silent and be still." Well, the boy is silent and still while this is going on, and I'm searching. Have you ever had a fight and someone snuck up behind you and punched you? You know the feeling you get right before that. You feel it coming just as it's about to hit you. Well, I get that feeling, and when I look over my shoulder, it's his brother jumping from the hallway at me. Now, to be clear, the kid did not run and jump. He just leaped like frickin' Spider-Man and cleared like 14 feet. And I only had time to swing my arm, which sent him flying into that mattress and box spring. He falls, hitting his head on the rail that runs horizontally, holding the box spring in place. His neck should have been broken, but he gets straight up and charges me, and now I'm trying to fight this kid off, and he is strong as 3 men. He is punching me, and when I tell you it feels like his hands are bricks, it hurts. Now, I want to be clear with you. I probably shouldn't have done this, but I reach over and grab this lamp that is on the floor and bust him in the head with that. And the kid is out, knocked out cold, but even as he lay there, he has this twisted smile on his face. It was then when I looked down that I saw these silver coins on the floor. You know how you see something and it looks old? Well, when I grabbed those coins, they are connected by an old chain to a pouch. And inside is jewelry made of silver, but it's encased in what looks like leather. Now I'm standing up and I hear God say, "Take that outside the house." And as I'm walking out the door to the bedroom, I hear Pastor Hines start to pray, asking God to deliver these kids from evil, binding the spirits. This is where it gets freaking crazy. I'm walking out the front door, and their mother attacks me, asking me where I am taking her jewelry. She is pulling me, trying to keep me from leaving the house, and pardon me, but no woman is supposed to be as strong as a man. And I kick her, and she turns and runs to the kitchen, and I knew that she was going for a knife, and I had to get this outside. Mind you, she had pushed me damn near back down the hallway to the room, and so I would have to sprint past her to get to the front door. I run full speed, and as I'm heading through the living room, she is jumping over the counter like one of Charlie's angels. I'm not trying to be funny, it was not funny at all, but that's how this woman jumped over that kitchen island. And when I barge outside that door and into the front yard, she stops and is just standing there. Then I see these 3 orbs of light the size of basketballs shoot across the street into the woods. Listen, this woman looks around at the house, looks at me and says, "What did you do to my house?" She is pissed. Then she turns and goes into the house, and I stand outside. Next thing I know, her, Pastor Hines, and her 2 sons come outside. All of them are confused, and Pastor Hines explains to them that they were overcome by a spirit. Listen, when I tell you that I had never seen anything like that in my life, it was crazy. However, that was how I got to know my neighbors. Weeks went by and there was absolutely zero activity at the newly built houses. Now a person seemed interested. One Sunday after church, I was talking with Pastor Hines, and he said, "Do you mind if I come over this evening? We need to talk." I agreed and headed home. My wife and I got the place together for Pastor Hines' arrival. We were expecting him at 5 p.m., and when 5 p.m. rolled around, there was nothing. By 5:30, still nothing. By 6 p.m., we figured he was not coming at all. Something must have happened, so we went on about our business. At 6:30, there was a knock at our back door. Looking out, it was Pastor Hines. We opened the door, and he smiled and apologized for being late, but told us that the Lord took him into the woods on a little tour. He came inside, sat down, and started talking about church at first, a few of the things going on. Then he started to talk about the houses and said, "Listen, I believe that Eric, the guy who sold me the land, was a Satanist." Pastor Hines went on to explain that Satanists love to pose as Christians. However, they are wicked. He said, "I'm trying to figure out what they have done to this land. So, I wanted to ask you some questions to help." Immediately, I told him about the witch and what Eric was doing, and, get this, it turns out that Eric was working with them and the church on projects for years. They had no clue that the guy they were buying land from, a consultant who was consorting with witches. The look on Pastor Hines' face was a mixture of surprise and anger. Then he said, "Tell me exactly what happened." So I went through all the events with him, everything that happened. How the witch would not come on our property, how the men came out and went missing, how the bulldozer was flipped. Pastor Hines looked at me as if I were crazy. Then he said, "We need to go into the woods." Now stop right here and let me say this. There are men of God, and then there are men who have the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit, and power. Pastor Hines was a man who had the Holy Spirit plus power. Because we got out and went out the front door, walked across the street, past the house, uphill, and into the woods. Listen, the sun was going down, and you know how, when you go into the woods before sundown, it's already dark in the woods. Well, we entered and started walking, and it was like he was being guided because he said, "Turn this way." We walked for about 45 yards into the woods, and he said, "It's here, look around." Well, we were now looking on the ground at the leaf litter, and it was too dark to see anything. Then the wind blew, and you could hear sticks clanking in the trees. Looking up, there was just enough light to see these structures hanging from the trees, tied up with ropes, circles, triangles, hexagons, and pentagons. They were 20 feet up in the air, and he started to climb the tree in the dark. I said, "Pastor Hines, you're too old to climb the tree. Let me do it." But this man kept climbing. I said, "Sir, get down." He climbed all the way up in the tree, in the dark, and untied those things. They came crashing to the ground. Then this man climbed down. Listen, his foot never slipped, nothing. And he asked me to pick these things up and help him carry them out of the woods. We got back to the road and he said, "Listen, do you have some gas?" I said, yes, I went to get gas from the shed. We got the gas and we burned those things right there on the side of the road. As they were burning, he started to pray, asking God that as these tokens of witchcraft burn, so does the altar of the witch that created them. Then he says, good evening, and walks up to his car and leaves. Listen, 2 days later, they have an open house and there are nearly 35 people out there. Weeks later, those houses are selling like hotcakes, and Pastor Hines is back negotiating to buy more land. He comes over and sits with me and my wife and says, have you been watching the news? I tell him, no, we don't watch much TV. He says, well, there was a house fire a few days ago. I was at home having dinner with my wife when it hit the news. The Lord said that it was the witch's house burning down. Then he goes on to explain that he called Eric and made small talk with him for a few minutes. And Eric was still pretending, talking to him about other projects that they could work on through his nonprofit. How he had some other land that he would happily sell to him. Pastor Hines asks, so how is your friend doing? Eric goes silent, and Pastor continues, your friend, the witch that put a spell on my land to make it invisible to buyers. Again, Eric is silent. Then he says, listen, son, now you know that what you did was wrong, but it was not just wrong against me, it was you wronging my God. I know her house burnt down, and I want you to know that every dollar you made by deceit will leave you. It's his money that you got. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ, and you will no longer do any business with this church or any company associated with it. Now, for the record, Pastor Hines was connected to a large group of Christian businessmen that spanned the entire state. So went Eric's connections that he managed to gather from Pastor Hines. Everything was fantastic for a while. I think 2 years passed before anything strange happened again. We had new neighbors. Things were going well. Then some of the neighbors' kids went into the woods behind my house. Twin boys, I call them kids, but they were teenagers, Scott and Bryce. These two were pretty well-built boys, 6 foot tall, athletic, handsome young men. Well, I'm coming home and see the two of them venturing off into the woods from the road. So I pull over, jump out, and tell them, listen, don't go back up in these woods. It's dangerous. Well, they look at me and nod their heads and just keep going. In that moment, I knew it was going to be a problem. I just didn't know what type of problem it would be. A few hours pass and I see them come out of the woods, and it looks like they are arguing with each other. I figure it's brothers being brothers. Think nothing of it. In my mind, they were fine because they made it out of the woods. Well, it was maybe a week or so when Pastor Hines comes over, knocks on the door, and says he needs to talk. Have you ever been in a situation where a person is kind of talking around a point? That was the situation I was in. Pastor Hines was trying to get to something, but it was like he was beating around the bush, asking questions about had anyone ever went into the woods and didn't come out the same. I say to him, Pastor, just talk straight to me. What's going on? That is when he tells me he believes that one of the kids is possessed. Has anyone ever encountered spirits in those woods that could possess a person? And the answer is yes. I go again to tell him more about what we have seen, about the Native American spirits that would stand and watch, and this look comes over his face and he says, come with me. We leave my house, cross the road, and go up to the door of the house where the twins lived. Well, he opens the door and we go inside, and there is this smoke in the air, like someone is burning incense, but way too much of it. Looking around, it looked like a madhouse, clothes all over the place. The kitchen was trash, dishes all in the sink, flies everywhere. We are talking about a brand new house, and this woman is on the sofa crying. Pastor Hines introduces me to her. Her name is Andrea. The look on her face was sheer terror. He says, Andrea's husband is in Japan on business, and her 2 sons are behaving strangely. I just want someone with me for this. So we go down the hallway, and they have holes in the walls like someone was punching holes in them. And we get to the first bedroom. The door is cracked and it's a complete mess. The mattress and box spring are off the bed. There is half-eaten chicken on the floor. It's crazy town in this room. There is scribbling and writing on the wall, and he opens the door, and this kid is laying on the floor looking up at the ceiling, smiling, and he says, Bryce, it's Pastor Hines. I came to check on you. The boy looks over with this evil smile on his face, and then this voice comes out saying, "Sorry, Pastor, Bryce is resting right now. He can't talk to you." Then he looks at me and says, "The warrior has come. That is what we call you, God's warrior. What business do you have with me? This is not your house." Then this thing tells me to leave. I understand. I am standing there, flabbergasted, trying to figure out what is going on, and that is when I hear God say he is possessed. Look around the room. He took something from the woods. As I start looking and Pastor Hines starts to talk to him, he says, "Now, Bryce, I know you are there. You're going to have to resist this thing." Well, it starts laughing, and it was like I could feel that Pastor Hines got pissed off because he says, "I bind your tongue in the name of Jesus Christ. Be silent and be still." Well, the boy is silent and still while this is going on, and I'm searching. Have you ever had a fight and someone snuck up behind you and punched you? You know the feeling you get right before that. You feel it coming just as it's about to hit you. Well, I get that feeling, and when I look over my shoulder, it's his brother jumping from the hallway at me. Now, to be clear, the kid did not run and jump. He just leaped like frickin' Spider-Man and cleared like 14 feet. And I only had time to swing my arm, which sent him flying into that mattress and box spring. He falls, hitting his head on the rail that runs horizontally, holding the box spring in place. His neck should have been broken, but he gets straight up and charges me, and now I'm trying to fight this kid off, and he is strong as 3 men. He is punching me, and when I tell you it feels like his hands are bricks, it hurts. Now, I want to be clear with you. I probably shouldn't have done this, but I reach over and grab this lamp that is on the floor and bust him in the head with that. And the kid is out, knocked out cold, but even as he lay there, he has this twisted smile on his face. It was then when I looked down that I saw these silver coins on the floor. You know how you see something and it looks old? Well, when I grabbed those coins, they are connected by an old chain to a pouch. And inside is jewelry made of silver, but it's encased in what looks like leather. Now I'm standing up and I hear God say, "Take that outside the house." And as I'm walking out the door to the bedroom, I hear Pastor Hines start to pray, asking God to deliver these kids from evil, binding the spirits. This is where it gets freaking crazy. I'm walking out the front door, and their mother attacks me, asking me where I am taking her jewelry. She is pulling me, trying to keep me from leaving the house, and pardon me, but no woman is supposed to be as strong as a man. And I kick her, and she turns and runs to the kitchen, and I knew that she was going for a knife, and I had to get this outside. Mind you, she had pushed me damn near back down the hallway to the room, and so I would have to sprint past her to get to the front door. I run full speed, and as I'm heading through the living room, she is jumping over the counter like one of Charlie's angels. I'm not trying to be funny, it was not funny at all, but that's how this woman jumped over that kitchen island. And when I barge outside that door and into the front yard, she stops and is just standing there. Then I see these 3 orbs of light the size of basketballs shoot across the street into the woods. Listen, this woman looks around at the house, looks at me and says, "What did you do to my house?" She is pissed. Then she turns and goes into the house, and I stand outside. Next thing I know, her, Pastor Hines, and her 2 sons come outside. All of them are confused, and Pastor Hines explains to them that they were overcome by a spirit. Listen, when I tell you that I had never seen anything like that in my life, it was crazy. However, that was how I got to know my neighbors. Have you ever had someone get to know you, but you don't realize how well they know you? That is the place I found myself in with Pastor Hines. He had gotten to know me well, or it's better to say, trust me. I came to this realization when he invited me to take a missionary trip with him to Africa. Now, I knew that Pastor Hines was a powerful and influential man. However, I had no clue that he was connected worldwide. Also, I didn't know that he had 2 sons who were preachers in Africa. Now, let me say this to you, I never in my life expected to travel to Africa, more so travel under these circumstances of being a missionary. Well, we get to Congo, Kinshasa. Truthfully, it is nothing like what I expected. Now, of course, I didn't expect there to be huts, lions, and elephants. However, it was way more developed than I expected. When we got to the church where the revival would be held, there were hundreds of people from around the world. Well, we get there, and there is praise and worship immediately, and right in the middle of it, the man on stage says, "There is a witch here." Now, to be clear, there are people of all races here. He starts to walk down the aisle with the microphone, and he is walking with his eyes closed and just humming. Well, he stops and turns and says, "Come out from where you are." And this man comes out, an older black man in a suit and tie, and mind you, the pastor still has his eyes closed, and he says, "Take the charms out of your pocket." The man starts to cry and say, "They didn't tell me your spirit was ancient." He screams it aloud, "No one told me your spirit was ancient." He drops the charms on the ground and he takes off running up the aisle, and I don't know if you have ever seen a person get tackled by an invisible force. However, I witnessed this man get hit like Lawrence Taylor had just smashed into him, and he hits the floor. Then the pastor opens his eyes, walks over to him and says, "The Lord is giving you a choice. He will take your powers and let you live for a period of 45 days, or you can repent and serve him." Listen, I had never seen anything like this at all. When I tell you it was a frightening display of the Lord's power, it was terrifying. That is how the trip to Africa started, and from there it only got more bizarre. When we arrived in Inongo, it was like walking into a heaviness. It was just the three of us, Pastor Hines, his oldest son, and me. 3 men walking into a place that, at the time, I didn't know housed one of the most powerful sorcerers in Congo. No sooner had we entered the house we were staying at than the strange events began. The owner of the house was a man named Dante, 6 feet tall with a slender, muscular build. He was excited to host us and immediately began to share stories about the level of darkness in the area. He mentioned that he and people from the local church, which met in a tent in a field, were constantly harassed in their sleep and dreams. He then told us that 2 men had come to him and warned that we needed to pay, or else it would rain on every day we planned to have our revival. I looked at Pastor Hines and he seemed unbothered. However, a few hours later, it started to rain, and we're not talking about a drizzle. It was thunder and lightning, with the thunder sounding like it was groaning and screaming. We lay there and it sounded like something was trying to rip the roof off the house. Well, Pastor Hines' son, Max, gets up and starts to sing, then prays, "Father, we have work to do here in this town. I need you to stop this rain, and I need the sun to be bright in the morning and a clear sky so that the sun can dry the soil. Then, Father, I need it to be slightly overcast when we start tomorrow evening, with dry soil and a light breeze. We are here to do your work. I ask this in the name of Jesus Christ." Then he goes and lays back down in his spot on the floor. An hour later, it stopped raining. The next morning, when we got up, the sun was bright and hot, the kind of sunlight that burns the skin. By the time it was evening and we were to start the preaching, the ground was dry, hard, and brittle. There was this makeshift stage there, and we were waiting for people to come in the hot sun, but no one was showing up. We had been there for 15 minutes when Pastor Hines walked down from the stage and started to walk up the road. So we followed him and came to this small bridge that had been washed out by the storm the night before. On the other side of that bridge were 2 buses full of people and a crowd of people on foot. Well, Dante turns and runs, borrows a car from someone, and comes back with a bullhorn. Pastor Hines stands on the hood of the car and starts preaching using the bullhorn. It was the most powerful thing I had ever seen. These people were standing right on the edge of the washed-out bridge, and some of them were now going down into the small river and wading across the water to get to the side we were on. We stayed outside until the sun went down and then returned to Dante's house. That night was the first night I experienced real powerful witchcraft. We were at the dinner table eating, and a man appeared standing before us and started to talk. It was the sorcerer, and he said that his territory was his, and that if we didn't leave, he would kill us. For a moment I was scared, understanding that this was a transparent man standing there talking. This fear came over me like a cold chill, almost as if my body was getting sick. Then Max, still eating his food, looks over and says, "If you had the power to do that, you would have done it when we arrived in your territory. You have no power over us, and you have no power over our God." Then he kept eating. This guy just stood there for about a minute looking at us, and everyone but me was ignoring him. That's when Pastor Hines looked at me and asked, Are you afraid? I didn't get a chance to say a word before he rebuked the man and asked for an angel to take him away. Stop right here and let me say this. I have seen a lot of things in my life, but this was over the top. Right behind that man appeared an angel, massive muscles, no more than 6 feet tall, and he grabbed him by the back of the neck and slammed his head on the table, holding him there. The crazy thing was the table didn't move, and he was looking at this sorcerer with the most fierce look of anger I had ever seen. And then they shot up into the ceiling. I jumped back because this scared the hell out of me, but all of them just kept eating. Then afterward, turned off the light and went to bed. I stayed up the rest of the night replaying that over and over again in my mind. When the sun rose, everyone had a different demeanor. It was like they were all angry, but not an anger that was pointed at each other, just this general sense of anger. I didn't know then that we as humans can share in the anger of the Lord, but I was about to learn what happens when the Lord is angry. That day when we left to go back to the area where the bridge was, we discovered that the people had stayed there all night and made a makeshift bridge. There was no way to drive a bus or a car across it, but you could walk across, and looking on the other side, there was no one there. Yes, the buses were parked there and cars, but the people were not there. Well, we headed to the crusade ground where the preaching was to go on to get set up, and when we got to the area, hundreds of people were already there waiting, some sitting patiently talking, others moseying around the area. When they saw Max, Pastor Heinz's son, come up, they started to cheer and clap. Now, we were not supposed to start this early, but within minutes Max started preaching the gospel. Listen, I have read the Bible. I have gone to church. However, the revelations that Max was bringing forth to these people was God's Holy Spirit talking in power. Listen, he started off talking about how important Jesus was. He explained that we as mankind had no clue what God spoke about when he referred to man in the scriptures until Jesus came in the flesh. That when Jesus came, he revealed that pattern for the sinless life of all men. He stops and addresses the crowd saying, "There are sorcerers here that say that Jesus did not live a sinless life. That is a direct attack on your salvation, and it's hogwash." Then he went deeper into scriptures and started to explain. He spoke about when the woman was found in adultery, the book of John chapter 8, verses 1 to 11. And he says the Pharisees asked Jesus, should the woman be stoned? And if you remember, he was there writing in the dirt. They scream and raised their voices at him, demanding an answer. Jesus just kept writing, making them more furious. Then he stands and says, "He who is without sin, cast the first stone." What Jesus was revealing to us is that mercy is greater than judgment. He says, however, if you don't know that he is the pattern for all men, God in the flesh, showing us how we are to interact and live on this earth, then that simple point goes over your head. He went on to say that the sinless life of Jesus revealed to us that it is possible to walk perfectly in this body of flesh while we are here, not when we get to heaven. Then he goes into talking about salvation and the power that Jesus Christ gave us to tread on serpents and scorpions. Then he starts to address the things that have been going around the area. He says that he knows what the sorcerer has come to visit people to intimidate them. And he tells the story of what happened at the dinner table, and the crowd is silent. He says he appeared to us, saying he would kill us. But an angel of the Lord snatched him by his neck and removed him, and the crowd cheered. I'm talking about a rambunctious cheer. Then Max starts to jump, saying, "Jesus, jump up and down." The crowd is jumping up and down. This was wild. I have never seen a church service like this. Then all of a sudden a group of men on the right-hand side of the crowd take off running. 30 men at full speed. They leave. Max keeps preaching. He goes into Jesus having power over the winds and how we have power. He asks them, where is the rain? There were men here that promised it would rain. They are here in the crowd. He tells them to come out and accept Jesus, for judgment has come. Well, 2 young men come to the front and lay on their faces, and the crowd goes wild, screaming, "Jesus, you make the darkness tremble." Those two young men received Jesus Christ, and this goes on for hours. In America, church is 2 hours max, and people are ready to go. This went on so long I had to take a seat at the foot of the stage for an hour. Then Max let the crowd go. We are on our way back to the house when we see a crowd gathered in the woods. And when we go over and look, they have the sorcerer, and they have beaten him. I mean, beaten him to a pulp, and he is begging for mercy. Max looks at him and looks at the crowd and says, "Show him mercy. God has a plan for him." And we keep walking. Well, get this. That night there is a knock on the door, and it's that sorcerer. He has crawled from the woods to this house, and he is asking for Max. This is the same man that appeared to us at the dinner table. He asks if we would help him, so Max brings him inside and lays him down and starts to tend to his wounds. He tells Max that he would not have done the same for him if the shoe was on the other foot, but he decided that if he came for help and we helped him, it meant that what he said was true. That man, a powerful sorcerer, asked Jesus in that broken and beaten down state, and when he did, there came this storm. This storm did not build up, it just came, and you could see the fear in his face. He said that the spirits have come to take his life. Listen, Max and Pastor Hines tell me to go outside with them. We walk out into this storm, and Max says, "He is now covered by the blood of Jesus. You cannot have him." And we hear a voice in the wind say, "He is mine. I will have his life. He owes his life." Again, Max says, "This is the last warning. Leave in the name of Jesus Christ." Nothing happens. And he starts to pray out loud and say, "Father, you sent us here to set the captives free from sin and death. I ask that you, the Almighty God, the one who sits on the throne, rebuke this spirit. Bind this wicked wind and send it back to its home. I ask this in the name of Jesus Christ." There is this wind that comes from the north. A powerful wind felt like a hurricane gust. And that storm blows away like something from a horror movie. Clouds move like a movie and fast forward. We go back inside, and that sorcerer is shaking like he was left on the side of a mountain. Then he falls asleep. The next morning we are headed to the crusade ground, and he says he wants to come and listen. So we get men to carry him, and when we get there, the crowd looks and they are silent. Some of them look angry, others afraid. Max stands on the stage and announces that he has accepted Jesus Christ, and they break out into a cheer, chanting Jesus' name. There are moments in life when you realize that you are a part of something big, and then there are moments when you feel how big things are. In that moment, I knew that God had delivered these people from fear, and that day 150 accepted Jesus. The next day, more people came, and 200 people accepted Jesus. By the time we left, 673 souls had been saved. That was an amazing trip. I returned home with a deeper understanding of the power of God through Jesus Christ and felt energized, like I could walk on water. Pastor Hines had decided that they were going to develop more property in the area, starting on the side near Gordon's place. So he and I went to talk to Gordon, and that is when I discovered that Gordon was not doing well at all. He was looking sickly, had lost almost 20 lay-bees, and when I asked him what was wrong, he started to cry and said he had cancer, colon cancer to be exact. You could tell he was afraid, and moreover that he had almost accepted his fate, that he had come to the conclusion that he was going to die. We were talking, and Pastor Hines was just walking around his house. Then Pastor Hines says, "Gordon, can I share a story with you? When I was a young man in my early 30s, I was told that I was going to die from cancer. Back then, there wasn't much that could be done about it. The doctors gave me 6 months to live. I remember the feeling that came over me at that time, like someone took a wet blanket and threw it over my shoulders. I remember the fear, so much life ahead of me. What will happen to my wife and my children if I go?" That night I prayed and asked God to heal me, and went back to the doctor, and nope, everything was still the same. Well, I refused to believe I was going to die because I believed in God, and there is no sickness in his body. We are the body of Christ, so there can be no sickness in me. Well, I prayed again and asked God to spare my life, told him I did not want to die, that I had work to do for his kingdom, and I asked him to spare my life. He looks at Gordon and says, "If I understand things correctly, you have been like a grandfather to everyone around here, correct? and you have taught them what you know and learned about these things going on. Correct? I want you to let me pray for you, but I want you to understand what I learned. We are not going to limit God in our prayer. We are going to ask Him to heal you, whether it be by His hands or the hands of man or by new medicine. However, we want you healed. Do you agree? Gordon, with tears in his eyes, says yes. Then Pastor Hines says, now, when you get this healing, you have to come out of this isolation you are in. It's not healthy. God does not want you spending so much time alone, and He has a partner for you, a woman that will help you if you are brave and open yourself up. Listen, Gordon starts bawling, crying, tears, and says, I have been told that for years. However, I don't want to lose anyone else. I don't want to go through the pain again. Pastor looks at him and says, that is a spirit. It's not you talking. Understand? And when we are done, it will be gone. Listen, the pastor starts to pray, and I'm not sure if you have seen a man start to look younger and more vibrant after someone had prayed for them. But when he is done, Gordon does not look the same. His skin is lighter, less yellow, and he falls to the ground, crying, snot coming out of his nose and his ears. He stands up, goes into the bathroom, washes his face, and comes back out as a different man. I don't know how to explain it, but he is just different. He knew it and we knew it. They talk about the land that the pastor was going to buy, and he tells it all about the wolves and them killing his hogs and dogs. How they are still around, but they have not been going crazy because we bound the spirits. But he is not sure how they will behave when the pastor starts to clear the land. Imagine for a moment you are there listening to this conversation, and it's just stated as plain and simple facts. Pastor Hines, after experiencing and seeing what he had, took it just like that as a matter of fact, and he tells Gordon not to worry, they won't go crazy. A month later, that land is bought, and I would like to say that the pastor was right, but he is wrong. Very wrong. These things lose their minds when he starts to clear that land. When I say that these wolves lost their minds, they went crazy over that land being cleared, it's an understatement. The weird thing about it was that they didn't try to stop the land clearing. They didn't even bother the men when they started construction. They waited until the houses were almost completely framed and then destroyed the frames of the houses. I remember talking to Pastor Hines, and he said these things have a supernatural intelligence. They waited until we were deep enough into the project, at a point where we had been ordering more materials, and they attacked. They didn't touch a human, never showed themselves at all. The only way we knew it was them is because they urinated all over the downed lumber. This is where it gets crazy, because then they went to Pastor Hines' home, where he and his wife lived. Understand? This man lived 45 miles away from the job site. One night, I get a call. It's 9:35 p.m., and it's Pastor Hines, and he sounds terrified. He says, listen, I knew you told me these wolves were real, but I think they are here now at my house. Now, Pastor Hines was a businessman, and he had a nice home with a guest house, a pond, a gazebo, the whole 9 yards. He tells me that these things are splashing around in his pond, like they are having a frat party, growling, making noise. That there is one on the roof of his guest house right now looking at him. Then he asks me what I would have done in that situation. Listen, for him to be asking me that question, I knew right then and there that he was brought into fear. I also know that if he stayed in that fear, they might kill him. So I say, listen, do you have a shotgun or rifle? He says, yes. I tell him to go get it and then come back to the phone. You can hear his wife in the background panicking, scurrying around. He comes back to the phone and says, okay, what else? That is when I tell him, listen, they are testing you. Go outside and rebuke them in the name of Jesus Christ. I say, walk right up and rebuke them. Now stop right here and let me say this. I didn't realize that Pastor Hines was crazy. I'm not joking. I mean, he is loose a few screws because he hands his wife the phone and she is giving me the play-by-play. She says, okay, he went outside. and he is walking towards the pond. Listen, when I told him to walk right up, I didn't mean in their faces, but he took this literally, because she tells me that Pastor Hines walks all the way out to the pond, and she is describing how the wolves are now climbing out of the water and surrounding him. Some down on 4 legs, others standing on 2. Pause. This right here is why I say the man is crazy, because she says that he starts to point the shotgun at them and fuss at them like they are kids, saying, "What makes you think you have the right to come here and mess up my property?" He is talking to them like he expects an answer. His wife's voice starts to crack as she describes one of them bending down, looking at him face to face. She says these things are monsters. Why is he talking to monsters? Then she says all of them stand up, and they are looking down at him, and then they turn and walk away. When he comes back inside and gets the phone, he says, "Okay, I need a drink," and invites me over to the house. So I leave and head to his house. I get there 30 minutes later, and when we go out back, they had destroyed his yard. That is when he tells me what really happened. Also, this is the first time I ever heard Pastor Hines curse. He says, "Those sons of bitches, they tore down my gazebo, messed up my pond, and look at the roof of the guest house, the shingles are knocked off." He is angry, and you can see it on his face. Then he looks at me and says, "Do you know they had the nerve to tell me that I should be afraid of them?" He said up until that point I was starting to worry, but then they decided they were going to speak to me in my head like a demon. And I knew that was what was making them do this, a spirit. I have had many spirits talk to me, and they are always arrogant. They want to make you fear them. That's when I really got angry. Those spirits are using those animals to terrorize people, and then one of them had the nerve to get right up in my face. So I cast the spirits away from them to the deserts in the name of Jesus Christ and bound those spirits so they could not enter human or animal, only insect. Then he takes a sip of his beer and starts to laugh, saying, "Let's see how long it takes for them to make it back." That's when they all just left. Pastor goes on to say the sad thing about it to him was, he realized that those creatures were vessels, just like us humans are vessels. We can let things inside of us, but they have no choice. They have no way of stopping it from happening to them. So we will pray for them that they have peace. The two of us sit and talk until 2:30 a.m., and then I experience something else. He says, "Will you join me in some warfare tonight?" This is when Pastor Hines taught me how to war in the spirit with the angels. He explained that all around the planet there is constant warfare going on in the spirit realm. Some battles are small, some are large, but God is the dispatcher, and if you let him know you are willing to go to war, he will send you. It can be done whether you are asleep or awake. Then he starts to pray and asks God to take us. This goes on for like 5 minutes, him begging God to take us and use us where we are needed. Then he gets quiet and says, "Wait for it. Watch." Next, it's hard to explain what I saw because I don't know if I left my body or if my body was taken there. But what I know is there was a family at the dinner table, and in the corner of the room was this woman watching them. She looks up and sees us and runs through the wall, and Pastor Hines takes off after this woman through the wall. So I follow, and then this chase happens, and it's like something from a movie. This woman is running and jumping off of buildings. It's crazy. And finally, I guess Pastor Hines realized we would not catch her, so he stopped. Then we went back to the house with the family at the table, and he prayed over them. And like that, the two of us were in his backyard again, and it was 4 a.m. My body was cold as the temperature had dropped, and I felt like I had been running a marathon. Then we go inside, and I sleep on their sofa. The next morning, I ask him about what happened, and he explains to me that there are all manner of ways we can help the kingdom of God. However, only those who have faith will do such things. You know, you never expect to get a lesson on witchcraft from a preacher, but Pastor Hines was no ordinary preacher. He goes into talking about astral projection and how it is illegal in God's kingdom, how based on the law of dominion, every spirit is assigned to a body, and it is to stay in that body unless the Lord calls it out, or that person dies and they go before him for judgment. Then he explained to me that for years he would beg the Lord to let him go into the astral realm with angels to fight those who came against the children of God. And sometimes the Lord would let him, other times he was just told to pray. He called it an anointing for war in the realm of the spirit. He said he was too old for it now and that he wanted to pass it on, and asked me if I would be willing to do it. Listen, there are some questions that you should take time to consider, and this was one of them. I will tell you more tomorrow, but I thought long and hard about it before I answered. When I tell you I thought long and hard before agreeing to anything with Pastor Hines, truthfully, I was afraid. I mean, what did it mean? What did it entail? The following Sunday after church, I asked him to explain to me what it all would entail. He explained to me that I would be vetted by God to stand in the gap for others. When I asked what that means, he started to explain to me that in the kingdom of God, we operate by a different set of rules than the kingdom of darkness, and that I would be put through a series of tests by God. Number one, the test of purity. That is when he started to explain that I, as a priest of God, which is how all men are supposed to function based on Revelations chapter 1, verse 5 through 6, are to be those who pray for our families and friends. That when we are active priests, that is when the testing for intercession begins. God knows our hearts, so the test is not about the state of our heart. It is if we are willing to bend the will of our heart to what His will is, or if we love earthly things more than Him. He says the second thing He will test you on is brokenness. Pastor Hines goes on to explain to me that only those with a broken heart and a contrite spirit can truly wield the power of God. It is that brokenness that does not allow pride to take over. He says, those who work for the darkness are prideful. Why? Because they are rewarded for that pride. However, in this kingdom, pride is a stain on your garment. When we become proud, God Himself will resist you. It is that understanding that will never allow you to become proud. Knowing that God does not lie, and when we become proud, the God of heaven resists us. It's that also that is a weapon in prayer when a witch or warlock that is proud shows their head, you present them to God in that pride. However, when we are humble according to His word, He gives much grace. Pastor Hines looks at me and says, "Are you getting this?" I had to learn these things the hard way. Then he goes on to talk about the test of burden, stamina in the spirit, and discernment. He goes on to explain to me that an intercessor of God is a lot like the wind. You know when to fight, you know when to run, you know when to hide. These are the tests that you shall have to pass. Think on it, but don't take too long to figure out what you want to do. Well, that night I go home and pray to God and say, "Listen, Father, if this is what you want me to do, show it to me in a dream." And I ask Him to purify my dreams by the blood of Jesus Christ. That night I have a dream that I am in a room full of men. They were all talking about business, and one of them looks at me and offers me this money as a bribe to agree with him. I didn't agree with what was said at all, and so I turned it down. Then everyone around the table, their faces started to change, to twist and distort. It was crazy. So I get up and walk out. Well, when I get in the hallway, there is this woman, and she is wearing torn clothes, and she asks for money. I reach in my pocket and only have a few dollars and give it all to her, and when I hand it to her, she just smiles and says, "You will do just fine as an intercessor. You have a good heart." Then she stands, and the next thing I know, I wake up. Now, I'm confused about the dream, and I want to rebuke it. If you remember, I told you the dream realm is a real place where deals are made, but the Lord tells me no, the dream came from Him. And that is when this peace comes over me, and I knew that it was my answer. So I call Pastor Hines and tell him yes. Now here is the crazy part. He says, "Hold on, let me go to a private place." And he prays and asks God to give me a portion of His mantle, and as he is praying, I feel like something is descending on my head. Then that is it. Well, 2 days later, he calls me again and says that he wants me to go to a meeting with him about a project. So I go, and I enter into a room full of men sitting at the table. It felt just like my dream. These are all men that Pastor Hines knows and has worked with him. He tells them that I will be helping him on a few projects and will sit in on the meeting for him and hear the presentation, then he leaves. Listen, this is a project that they need to partner with a nonprofit organization to get state funding, and they lay it on thick. It was like these men smelled blood in the water, and they are trying to get me to agree to the project. However, I explained to them that I'm only here to get the information. I have no authority to make the decision at all. Again, they swing back even more pervasively, making offers about dinner and access to all kinds of stuff. And I just say no. Well, the meeting ends, and the project seemed pretty good to me, outside the fact that they seemed to believe they needed to persuade me, and even that was understandable. However, when I get outside, one of them says, "Hey, listen, do you party?" I say no, I'm too old to party. Then he says, "Do you like steaks?" I say yes. Who does not? Well, he would like to take you and your wife to dinner. In that moment, I said no. I didn't beat around the bush. I didn't make an excuse. I just said no, I will pass. I thanked him and walked off. Later that night, when I went to sleep, I awakened at 2 a.m., feeling like someone shook me out of my sleep, and the Lord says, "Pray." I ask about what, and he says, "Start, and I will explain." Well, I start by giving thanks. And as I'm doing that, he says there is a man who is about to be killed in a car accident. Now I'm thinking, cool, I'm going to see it, but nope. Nothing fancy at all. He says, just pray for his life. So I pray, and then it is over, but I'm wide awake. I'm like, what are we doing now, God? And he says, that's it. Go back to sleep. However, I can't. So I get out of bed and head to the kitchen for a glass of water, and I see out the back window all these eyes looking at the house. So I head outside, and I'm like, what is wrong with y'all? It's 20 sets of eyes in those woods. That is when I realized they were not looking at me. They were looking up in the air, like 30 feet up in the air. So I turn and look, and there is nothing to see. Well, I head back inside, finish drinking my water, and go to sleep. The next morning, my son comes down, starts, and says that the servant told him that there is a new angel here, and that he's bigger than the house. He is a shield angel, and has 4 shields on all sides of his body, and that nothing from the woods would dare come near this house. The kid says it so matter-of-factly, and then just pours some orange juice and gets ready for school. A few hours later, Pastor Hines calls me for my opinion on the project, and I tell him what I thought, and he explains why it's a bad idea. He goes on to tell me that there was a man present named Brent, and that Brent had a reputation for bribing politicians, and that any project he is involved in, he stays away from. However, he wanted the men to get to know me, especially since his sons were in Africa and could not help. He needed someone he could trust. That was a shocker for me. I was honored. I was super excited. And then the drama started. I was in bed one evening at 8 p.m., and Pastor Hines calls and says we needed to pray for Max, that he was up against a powerful witch doctor, and they were trying to kill him with magic. I asked him if he had spoken to him, and he says no, but the Lord told him. So I get out of bed and go to the living room and start to pray. Now, I'm not sure if you have ever heard imprecatory prayers. Hell, at that time I had never heard them myself. Well, not like this. Pastor Hines starts to ask, God to kill this witch doctor, and he is serious. He lays out an entire case for the death of this man, that according to God's words, a witch should not be suffered to live. And he goes into the witchcraft being rebellion against God, and, Pastor Hines goes nuclear in this prayer. He calls for God to release the same angel that killed every firstborn in Egypt to go to where this witch doctor was and take his life. He called forth legions of angels to attack the demons that were protecting that witch doctor, and then suddenly he stops talking. I don't mean for a few seconds. It's like 3 minutes, and I say hello. He tells me to be silent. He is listening for the sounds of warfare. Now, I can't tell you what he heard, however, I can tell you what I heard in that silence. It sounded like shields and swords banging in rhythm, like an army marching out to battle, then silence. You can tell he was crying when he spoke again, and he said, it is done. It's in the hands of the Lord now. I will talk to you later. Listen, When we started to pray, I was sitting on the sofa. When I opened my eyes, I was on the floor on my face. I don't know how I got there. All I know is that when I stood up, I was weak. I mean, weak like I had not eaten in days. I stumble up to bed and go to sleep, only to be awakened again at 3 a.m., shaken from the bed. Listen, when you are tired, it's tempting to tell God no, but I knew that was not the right thing, so I prayed again. This time it was for a hedge of protection around my house and my family, that nothing would befall them, and that God would deliver us from all evil. Well, as I'm praying, I'm on the sofa again, and it feels like someone sits on the sofa next to me. You feel the weight of that body on the sofa, and I start to freak out, but I don't feel afraid. So I keep going, and when I'm done, whoever it was gets up. I can feel the weight shift. 3 days later, I talk to Pastor Hines, and he tells me that the villagers took the witch doctor who came against his son, poured gasoline on him, and lit a match because he was transforming his body into a wolf. He said that his son were coming home for a while, and that when they get in town, he wanted my family to come over. Listen, I knew that when I agreed to carry this mantle that it was something special. However, I didn't understand the test that I would go through at all. My life was about to change in a way that made all the sense in the world from a spiritual perspective. However, from the natural sense, it seemed like just complete turmoil. I was entering into a new phase of spiritual warfare, hand to hand. Combat that only God could teach me how to manage and deal with. This was the beginning, and I want to share this with you. Before, when I prayed, I was praying from my own will. What I mean is I was praying from what was inside of me. However, the moment I agreed to intercede for people, places, and things, I realized something new about God. Wait, to be exact, I learned something new about God. See, when you pray, you travel. It was why I was sitting on the sofa praying and ended up on the floor on my face. The more I prayed in the night, the more I traveled in the spirit realms and, frankly, in the natural realm. I would end up facing a wall or in the hallway. That is when I realized what Pastor Hines meant about the test of burdens, and I want to explain this to you. You see, as I went weeks praying in the middle of the night, God would tell me what Satan had planned for people, places, and things. I was partnering with him to bring about what he wanted on this earth. It was a burden, but it was his burden that I was being given, and when I realized that and accepted it, wow, boy, things really started to happen. Listen, have you ever been with someone and something told you to pray for them? As soon as that thought comes into your mind, you feel silly, right? It's followed by other emotions and thoughts like, who am I to pray for this person? Well, that is God, moving you to help that person. You are tapping into his burden at that moment. For those of you who will say, why does God need me to help someone? It's because he gave man and woman dominion on this planet in Genesis. What I have discovered after years of dealing with this is that Christians don't understand this. However, witches and warlocks do. That is why when a Christian runs into a run-of-the-mill witch, they are afraid. Or worse, they act as if they have more power than them. Truthfully, they have more knowledge than most Christians. However, when it comes to access to power, there is no real comparison. I had accepted the burdens that God laid on me and was happy walking with him when I hit the radar of something powerful and evil. I had started to go outside in the backyard and pray when I was awakened at night because my wife would stir as I was talking. One morning, I'm outside praying for Pastor Hines's church, and this time I'm translated into the spirit. I come out of my body, and this is the first time I saw the angel at the house. He was massive, his eyes were flames, and his shields were on fire. I'm looking at him, and he looks down and smiles. There were flames in his mouth. It was intense. Well, I see that, then next thing I know, I'm in this room with these women, and they are talking about Pastor Hines. They are plotting against him and the church. One of them says, the last time we sent someone into that church, they didn't walk for a week, and he didn't even know she was there. I think it's a bad idea. Another one says, well, I can send lust into his bedroom. I think that is a weakness. Now, among them was this spirit. It was a giant snake. It was crazy because he was wrapped around each of their bodies, transparent but not. To be clear, this was not a dream. I was there. They could not see me, but the snake did. And he looks at me and says, "What business do you have here?" This part is hard to explain, but I go to talk, and he says, "Your intentions are not hidden." And the next thing I know, I'm yanked out of that room. And as I'm being pulled back, it is pursuing me. Suddenly I'm back in the yard, but I'm not in my body. And that giant snake is coming at me, and that angel smashes it in the head with one of those shields. And it looks up, the snake, I mean, and this fear comes over its face like, oh crap, and it turns and leaves. Seconds after that, I'm back in my body, but it feels evil outside, like something is there just in the woods. I knew that feeling, had felt it many times. This time, it was more intense than ever. Part of me wanted to go inside, but God said, "Stay and sing. Sing me a song." This morning is when I learned about the sword of revenge. The song that came to mind was Old-Time Religion. You have heard it before. Give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me. Since that time, I now have my own songs that I have heard from heaven. But back then, this was what came to mind. We sang it in church all the time. So I sing and clap. Understand it's dark outside, and next thing I know, I'm clapping and singing, and it's like I'm slammed back into the spirit realm. And now I see the snake and those women in the spirit realm. They are all there in the darkness of the woods, but they are looking around like, what the hell is going on? Now this right here was awesome, because they were surrounded on all sides. I saw the wolfmen in the spirit realm looking down on them, and angels the size of men looking down at them. Now this right here was awesome because they were surrounded on all sides. I saw the wolfmen in the spirit realm looking down on them, and angels the size of men looking down at them. There was an entire army in the woods, and they were not happy about them being present. I can't tell you what they do to get into the spirit realm, but what I knew was they were not being allowed to leave. This went on for a while. I can't say exactly how long, but I know that when I stopped singing, I was sweating and my muscles were tired. Then I was told to go inside and rest. Over the next 7 days, I was in constant prayer for Pastor Hines. Then his son arrived in town, and he invited me and my wife over, and things got even more wild. As soon as I walked into the house, Max hugged me and said, "Thank you for helping my dad." I thought he meant in church and with the meetings, and he says no. I was told you were interceding on his behalf, and we dealt with the things in Africa that were stopping us from traveling to see him. Then Max goes on to explain a series of events that unfolded, how, when they decided to come home, it rained for days, then he couldn't get a flight. Once he got a flight booked, his passport went missing, just gone out of the drawer, then how his brother got sick. Pause right here, and I want to say this. The reason I'm not discussing Pastor Hines' other son is because he asked that he not be discussed at all. However, what I will say is this. If you think Max is something, his brother is like Billy the Butcher in the realms of the spirit. Let's be clear moving forward. The way I will speak about spiritual matters is most likely unlike anything you have heard at church. This will make you uncomfortable, and it will challenge many of you to come to the realization that you are playing at being a Christian. I don't mean that in any way to be offensive, however, it's true. Jesus said to the disciples in John 14:12, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do, because I go unto my Father. And whatsoever ye shall ask in my name, that will I do, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If ye shall ask anything in my name, I will do it." Most people are not educated enough to ask God anything. Sure, they will blame him for their decisions, the bad results of their actions, attack him for what they perceive to be his flaws, which are nothing more than their flawed thinking and lazy understanding. However, what happens next is pure warfare at its finest, and it is what intercessors experience on a daily basis. because I'm back home in the kitchen making dinner when a woman appears in my kitchen and starts looking at me up and down. Like she is studying a puzzle, she is there for 30 seconds and gone. A few days later, another woman appears. Later that same day, another woman appears and they are looking at me like I have two heads and then disappear. Well, eventually this starts to get old, so I call Pastor Hines and tell him, and he says he has experienced this before, that these are witches, powerful ones trying to see what you are in the spirit realm. He goes on to explain to me that there are levels in the realm of the spirit where people don't travel, they just appear. And the simple fact that they have shown themselves to me means that I am one that can and will make it to that level. That in the realms of the spirit there is nothing hidden from men. It's a matter of who is willing to make the sacrifices needed to get to that level. Pastor Hines asks me to go have a bite to eat with him, and we head to a local restaurant, and Max and his brother are there. We are just talking when Pastor Hines says to Max and his brother that I was visited by witches, those that teleport to locations. Now to me this was terrifying, but Pastor Hines' son, the one I called Billy the Butcher, starts to laugh, and then this man talks. And it is unlike anything I have ever heard. He says you have to learn to leave your body and go before God. That only comes from prayer, learning to pray, and more importantly, to sing. Songs are ladders in the spirit realms that take you to higher levels. They kill animals and use blood to make sacrifices. They will sleep in graveyards. They will eat human flesh. They will do the most vile things to separate them from God and bring them closer to Satan, to become closer to his level of wickedness, his level of rebellion. We make the sacrifices that Father wants to get closer to his throne. The closer you are to him, the more power you have access to. It's not your power. It's his, but he trusts you to use it. He goes on to tell me that he has 17 legions of angels at his command as a man that walks the earth, that they are his fellow servants in the kingdom, and that they all go to war together for the death of enemies of the kingdom. Listen, he didn't say it was for the defeat. It was for the death and judgment of those who come against the kingdom. Then he says you need to spend some time in prayer and fasting. As for those who are spying on you, leave them to me for the moment. Then he goes silent and never says another word for 3 entire hours. He gave me the creeps. Later I learned why he gave me the heebie-jeebies. Just like Satan had men and women who were assassins in the realm of the spirit, he was the same for God's kingdom. There was and is to this day something strange and powerful about him, yet you could tell it's under control. I got confirmation of this one night at 3 a.m. I'm outside praying, with my eyes closed, when I hear his voice calling my name. I open my eyes, and he is standing right in front of me, and he starts to teach. He says, in order to stand before him as your king, you must understand that he is Yahweh Elohim. There must be reverence, there must be honor, there must be expectation. He is holy and separated from all things. Nothing exists like him. You are about to connect to the energies of Mount Zion, and this will take time, but you will have the time. Then he disappears. When he was gone, it felt like God had me up just to talk to him. So I went to bed and went into the most terrible dream I have ever encountered. I was in a classroom, and there was a man lecturing, teaching. The man had multiple crowns on his head, and there were other students in the room of all races and colors. Well, it was like some of the students were fading in and out of the room. Thinking back on it, I think it was them waking up from the dream realms. But anyway, as he is teaching, the door opens, and these black, misty, red-eyed creatures come in and start to attack people in class, and he just keeps teaching. Well, they are only attacking certain people, and I move to help one of them, and he says, "Stop. When it was your turn, no one helped you. You learned the same way we all did, trial by fire." Then I wake up, and this is the first time I have ever experienced this. I was slammed back to sleep like I was forced to sleep, and he is still talking to me, and he says, "Class is not over." Now, the weird thing is, I barely remembered what he was saying at all. Well, over the next month, these dreams go on, and during every class, people in class are attacked. One day, I call Pastor Hines just to talk and tell him what is going on, and he says, "You need to talk to my son." So he gives the phone to Billy the Butcher, and he says quickly, "It's the school of the spirit. The lessons are not written on your mind. They are words from God, written on your heart. He says, I will come visit you tonight and show you what is there after that. Have you ever had a man tell you something and you're like, sure, buddy, but you're crazy? I'm thinking you ain't coming into my dreams. Well, sure enough, as I fall asleep, I'm back in class and the teacher is teaching, and I get touched and look to my right. It's him. Well, he says, come with me, and touches my shoulder, and we are gone, standing on the side of a mountain. The entire mountain is covered with war angels, and on top of that, the mountains themselves are the backs of angels. Down below are these people. They look like they are in a city. You can tell that they are panicking, scrambling about. He looks at me and says, this is what it looks like when territory is taken in the realms of the spirit. Now, it was weird because there was light, but it was not daylight. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but when the daylight came, there was this charge like a mighty wind blowing, and those angels descended on that city and fire came from the sky. It was wild. Then I was back in that class, and I woke up. That is when the terrible dream started. I would fall asleep, and the next thing I knew, I would be standing before a creature. The first one I saw was a giant head, and gold coins came spilling out of its mouth, and it would speak and say, take the coins, they are yours. It was spilling so many coins that the room was filling up with coins. I would tell it that I didn't want the coins, and nothing would happen, and I would wake up feeling like I was suffocating. This goes on for a few days when one day I was in the bathroom and I said, God, what is this dream? What is going on? A few minutes later, God says, I want you to see me. When you see me, you shall be like me. This was the most confusing thing I had heard, but later that day I was just walking around and I hear this song playing in my head. It says, open the eyes of my heart, Lord. I want to see you. So I start to sing this song, and I'm just happy singing this new song that appeared in my head. I sing it all day, and when it's time to go to bed, I say prayers with my wife and fall into this deep sleep, and I'm back in this room full of coins, and this giant golden face is saying, take the coins, you can have them. Listen, I don't know why this never occurred to me, but I simply say, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. And as I say that, I wake up. Well, I'm coming awake, and I can feel like something is in the room. Like there is a bad presence in the room, so I rebuke it again, and then I fall asleep. The next dream is one of the wolves from the woods. This thing is talking to me about what has happened since I moved here and how the land is not the same, and how it was angry at me, but it is not anymore because we ran the evil spirits away, and it was like it was buttering me up. Then it says, now, if you want peace for as long as you live here, just give us your son, and we will never bother you again. That pissed me off, so I tell it, you are not going to bother me one way or the other, and I bind you in the name of Jesus Christ. And it asks me not to bind it, that it had information. Stop right here and listen to me. Evil spirits lie. Men with evil spirits lie even more. There is no bargain or talking to evil men or spirits. They have zero honor. I learned this the hard way. Trust me on this one, because listening to what this spirit had to say about the woods led me into a lot of trouble. So unknown to me, I had graduated into a realm of the spirit where my ears were wide open, and I could hear things that others could not. I was caught aback by this conversation with this spirit. Understand? I had heard the Lord God speaking to me for a long time. However, for other things to speak was different, so I pray and I ask God, why am I hearing this? And I'm given a scripture, Romans 11:29. For the gifts and calling of God are without repentance. This I didn't understand, so I called Pastor Hines and asked him what it meant. And he explained that when God gives us spiritual gifts, he does not take them back. He explains that this is why Satan is so powerful. It's not because God is weak, it's because God honors his word. I go on to tell Pastor Hines that I have been being spoken to by a spirit, and it's not the Spirit of God, and he tells me that it happens to him all the time. When I tell him that I don't want to be bothered with it, he says that's all part of the game. We deal with these kinds of things, and you would have to learn to deal with it. When I asked if he had any advice, he simply said, "They lie." A few days later, I'm home alone in the backyard working on the mower when the spirit says, "I want to introduce myself. I am the supervising spirit of these woods." Understand, I'm hearing this in my mind, and I decide to ignore it. Then it says, "You have stretched forth your hand against me, and we shall speak." Remember, this is the same spirit that begged me not to bend it. So now I'm getting aggravated, and I say, "I bend you in the name of Jesus Christ." Stop right here, and I want to teach you something. Binding and pleading. The blood of Christ against a spirit is important. You do both. The bind is like in boxing, a straight jab. But when you plead the blood against them, it's the knockout blow, a Mike Tyson uppercut to the chin. I learned this the hard way, so you don't have to. Well, the spirit keeps talking and says, "Great, so now I can't leave, but we are going to talk. You have taken over my woods, and you have weakened my altar." This thing starts to make allegations against me, a long list of them. It says that I cast away the other spirits that service its altar out of the wolves and the bigfoot, that I interfered with its business with the family across the street, stopped it from accessing the baby. I mean, this goes on for like 15 minutes. This thing is just talking, and then it says it wants justice for what I did. Listen to me. Have you ever thought you had gone crazy? I mean, like you have really lost your freaking mind. That is where I was after about 15 minutes of this crap. Just a voice in your head, accusing you, and so I pray and ask God for help, and nothing. Not a word. This goes on for the next few days. This spirit just starts to talk and accuse me. So much so that when I'm in a conversation with people, it's interrupting me. I think I'm going crazy because I constantly have the 1,000-yard stare, and this thing won't shut up. I call Pastor Hines to talk, and he is all of a sudden not taking my calls. So one day I just say to the spirit, "I bind your tongue in the name of Jesus Christ," and then it goes silent for a few hours. In that time period, I realized how much mental peace actually meant to me. I mean, I could think clearly, and the next thing I knew, it was back. So finally I went outside and spoke to it, and this was the crazy part. It says all it wanted to do was to make me an offer. I tell this spirit, and I don't do deals with spirits, and it says just hear the offer. It wanted me to go to the altar in the woods and service it with water. Then it would leave me alone. I say, "No, I'm not helping you in any way, shape, or form." Then it goes silent for over a week, and things are awesome. I'm back to normal. The only thing that was weird was Pastor Hines would not take my call. After church, he was avoiding me. It was like I had offended him in some way, and I didn't know what I could have done. This really started to bother me because I had grown to love the man and his family. It was after church on Sunday. I'm in the yard grilling when I hear the spirit again. This time it's laughing, and it says, "I found someone to help me and bring water to my altar. It's too late. They are on their way now, and when they are done, I will kill you." A few days later, I'm home alone in the backyard working on the mower when the spirit says, "I want to introduce myself. I am the supervising spirit of these woods." Understand, I'm hearing this in my mind, and I decide to ignore it. Then it says, "You have stretched forth your hand against me, and we shall speak." Remember, this is the same spirit that begged me not to bind it. So now I'm getting aggravated, and I say, "I bind you in the name of Jesus Christ." Stop right here, and I want to teach you something. Binding and pleading the blood of Christ against a spirit is important. You do both. The bind is like in boxing, a straight jab. But when you plead the blood against them, it's the knockout blow, a Mike Tyson uppercut to the chin. I learned this the hard way, so you don't have to. Well, the spirit keeps talking and says, "Great, so now I can't leave, but We are going to talk. You have taken over my woods, and you have weakened my altar. This thing starts to make allegations against me, a long list of them. It says that I cast away the other spirits that service its altar out of the wolves and the bigfoot, that I interfered with its business with the family across the street, stopped it from accessing the baby. I mean, this goes on for like 15 minutes. This thing is just talking, and then it says it wants justice for what I did. Listen to me, have you ever thought you had gone crazy? I mean, like you have really lost your freaking mind. That is where I was after about 15 minutes of this crap. Just a voice in your head, accusing you, and so I pray and ask God for help, and nothing, not a word. This goes on for the next few days. This spirit just starts to talk and accuse me, so much so that when I'm in a conversation with people, it's interrupting me. I think I'm going crazy because I constantly have the 1,000-yard stare, and this thing won't shut up. I call Pastor Hines to talk, and he is all of a sudden not taking my calls. So one day I just say to the spirit, I bind your tongue in the name of Jesus Christ. And then it goes silent for a few hours. In that time period, I realized how much mental peace actually meant to me. I mean, I could think clearly, and the next thing I knew, it was back. So finally, I went outside and spoke to it. And this was the crazy part. It says all it wanted to do was to make me an offer. I tell this spirit, and I don't do deals with spirits, and it says, just hear the offer. It wanted me to go to the altar in the woods and service it with water. Then it would leave me alone. I say, no, I'm not helping you in any way, shape, or form. Then it goes silent for over a week, and things are awesome. I'm back to normal. The only thing that was weird was Pastor Hines would not take my call. After church, he was avoiding me. It was like I had offended him in some way, and I didn't know what I could have done. This really started to bother me because I had grown to love the man and his family. It was after church on Sunday. I'm in the yard grilling when I hear the spirit again. This time it's laughing, and it says, I found someone to help me and bring water to my altar. It's too late. They are on their way now, and when they are done, I will kill you. So now I'm panicking, and I head into the woods to the place where my son and I found the altar, and when I get there, no one is there. However, there is a wooden bowl on the ground with dirty water in it. When I call it a bowl, I don't mean like what you would have in your kitchen cabinet. This is like a part of a tree that was hollowed out, and there is just water in it. Looking around, I see eyes in the trees looking at me, and the spirit says, give me water or they will kill you. So now I'm standing there thinking about it. Did this thing just lead me into a trap? Understand, at this point I had not had any problems with anything in the woods for a while. In that moment, I knew I was about to make a decision that could change everything, and then I heard from God. It was simple. Who am I? It was clear, and it felt like my body vibrated with the words. Well, that got my mind racing, and I realized in that moment that up until this point, this spirit had gotten its ass kicked. I mean, think about it. At every turn, it had taken a beating. Now it needs me to do something for it. So I kick the bowl over and declare out loud, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Listen, that spirit started to physically manifest in broad daylight right in front of me, and it's a shadow, shimmering like TV static, with these red eyes. It startled me so much that I just started rebuking it. Then I said, I bind you in the name of Jesus Christ, and nothing. Then I said, I plead the blood of Jesus against you. And I didn't know that spirits could feel pain, but you could see it shaking, and clenching in pain and holding its chest. That is when I got a glimpse into the realm of the spirit and saw what happens when you plead the blood against a spirit. It was being stabbed through the back by an angel with a spear, and this angel didn't look like you see in books. It was in full armor with blood all over its face, arms, legs. This angel looked like it was in a constant state of war, and it looked mad. Not mad at me, but at it. I get a 5-second glimpse, and then they are gone. The walk back to the house was quiet. No birds, no wind, nothing. Looking around, nothing was there at all. As soon as I walk into the door, the phone rings, and it's Pastor Hines, and he apologizes and says that the Lord told him not to speak to me until it was time, and now was the time. I start to tell him everything that happened, including what just happened, and he says, "Awesome, you did a good job. I knew you were being tested. I just didn't know what kind of test." Pastor Hines goes on to explain to me that he has been through a similar test, where a spirit came to him with an offer, and that in fact they come all the time with offers because they have a right to make us an offer due to God giving us free will. He explains that all spirits who want to accomplish something in the earth realm have to partner with a human. In order to do so, they need a body. He laughs and says it's a lot like that movie, The Body Snatchers. They need a human to partner with and do their bidding. You think what happened to me was crazy. Listen to this. There was a time in Africa when Pastor Hines was staying in a hotel, and he said that the moment he walked in, he knew it was owned and operated by a spirit. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but if you have listened to anything I have taught you about altars, then you know altars are where spirits live. And this entire hotel was an altar to a spirit of perversion. In the lobby was this statue of a naked woman. He said it was so beautiful it seemed to be alive. Well, everything was fine until the sun went down. He needed more towels, so he goes to the lobby of the hotel, and the bar is jam-packed with people. He gets a towel, and the next thing he knows, he feels drawn to that room. In the middle of that room was another statue of that same woman, naked, down on her knees, looking up to the sky. Pastor Hines told me that when he walked into the room, he was looking around, and the women's faces seemed to morph and stretch, like their skin was torn and flesh was falling off. Then seconds later, it would be normal. He walks right up to that statue and gets a closer look, and he said he could feel that it was a spirit inside of it, and this was the main altar. However, it was not his business. He was only spending one night. So he goes to his room, and this is when the madness started. He says he is laying in bed, getting comfortable, when he hears a voice say, "You can have any woman here you like. What do you want?" He looks around the room and realizes it's a spirit, and he says out loud, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ and bind you and cast you away from me." The spirit responds, "You can't rebuke me from my own altar." Then there is a knock at the door. He walks over and looks out the peephole, and there are two women outside the door, dressed in clothes that would put a prostitute to shame. So he makes sure the door is locked and gets back in bed. They knock again and then leave. Then the spirit says, "No one comes to my altar without making a sacrifice," and he instantly falls asleep and is in a dream downstairs in that room, and people are having sex all over the place. Pastor Hines says in the dream, he is trying to leave, and the same two women who were outside the door to the hotel are there, but they have beautiful female bodies, but demonic faces and serpents for tongues. The room has glass walls, and his wife is on the other side of the glass looking at him. In the dream, he is literally being chased by these women, stepping on people having sex. It was wild. This fear sets in inside the dream, and it gets worse. And he wakes up only to feel like someone is climbing on top of him to have sex. And he starts to pray, lays on the floor and prays, but she is still talking to him. He can even hear the spirit pacing around the room. He said it was in that moment that he remembered that he needed the blood of Jesus. That is where the power is, so he started to plead the blood of Jesus against it, and he hears the spirit start to curse him and scream. However, now he was pissed because he would have just minded his own business, but it decided to come to him, so he gets up and pulls the sword of revenge. He starts to dance and sing just like the Israelites did when they were losing a battle. After all, that is what spiritual warfare is. It's a battle in the realm of the spirit. Pastor Hines dances and sings until 3 a.m. Then he lays on the bed and goes to sleep drenched in sweat, and he's back in the dream. This time he is in the same room and everything is afraid, but not of him. They are all looking up at something. So he looks up, and it's Jesus himself standing there, looking down at all of them, and they are trembling. Then he wakes up to his alarm clock, and it's 8:30, and when he takes his shower, he hears God saying, You broke this altar last night. It will never return. Now, get this. He is there in Africa for another 2 weeks. He is staying with a family and working to plan a revival. One day they drive by that hotel and they are removing the statues, so they stop and watch. The sculptures were made inside the building after it was built, so they could not get them out the doors. So these men took sledgehammers and broke them into pieces and then carried them out. The conversation with Pastor Hines was an eye-opener and led me to an agreed understanding of how things work, how warfare worked, how altars work. However, at the same time, it was strange because there was only so much he could share with me. Have you ever had a conversation with a person and it comes to an end, but you weren't aware of the fact that that conversation just came to an end? That's how it was with Pastor Hines. He was done talking, but I just kept going on talking more and more. Looking back on it now, I know that this was a part of the process. There were things that he was only allowed to talk to me about after I encountered them, and there were certain tests that he was only allowed to help me with and discuss with me after I passed them. Now, I'm pretty sure you're sitting here listening to me right now and saying, well, God doesn't put people to the test. And if that's what your belief is about God, then you're sadly mistaken. Because it's very simple. Look at Abraham and Isaac. He was asked to sacrifice his son. That was a test. Look at the events in Job's life. That was a test as well. Now, looking back on it, I realize right now that I was going through the test of ascension in the realm of the Spirit. A few days later, after that conversation, I'm invited to another meeting with Pastor Hines. A few days after that, I'm invited to another meeting with Pastor Hines. This time, it's a discussion about the building of a new hotel. I want to be clear with you. I know very little about construction, but at the same time, I do understand men. I understand how men behave. I understand how to look a man in his eyes and see if he's telling the truth in that. When we entered into this meeting, as soon as I walked through the door, I had this bad feeling. And it's hard to explain what I mean by bad feeling. It's like something else is there in the room. Of course, it's us men sitting at the table as you look around. But it's like there's this other presence in the room. They're making a presentation for this hotel, and they want Pastor Hines's nonprofit to come on board again so they can get some federal grant funding. And just like the last meeting right after it starts, Pastor Hines gets up, excuses himself, and says that he has to go to another meeting. And he's leaving me there in his place, and just like the last meeting, they all pour it on. Every eye is on me, like I'm the one that's going to make the ultimate decision. And so I stopped them and said, "Gentlemen, I need you to listen to me. I am not the ultimate decision maker here. Pastor Hines is the one and only decision maker. I'm here to gather the information and just get it back to him." But again, they start to press in, and then all of a sudden I feel like someone sits in a chair right next to me where Pastor Hines was sitting. And I noticed, it's going to sound crazy, but there's a presence in that chair. And it ain't the presence of God. This feels icky and dirty. Filthy is the best way to describe it. But this presence is there. And it's almost as if I could feel it leaning over and whispering into my ear. Because the next thing I hear is, "You can do it. You can approve this. He left the decision up to you." I understand what I'm saying to you right now. Those men are talking to me. But there was another voice in my ear telling me that I can do it, I can approve it, I can make this happen. It was right then and there that I realized that this was a spirit, and that one of these men came into this room with this spirit. Stop right here and let me say this. Have you ever found yourself in a situation like this where you're in a crowded room full of people or in public, and you know that there's a presence of a spirit there, and it ain't the Spirit of God? Don't freak out. Don't do what I did this time, because it makes the situation extremely awkward. Because what I did was, I stood up from the table and I said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ." I sounded like a southern black pastor when I said it. The meeting comes to a stop. Everybody's looking around at me like I'm crazy, and I realized that I just embarrassed myself. Now, to be clear with you, that spirit is gone. And in that moment, I looked around the room, and I realized who the spirit was with. There was a man that sat all the way at the far end of the table. He had a space between him and everybody else. The look on his face when I rebuked that spirit in the name of Jesus Christ let me know that it was associated with him. 5 minutes later, the meeting calms down and everything settles down, and then he gets up and he leaves. And when he left, the whole air of the room changed. Things felt lighter. The guys started laughing and joking. And then the truth started coming out about the project. You see, they were looking for funds to build this hotel. They were looking for partnerships to build this hotel. But they hadn't even gotten the land under control yet. That's kind of like saying you're going to buy a Ferrari, right? But you work at McDonald's. How can you build something that you don't even have the land for? They had no leverage in the conversation. No leverage in negotiations. They had nothing. But it was like, as long as he was in the room, there was this air of power. Like they were the ones that could get it done. I leave that meeting, head home, call Pastor Hines, and he doesn't answer the phone. 2 hours later, I call him again. He doesn't answer the phone. The next morning, I call him. He doesn't answer the phone. And I'm saying to myself, okay, maybe Pastor Hines just really doesn't give a damn about what's going on with this hotel. So I put it on the back burner. Well, that same night, I'm laying in bed and this wind comes now. Let me tell you this, there are winds. And then there are winds that come. For example, you live in a place where the wind comes and goes. Ooh, woo. It's kind of spooky like the old school scary movies, right? Then there's wind that comes that howls and growls. This wind comes and this wind sounds like an airplane crashing outside of our house, and it's growling and groaning and going. Absolutely. Crazy, so much noise. I mean my house. So powerful, so strong that my house is shaking. My wife is afraid. And when I sit up in bed, I get pissed off. So I head downstairs, through the kitchen, out the back door, into the yard, and the wind is still blowing. Now here's the freakiest thing about this wind. It's blowing, but it ain't blowing on me now. You and I know that if there's a strong wind blowing and you throw a leaf up there, that leaf is going to blow away, right? Well, the wind is blowing, but it's blowing against my house. It's not blowing against me. It's directly targeting my house. I listen, what I'm going to say next is going to sound crazy. It's going to sound strange. And some of you guys won't believe this. But I turn in the direction of the house, and I start to speak to the wind. And I say, "Hey, you wicked east wind. Whoever sent you, I plead the blood of Jesus Christ against you. And I command you to turn and go back to your home." As the words, "go back to your home," come out of my mouth. The wind intensifies this time. Its target is me, and for a split second. And it's dark out there. For a split second, I see into the realm of the spirit. And it is a person in the wind. It's not just the wind. There's a face in the wind. And that face is looking at me with anger and disgust. And I say again, this is my last time telling you. Wicked east wind, go back to your home. If I have to tell you again, I'm going to send you back where you came from. And then, just like that, that wind stops and it's gone. Walking around the house and looking at the house, there's no damage on the house, but from the inside of the house, you would have believed that a tornado was ripping the house apart. But there's zero damage. Anyway, I go inside, go back to sleep. Wake up the next day, call Pastor Hines again, no answer. And I want to be clear with you, back then, it hadn't dawned on me that Pastor Hines probably had already been through everything I was going through. And it was probably just as hard for him not to answer the phone as it was for me not to call him, but I'm not going to lie to you. I got pissed off. So I hop in the car, drive over to the church. He's not there. I drive all the way over to his house, knock on the door. His wife comes to the door. I say, "Hey, I need to see Pastor Hines." She says, "He's busy." I understand. This man, and the entire time that we have been talking, never said that he was too busy for a conversation with anyone. And right then and there, the spirit of offense came over me. I don't know if you've ever been offended. Like, you give an example. You're at home with your wife. She's cooking dinner. You guys are laughing and joking and playing around. And then all of a sudden, she says something and you just get offended out of the blue. Now you were just laughing and joking 5 minutes ago, but all of a sudden, now you're mad. It's called the spirit of offense. Well, this spirit of offense hits me and I become angry. I'm talking about full of rage, and I'm like, "Pastor Hines, you need to get out here and talk to me right now." He comes walking out of the back, walks up to the front of the door, looks at me in the eyes and says, "Wicked spirit, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ." And right then in that moment, I returned back to normal. And he says, "Listen, I can't talk to you right now. You're going through things that you have to go through alone. Yes, I'm aware of what happened last night. I'm aware of a lot of things that happen when they happen, but I can't talk to you right now." And then he closes the front door. Have you ever felt alone? I mean, like in a room full of people at a party around everybody, but you still feel alone? As he closed that door, I start to feel like I'm all on my own. But I know he's right. And I know the way I behaved was wrong. And so I head back into the vehicle and I repent. I said, "God, I'm sorry for behaving that way. I just don't understand everything that's going on." Well, I guess I'm riding back to my house. And I'm headed home. All of a sudden, this tree falls in the road, and I'm talking about a massive tree, falls in the road, right about 15 feet ahead of me, to the point where I slam on the brakes and my front bumper bumps into the tree. Had I been a few seconds earlier, that tree would have fallen right on top of me and killed me. It was right then and there that I realized that there was some type of warfare going on, except for this time during this warfare, my life was being targeted. Whoever or whatever this was trying to kill me. Now, at this point in time, I'm not sure who's going to listen to this story, who's going to believe anything that I have to say. But the best way for you to understand what I'm going to explain to you next is for me to show it to you in a Bible. For those of you who will say that, "Oh man, this guy's losing his mind. This can't be the truth. This is a stretch." Right? Go open your Bible to the story of Job. Every day Job made sacrifices for his wife and his family and his children. Then one day, all of a sudden, an array of catastrophes came and they killed his family. They killed his cattle. Now these were disasters and calamities that came his way. What I realize now is that I was going into a time where I was learning how to deal with disasters and calamities. And the disasters and calamities that were coming my way were unlike anything that I could ever imagine. And luckily enough, my wife had enough sense to steer the vehicle off the road onto the side. Because the next thing she knows, this 18-wheeler carrying logs comes flying by, goes into a curve and rides off the road into the trees. An hour later, we discover that that 18-wheeler that was carrying all the logs, the brakes went out. That man died. So, had my wife not steered that vehicle off to the side of the road, that 18-wheeler would have slammed into her and my son and killed them. Now, what I'm about to say to you next is something that most Christians will never, ever hear. There was someone or something trying to kill us, and so when I went to pray, the first thing I prayed for was that God would reveal to me who or what it was, because it didn't make any sense. It was all of a sudden. But as I prayed, I didn't get an answer the first day I prayed. I didn't get an answer the second day I prayed. I didn't get an answer. The third day I prayed. The answer came in the form of a vision. It was just a flash of me being back at that meeting, sitting at the table, looking at that man at the end of the table. The next day I pick up the phone and I call the developers. And I asked them, I said, "Who was that guy in the meeting with you?" They go on to say that he was a friend of a friend who just came in to see the presentation. And when I drill down even more, questioning them about this guy, they say when he heard that Pastor Hines was going to be there, he had to be there for the meeting. Now stop, pause, and I want you to think about it because I spent a lot of time thinking about this. So Pastor Hines works with all types of businessmen. This guy finds out Pastor Hines is going to be at this meeting. And he's a friend of a friend. And he's sent to the meeting. And there was a spirit with him. Not on him. This spirit was with him. I rebuked that spirit during the meeting. Pause. Let me say this. And I wanted to address this for you. If you find yourself in that situation, and in the name of Jesus Christ, to jump on, it's real simple. You can mumble it, as long as the words come off your tongue. I rebuke any wicked spirit here, any wicked by the power of the blood of Jesus Christ, and in his name. You can mumble it under your breath and wham, it'll go away. But back to what I was saying. So this guy comes, he's anticipating targeting Pastor Hines. Well, when he left, guess who else it had to hit? So then in that moment, I realized that that was the impetus for what was going on. It was that man, that spirit. And was that man in that spirit? Let me, when you realize you don't delay, you don't start praying against it, all asking God to send it back, to reverse it, turning it on him, giving God his own word back. Afflictions of the righteous, but deliver them from them all. Or deliver them from them. And going scripture to scripture until I was physically tired. And then I went outside and did it all over again, praying. This went on for 3 days and 3 nights. But it was like I didn't know if it was working, and that was weird because with the Holy Spirit, you get this electrical vibe, this electrical chill on your body, right? None of that was happening. So that I had, all right, was absent. And no go, right? Get this. I'm sitting up and I kind of get agitated. And I said, Lord, do that, you are hearing me, and that this issue is resolved. It was resolved. Back then, I didn't understand that the Lord could answer by fire. I didn't know. They even, but, oh buddy, and I learned that night. But that he's the guy that answers by the wind. Because that morning, because that by the wind, because this wind comes rushing through. Problem was raw and terrifying. I mean, it was strong. This wind came directly at me, and it was like a funnel meat and slamming directly in the matches. God had stepped in, and he decided that he was going to deal with it. It's a day and a half after that I went to meet again. I can't make the meeting. Why don't head down to the office, go to the meeting, and when I walk in, to that same guy is sitting there. But this time. So I don't feel anything on them. I had to get a call from, he says, but the Lord tells me to go sit next to him, to meet. So I go sit right next to the guy, and as that they raised, they've got the land now under control. It's just me and this guy sitting. Did you sit in that spirit at me? Joking. And he looks and to go for you. Tip right Nick and ask him what's going on. I want you to understand something about the realm of the spirit. Been now under. It really is in their business. It is the technically. Yes. And I said, but that spirit had no right to come over and start whispering in my ear in any shape or form. So when it decided it was going to persuade within my rights, a fear business. And gentlemen, to stay in something. Because as the meeting goes forward, these guys back and forth ideas in front of us. Normally, into the meeting, they say, listen, we're going to have to adjourn this meeting and meet with you guys again because we may not even need additional funding. And so they throw the two of us out of there. As the meeting, and I understand this, he, teaching, already knew. Of us, that guy who was sitting next to me already knew that. That guy sitting next to me already knew the ramifications of me rebuking. That spirit meant that this deal was going to fall through for him and whoever his conglomerate was. This is when I came into a deeper understanding that behind all successful businesses is a spirit. Men partner with spirits to get advantages in business and in life. This also was the moment when I realized that Pastor Hines was at war, both in the natural realm of business and in the spirit realm. He was pushing forward God's agenda in the realm of business as well as functioning as a pastor. when I tell you that my eyes were open to the war that takes place in the realm of the spirit, and I saw what life was really about. It was both amazing and terrifying. How did this happen? I asked. God to show me the forces that drove the success of men, and a few days later, I'm driving down the road and I get to this busy intersection, McDonald's on one corner, Chick-fil-A on the other corner, off in the distance of Apa's store, and there were spirits resting on top of each business. McDonald's had a demonic-looking clown that just sat on top of the building looking down at me. Chick-fil-A had an angel holding a cross that was planted in the ground in the parking lot. That Vap store had what looked like an Indian with green eyes and smoke coming from his nostrils. This was just the beginning of what I would see, and this was the point where I learned not to talk about what I was seeing. Have you ever heard the rumors about men who buy and sell souls of other men and women? Back then, I had not heard of it at all. J.C. Reed was one of those men, the tip of the iceberg of a group that did such things. However, they traded in a little bit of everything. Of course, like all things in life, hindsight is 20/20, but when I say that, I thought I understood how the world worked. I mean, after all, I was a cop for years. Understand, you see a lot as a detective. Imagine my surprise when I came to realize that all the wickedness, all the evil I witnessed over my lifetime started in the spirit realm. Wait, let me pause to show you this. Revelation 18 verses 5 to 18, 5. For her sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered her iniquities. 6. Reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her double according to her works. In the cup which she hath filled, fill to her double. 7. How much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously, so much torment and sorrow give her. For she saith in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow. 8. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire, for strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. 9. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament for her, when they shall see the smoke of her burning. 10. Standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come. 11. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise any more. 12. The merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones, and of pearls and fine linen, and purple and silk and scarlet, and all thine wood, and all manner vessels of ivory, and all manner vessels of most precious wood, and of brass and iron and marble. 13. And cinnamon and odors, and ointments and frankincense, and wine and oil, and fine flour, and wheat, and beasts, and sheep, and horses, and chariots, and slaves, and souls of men. 14. And the fruits that thy soul lusted after are departed from thee, and all things which were dainty and goodly are departed from thee, and thou shalt find them no more at all. 15. The merchants of these things which were made rich by her shall stand afar off for the fear of her torment, weeping and wailing. 16. And saying, Alas, alas, that great city, that was clothed in fine linen and purple and scarlet, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls. 17. For in 1 hour so great riches is come to naught, and every shipmaster and all the company in ships and sailors and as many as trade by sea stood afar off. 18. And cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, What city is like unto this great city? I was aware of the fact that there were spiritual exchanges, however, I was not fully aware of how it played out in the world of business. I would quickly find out because one day I'm at home and I get a call from Pastor Hines, and he says, "Listen, I gave your phone number to J.C. Reed. He wants to have dinner with you." Now understand, this is the same man that I know is working for the team of darkness, so I ask Pastor Hines, why do I need to talk to him? He says, "Trust me, it will be fine. The Lord is with you. We will be calling you." Have you ever dreaded taking a phone call? That is where I found myself in a position where I didn't want to talk to this man. Days pass and nothing, and just when I was about to forget about it, at 2:33 p.m. my house phone rings, and my wife picks up the phone. She tells me a man named Mr. Reed wants to talk to me, and as soon as that conversation starts, he begins the process of trying to bring me into agreement with him. It's a great day, wouldn't you agree? Stop right here and let me explain something to you listening. I have said this before, and I will say it again. Agreement with darkness is consent. Any form of agreement is an open door. So I say, my answer is, this is the day that the Lord has made. I rejoice in it every day. I knew right then and there that I was dealing with someone who was deeply rooted in the darkness, and in that moment, to not make any mistakes, I asked the Holy Spirit to speak through me. Now, I'm not sure if you have ever done that, nor if you understand what happens, but you tap into the knowledge and wisdom of God unfiltered. The next thing I know, I'm leading the conversation. "So, Pastor Hines said you needed to talk to me. What about?" He responds, "Well, I figured since the two of us are going to be opposing each other on contracts and bids, that we should get to know each other." I say, "It's impossible for me to know you. That takes years. What you want is insight, and this is something that you will not have. Cut to the chase. What is it that you need?" He responds, "Let's have dinner. I have an offer for you." "No thanks," I reply. He says, "You don't even know what I have to offer." And my reply is, "Based on what I have seen, there is nothing you can offer. Thank you for your time. May Jesus bless you and you have a wonderful day." Click, I hang up the phone and call Pastor Hines, tell him about the conversation, and he is angry. He says, "Meet with him. There is something you can learn." I tell him that the Holy Spirit led the conversation, and he says he agrees. However, that was the Spirit leading you to dominate the conversation, not to flee from him as a man. Now you call him back and invite him to dinner, pass by the office, and I will give you some petty cash. So, I head over to his office, and when I get there, Pastor Hines is in a meeting. The secretary tells me to go in, and he is talking about the well project in Africa and how they are having issues with finding water even though the scans show water. It's like there is an invisible force that is enforcing a drought on the land. I have a seat, and he introduces me as his liaison for business in the southeastern region of the United States. A surprise to me, something we had never talked about at all. The meeting proceeds, and when it's over, we go into his office, and he pulls out a checkbook and says, "Listen, you have labored in good faith, and God wants you rewarded for what you have done. I wanted to do this a month ago, but I was told to wait. Pastor Hines writes me a check for $46,000 from his business account, then writes a second check for $3,500 for expenses. I look at him and say, I can't accept this, and a look of anger crosses his face. He says, "That's not my money. That's the Lord's money. You can reject him if you like. However, it will only be your pride doing so." He then extends his hand to take the check back, and in that moment, I think better of it. Then he goes on to explain why he needs me to meet with JC. He says, he will make you an offer to join with them. It is their right to do so because you have free will, and you will make him an offer to leave the darkness he is in and return to the Lord. That is when he explains that JC was a pastor at one point in time before he got corrupted by greed and a desire for money, that the two of them have been going at it for years. It was right then and there that I realized that as my spiritual father, Pastor Hines, was putting me in direct conflict with one of his oldest adversaries. It was his way of showing faith and trust in me. 2 days later, I call JC and invite him to dinner for a steak, and he says, "So you changed your mind?" I simply reply, "Every offer has to be heard. Not every offer has to be accepted." And he says, "Yep, those are the rules." We set a date and meet at a high-end steakhouse, and when I get there 30 minutes early, JC is already there, sitting at the bar having a drink. We get our table, and from the moment we start talking, he starts to try and persuade me. The conversation quickly turns towards religion and how he was a pastor, how he read the Bible from front cover to back, and how he discovered that it was flawed, that it was a book of stories compiled by men. Stop, pause, and let me say this. For those of you who don't know, Gnostics are men who claim to have found new or profound revelation outside of the Holy Spirit, and you can always tell who they are because they make the same talking points. 1, they are the real Christians. 2, Jesus Christ is not God in the flesh. 3, they have knowledge that no one else has. They have a special interpretation of scriptures. As a point of fact, I need you to understand that the most pronounced tactic and strategy of Satan in Scripture is deception. Imagine that out of all the things that Satan deployed, the most pronounced was deception. What does it mean to deceive? To deliberately cause someone to believe something that is not true for personal gain or to take advantage of. So now that I have heard these things in the conversation and JC laid them out plainly in his words, I knew that he was trying to bring me to a point of conviction so I can believe something that is not true to benefit him. I need you to understand this so you understand what transpires next. The very act of deception is done intentionally. It is never done by accident or mistake. It is intentional. In John 8, verse 44, Jesus, my Jesus, talks about the types of men that are like JC. You belong to your father, the devil, and you want to carry out your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning, not holding to the truth, for there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks his native language, for he is a liar and the father of lies. Now that we have this understood, let me finish telling you the story. JC goes into his spiel, a session of bashing the Bible, bashing Jesus, and proclaiming that he has the knowledge that others don't. That the reason why he and his organization, the men he works with, dominate is because of the hidden knowledge they have. When that does not work, he starts to attack the character of Pastor Hines, saying that he works with witch doctors from Africa. That is how he is so successful. Mind you, this man does not know that I have been to Africa with Pastor Hines, and he is just lying with a forked tongue, and it starts to bring me into anger and offense. However, the Spirit of God says, just listen. You know it's not true. So, I listen, and you would think that after 15 minutes of his nonsense, he would stop, but nope. He just keeps going and going and going to the point of exhaustion. Then he says, now that you understand what we have to offer, we would like you to consider joining us. I'm sure Pastor Hines is not paying you for your efforts. God doesn't pay too well. Trust me. I know it firsthand. Well, as those words are coming out of his mouth, the Holy Ghost says, let me respond. And what happened next was pure utterance from the Spirit of God. Because words start to come out of my mouth, and the next thing I know, I'm telling JC about his wife and his girlfriend, about the furniture in her living room, and about how upstairs in his house is a pentagram under the rug, where he and his wife practice their foul forms of magic. How he has red and black reversal candles around his house to protect him from the other men in his organization, and how they all are colluding against him at this very moment. This goes on for 30 minutes, the Spirit of God speaking through me, and it ends with a warning that God wants him to return to the fold, or else he will be turned over to the wickedness that God has been holding back from him. Now imagine the scene. We are in this restaurant, and it was loud with ambient noise, but as I spoke, I got louder and louder, and when I was done, I realized that what I said was being heard by everyone in close proximity, and the look on JC's face was one of fear and anger. He says, how do you know these things? And I tell him, I don't know anything, but the God you turned your back on knows. Will you come back to him and walk away from this wickedness? And he says no. Gets up and walks away from the table. A few days later, there is another meeting where we are hearing about the project that needs to be bidded on, and of course JC is there, and he is in rare form today, rude, obnoxious, angry, interrupting the meeting. It's like he was having the worst day ever. I didn't know it then. But I do know now that him failing to recruit me came at a price, and his head was on the chopping block. Lunchtime rolls around, and I head down to the car to relax. And when I come back, I overhear a conversation. JC is talking about how I'm into really bad stuff. I listen as he paints a picture of me that was exactly what the Lord revealed about him. Deceiving those men in the meeting, I wait and listen, then walk into the room and say, "Gentlemen, it sounds like JC is having another one of his mental episodes. Are you okay, buddy?" I grab him by his shoulder and say, "You started the day in a foul mood. You've been kind of mean all day. You might need to take a break." Looking at the guys making the presentation, I say, "Wouldn't you agree?" They both look at me and say yes and tell him to head to his hotel room early. That will pause the meeting and start the next day, as they had 2 other bidders missing anyway. This look comes over his face of anger. He had been put in a box, his own behavior turned on him. When he leaves the room, I just say, "Gentlemen, I heard what he was saying, and it's not true, but you will believe what your spirit leads you to believe." That's when they open up about the rumors of JC, and they start to ask me questions about him being part of an organization that was a dark society, and how he had tried to recruit a few of their friends. It all comes out. One of them says, in fact, we didn't even invite them to bid on this contract, but somehow he got the email and showed up. This was just the beginning of the war that was starting between me and JC, one that was going to happen both in the natural realm and the spirit realms. Before I move forward, I need to teach you something, and it's important. Open your Bible to Genesis 3:1. This is a lesson about men, and when I say men, I mean mankind. We all know the story of Adam and Eve in the garden. We all have read it, but let's just take a quick look at it. 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? 2. And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. 3. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. 4. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. 6. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. 7. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. 8. And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. 9. And the Lord God called unto Adam, and said unto him, Where art thou? 10. And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. 11. And he said, Who told thee that thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree, whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? 12. And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. 13. And the Lord God said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. I want you to understand that J.C. Reed was following the playbook of his father Satan to the letter. He came to meet with me not only to make a proposal, but seeking to discover what God had shared with me. What truth I was living in. Notice how when Satan came to Eve, he did not lie to her. He asked a question of her, "Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden?" A question is the seed for an answer, also the start of an interrogation. Then she corrects him and tells him this: "We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden." 3. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. This is the playbook of deception. Find the truth and then twist it. I have witnessed this done many times. In fact, you just recently watched it be done to the owner of this channel, a man of God, an anointed king and priest of God. If you have been paying attention, then you saw where the truth about him was twisted. He was accused of practicing voodoo, every lie in the book. Deception is intentional, and the truth has to be twisted into a lie. However, the most important part is that the target has to believe the lie, and the only way that lie is believable is if there is some truth as the foundation. Stop, pause, and listen. When you find yourself under the attack of this type, there will always come a time when you turn that battle over to the Lord. That is the way of those who understand the spirit realm and the rules thereof. When you come across a person who lies, and there is no truth in them, there is nothing to discuss, no point in arguing, you present that person to the Lord according to his word, understanding that Jesus Christ is the word of God and that Christ Jesus came to destroy the works of the devil. Read about it in 1 John 3:8. Another quick point I need to make, and I want you to understand, is that when it comes to mankind and the nature of man, it is man's nature to pass blame. This can be seen here in Genesis as well. Watch what it says here, 8. And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. 9. And the Lord God called unto Adam and said unto him, Where art thou? 10. And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. 11. And he said, Who told thee that thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree, whereof I commanded thee to eat, that thou shouldest not eat? 12. And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. 13. And the Lord God said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. Both of them passed the blame for their actions, and eventually they blame the serpent. Now understand that anything you pass blame on in your life, you give it authority over you in your life. This is why taking responsibility for your actions is important. Many people say, I can't be successful because of my family background. Well, okay, that means that the spirits that affect your family are God over your life. Understand? I hope so. So the next day we come back to the meeting and Mr. Reed is back to normal. His demeanor is not crazy like it was the day before. The meeting starts, and when we get to the question and answer phase, it was like he, JC, had otherworldly knowledge about the project. He starts to talk about how there is a plan for a disaster mitigation act, and that this project is just the beginning of it. It won't roll out for years, and that when it does, it will lead to failure, but the money involved would be amazing. Understand, we are in a room full of people. He has not heard the entire presentation, has done zero numbers, no projections, no analysis at all. He gives them a verbal bid, then says that it is within 8% of what they need. He gets up, winks at me, and then walks out. There is silence in the room. As one of the gentlemen walks over and looks through a stack of paperwork, I could tell he was searching for the estimated cost for the project. And based on the look on his face when he found it, JC was dead on the money. Now listen, if you have never worked with the Holy Spirit as a business partner, then this won't make any sense, but he is shrewd in business. he does not believe in waste. As they are looking, he says to me, "Tell them if he is 8% over, then we will go for 3% over." Then leave the room. So I say it. If JC thinks he can do it, and only over by 8%, we can do it and be closer to 3%. I get up and leave. Again, the room is silent. Now, the numbers we are talking here are in the high millions of dollars, $56 million, and I'm freaking out. When I get in the elevator, this fear kicks in, and I'm like, oh shit. By the time I get to the car, I'm in full-on panic mode, and the Holy Spirit says, I am math, and you are worried. Where is your faith? I'm like, listen, that was wild. How are we going to work that out? And the Holy Spirit says, you can't, but I can. I head back to the hotel, and JC is sitting in the lobby. And as soon as I walk in the door, he looks and says, you undercut my bid. I didn't bother to ask how he knew because he had a familiar spirit working with him, but I wanted to mess with him, so I go over and ignore his question, because a question is a seed for an answer, like I told you earlier. I just say, so, you seem better today. What, you killed a chicken or a goat behind the hotel? Don't have me call animal services on you. And start to laugh. JC didn't find it funny at all. Then he tells me, I know what you were dreaming last night because I was there. I have seen all your sin, your